Hi guys, it's Shadow. Uploading high-quality audiobooks for you, it's very time-consuming and hard-working process. So please support me so I can keep uploading for you. This is how. You can donate directly through my PayPal or Ko-fi. You will find links in the description. Or you can join our Telegram channel where you will find all paid audiobooks that we provide. Also, you can make requests and you will find proof of payments from our plus 200 paid members. If you can't support me financially, just like and subscribe our videos. Thank you guys, your support means a lot. And as always, enjoy Shadow.
Chapter 51, Test Pilot. Captain Carruthers sat in the dark and silent cockpit. The entire enclosed space was isolated from any outside noise. Only the rhythmic tapping of his fingers against the only red shade in the space bounced off the metal walls. Bounty hunting was a tough business for any upstanding mech pilot to pursue. It went beyond the basic jobs like guarding outposts or patrolling conflict zones. In many cases, pilots simply had to wait long hours standing by and only occasionally get into the cockpit to deter a couple of opportunistic raiders. The amount of incidents happening in the outskirts of the Bright Republic was fairly low. Most people thought the nearby systems and asteroid fields were barren of high-value resources. Only a couple of the more common exotics could be found, and small mining concerns eked out a small profit from exploiting them at a low cost. Even a barren hinterland like the Bright Republic can be squeezed of resources if you make it worthwhile enough. The pirates that were shabby enough to operate in this space sector came in three flavors. Local criminals made up the most of the numbers. Hooligans who went down the wrong path. These delinquents mostly piloted whatever mech they could get a hand on and generally didn't last very long due to a lack of support structure or any kind of long-term strategy. They generally made a big splash at the start but got hunted down quickly enough. Carruthers considered these amateurs his bread and butter. Hunting them down offered very little risk but only paid enough to make ends meet. The second type of pirates blended semi-legal identities with occasional illegal forays. Most people considered them organized crime, though the actual workings of these groups was a lot blurrier than that. Often it meant companies that dipped into the dirtier side of competition or mercenary companies that decided to turn against their employers. Naturally, you also had the classic organized crime groups, often centered around the planets they based. As a captain of a small bounty hunting group, Carruthers generally stayed away from messing with these so-called pirates. Many groups often relied on deeper backing. Defeat the son, provoke the father. Defeat the father, provoke the grandfather. And on it went until you ran into a solid wall. The last type of pirates represented trouble. Foreigners used to operating in more developed space sometimes fled to galactic backwaters to shake off pursuit and lie low. If you were lucky, these losers only carried a basic mech and whatever else they haul off on short notice. If not, then they came fully prepared, with large spaceships, ample supply and advanced mech an entire generation ahead of what the Republic's mech corps used. These giant wrecking balls basically showed no regard to the local balance of forces. With a technological edge and a mobile base that allowed them to skulk the outskirts, these snobby exiles often acted as if they were in charge. Oftentimes the mech corps took them down a peg. Just because the Bright Republic used the least advanced mech among all the human states, didn't mean that anyone could push them over. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The pilots of the mech corps worked hard to get in their position and fought many small skirmishes in their active service. The local space sector was a hotbed for low-level troublemakers. Consider the latest major sortie of the mech corps. The Red Feet, a top mercenary group of some second-rate state, lost their occupation rights to a lucrative mining planet due to collusion by their vassals. These smaller groups normally acted like rats, but one of them had the bright idea of banding together and rebel against their masters. Evidently, they succeeded, because the Red Feet fled like sailors abandoning a sinking ship. One of their splinters managed to cross through 6 star sectors before finally arriving at the borders of the Bright Republic. They quickly made themselves home by violently displacing the local interests group of a nearby planet. As their advanced mech and other equipment was expensive to maintain, they did as many other outsiders had done and demanded excessive taxes from the local populace. A few riots and bloodshed later, the mech corps finally smashed their remaining ship and much of their mech apart. Naturally, that wasn't the end of the story. A couple of individual mech-aboard private shuttles managed to escape to FTL range and transition to other star systems. It didn't matter which one, they only cared if it had no presence. If the mech corps had to split up and hunt them all down, they had to waste a massive amount of time. Better to employ bounty hunters like Carruthers to do the dirty work for them. Though the risk of facing a superior mech was substantial, Carruthers trusted his team to beat this foreigner the same way the mech corps smashed their whole group. With teamwork and superior numbers. The cockpit rumbled a little. Sounds from the outside made it clear the shuttle Carruthers boarded with his mech had finished landing. Let's get this show on the road. He pressed the red gem in the middle of his console and made his mech come to light. Bright red colors unfolded in his projectors like a flower coming to bloom. The entire cockpit lighted up as Carruthers breathed deeply and let his brain sink into the neural interface. The warm, familiar presence of his personal mech embraced his return. Despite owning the Phoenix Cry for a few weeks, Carruthers already considered it to be his home. You're also likely to be my last mech. Carruthers endearingly spoke to his mech as he caressed the console's surface. I'm too old to go out and hunt the scum of the galaxy. Let's have a blast and make it to the end. The Mark Antony model progressed through its startup with rapid efficiency. As Carruthers finished booting up his mech, he connected to the audio channel where his 6 teammates were already present. Miley, how's your big one? I'm still hearing creaking from my left knee. I swear the grease monkeys have been slacking off again. The other pilots in the channel exchanged their own usual banter. Carruthers paid little attention to them as he reviewed the information his sources had gathered once again. Pipe down, boys and girls. Let's go over the job. We've got a tip that there's a red feet squirreling away in an abandoned mine in whatever fucked up place this is called. Don't you think you should call him a redfoot? Ah, whatever. Carruthers waved his hand. Despite being cornered, the redfoot that's in the mine has enough knowledge to use the abandoned gear inside to build himself a makeshift fortress. Any attempts by the local militia to oust this foot came back with a bloody nose and millions worth of damage. Don't be too complacent. This guy's a tough cookie. What's his loadout? That's the troubling thing. This guy's mech is all set for extended engagements. His machine is a medium rifleman with a souped-up laser rifle. And before you hope he's run low, he took away the husks of the mechie down and scavenged all their energy cells. And that's not taking into account whatever energy he could scrounge up from all of the mining equipment available. All in all, it sounded like a bad situation. With a powerful laser rifle pointed in the only entry point of the mine, no casual group of mercenaries could take on such an opponent and come out ahead. Too bad Carruthers encountered plenty of bastards in his career, many of whom pulled much worse out of their horrid bag of tricks. Holing up in an abandoned mine in the middle of nowhere was nothing special. Miley, how's your digger? It's all set. You know I'm always harping out replacing this stinky old model, right? Hey, if it works, it works. You'll think about replacing it once the one we got breaks down completely. It's not as if it's the end of the universe if our digger hits the dust. Yeah, whatever you say, boss. Miley rolled her eyes as she guided the wheel drill-like machine out to a low hill. The topography doesn't quite match the data we got. I can already tell you there's been a few shifts or landslides. It doesn't matter. The mine is largely the same, so our entry point should still work. Miley fudged a bit with her placement before choosing a random spot that looked somewhat promising. She set the digger machine at a shallow angle. It was just enough to allow Mech to walk without tipping over while still be able to dig downwards to hit the underground tunnels. When she finished setting the machine, everyone took up their positions with some looking out in each direction. Others gathered at the entrance of the tunnel. Though none of the intel gathered so far suggested that the rogue pilot had a partner, nothing was certain. Carruthers took up the front position with his mech facing the digger. He readied his mech and did some last-minute checks. Everyone ready? The digger engaged once the team finished all their checks. The cylindrical digger machine rotated its screw blades and dug right into the soil. With the speed and noise it emanated, everyone in the area could guess what was going on from the rumbling alone. This was never about stealth. It was all about shock and awe. 7 minutes until we hit the tunnels. Keep an eye on the entrance, report if you see anything suspicious, and I do mean anything. The foreigner must have known what was going on, but he prudently stayed in the depths. If he unwisely chose to expose himself, he'd be easily mobbed by Carruthers and his crew. 5 minutes remaining. No response detected so far. 3 minutes left on the clock. Hardly a peep. The digger machine eventually breached the mining tunnels with a thump. The team went into action. One shield-bearing mech kept close to the entrance of the mine to keep an eye on it while Carruthers led the way into the newly excavated tunnel. The digger dug a tunnel barely wider than the top of their mech, so the team that went in only consisted of 2 shield-bearers. Carruthers led the way, with Miley close behind. What's he going to do? Will he face us or escape the tunnel? Carruthers felt sweat pour down his neck. No one ever liked to be on the receiving end of an advanced laser rifle. Though he tested his newly purchased mech extensively and even had his own technicians comb over it for any defects, he still felt he was taking a huge gamble. The dark and narrow tunnel lit up like a firework as a white-hot beam splashed against his Mark Antony shield. Carruthers cried out even though the deadly beam carried no force. Instead, he imagined his mech arm growing warm as the heat of the energy weapon spread out onto its entire surface. Contact. I'm hit. Shit, that beam's measuring 50% higher than my own. Follow Plan A. Enter the tunnel from both sides and pincer that bastard from 2 directions. Another laser beam hit his shield, scorching several layers of HRF armor into slag. The overall temperature of the shield also increased, though its thickness afforded it plenty of time. The rifleman was not in an ideal position to shoot. Miley had cleverly programmed the digging module to increase its slope as it dug further downwards. This meant the tunnel looked more like a crooked banana than a straight cucumber. This forced the rifleman to enter the tunnel and come close if he wanted to get an unobstructed firing line. Carruthers tried shooting back with his free wrist cannon, only for his laser beams to go wide. His wrist-mounted lasers simply couldn't compete with regards to accuracy. The mere act of moving forward spoiled his aim at this range. The rifleman on the other hand not only enjoyed a superior weapon, he also boasted real marksmanship. Almost each and every single beam shot landed against the same spot on the Mark Antony's red shield. This bastard's a really good shot. My shield is halfway from getting its bottom half melted off. Hang on, Carruthers. We're 2/3 of the way. Perhaps the rifleman regretted choosing to fire down the new tunnel. Carruthers resolutely made his way forward as he put his complete trust in his mech. He showed no hesitation in enduring the brutal barrage of laser fire. His shield might be cheap, but it was also fairly thick and possessed plenty of mass to absorb the heat. By the time they came into spotting distance of the end of the tunnel, the enemy pilot abandoned his initial aggression. Looks like he got onto what we've planned. Carruthers cursed as he failed to trace his target. It's going to be a pain hunting them down these side tunnels. At least your shield served its purpose. We got in without another scratch. If the only thing we need to replace is a shield, then this job paid off in spades. As they almost came upon the entrance, Carruthers felt something amiss. He normally felt as comfortable as a baby when piloting the Phoenix Cry, but suddenly he felt a nudge of some sorts that warned of danger. Following his instincts, he readied his old mech sword that he used to replace the crappy mace and braced his mech for a surprise. The tunnel exploded into flame as some kind of explosive set off just in front of him. The shockwaves bounced off the narrow walls and buffered the shield and the mech that was holding it with pressure and flame. Carruthers held onto his shield with dear life, hoping that it would hold against the violent boom in front of him. By the time the lower end of the shield started to bend dangerously inward, the danger passed. We've encountered an improvised explosive. Careful at the main tunnel. Don't get fooled and step on something you shouldn't. We've heard the explosion from our end too. We're slowing down and scanning ahead. Just as Carruthers set his mech upright, a blur approached his front and smashed against his shield, almost toppling the Phoenix Cry over. Shit. He's here. Unusual among mech, the advanced model in front of him wielded a blunt but heavy staff. It took a while to get it going, but it possessed devastating reach and could deliver a large amount of kinetic energy with each strike. The narrow tunnel prevented Miley from coming up to the side to help. Even firing her weapons was out due to the risk of hitting her own side. As long as the enemy held position, it could bottleneck their team from this side. Miley, don't come close. Just ready your shield and sword and get ready to back me up. Your shield is almost a goner, Carruthers. That staff will smash it apart in 3 or 4 moves. I can handle it. This guy spent weeks on the run. You've got a fighting chance. With the backup team forced to slow down in order to avoid setting off traps, Carruthers fought with gritting teeth against one of the most challenging opponents of his career. The enemy pilot evidently mastered both ranged and melee mech combat. His staff moves dazzled the mind. His dexterous mech was able to handle wide sweeping moves as well as fast jabs and turns like an actual human. Only the extensive wear and tear and the lack of maintenance slowed the advanced mech reactions enough for Carruthers to keep up, somewhat. I never imagined baptizing this my new mech with a fight against a machine 2 generations ahead. His shield received too much damage. The enemy mech prioritized speed and dexterity over power, so his staff strikes were not too overwhelming. However, the technological gap between their 2 models gave the foreigner a distinct edge. The shield eventually broke into 2 halves. Fine. Let's play it your way. Carruthers growled and recklessly charged closer while throwing the remaining half of the shield against his opponent. To his credit, the foreigner anticipated the move and deftly redirected the spinning slab to the side. The mech then continued on with its rotation, borrowing the force of the impact to spin the other end of the staff straight down the Phoenix Cry's crested head. If that staff hit his mech head, he'd be crippled for a couple of seconds, enough time for the foreigner to launch another critical strike. Carruthers felt his heart pump faster as his mind threw away all other distractions. There was only him, his mech and the staff in his eyes. A spark of red seemed to flash and he took advantage of his lightened load to rapidly lean backwards. At the same time, he emptied his shoulder launchers in one go, disgorging a haphazard payload of long-ranged missiles. Such weapons usually required a hard lock onto the enemy mech in order to be effective. Despite the close range, the missiles pretty much flew blindly. Some of them impacted the walls of the tunnels, causing a couple of explosions to spread out all over the narrow environment. Some of the missiles impacted the foreigner's mech but failed to detonate due to the minimum safe distance set in their programming. Only a handful finally managed to explode the enemy mech, causing minor damage that hardly amounted to any loss of function. What the missiles did achieve was to blow the enemy a little back, delaying his incoming strike. Still, the momentum behind the attack was so strong that it kept swooping down. The time those missiles bought allowed Carruthers to come up with another measure. He let loose a scream as his mech held its sword with both hands and struck the head of the staff with the flat side of his blade. The impact stunned both mech, the Mark Antony model more than its opponent. The medium mech took a couple of steps backwards as it tried to shake off the impact. The Phoenix Cry on the other hand fell down in an undignified way. The sword held, but Carruthers wouldn't trust it to last a couple of years. As Miley was about to hop over his fallen mech, the captain grunted out a signal. No. He's mine. I can finish the job. With proficient handling, he guided his mech up to its feet with a firm push of the hands. The Phoenix cried and thundered forward while blasting the front of the tunnel with a twin barrage of lasers. At this range, missing was no concern, and every blast landed somewhere on the enemy mech surface. The foreigner was unprepared for the assault and faltered a little. The advanced mech received more scorch marks and even lost a few layers of armor. The attack gave Carruthers an opportunity to get close before his opponent built up his momentum again. With the initiative on his side, Carruthers fiercely pressed his opponent with a couple of rapid sword strikes. While the foreign pirate skillfully fended off the attacks with the staff, his mech kept getting pushed backwards. They eventually exited the narrow tunnel and came into a larger central mining area. Miley. I'm on it, boss. Millie's mech entered the area after the two and rapidly moved to the sides. Smelling trouble, the foreigner knew he ran out of time. With a renewed resolve, the enemy mech pushed into the next sword strike, allowing it to land cleanly on its shoulder. With the Phoenix Cry sword half embedded into the advanced mech shoulder, it let go of its staff and punched the Phoenix Cry's chest. Is that supposed to do something? Carruthers laughed as he endured the impact in his cockpit. With bloodthirsty eyes he commanded his mech to twist its sword arm and pull back the weapon. With another swipe the blade at the advanced mech head, cleanly slicing it in half. His opponent went berserk. The staff flew in every direction, but Carruthers took advantage of the uncoordinated assault to get some distance. By now, almost everyone in his team had reached the open cavern. Everyone, open fire. An avalanche of lasers and ballistic shells engulfed the poor pirate. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Chapter 52, Test Pilot II. Joshua smiled with satisfaction as he leaned back in his piloting chair inside his personal simulator pod. After months of grinding up the ranks, he finally broke past the Bronze League and entered the Silver League. For a teenager of his age, reaching such a height was impressive. Only the top 3% of the potentates in his grade matched or surpassed this result. Aw man, you're finally promoted. Looks like we won't be playing together for a while. Triceratops whined over the comm. Joshua, or the seventh snake in the game, smiled back at his friend. Hey, at least you won't be taking too long to follow me up. You've been showing plenty of improvement. I got more time to hop in the game now that summer break is here. I mean, the mech classes are fine and all, but a real match always beats a dry lecture. While Joshua didn't entirely agree, he kept his opinions mum. I'm going to go pick out a new mech to play with the big boys. Are you interested in helping me choose? Nah, I got to go eat dinner soon. See ya later, pal. As both of them went their separate ways, Joshua entered the market district of the game. He approached a familiar holographic panel and set the category of the items from 1-star junk to 2-star mech. The machines that appeared in front of him roused his interests. The mech all looked bigger, leaner or more ferocious than their more primitive counterparts. He long dreamed of piloting a more powerful machine than his favorite Seraphim. While the Flyer was a great machine, he came to grow frustrated at the mech's extensive limitations. Joshua longed to free himself from those chains. As he browsed through the many light flyers the catalog held, a recommendation attracted his eyes. The market interface pointed out a new 2-star mech to him. One designed by a familiar name. Chasing Clouds? So that's what you've been up to. No wonder I haven't seen any 1-star designs from your account. Joshua regretted not piloting anything new from the upstart designer. Though his products were never the best performers in their categories, they all possessed plenty of character. It also helped they both came from the same planet. He looked at the latest product the fellow Cloudsman released. When his view was filled with the shiny chrome exterior of the variant called Mist Prowler, Joshua was blown aback. It's just like the Seraphim. He did not refer to technical aspects when he compared their designs. The Seraphim was a light flyer that mainly relied on a marksman rifle to harass enemies from afar. He only got in close to melee range if he needed to change his strategy. This Mist Prowler on the other hand lacked any flight capabilities. Not only was it a weight class heavier, it also packed more power in its limbs, allowing it to run fairly fast for a medium and dodge about with almost unprecedented response time. It largely mimicked the nimbleness of light mech while possessing the power of a medium mech. This helps with adding strength to its melee attacks, which this urban combat mech primarily relied upon. No, despite their differences, they emanate a similar presence despite their different playstyles. Joshua was probably the most intimate Seraphim in the game, so he had a nose for these kinds of things. The Mist Prowler was just as aggressive as the Seraphim, only in a different flavor. Whereas the Seraphim sought to seek and destroy the enemy in the most direct fashion possible, the Mist Prowler was content to drag out the hunt and slowly envelop their opponents. That's strange. What's with the stealth option? Adding a particle ejector to a hunter or ambush type mech wasn't unusual. But Joshua couldn't figure out why the designer added it to a mech with such a bright and shiny chrome finish. Then he noted the designer incorporated his practically trademark Cloud Festive generator right next to the ejector. Ah, so that's why. Joshua had a lot of fun playing around with the cloud generator. It made him the envy of his friends whenever they teamed up. Though it served no practical purpose and often attracted the enemy to him, he liked to arrive on the battlefield in a bombastic fashion. He loved using it to play games with his opponents' minds. The mech was different from anything he played before, so he considered whether it was useful to purchase this mech. As his first 2-star mech, he wanted to pilot something familiar so he could leverage his best skills immediately. If he picked the wrong mech to start his career in the Silver League, he might lose too many matches, causing his hard-earned rank to demote. That would be a disaster. It's from Chasing Clouds. I don't think he'd release something crappy. He trusted the designer. He sometimes felt there was a connection between them, an intimacy many pilots had for their favorite designers. Sometimes they became so enthusiastic they resembled fanboys and fangirls. Joshua liked to think he wasn't so blind, so he took the time to scour over the specs and look over the simulations of the variant before making his purchase. Or what the heck, who am I kidding? I'm totally going to buy this mech anyway. Though the hefty credit price was a step up from the dirt cheap one-star mech, Joshua never paid attention to even eye-popping prices. With a quick credit transfer, Joshua now owned the first handmade Mist Prowler. As Joshua returned to his private area and entered the mech stables, he could feel the presence of the Mist Prowler. It demanded attention even as it wanted to stay unnoticed. The dichotomy easily caused confusion, but Joshua only felt more intimate towards his new mech. He understood the designer's philosophy, having mastered the Seraphim. No matter how much the designer tried to make a subtle mech, he just couldn't resist showing off. Why else did he include cloud generators and bright colors? After a brief time of familiarizing himself with the new mech controls, he threw himself into matchmaking. As he wanted to put his mech to its paces, he chose to enter the gigantic war-torn instances mode. Even the smallest 50v50 map possessed plenty of space for him to work his magic without bumping into too many people. The game finished matching enough players together, causing them all to enter their team's lobby. Joshua took a look around. This was his first match in Silver and he knew that he wasn't playing with people from Cloudy Curtain anymore. Once a player graduated from Bronze, the entire galaxy opened up to them, allowing them to play with people tens of thousands of light years away. A big and bulky spider mech stood in the center of the room. The small crown hovering over its head demanded everyone's attention. "All right guys, I'm Notched Halberd, and I'll be your captain for this match." A young man's voice spoke out from the team channel. "As we're all playing in the Silver League, I won't bore you with complicated plans. I know only 10% of you will even listen to me. Instead, I just want you to keep one thing in mind: don't all rush forward when the hatch opens up. We artillery mech need some help fending off the enemy scouts." Whether much of their team followed this advice, Joshua wasn't hopeful. In fact, he planned to ditch his teammates and find an empty zone to hunt for prey. He could only really stretch his new mech capabilities by fighting without distractions. The map eventually loaded and caused the bay doors to open. The map revealed itself to be a hot desert canyon-like map. Groans issued out from most of the mech pilots, especially those that relied heavily on energy weapons. "Fuck. It's Scorched Canyon. Goddamn it, it's so hot you can cook an egg on a rock. Who the fuck thought of this stupid scenario? There's nothing here that's worth fighting for. 90% of my loadout is based on lasers. I don't know about you guys, but I'm going to sit here and AFK for a while." Hot environments impacted energy-dependent mech disproportionately. In the real universe, mech outfits tailored their mech to the local environment in advance. Unfortunately, Iron Spirit's matchmaking kept the map the players had to contest over a secret until the match finally started. This always caused some mech pilots to wallow in misfortune while others danced with glee. Joshua also plastered a smile on his face. While the Mist Prowler was not set up to fight in deserts, it nevertheless held a slight advantage. His mech offensive power only consisted of a few melee weapons. The lack of any wrist or shoulder-mounted weapons limited Joshua's offensive options, but honed his mech strengths in a couple of categories that could be fully exploited in the coming match. Don't let the enemy bastards take over all of the top ridges. The Scorched Canyon map featured an unusual layout with many winding cliffs and canyons. The final objective of this map was to conquer and hold an ancient alien ruin situated in a deep valley in the middle of a lot of cliffs. Holding the nearby high ground was essential in either sieging the valley or preventing the enemy from taking advantage of them. However, the top plateaus were inaccessible to all but flight mech. Their presence was essential in taking over the map. Joshua raced forward and grew more in tune with his mech as he did so. His first movements looked awkward, but he quickly got used to the unusual balance of his agile mech. By the time he traversed halfway to the valley, he could easily dodge past rocks and other obstacles in his way. A couple of mech that traveled in the same direction as him veered off as they entered a narrower route that brought them to the flanks of the valley. Unlike many others, Joshua continued to head straight towards the center. "Hey noob. It's dangerous if you go into the ruins. He's dead already. The fucking loser probably doesn't know how this map works at all." The risks were exceedingly high if he entered the valley too early, but Joshua could rely on his mech to pull through. The Mist Prowler crossed the wide open space with a sprint that neared the speed of the fastest medium mech. Unfortunately, its shiny exterior easily reflected the bright sun in the sky, drawing all sorts of unsavory eyes at him. The scouts that have already reached the nearby ridges grew red, and those with ranged weapons started to fire pot shots at him. At this range, the chances of getting hit was minimal, but Joshua didn't enjoy the experience. Incredibly, he managed to dodge all but a couple of glancing blows. The pressure of incoming fire was a powerful motivator to mastering the Mist Prowler's quirks. His mech practically danced through the hazards with only a few scuff marks from accurate laser fire. Even the onlookers from his own team popped out their eyes. Once Joshua reached the midst of the ruins, he was able to use the tall stone structures to break a line of sight. Though the enemy could keep raining down fire, damaging the ruins penalized their team's final score. Only by employing scouts and spotters to feed accurate coordinates would teams be able to bombard an enemy occupant without causing excessive collateral damage. The first part is over. Joshua sighed as he came down from the high. Though he only piloted his new mech for a short while, he already felt it move like his own body, but even better. The mech's amazing mix of speed, agility and strength made this mech a great close combat mech. Now that he cast the bait, he only needed to wait until an enemy approached. Joshua got his first customer. A three-man team of light scouts hastily entered the ruins from the other side. His own team tried to punish their brazen approach and succeeded in scratching their paint at the very least. One mech even suffered a malfunction in his rifle when it got blown apart by a lucky shell. Ordinarily, a speed-based medium mech preferred not to tangle with light mech. They moved faster than them while possessing similar amounts of offensive power. The disparity in armor could be negated entirely if the light mech could use their speed advantage to stay out of reach. This disparity widened. The medium mech possessed no ranged weapons. The Mist Prowler unfortunately lacked even a pistol. No matter. These ruins will be my best friend. The ancient and extensive alien ruins represented the closest urban combat environment in the map. While he could also play around in rock-littered canyons, the spaces there were just a little too small. While the Mist Prowler excelled in complex environments, they needed a certain amount of room to maneuver, which most narrow canyons lacked. As the three scuffed light mech crossed over to the other side of the ruins, Joshua prepared for their arrival. He held no hope in hiding his mech from their superior sensors. Instead, he walked his mech around and chose a suitable area to make his stand. The Mist Prowler was not a mech that enjoyed letting his enemies come to him. By choosing to set up at busy street, he could use the plentiful structures to block the enemy's field of view and force them to come closer. Like a spider sitting in the middle of his web, Joshua waited for the mech to fall into his range. When the first of the light mech stepped into the narrower street, Joshua initiated his plan. He activated his particle ejector, which instantly blasted an entire canister's worth of sensor-blinking junk in the air. The cloud generator also did its work by pumping out a generous amount of psychedelic vapor. The modules expended their payloads rapidly, causing a couple of blocks of streets to be obscured from optical as well as many other types of sensors. This not only blinded the light mech, it also prevented onlookers from above or below to interfere with Joshua's hunt. He grinned as he felt his anticipation grow. Having mapped the surrounding streets before, Joshua slowly piloted his mech forward. The mech footsteps weren't exactly subtle, but the panicking light mech allowed him to get in close. The mech with the damaged laser rifle showed up in front of Joshua first. The Mist Prowler came out far too sudden for the enemy mech to respond in time. Its shiny exterior reflected all kinds of bright and crazy colors due to the rays passing through the colorful vapor. In fact, the effect worked even better than traditional camouflage. "Death!" Joshua yelled as he urged his nimble mech to thrust forward with its spear. The force behind his approach was incredible, but the light mech was no slouch either. The enemy pilot bent his mech to the side, causing the spearhead to penetrate the edge of its waist but no deeper. That's not all I got. Usually, a mech that put most of its forward momentum in a weapon thrust left itself open to retaliation. Joshua merely pushed his mist prowler to jump sideways with the enemy and allow the spear to slash the light mech again. The force behind the second blow wasn't too much, but Joshua was able to control his strike to hit the damaged section again. Few other mech could achieve such acrobatics. The spearhead carved through the light mech armor like a hot knife through butter. The fatal hit allowed the spearhead to wreck a couple of components near its engine. Not enough to take it out entirely, but enough to slow down the light mech mobility. "He's here. Come and save me," the enemy pilot yelled out in the open as he was unable to connect with his teammates with all the interference in the air. "You'll be dead before they come." The light mech tried to turn the tables on the mist prowler by diving forwards within the spear's reach. However, Joshua skillfully spun the spear with remarkable dexterity and knocked the light mech stride of track with a smack. With another spin he slashed a spear at the enemy's arm, but the lack of power and momentum behind the hasty blow only caused the armor to get cut. Joshua was a little frustrated with the spear. It worked great if he could build up his speed and stab forward with the incredible weight of his mech behind the blow. Close in like this and it felt more like an unnecessary burden. Therefore he simply dropped it and pulled out the mist prowler's heated knives from their holster. With a pair of hot blades in its hands, the medium mech surged forward in pursuit. The light mech scrambled to parry one knife, only to let the other make a shallow stab in its chest. Before the light mech could pull out, Joshua kept up his barrage and pressed his opponent relentlessly. One of his knives finally dug past the chest armor and tore a deep gash in the light mech power reactor. Erg. Fuck. He got me. With its mobility impaired and a faltering power reactor, the light mech was practically dead in the water. A couple of follow-ups finished off the poor mech. First kill. Joshua licked his lips. He started to like this new playstyle. Though the thick mist of particles and colors made it difficult for him to seek out his opponents, they also had a hard time bumping into him. He realized that using the particle generator on an unsuspecting group negated their numerical advantage. As long as they weren't too close, his mech could take all the time in the world to defeat them one by one. With only instincts and luck guiding him to his next prey, Joshua led his mist prowler deeper into the hazy fog. He had 2 more mech to hunt down before the particles sank down onto the earth. "Heh! What Silver League?" he mocked. "Within my mist, they're dead men walking." Chapter 53, Test Pilot III. The long match reached its end stage. Most of the flyers were already shot down, while many other mech were down to their last reserves. The canyon's ruins were mostly blown apart. The frequent close-quarters combat and the occasional artillery barrage flattened so many ancient structures that the city was unrecognizable. While many other mechs started to run slower, the mist prowler came alive. Though the scorch marks and many holes caused the mech to lose its shine, the mech navigated the rubble-strewn streets with remarkable alacrity. Its movement at the start of the match might as well be as slow as a slug compared to its current form. "This modular armor sure is something," Joshua commented as he moved his mech with his functionality mostly intact. The more square plates he shed, the faster his mech moved. Shedding so much weight in one single match was a new experience for him. It felt as if the mist prowler turned from a medium mech into a light mech. If the internal damage wasn't so bad, he'd actually be able to keep up with fast mech in a race. Too bad the damage is just too extensive. The many holes in his mech armor exposed the internal sections to the elements. Though Joshua's dodging improved, he could not prevent flying rocks and other types of wide-area damage from degrading the more delicate electronics. The erosion already turned his mech left arm into an inert limb. A heavy knight approached the mist prowler's side. Compared to the half-wrecked medium mech, the knight looked fairly pristine with its intact sword and shield. The mech survived the grueling match so far by being too sluggish to reach most skirmishes in time. "The 7th Snake, how's your reserves?" "I'm down to about 25%. I still have 40% left in the tank," the knight boasted. "We've reached the final 10 minutes of the match. We have to dislodge whoever's left alive from the central temple." Joshua looked up his team display and only counted 5 mechs still alive on his side. Of these 5, 2 never showed up anywhere. Only the Mist Prowler, the Heavy Knight and a light sniper mech stuck together within the ruins. How many enemies are in the temple? I last counted 5 of them, but that might have changed. That meant they were effectively outnumbered. Joshua did not like his chances. He worked hard to take down 4 enemy mech and drive away many more. Each of his opponents provided him with a hefty challenge. He now fully appreciated the proficiency of Silver League players. While not all of them possessed balanced skills, they almost always had a trick up their sleeve. How much of that smoke do you have left? I'm down to my last canister. It won't last long enough to kill off all 5 of them. They also know my tricks now, so I doubt it will be effective in separating them from each other. We won't need to separate them in order to win. In fact, I want you to force them to stick closer together. The Heavy Knight's pilot surprisingly stated. If they're clumped up together, then our sniper can easily bracket the area with laser fire. Sure, most of them will miss, but if even 20% of his shots hits something, we're on the right track. That was a fairly ingenious plan, if not for one thing. If I go in, I might be liable to get hit by my own side. Joshua said. But if I don't go in, the enemy has no reason to cling together. They'll just spread out and try to escape the sensor blocking range. You need to go in. If we want to win, we have to take some risks. And what will you be doing? You'll be standing next to our sniper, making sure he won't get ambushed. Look, you don't need to kill all 5 of them yourself. Just try to occupy 2 or 3 of them. You can leave the remainder to us. The plan was wrecked with holes, but Joshua couldn't figure out another way to win. The longer they stayed near the temple, the more their capture score accumulated. Once it reached the limit, they'd win the match. Joshua parted from the pair with a heavy heart. He was essentially tasked with acting as distraction and bait. Victory and defeat rode upon his shoulders. He didn't want his first match with the Mist Prowler to end so ignominiously. Come on, fellow, I know you have it in you. Please stay together for a couple more minutes. His back cage holding the cloud generator and projector lost a lot of weight as the match went on. Almost all of the canisters were missing as Joshua already used them up. Only the last canister remained unused. Joshua programmed the particle ejector, and then initiated a delay. He controlled his mech to quickly detach the back module and throw it in the direction of the central temple. The particles instantly engulfed the surrounding area. A great fog of shiny particles and rainbow colors blocked everyone's view. If the sniper had not prepared a position and zeroed in on the temple, he would be as blind as the rest. I'm going in. Hey sniper, it'll be alternating from the left to the right side of the temple area each minute starting from now. Roger that. With that out of the way, Joshua entered the mist yet again, rendering himself blind. By now, Joshua got used to the sheer amount of visual noise around him. Having prepared his entry with a rudimentary map, he eased his mech forward. Its steps landed softly in the soil, much gentler now that it only wore a fraction of its armor. Joshua felt more in tune in this blind environment. The Mist Prowler was made for hunting in the heavy fog. Like an extra-dimensional specter, the sore-looking and creaky mech approached the temple. As a minute passed, he switched a little to the right. He decided to increase his pace and probe the enemy's disposition. Once the main temple came into view, a laser shot out at him from a corner. Contact! Joshua yelled as he dodged further to the right. Then he realized the particles in the air blocked all communication signals as well. Shit! His mech spurred ahead with a scavenge sword in hand. The spear and heated knives weren't able to survive Joshua's rough handling. More shots to ping in his direction, but luckily they were just exploratory in nature. Another set of laser shots started to fire from the outskirts. The sniper in Joshua's team finally went into action and focused most of his shots to the left. The Grand Temple came into view. Unlike the other stone ruins in the map, the main structure of the alien city was carved out of an exotic stone that shone bright black in the sun. Its appearance was incongruent with the local architecture. Joshua cared little for these fictional curiosities and instead focused on getting into sword range with what looked like a banged-up heavy centaur. It lost most of its weapon emplacements from previous attacks. Most notably, One of its legs appeared to be lame. It's a sitting duck. He grinned at the sight. The heavy mech did not use any weapon other than what looked like a salvaged laser rifle. The mech fixed weapon emplacements were either destroyed or expended all of their ammunition. The heavy mech released a trumpet-like sound in the air as it called for help. Knowing that he didn't have much time, Joshua squeezed out all of the Mist Prowler's potential and dodged the heavy mech plentiful shots with clumsy grace. Knowing that its end was near, the heavy mech dropped its rifle and instead lifted off a ridiculous-looking mole from the ground. Even before the Mist Prowler came into range, the centaur already started to swing the hefty weapon. Just because my mech looks like scrap doesn't mean it can't dance. With contemptuous ease, Joshua bent his mech backwards and allowed the head of the mole to pass right before his mech nose. After he pulled his mech upright, the sword in its hand made a few quick stabs towards the damaged and wrecked weapon emplacements on the centaur's body. He might as well be stabbing a stationary target, because the centaur's reaction speed was far too slow compared to his Mist Prowler. The centaur smoked and its reactions slowed down once more. Joshua was disappointed his attacks hadn't wrecked the mech, but he shouldn't be surprised. Heavy mech often survive heavier punishments. He made do with merely crippling his opponent because a pair of enemy light mech finally came to the centaur's aid. 2 more for the chopping block, Joshua said as his grin grew stronger. Instead of confronting them directly, Joshua abruptly shifted his mech to the left. He acted as if he wanted to lure the two into a fruitless chase. As planned, the wary light mech didn't follow him deeper into the mist. Instead, they opted to approach their crippled teammate and assess his condition. Unfortunately for them, the sniper fire abruptly started to pelt them down. One shot even thrust past a damaged shoulder section, cleanly severing the entire arm from the poor mech frame. None of the mech present on the battlefield looked pristine. Many mech missed entire sections of their armor. A single attack at an unprotected opening could prove devastating. Joshua decisively shed the 3 mech and instead dove in deeper and came up on the entrance of the temple. He had to move carefully now that he came so close. Destroying the temple was an automatic loss condition. A mech suddenly came into his view. The medium weight looked terrible. Fractured armor was all that was left of its armor, and it had lost its entire right shoulder and arm. Despite the extensive damage, the mech still held onto an intact flamethrower in its other hand. A striker. One of the ways striker-type mech distinguished themselves from others was their capability to damage a wide area. Accuracy was less of a concern for them as they'd always hit something in their attacks if they came into range. The particle missed unintentionally provided the striker with a perfect hunting environment. Joshua chose to push his mech down into a forward roll. The limber mech performed the desperate action with a lot of worrying creaking. Despite the Mist Prowler's limberness, mechs simply weren't designed to roll. Tons of pressure fell onto several vulnerable spots, causing the mech to run on its final legs. I still have enough juice to take you down with me. As the striker adjusted his flamethrower downwards, Joshua swiped his sword at the weapon. The strike sliced the weapon apart, causing its hot and unstable internals to explode in a splash of flame that engulfed the both of them. The striker was clearly worse off from the attack, having lost its remaining arm to fire. Unfortunately, Joshua wasn't feeling all that good. Plenty of flames had gone right past his non-existent armor and savaged his beaten-up internals. He instantly lost 80% of his engine power. Come on. Get up. With his mech final strength, Joshua poured all of his will into pushing the Mist Prowler to get on its knees, hold up the sword, and push its battered feet just enough to slash at the opposing mech for one last time. The attack landed solidly in the enemy's waist. It tore apart the striker's engines, immobilizing it on the ground right next to the Mist Prowler which just breathed its last. Within the simulation pod, Joshua breathed out as he pulled himself out the intensity of combat. He paid little attention to the remainder of the match. He recalled his previous encounters and relished the stunts he pulled off with the Mist Prowler. His mouth never lost its grin. The Mist Prowler is a worthy mech. I wasn't wrong in trusting that designer. Joshua eventually found out that his team lost the match. In the end, they stayed back too long and let the enemy team run out the clock. It left a bad taste in his mouth, but he quickly regained his composure. There's plenty of other opportunities to make up for my loss. Meanwhile, somewhere else on the planet, Vez looked down at Lucky in concern. "What's the matter, buddy?" The cat tugged at his pants and yowled at him to follow him outside. The mechanical cat usually lounged about on his sofa. Something must have stirred him up really good for him to act so panicked. Vez ran after the cat when it bolted out the doors. He stopped when his feet encountered a metal box. Ouch! After soothing his stubbed foot, he looked down to see Lucky frantically scratching the exterior of the metal box. "Hey now, be careful with that," he said as he picked up the head-sized box. "Let's head inside." After sinking back down the couch, Vez studied the strange box that appeared at his doorstep. He hadn't expected any deliveries to arrive today, and certainly not something that warranted a small but heavy metal box. After knocking his hands over the matte surface, Vez realized the box was not as simple as it looked. His knowledge in metallurgy suggested that the box was a piece of reformed mech armor plating. He turned it around and touched all over its cold surface, only to come up with no way of opening the box. He knew there was something inside because he could feel something clank when he gently shook the container. This isn't meant to be opened with a simple cutter, Vez realized with fascination. Who would go through the trouble of refashioning mech armor into a box that could only be opened with specialized tools? Fortunately, his workshop's tool shed possessed a few tools meant to help with repairs. One of them was a high-intensity thermal cutter that could slowly melt through most mech armor. The only problem was that handling such a tool inexpertly might damage the contents of the box. Maybe I should use a saw instead? But when Vez studied the box further, he realized that using saws came with its own risks. The armor plates weren't simply stacked on top of each other, but were placed in a particular pattern that could cause the entire box to implode and funnel excess kinetic energy to the middle. It was an ingenious security feature that spoke of a great amount of effort in keeping the contents of the box secure. I can't use a saw or a thermal cutter alone. I have to use both. Though there were more advanced tools that could open the box without risk, they were all in the hands of large or rich manufacturers. A nobody like Vez wouldn't be able to afford such extravagance. Therefore, Vez simply prepared his tools and carefully worked on the box with Lucky watching on with hungry eyes. First, he melted the outer portion of the box in a careful pattern. He did not cut a straight line nor did he follow a random route. No, he meticulously followed the optimal route suggested by the armor pattern and slowly peeled off the top armor layer by layer. He continued his work for 2 whole hours before he came upon the final layer. It consisted of a different material that was significantly tougher. If Vez recklessly tried to burn through the last layer, he'd risk scorching the contents. Instead, he left the box in place and let it cool down for a couple of hours. Vez took the time to analyze the samples of the armor plating and scoured the galactic net for any matches. Nothing. This alloy is not publicly available. While the armor was nothing special in terms of its damage resistance, Vez was intrigued by the strange patterns the box used. The maker of the box was either a mech designer or a professional armorer. While Vez made plenty of scans and other observations, he had no starting point in understanding its features. The tech was too advanced or exotic. It might even have alien roots, seeing that the patterns incorporated many strange patterns that resembled alien scripts. After the box had sufficiently cooled down, Vez took up the powered saw and carefully guided it to cut a tiny groove at the edge of the box. He then followed up with a couple of other minor cuts that caused the final layer of the box to suffer a crisscross of narrow indentations. Once Vez applied the final cut, he turned off the saw and put it on the table. With his free hand, he held his hand over the top and firmly pushed against the surface. A series of clicks sounded as the top disintegrated into a mishmash of weird non-Euclidean shapes. It strained his mind when he looked at the many shapes. Somehow, the remnants of the last layer didn't fall down, but instead fell into a series of grooves that turned out to be a sophisticated lock. When the metal pieces all fell into place, the strange lock turned transparent and changed into a fluid. What the? Vez suddenly got knocked aside when Lucky climbed on top of the box. The cat quickly craned down his neck and lapped at the transparent liquid. "What are you doing, Lucky? It might be dangerous." It took a lot of effort for Vez to use his meager strength to pull his deranged cat from the box. The cat yowled excruciatingly and used all of the power packed in its slim body to slip out of his owner's grip and dive right back into the box. When Vez tried to pry off his disobedient cat from the box, he failed to make any progress. The cat practically dug in its claws. "Lucky, don't make me upgrade my strength." Apparently, the gem cat didn't care. By the time Vez managed to pull his cat off, it already closed its eyes in lazy contentment. Vez looked speechlessly at the empty interior of the box before turning his gaze at a selfish cat. Lucky looked so full of himself right now. He even had the audacity to nap in his irate owner's grasp. Vez sighed. With the strange liquid alloy slurped away, he could find no other clue to the providence of the box. While he still had the rest of the open box to play with, it paled in comparison to the strange and magical alloy. It almost seemed as if the alloy moved by itself. "I hope you're happy with your latest meal, because I'm not going to feed you anything until you completely emptied your bowels." Lucky graced the admonishment with a lazy meow before finally falling asleep. Vez sighed, not having the heart to scold his cat any longer. Instead, he put the cat down onto the couch and turned his attention back to the open box. Does it have any other secrets? Chapter 54, Going Out. Vez lacked the advanced equipment necessary to make sense of the open box. The materials incorporated in its construction were intricately exotic in nature, which meant their attributes weren't in any public databases. With only limited measurements to go on, Vez was no closer into figuring out the origin of the box. Even studying the strange patterns the creator of the box had used presented no results. "My starting point is too far behind. I can't make sense of anything even if I have better equipment." From what limited data he could gather, the box came from an extraordinary source. Nothing in the Bright Republic or elsewhere in this star sector could produce something so magical. This is actually an application of modular armor. The realization stunned him. Not for its magical properties, but for the motives the sender of the package held. There was someone out there that kept an eye on Vez. He or she knew about Lucky and came up with a highly unusual material to feed the cat. The unknown observer also knew about the Mist Prowler, for why else would he receive a box made out of modular armor? Who is it? Vez asked himself, worried that his secrets were but open all this time. He obsessively took out a scanning tool and scoured every corner of his workshop for cameras and other spying tools. Nothing. But that left out only one way of spying. His equipment such as his 3D printer and his assembler were second-hand. If someone messed with the intricate machines, Vez had no way of finding out as he wasn't a specialist in designing industrial equipment. Perhaps some spying method had even infiltrated the software he used. This incident reminded him that there were forces out there that could stomp on Vez like a bug. Despite his recent accomplishments, he was still vulnerable to outside manipulation. From what he could gather, the box could only come from two possible sources. It's either the creators of the mech design system or my father. Thinking about his missing dad choked Vez up. He missed Rigel's steady influence. His father was the bedrock in which Vez pulled himself back together and switched his aspirations from piloting a mech to designing them. He couldn't imagine what sort of deeds his father committed in order to get his hands on the priceless system. There's too many secrets involved with the system, Vez reaffirmed, having gotten over the unpleasant implications of receiving this gift. I can't be too complacent. Whoever let the system fall into my hands can easily take it back. He put aside the box and left it in a secure storage area. It wasn't as if he wanted to spend more time, but he could not get any better results in a short time. With a possible order for his Mark Antony arriving soon, Vez wanted to make some quick gains in his skills in order to improve his products. Having just released the Mist Prowler variant in the virtual market, Vez was flush with fresh DP. He quickly acquired the speed-tuning II sub-skill that he had his eye on for a while. The unlocking of knowledge hidden deep within his mind went smoothly as he had experienced the sensation several times before. His mind had definitely adapted to high-density information transfers. His ability to squeeze out more speed from a mech had improved. Speed-tuning mostly looked at optimizing the layout of artificial muscles. With this new perspective, Vez already thought of a couple of ways he could tweak the Mist Prowler's performance. It's not a good idea to go back to my old design. I'm better off designing another variant. While his Mist Prowler was on the market for only a few days, the sales figures looked dismal. The variant's performance was decent, but it cost significantly more than the base model. Most Silver League players settled for something that was good enough instead of throwing their money for the very best machine. What also didn't help was that Vez lacked a firm brand. Not many people opted to put their trust in an unknown designer. A couple of one-star designs under his belt didn't make him stand out at all in the crowded mech market. As Iron Spirit offered many poor designers a viable way of earning money with just a modest amount of investment, the lower end of the virtual market was flooded with cheap mech of questionable quality. I can only slowly build up my brand. None of my mech are crappy if you leave out my first one. All of my designs are mechanically sound and feature unique strengths. Just having a sound design wasn't enough to stand out. He needed to show off real strength. The Mist Prowler was just the first step in his plan. Its exceptional agility and speed as well as its remarkable performance in the later stages of a lengthy match should impress anyone who fought against it. Perhaps the sales of his latest mech might pick up in the coming days. In any case, Vez could not afford to hang back and wait for the market's reactions. With his improved ability to design faster mech, he already envisioned a new project for him to tackle. Still, after having finished a fairly complicated project, Vez wanted to take a day off to relax. He took a last look at a sleeping cat before he locked the workshop and left the premises. His summoned air cab arrived at his doorstep within a minute. After entering the vehicle, Vez activated his comm and looked up his available funds. So far, Vez was left with about 2 million credits in spending money. A much larger portion of money was safely stashed in his bank account, waiting to be spent on major investments in a couple of years. I shouldn't splurge all of my money too quickly. I still need to keep a reserve for any virtual licenses that catches my fancy. He decided to go on a shopping trip. His aircar sped past stately homes and winding parks. Cloudy Curtain might not feature the best weather, but the local residents made up for it by beautifying their neighborhoods. Bright flowers and lively trees dotted the streets as the residents leisurely gossiped with each other or brought their kids out to play. Vez smiled as he looked down at the sights. This was his home. Rittersburg possessed a much greater heritage, and Bentham was the economic center of the Republic. Nonetheless, Cloudy Curtain possessed its own unique charm. Peace was everywhere and one could escape from the wider struggles of the galaxy by settling at one of the planet's many plots of land. Cloudy Curtain was neither too poor nor too rich. If one could name one vice, it was that most residents were rather lazy and unambitious. As a second-generation resident of Cloudy Curtain, Vez was keenly aware of this difference. No other local mech designer would have the guts to start a mech business by themselves. They were too content to go with the flow. "Father, where the hell are you?" Vez sighed again. Reichel Larkinson always behaved as if he was driven, just like the rest of his notable family. The aircar finally touched down at a quiet but upscale commercial street in the center of Freslin. The city was the second largest metropolis on the planet, though in galactic standards it was just a slightly larger town. In any case, the workshop was located in the furthest suburbs of Freslin, so Vez found it much more convenient to travel here rather than the capital on the other side of the planet. His first stop was the local branch of the Senile Ablin Security Solutions. SAS was one of the preeminent security companies in the local star sector. It somehow managed to establish a firm market presence in both the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom. That led to many suspicions, but the Commerce Minister of the Republic himself vouched for the company. As Vez wanted to shore up his workshop's anemic security, he went for the best. You couldn't get any better than SAS. After he stepped inside, an attractive, dark-skinned female attendant walked over. Both of them exchanged handshakes. "Welcome to Senile Ablin, Mr. Larkinson. You can call me Robin. I'm the head security consultant of the Freslin branch. I'll be attending to your needs this afternoon." While Vez was surprised with the woman's age, he was more interested in the mention of his name. "You know who I am? How can we not?" She smiled. "Your face was plastered all over the news a few weeks back when you won silver in Bentham." Vez thought that such a small accomplishment would quickly be forgotten by the masses. Did he underestimate the fame he earned when he achieved second place in the Fusion Cup? "Well, Robin, as you can probably guess, I'm here to invest in security for my business. Can we talk?" "Certainly." After exchanging greetings, the woman led him to a small and richly furnished conference room. Vez took a random seat while Robin sat down a cup of coffee on the table in front of him. The security consultant pressed down the table, allowing a projector to beam a bunch of marketing material in front of him. It listed all the standard services the company provided. As a small business owner, we can offer you a limited selection of services. I doubt your annual revenue surpasses 1 billion bright credits, so we can leave the enterprise solutions off the table. Vez nodded at the sensible selection. I don't intend to scale up my production. My earnings will not be growing dramatically, though I hope it will stay steady. For now, I only hope to make my workshop more secure from spies and burglars. Let alone rogue mech. Right now, any drunkard can climb over my fence. Ah, so you wish to make a major investment into your cybersecurity and a minor investment in perimeter security. Robin lifted a couple of fingers to push away most of the options in the projection. Most of the solutions that remain differ substantially in price. What is your budget? I'd like to start with about 500,000, but with the option of upgrading my choice later on when my business starts to pick up in perhaps a half year or a year. One of the lower-end options dominated the screen. Robin pointed her finger at the most notable features of this package. The Cyber Robo service that we offer can protect your premises both digitally and in reality. We offer a standard suite of hardware and software security solutions to protect your intellectual property from opportunistic virtual attacks. You can always upgrade or downgrade this ongoing service at your leisure. That sounds great. What about protection from outside my doorstep? We can offer you a team of 4 mechanical patrol bots to establish a basic perimeter guard. We cannot offer you direct control over their programming, but we do allow you to designate priorities. You can designate an area that they must guard at all costs, for example. What kind of armament will they carry? The bots are licensed to carry anti-personnel and light anti-vehicle weapons. It won't stop even a light mech, but they can and will shoot down any air cars crashing in your direction. If you happen to upgrade your contract with a couple of million credits, we can augment your guard with a pair of our proprietary arcbots. They possess enough firepower to fend off a light mech long enough for the planetary guard to respond. The options on the table weren't to his satisfaction. Vez wanted a more substantial guard to have some peace of mind. Sadly, he wasn't made of gold, so he had to do with what his budget could withstand. He'll take the basic Cyber Robo option. The T hammered out the details within an hour. Within a week, a couple of technicians and security consultants would visit his workshop and start to implement his chosen security plan. Besides designating a couple of sections of his workshop that he wanted to protect the most, the people of SAS could take care of the rest. Vez left the branch office with a lighter step. Though he spent 500,000 credits in one go, the extra safety he got in return allowed him to ease one worry off his mind. Once my business rises in value, I have to increase my security spending. I can't end up as a fat lamb ready for slaughter. As Vez only recently started his company, he wasn't worth gobbling up. With the system's help, that could change fast. Once his skills improved and his mech designs incorporated a couple of unique strengths, Vez might be inundated with offers. Some of them may not come with kind intentions. Chief among them was Walter's Whalers. As the local bullies of Cloudy Curtain, they took a modest cut out of every company's earnings. They were rather mild as far as gangs went. Cloudy Curtain was just too small for them to squeeze with any force. If they acted too heavy-handedly, then no business would be willing to operate in their territory. Therefore, the next destination of his trip brought him to one of their outposts near Freslin. The dilapidated-looking mech base only serviced a single squad of mech, but Vez didn't underestimate the local organization one bit. A board guard sat right next to the gates, staring at the colorful clouds in the sky. "Hoss there. I'm a new business owner. I'd like to meet with the boss of this place." That perked up the sleepy man. "Oh, so it's money business, eh? You can go straight ahead. I'll call in the little boss." "Little boss?" Confused, Vez stepped inside and walked straight towards the barracks up ahead. Much like the rest of the base, the structure looked as if it had seen better days. Vez thought it likely that the base used to be occupied by the mech corps. The lack of any value extracted from the local star system prompted the Bright Republic to scale down its local presence and allocate their resources to richer planets. After Walter's whalers took over planetary security, they clearly didn't value proper maintenance as much as the Republic's armed forces. Vez even saw a pile of wrecks stuffed in a corner. He lamented the enormous waste. If they hadn't been so exposed to the elements, a designer like himself could salvage much of the parts and cobble up a couple of cheap but functional mech. He already had experience doing so in the Fusion Cup. "Hey, what's up, man?" A hand clapped his back from behind, giving the frail mech designer a fright. He turned around and met his gaze with a handsome blonde that matched his age. The young man looked similar to the elite pilots he encountered in the IT. He wore a sweaty piloting suit, which made it clear the man just finished practice. "I'm Vez Larkinson. Are you the little boss?" "Sure thing. And before you ask, I'm Dietrich, Walter's second son." The man grumbled a bit as he swiped his messy hair. Vez straightened up a little as he realized he was facing a genuine big shot rather than just a sub-boss. Dietrich scanned over his body perceptively and dismissed any potential threats. A skinny guy like Vez could never overpower a trained mercenary. "So you came for business, right?" "Yes. I don't want any misunderstandings to occur between us as my business starts to grow." Dietrich grinned and thumped his chest with his fist. The force behind the casual action could knock Vez right out his feet. "Don't worry, Larkinson, us whalers don't mistreat our own. I'm kind of thirsty right now, so come with me. I know a nice joint that has the best imported drinks in town." Before he knew it, Dietrich dragged Vez to his personal air car. The pimped-out vehicle was some kind of luxury model Vez was not very familiar with, but he appreciated its sleek design. Dietrich didn't engage the autopilot. Instead, he took personal control and raced out of the parking lot with the speed of a missile. The forces alone pushed Vez back into his chair. "Could you please ease off a little? I'm not a pilot." "Oh, sorry about that," Dietrich nonchalantly replied and stopped accelerating. "I got too excited for a moment. I'm meeting up with my sweethearts, you see." No worries." Vez trailed off, wondering what he got himself into. Chapter 55, Protection. After a short trip that went way over the speed limit, the aircar finally landed in a more sleazy part of town. A handful of rollicking potentates wearing pilot suits congregated together on the cracked streets. As for the norms or non-pilots, they all toted some form of gun or rifle on their bodies. Vez was marginally reassured they kept the weapons securely holstered. "Welcome to the whalers' second hangout." The little boss introduced the streets to Vez. "We own the entire neighborhood here. You can get almost anything you want, for the right price. Whether it's chems, girls or games, we've got you covered." "Thanks, but I'm okay," Vez replied simply as he kept his answers short. He was scared that if he said anything more, the pilot might drag him somewhere murkier. Fortunately, Dietrich led Vez into the classiest-looking structure. The nightclub was in its low period due to the daytime hour, but the couple of regulars drinking at the bar showed that it was a favored hangout to the younger generation. A pair of doll-like girls shrieked and left the young pilots they previously curried for favors. "Welcome back, little boss." They greeted him and smooched both sides of his face with kisses. Ha ha ha, hang on for a moment. "Jemri, Caden, this is Vez. Serve something up for him, will ya?" "Sure thing, boss." As the two girls left Dietrich's side and hopped over the bar, a little boss gestured Vez to sit at a stool. When they seated themselves, Dietrich waved at a projector that was showing a news broadcast and changed it to an archived footage of the Fusion Cup. The faces of Vez and Charlotte were clearly displayed as they received their silver medallions. "So, is that you up there?" Vez nodded. He didn't know whether it was a good thing the whalers knew about his recent accomplishment. Fame wasn't always a good thing if it attracted the bad kind of attention. Attracting the eyes of a mercenary gang often led to unsavory paths. "Haha, great." Dietrich laughed and slapped the mech designer's back with the force of a punch. "We finally have our own mech designer. The days where we pilot crappy outdated mech will be history." Vez awkwardly coughed. "I think you overestimate my capabilities. I've only started my business a few months ago. My mech boutique's production volume will remain small as I'm focused on producing high-end mech." That dampened Dietrich's enthusiasm. So you're not setting up a large manufacturing plant on Cloudy Curtain? The cost of doing such a thing is prohibitive. And even if I have the money, without a rep my mech won't sell very well. Vez could see the gears turning in Dietrich's head. Despite his playboy appearance, a little boss was not a wastrel. All right. Understood. It's too much to hope that a major industry will start up in this quiet backwater. Bentham is near enough for most of this planet's needs. Yeah, but anything we buy from there means we have to pay a big cut to the gangs in control of that place. Dietrich took a deep breath. All right, let's change gears. Let's talk about what you can do right now. Are you producing any mech? Only one design so far, based off a last-gen mech. I just completed my first sale a short time ago. When Vez threw the files of his model to Dietrich, a little boss studied the information carefully. He ran over the spec sheet of the Mark Antony with practiced familiarity. The specs are kind of good, and the price is rather decent. Shame it's a last-gen mech though. I won't buy anything last-gen now that the big switch is happening within a decade. I don't have much choice in the matter. I've received the base model as a grant. It's the only way an independent mech designer like me can get a foot in the market. While the Mark Antony's virtual combat footage impressed Dietrich somewhat, he just couldn't get over the outdated technology of the frame. Vez realized that he wouldn't be the only pilot who thought that way. Plenty of his potential customers took longevity into account when they bought a new mech. For the poorer mercs, a mech represented their livelihood for at least 2 decades if they chose their assignments carefully. The only way Vez could tempt these penny pinchers into buying his mech was if he slashed the price. Right, for now, just do your own thing. Dietrich finally said, as if he was ordering a subordinate. When you manage to come up with a more modern design, you should start to pay us back for our generous protection. Don't worry, we won't let any trouble fall in your way in the meantime. Vez was smart enough to read the underlying intentions of that statement. Dietrich's interest in Vez lay more in his mech production capability than his earnings. Walter's Whalers considered him in his workshop as one of their own pretty much, and won't allow any other gang to lay a claim. The offer of protection was not delivered in a sarcastic undertone. Small-time planetary gangs like the Whalers often provided genuine protection to the businesses they held an interest in. It was a way of legitimizing their underground rule and put themselves in the good books of the local government. As to why the Mech Corps didn't kick these gangs off their thrones and took charge of planetary security by themselves? It was impossible to eradicate the criminal underbelly in any civilized settlement. Rather than engage in an endless war of attrition, the Bright Republic decided to tolerate these shady mercenary gangs and let them fight for turf among themselves. As long as they didn't went overboard and caused mass civilian casualties, the government was willing to turn a very blind eye. Naturally, Vez realized such offers of protection came at a cost. He nodded his head at Dietrich. I'll be sure to repay your generosity once I've expanded my business. The pair spent the next hour trying out drinks and chatting with the 2 girls. Well, Dietrich did most of the drinking and flirting. Vez sat at his side trying to sip as little alcohol as possible. Once he finally managed to squirm from the little boss grip, Vez hailed an air car and went straight home. Somehow, Vez lost the mood to hang out in Freslin any further. After returning home to an empty workshop and a sleeping gym cat, Vez sank down his sofa and sighed. It's a good thing I've come with an accord with Walter's Whalers. Unlike mech pilots, a designer like Vez lacked the power to protect himself and his assets. His pathetic physical stats were on full display today when Dietrich casually thumped his body several times. If Dietrich bumped him a little bit harder, Vez would end up with bruises on his body. Mech pilots also had it easier when they needed to leave a planet in a hurry. Their main belongings often consisted of a personal mech and anything they could stuff in their cockpit. They could easily board a passing shuttle or transport and zip away from the star system in a jiffy. As for mech designers, their most valuable assets consisted of heavy, cumbersome industrial equipment. Heavy assets such as a 3D printer and an assembler system often required days of dismantling and repackaging before they were fit for transport. If Vez somehow ran afoul of the Whalers, then he could kiss all of his assets goodbye. Even with the system on his back, restarting from scratch was an impossible task. Just like Lucky, Vez took a deep sleep that night. Unlike the lazy cat, he had to wake up properly next morning. The experiences yesterday had rekindled a fire that drove Vez to reach the top. He received too many reminders that he was still a nobody in the eyes of others. Without improving his skills and getting a few good designs under his belt, Vez could never break the suppression of others. He turned back to the drawing board and envisioned his next design. Ignoring the mist prowler, Vez instead revisited the base model. The octagon design is fairly fast, but it's still limited to the realities of its medium weight class. As an urban hunting mech, the octagon's priorities lay in its agility, not its top speed. While its lighter than usual armor allowed it to run briskly, it did not even come close to any records. What if he made a variant of the octagon that was capable of moving much faster? It'd be a nightmare to all light mech. Light mech boasted unparalleled speed in exchange for thin armor and weak weapons. Though they might strengthen one of the two, it always came in expensive speed. No light mech truly excelled in all three aspects. In comparison, even the lightest medium mech could crush them in terms of weapons and armor. The only reason why medium mech couldn't leverage their advantages properly was that light mech often outran any opponents coming after them. Light mech always held the initiative in a skirmish. If a medium mech was able to catch up to a light mech, the tables would turn. However, not everyone could make such a miracle possible. A medium mech possessed a baseline amount of weight. If the mech internal frame, engines and power reactor got any weaker, then they couldn't even be called medium mech anymore. At best, their performance resembled light mech so much that they'd effectively be one. What Vez had in mind was to design a mech with enough speed to close the distance with light mech while still maintaining some of the advantages of a heavier weight class. Thus, Vez opted not only for weight reduction, he also wanted to look into short-term burst acceleration methods. The only way a medium mech can catch up to a light one is if it has an auxiliary mobility module. Flying was the easiest and also laziest solutions. Designing a medium flying mech came with so many considerations that Vez might get overwhelmed. Besides, the octagon's advantages worked best on the ground. Looks like I can only turn 2 boosters. Vez concluded, and visited the booster section in the virtual market. Iron Spirit offered a decent variety of boosters in the 2-star range. Plenty of Wild 8 inventors came up with booster systems. Not all of them worked as well as their makers had thought. Vez could choose from a lot of cheap but crappy systems, or fork out some serious dough for something that actually worked out decently in the battlefield. Boosters generally came in 2 variants. The slow burners used up energy in a more efficient way. While they were unable to provide a high amount of thrust, any mech that incorporated these boosters enjoyed a substantial reduction in travel time. The fast burners on the other hand worked in the opposite way. They provided a substantial amount of thrust, but placed very high demands on the kind of fuels they consumed. They were much more expensive to start, but sometimes a sufficient amount of speed trumped all other considerations. Vez thought the same. He settled for a run-of-the-mill fast-burning booster system for 150,000 credits. While the Subomi Accelatron A2W got stuck with one of the worst names for a booster system, but delivered a respectable amount of speed. The only downside to the system was that it guzzled up a lot of high-energy fuels and lasted only for a short time before the system engaged its forced cooling cycle. Nonetheless, a smart pilot who engaged his boosters at the right moment could easily overtake an overconfident light mech. Now that I've bought the boosters, let's see how I need to accommodate the frame. The boosters were only responsible for closing the distance after spotting an enemy light mech. What could give the octagon a more durable way of moving fast was to pull the oldest trick in the book. You'll have to shed some weight off the frame. A clever choice of reducing weight could make the octagon retain most of its effectiveness while making it substantially faster. However, such a thing was not that easy to do. The designers of the base model already worked hard in offloading excess weight. For Vez to do it again meant he'd have to make some trade-offs. First, the armor could use some trimming. If I want to save weight and maximize the utility of my variant's armor, then I should stick with the stock armor instead of opting for the more exotic modular armor. The default armor the octagon sported served its purposes well enough. Vez only needed to do some tweaking to its armor design in order to emphasize the speed aspect. While it was nice to increase the mech speed once it accumulates more damage, if the armor had already shrunk a bit, a modular system somewhat lost its purpose. I can also do something about the energy cells. I can exchange the mech high endurance for something else. He sketched a new energy storage scheme where he cut off a couple of cells in order to make space for the boosters. Some energy cells provided the specialized fuels for the new system. Now we'll have to place the boosters in a couple of good locations. You couldn't just slap a few boosters in a few random spots and call it a day. A badly placed booster could easily unbalance or even topple over a mech. Vez chose to employ 6 of the acceletrons and place them somewhat evenly onto his new design's back. He could figure out the precise placements later with the help of the system's tools. What should I do with the mech agility? Does the octagon need to keep its limbs nimble and flexible? It was not necessary for a light mech hunter to possess exceptional agility. Merely speed and power was enough for such mech to smash light mech into pieces. Nevertheless, the number one strength of the octagon was its enormous range of motion. If Vez eliminated this aspect entirely, he'd end up with variant that lost its roots to the base model. The decisions involved with this aspect paralyzed him for a time. Chapter 56, Streak of Red Speed changed a lot of things when applied differently to mech. A heavy mech that weighed many tons treated speed like rare animals. Even if their engines doubled in size, the effective increase in speed only amounted to just a dozen%. Most heavy mech didn't bother with increasing their speed. On the other hand, a light mech normally lived for speed. Designers often clenched their teeth when they traded off little bits of speed for additional weapons and armor. They often considered this exercise the most painful one imagined, akin to pulling out one's teeth. Vez felt as if his entire jaw ached as he firmly cut off portions that made the octagon strong in the first place. He carefully removed bits of armor here and there while thinning other portions. By the time 5 days had passed, Vez looked bloodshot at a mech that appeared about 30% thinner than usual. I can't do this anymore. I've practically skinned this octagon to the bone. I can hardly call it a medium mech now. The new variant's armor took a substantial hit. Though it gained a generous boost in speed and agility in return, it ceased to be a frontline unit. It lacked both the endurance and armor to compete against regular frontline mech. The only thing about the armor scheme he left adopted from the Mist Prowler was incorporating a bit of flexi-plate around the joints and fittings. The flexible armor weighed relatively little, and the joints only required a handful of armor to cover up against most incidental damage. While it wouldn't survive a direct blast, it was better than nothing. Now, for the boosters. As Vez wanted his light mech hunter to close the distance to their prey in one giant dash, he opted to utilize 6 boosters instead of less. Though it consumed a lot of fuel, all but the lightest armed mech were in the variant's grasp. The exact placement of the boosters was kind of tricky. As mech emulated a human running form, they varied the alignment of their backs when doing different activities. While keeping the back upright was the most efficient way to move in simple runs, most mech often had to move under enemy fire. The very human tendency to bend forward and keep your head down was a very natural reaction, but one that also stood in the way of good booster management. Though the nozzles came with a limited range of movement, they could only do so much work. What Vez intended to do was to embed his 6 boosters in a simple rectangular pattern onto the back. While he could have used more complicated shapes such as a pentagon with a middle booster or a hexagon without one, such designs fared poorly when damaged. He put the placement of the boosters around the center of gravity, with a slight downward shift. This subtle effect caused the mech to tilt a little upwards when the boosters burned at full force. Vez aimed to achieve such an effect so that the mech could traverse forwards with lighter footsteps, making it easier to go over uneven terrain. If he went the opposite direction and allowed the boosters to push the mech downwards, then they gave it a much better grip. This let the mech take sharper turns at the cost of a reduced speed and increased stresses on the frame. While better control over the direction is nice, it's not worth it if my mech loses too much speed. Since the priority is to close the distance from point A to point B as fast as possible, then it's better to go for straight-line acceleration. In essence, Vez turned his variant into a rocket. One that was really good for flying in a somewhat straight line and nothing else. He figured the mech should have enough grip to make last-second turns in case its target abruptly dodged. Once he finished working on the boosters, he took a step back and looked at his light mech killer. While it should largely function as envisioned, Vez thought it lacked a certain punch. The Octagon's default spear looks kind of skinny. The spear was meant for opportunistic stabbings when the Octagon moved wildly from side to side. In order to facilitate penetration, the shape of the spear was as thick and pointy as possible. Overall, it looked like an oversized toothpick. Such a slim design did not fit with his current design. If his mech engaged its boosters and caught up with the light mech, the incredible momentum behind its spear thrust could easily lose control over its weapon by over-penetrating the opening blow. Not only would the spear sink into deep, the damage was also limited as most of the damage was concentrated in a small area instead of being spread out from the point of impact. Letting the spear keep its current shape wasted a perfectly good opportunity to deal a hammering blow. He edited the spear's design to make the shaft sturdier and the spear point a little broader. Now that Vez applied these quick changes, the spear was able to transfer kinetic energy better at the moment of impact. The variant design now neared its completion. Still, Vez thought it lacked a certain amount of presence. Right now, it merely looked like an overly slimmed-down medium mech. He did not want to give his variant a wimpy appearance. Aesthetics mattered. Plenty of mech with mediocre specifications got sold every day due to looking good. I forgot to include the festive cloud generator as well. Vez really liked the effect of the cloud generator. Not only did it add a little flair, it also acted as a badge for his home planet. Other pilots from Cloudy Curtain should instantly recognize what he had done, and were hopefully more inclined to buy his virtual mech as a result. In his view, he had two choices to place his cloud generator. The most distinct features of his variant was its boosters and its spear. If I place the cloud generator on the back, it'd be kind of boring. It also draws needless attention to the rear. The last thing I want to do is place a psychological suggestion that enemies should focus on attacking its back. Instead, he turned to the rather interesting challenge of incorporating the cloud generator in a spear. Vez made some estimates and found that it was possible if he chose the slimmest cloud generator. He could incorporate the main generator in the handle of the spear without affecting the spear's front integrity. However, the spear wouldn't look very cool if the butt end of the spear released vapor. So Vez edited the spear's design again and led a small and narrow line from the back of the spear all the way to the front. The integrity of the spear wasn't affected too much if the tunnel was carved in the middle of the shaft. He added a number of small exhausts right behind the spearhead. Inspired by the unique look of a certain style of ancient spears, Vez dyed the vapor in a bright red color. Backdropped by the black spear and silver chrome mech, the red should make for a powerful contrast when the machine charged forward. Kind of like a knight, though a poorly armored one at that. When Vez inputted his mech in a couple of simulation, he found himself impressed. The mere addition of that streak of red dramatically enhanced the presence of the mech. When the machine charged forward with its boosters employed to their maximum, the mech resembled an unstoppable meteor. It was a much more flattering look than the unstable rocket-like appearance the action previously resembled. In order to enhance this illusion, Vez coated the mech frame with a couple of colorful red streaks. The additional touch also distinguished his new variant from the base model, so people wouldn't confuse it with a regular Octagon. I think that's it. Well, system, what do you think? Design evaluation, Speed Demon. Variant name, O225CS Speed Demon. Base model, Octagon O225C. Original manufacturer, Globelster Corporation. Weight classification, Extreme Medium Light. Recommended role, Anti-Light Mech. Armor, D+. Carrying capacity, F. Aesthetics, B. Endurance, C. Energy efficiency, C. Flexibility, A. Firepower, E. Integrity, C. Mobility, A. Spotting, D+. X Factor, E. Deviance, 30%. Performance improvement, 7%. Cost efficiency, 14%. Overall evaluation, the Speed Demon provides an alternative piloting style that does not fully live up to its concept. Too much performance has been sacrificed in order to achieve the desired speed and impact damage. You have received 5 design points for completing an original design. You have received 100 design points for designing a mech with a trace of X factor. Shit. The Speed Demon, as he named it, did not perform as well as he envisioned. While it differed drastically from the base model, it did not offer a superior performance if comparing their respective performances in the battlefield. In other words, the Speed Demon was different, not better. Having come off from designing the Mist Prowler with a small but clear improvement in performance, Vez thought he let himself down. I shaved off too much armor. In hindsight, I should have picked a more appropriate armor system that performs better when applied thinly. Vez wanted to avoid spending more of his dwindling credits than he already had, so he declined to purchase yet another system. The boosters were bad enough. If he kept spending his credits like a garden hose, he'd quickly end up broke to the point where he needed to draw some cash from his piggy bank to make up for the shortfall. Even the X Factor is a little weaker than in my last mech. He already felt as if this aspect wasn't as good as his last one. Vez clearly enjoyed designing the formidable and unique-looking Mist Prowler. The challenges he faced in forming and optimizing its modular armor scheme were fulfilling. In comparison, the Speed Demon was more of an exercise in frustration. He gnawed his teeth many times trying to find a way to shed weight without paying too much for the loss. The negative emotions must have influenced the intent he put into his design. All in all, Vez learned a lesson with his latest design. He shouldn't bite off more than he could chew if he wanted to earn lots of DP. Still, I learned quite a bit from this experience. I've gained a much better appreciation of the difficulties involved in forcibly increasing the speed of a mech. Despite the disappointing performance of the mech, it worked well enough to be put on the virtual market. Like all his designs, Vez priced the Speed Demon as low as possible without making a loss. As he wanted to maximize his DP gains, he gave up on making any credits from the sales of his mech in Iron Spirit. My second commission should be coming soon. I wonder how long Marcella plans to wait before passing me another order. He could only be patient and trust his broker to pull through with her search for clients. So far, from what he heard, the Phoenix Cry acquitted itself well in its first real combat operation. At the very least, Captain Carruthers hadn't called back and hollered his ears off. The mech was technically sound. A week had passed during the time Vez designed the Speed Demon. That was enough time for Vez to receive his scheduled security upgrades. A number of heavily armed shuttles bearing the markings of Senile Lapland Security Services arrived from Freslin to his workshop. Technicians, security experts and many loading bots debarked from the vehicles and started unloading their gear. Robin greeted Vez at his doorstep. "Your cyber robo package has arrived. We'll be taking around a day to set it all up. Do we have permission to scan your workshop and dive into your software? If you wish to keep some files confidential, I can give you time to make backups. You've already done so. Feel free to take apart my computers. Just put them back together when you're done." In truth, Vez kept pretty much all of his sensitive design files in his Mech Designer system. While he was pretty much putting all of his eggs in one basket, at least he had full control over it at all times. Under the watchful eye of Vez, the experts of the SAS went to work with care. While the loader bots started to place sensors, electric fencing and other nifty gadgets, the human personnel scoured the workshop for any nefarious devices. "Our team reports nothing untoward has been detected so far, Mr. Larkinson." That lifted a weight off his back. That's reassuring. He was not in the clear yet. When the experts finished scanning the rooms and hallways, they started to inspect his gear. His computer terminal where he did most of his virtual work was taken apart. The computer expert carefully scanned each and every chip, cable and even the screws. Then he put it back together and started the terminal up. Using his own specialized software, he carefully dug deep within the terminal's data. "You've detected a couple of dormant vulnerabilities," the expert said. "You've taken care of them all." Vez wasn't too worried about that. He only used his terminal to perform research and access Iron Spirit's market interface. Any hacker who got into his computer system could only read his browsing history. As for using his account to log into Iron Spirit, the game didn't allow anyone to log in without a second process of verification, such as a neural pattern scan. Vez left the computer nerd to his work and instead visited the main work hall. Most of the security experts were present here. With the help of their own disassembly bots, they took the 3D printer and assembler apart. They tediously went over each part and noted any abnormalities. So far, the only deviations from the standard that they found could be chalked to wear and tear. A pair of other computer experts scoured the software of the systems for any irregularities. Fortunately, they found nothing serious. The only problems they found were non-standard repairs for broken parts and a few odd software tweaks that raised performance at the risk of more malfunctions. These modifications were left from the previous owner of the machines. As they didn't intentionally sabotage the complex machines, Vez opted to keep them as they were. He only planned to keep them for a decade at most. Chapter 57, Ominous Warnings. As Miss Robin from the SAS supervised the work, she also approached Vez for a talk. As a mech designer, when do you think we will switch to the next generation? Taken aback by the question, Vez needed a moment to think through his answer. It won't happen too soon. We can milk our current generation for at least 10 years. We mech designers don't like to see the value of our work plummet before we extracted as much value out of it as possible. I'm sure the big manufacturers are colluding to keep this generation alive as long as possible. The security consultant nodded. That fits with our internal assessment. However, the new technologies employed by the advanced states have already leaked out a little bit. We do not believe the mech industry can stand in the way to progress very long. Why are you asking about this? Are you planning to upgrade your security hardware? For sure, and more besides that. You may not have heard about this seeing as you're young, but the mech and security markets are at their busiest just before the generational switch. That sounded strange to Vez. Why is that so? The new mech aren't out yet. Why waste their money on goodies that will just turn last gen a few years later? A smirk appeared on Robin's narrow face. Oh, they aren't investing in new equipment, they are draining their existing stock as they wage wars and engage in high-risk ventures. Consider this. When was the last time the Vija Kingdom and the Bright Republic went to war? That was about 30 years ago. Right when? Oh, 30 years ago was roughly a decade before the switch to the current generation. The war between both nations were by all accounts brutal, though both sides tried to minimize battles near large population centers. Mech pilots, support troops and logistical personnel suffered the most casualties in that war. The worst thing about the war was that it ended inconclusively, just like all the previous wars between the two local rivals. A few planets changed hands and a couple of small cities got wiped off the map. The Bright Republic got a little worse off than the Vija Kingdom, but that didn't prevent the Republic from touting that they held the line against the foreign aggressors. As a friend in the industry, I advise you to keep your eyes peeled. The impending conflict might not escalate into a war between states, but you will see plenty of provocations and reprisals in the news. I'm sure the SAS will be exceptionally busy during the coming times, and so will you. If it comes to it, you might find yourself drafted. That sounded like his worst nightmare. If Vez got pulled away from his workshop, he could not generate any revenue or earn DP. While there were several provisions built into his contracts that allowed him to pause some aspects if the draft came for him, it still didn't leave him with much choice. If he came back years later with no money to invest in new equipment, he'd be stuck with obsolete assets that generated almost no value. Luckily, I've been awarded with a privileged status. The government shouldn't treat me too poorly. Robin looked at him with a skeptical eye. Don't think you can get a free pass with your award. On the contrary, the bureaucrats value privileged citizens even more. They get assigned to the highest priority missions, which can be good or bad for you. The pay and conditions you receive are generous, but the risks of getting caught under fire is very likely. Vez already gulped at those words. He wasn't cut out to fight. He had given up his dream of becoming a mech pilot long ago and had fully adjusted to a civilian mentality. Give him a gun and he'd be liable to shoot off his foot. He also realized he was out of touch with the core Larkinson family. He'd bet Melinda and the other serving pilots in the family already knew about this. Perhaps Melinda assumed he knew as well. The people of Senile Aplin packed up their gear when they finished beefing up the security. Vez eagerly said goodbye to Robin and her people as they boarded their much emptier shuttles and flew back to Freslin. Though the people hadn't found anything egregiously wrong, it might happen any time in the future once he built up a name. Speaking of which, when will Marcella deliver the next order? In the week since he sold his first Mark Antony, he came to enjoy spending money. He wished the Expillet-turned-saleswoman would work a little faster in managing his sales. He didn't agree to give her a 20% commission for nothing. Does she even want the money? He declined to pick up his calm and color personally. It indicated a lack of trust and an abundance of insecurity on his part. Wait another week. What should I do now? His disappointing result from his last design put him in a bad mood. As Vez realized the importance of maintaining a positive outlook when designing a mech, he needed to spend some time doing something else in order to regain his cheer. A mech designer is much like an artist in that aspect. He figured as he looked over Lucky as the cat still slept like a log. If we're not in the mood, we'll always be creating a work that misses the mark. Everyone considered mech design to be an intricate craft. Though the big transgalactic corporations turned the industry into a mass market, small independent designers still had a chance to compete with the help of the Mech Trade Association. Speaking of the MTA, I never really looked into them when I started my business. Perhaps they have some advice for me and my situation. As Vez had an abundance of free time, he skipped the terminal and instead hailed a aircab to Orinoco, the capital of Cloudy Curtain. The trip lasted a couple of hours due to the time it took to travel from one side of the planet to the other side. If Vez was in a hurry, he could pay for a trip on an entry-re-entry shuttle, but the expense wasn't worth it if it only shaved off an hour of travel time. Having visited the MTA before during his first certification, a receptionist greeted him without fanfare. "Mr. Larkinson, how may I help you? I've been in the business a few months but I'm not entirely familiar with the norms and regulations surrounding mech design and production. Could you have someone guide me with the information that would be most useful to a beginner like me?" The receptionist pursed her lips. "That is a highly unusual request for our branch. The advisors in Bentham are much more equipped to address your needs. Hang on for a moment, I'll check with my manager." After a short wait, the receptionist came back. "The administrative director would like to meet you in his office." He expressed some interest in Cloudy Curtain's first mech producer. Vez agreed to the request. He figured talking with someone who could call himself a director knew a thing or two about the traditions of the mech industry. "Am I meeting with Ryan Baldwin again?" No. Mr. Baldwin is the officer in charge of combat operations. He's the military leader of our branch." "Got it." Led by the receptionist, he entered the lift and rode it to the top of the office building. He exited to a clean and elegant-looking hall. The enormous room took up the entire top floor, and was replete with windows and artwork. Every single nuance of design spoke of privilege and superiority. "Don't mind the decor." An elderly voice came from the luxurious chair at the other end of the giant office. "It sometimes pays to impress the locals, but I'm sure I don't need to awe you with our association's prestige." As Vez was not entirely a country bumpkin, he quickly shrugged off the oppressive atmosphere. He had seen much worse when he studied in Rittersburg. The capital planet of the Republic reeked of elitism. Compared to his experiences there, the MTA director's office clearly appeared sober and tasteful. Vez took a seat in the only available chair. He felt like the little schoolboy summoned in front of the principal for lecturing. "So you are the young man who bravely started a mech business in Cloudy Curtain. Curious. Can I ask you why you founded your business here rather than in a more developed planet?" He took deep breath and spoke evenly. "The tax incentives are very attractive here. This is my home, and I'm familiar with the planet. Bentham is a strange place that I've only stepped foot in once, so I was not inclined to join their crowded mech market. Besides, shipping between the two planets is fast and doesn't cost too much. I'm rather surprised more businesses haven't taken advantage of the friendly business climate here. It is because Cloudy Curtain is naked and vulnerable." The administrator spoke as he finally turned around to face Vez. His white-bearded visage gave the distinguished man an authoritative air. From his accent and appearance, he clearly came from a more advanced human state. "The best security this dirtball of a planet can offer is a bunch of criminal mercenaries who are more proficient in drinking themselves to stupor than fending off a serious pirate attack." The director had a point. As the public port of the Republic, the Mech Corps regarded its security very highly. His cousin Melinda was just one in many thousands in the planetary guard. No troublemaker could kick up a storm and get away with it for long. As for Cloudy Curtain, perhaps a rogue mercenary gang could easily wipe out Freslin and have plenty of time to escape before the authorities got their asses in gear. I haven't thought about that, sir, Vez plainly admitted, though he sounded a touch defiant. I'm not moving my business, though. My mech boutique is tiny. It's not worth robbing. The older man smiled at him. You have a backbone at least. That is good. Those who bend too easily in adversity do not make good entrepreneurs. Since you are worth my time, you can call me Justin Chandler. Leave out director or sir. Yes, Mr. Chandler. Vez replied politely. He relished the chance to question a senior official of the MTA. I have a couple of questions. Do you mind if I can ask them? Ask away. First, do you know any way of obtaining a production license cheaper than what's available on the open market? Chandler shook his head. There are ways, but none that apply to you. Through shortcuts, connections and improper methods, many mech designers have gotten their hands on these licenses. I believe that you yourself have received a couple of old production licenses as grants. Once or twice is okay. But don't base your business model around these easy licenses. A successful designer must stand on their own feet and create a completely original design to achieve a lasting presence in the market. The old man made sense, Vez thought. But what about component production licenses? They still cost hundreds of millions of credits. Is that much? I don't think so. I don't have insight in your accounting, but I am rather sure that this sum won't be a problem for you to acquire. You need to put in the hard work and keep up at it diligently. If you are a good designer, your earnings will reflect that. If you are at a point where you are constantly worrying about being able to pay for licenses and upgrades, then you are just not good enough. The advice sounded harsh, but true. If Vez was any random mech designer, he might have been cowed. With the assurance of the system, Vez knew he'd outgrow his novice mech designer status any day. He was very confident of his future. You're right. I shouldn't worry too much about it. I've only achieved one mech sale so far, but I expect that my sales will pick up. Perhaps I will make a couple of other variants that will enhance my earnings. As long as you are not at the end of your rope, you have many opportunities to achieve success. Vez turned to his next question. All of my resources come from the MTA's internal market. I'm paying out of my nose for the raw materials required to produce a mech. I've been wondering if you can help me connect with a few suppliers to reduce my expenses. You will not attract any fixed suppliers at your scale. Chandler shook his head again. Unless you have formidable backing or an excellent referral, do not dream of negotiating better terms. The upstream industries think and operate on a scale unimaginable by your standards. A one-man startup like yours does not even qualify a second's worth of attention of their sales department. So it's impossible for me to get more favorable prices anywhere? That is not true. You can look closer and look at the local industries in Cloudy Curtain and the surrounding star provinces. This region is poor and undeveloped, which means that most of the local mining and processing is done by small and medium enterprises, family businesses and cooperatives. The relative negotiating power between the two of you will be a lot less skewed. That could work out, though I won't be able to source the more exotic resources from local suppliers. I can send you a list of references to approach some of these suppliers. I'm sure my name will open some doors for you. The favor Director Chandler bestowed to him was substantial. Vez was deeply appreciative of the gesture. Thank you, Mr. Chandler. That is something I've always racked my brains about. Receiving your reference helps me avoid a lot of pitfalls. The two discussed a lot of other, minor topics. Vez and Chandler went over issues such as the production of munitions, bad idea, the cost of insurance, way too much, what to do when getting drafted, demand postponement of debt and any other time-sensitive issues, and more. The conversation was productive. While Chandler rarely gave out an answer that satisfied Vez, the fog in front of his mech designer career had parted a little. He no longer became mystified when faced with certain questions. At the end of the meeting, Chandler sent a couple of useful books to his mail. It pays to read up on the relevant laws. Always remember that mech designers invent killing machines, not glamorous toys. Although it does not look like it, we of the MTA take a very dim view to any mishandling of dangerous weapons. Vez gulped at that last warning. Understood. I will be sure to treat my physical products seriously. Oh, I'm not worried about you. Instead, I'd keep a closer eye on your friends and associates if I were you. Whether the advice was of any use in the future or not, Vez didn't know. He said goodbye to the insightful director and slowly left the opulent office. The director kept his sagely eyes on the young designer as he entered the lift and rode it back to the ground floor. Chapter 58, Profligate. Lucky finally woke up the day after Vez visited the MTA. The cat appeared to slink in a satisfying manner, as if he ate the biggest fish in the universe. Vez gave his pet the stink eye. So, you got anything to say? Meow. The cat acted cute and brushed its smooth body against his legs. Vez let go of his irritation and just picked up the cat and hugged him in his arms. It was easy to forgive the loss as he never really owned the strange material in the box to start with. He suspected the advanced alloy may have been meant for Lucky in the first place. Do you feel the need to go to the litter box? Strangely enough, even after a couple of hours the cat never visited the toilet or his backyard. Vez picked up his cat again and inspected his body closely. Lucky still looked and weighed the same. He started to doubt whether anything really changed. Did the cat just eat a bunch of priceless alloys because it tasted good? He fed Lucky his usual meal of minerals and let it go out and play. Vez still had work to do. His harvest from the MTA mainly consisted of directions. He did not gain much knowledge, but he did gain avenues for further study, as well as a couple of books. He went over the 3 electronic books sent to his mail account. The 3 books all consisted of introductions to the laws concerning the production and use of mech. The books appeared to be prepared by the MTA to give out to young mech pilots and mech designers, so the level of jargon and the depth of topics remained fairly shallow. It was the perfect set of books for Vez to familiarize himself with the laws around mech beyond the brief lessons he received from his days in college. The first book revolved around the most important laws that govern the use of mech in human space. It detailed the history just after the invention of mech about 400 years ago, and explained how human space grew more chaotic with this advancement in warfare. The main point this chapter conveyed was that mech made war easier. The ability of all human states to wage war increased substantially because mech packed more firepower and mobility while requiring relatively less maintenance than other unit types such as planes, tanks and infantry. It gave smaller nations a chance to stir up trouble against their larger neighbors, but it also allowed these behemoths to crush rebels thoroughly by flattening everything in their way with ease. War between the human states intensified, with conflicts happening up to 5 times more than before the invention of mech. It led to a lot of suffering among the poor. Something needed to be changed. Naturally, as the book was published by the MTA, it predictably presented it as the savior of mankind. With hardly any explanation of how it came about, the MTA splashed onto the scene with powerful mech and warships and suppressed the most gruesome conflicts with an even bloodier fist. Quickly, all the smaller human states got cowed while the larger nations negotiated treaties. The MTA firmly established itself as the arbiter of human conflict. The rest of the book introduced all the major laws the MTA enforced with vigor. From the prohibition on the use of starships in internal human conflict, to the abolishment of nuclear, biological and chemical weapons, pretty much all weapons capable of inflicting mass harm were limited to external defense against aliens. The only thing that really remained untouched were mech. Vez found it peculiar why the MTA focused so much on promoting mech and the technology behind it. They not only encouraged its use in wars, they also supported the industry behind it with licensing laws and certification services. The MTA single-handedly changed human civilization to worship mech. For what? He asked, and was pretty sure he was not alone in asking this question. Spaceships remained the kings of power projection. What use was dominating the surface of a planet when even a mid-sized ship could bombard a hard-won location from above? The warships and the spacers serving on them were the real heroes of humanity. These invisible but vital servicemen defended the borders of human space against alien aggression every day. Yet hardly any day went past in the news without the mention of this mech or that mech. Many mech pilots stood out from the crowd and even became stars. As for warships, well, Vez could not recall a single name of a person who served on a spaceship. Even the other Larkin sons who all prided themselves as a martial family never got involved in the Navy. He eventually shrugged as he finished the book. I'm sure there's a story behind it all. The second book surprisingly dealt with the mech laws in the Greater Terran United Confederation. As a first-rate human superstate, it wielded a disproportionate amount of military power. On paper, it looked like an invincible giant that could treat all outside attacks as pinpricks. Reality proved many times that they often got the short end of the stick when battling against their eternal rivals. The new Rubarth Empire smashed the Confederation's nose time and time again. The simplest explanations to this occurrence always emphasize the Empire's centralization versus the Confederation's feudal-like power structure. The real answers involved more than merely governance. As the oldest human alliance, the Confederation always consisted of a gathering of smaller substates. Though they were capable of uniting somewhat against an external aggressor, they spent most of their time and energy overcoming their local rivals. In a way, what happened inside the Confederation's borders pretty much mirrored what was happening outside. The Terran Confederation's planets and star systems were all fairly old. Lots of people lived there from generation to generation. The cities there not only reached up to the top of the atmosphere, they also dug in many reaches deep into the ground. You could imagine any conflict that would break out in such a densely populated environment resulted in a devastating loss of life. As the Terrans tried and failed to curb the widespread use of mech to settle grudges and the like, they finally came together and figured out a compromise. The entire way of waging internal war turned from an unholdsbarred total war into a more gentlemanly way of duels and limited engagements. In short, each star system designated one empty planet or sometimes moon as the system's control area. The entity that controlled the entire planet had legitimate authority over the entire star system. For example, the ancient entity that ruled over the birthplace of mankind fortified a planet called Pluto. They made an agreement with the entire Confederation that so long as they held this tiny planet, they were entitled to rule over Earth, Mars, Venus, Mercury and the other ancestral planets without any contention. They managed to do so since the founding of the treaty that set these rules. Naturally, not all of these so-called system rulers managed to withstand the test of time. Many weaker parties got kicked off from their designated defense planet, leading to a change in administration for those respective star systems. In practice, almost nothing changed for the commoners. Warfare got gentrified, and most of the damage and suffering got limited to the military and aristocratic classes. At the end of the read, Vez found the structure to be enlightening. Though the Terrans warped war beyond all recognition, the damage that resulted from any conflict was fairly minimal. It allowed the Terrans to preserve the majority of its strength while leaving some outlets for local rulers to vent their expansionist urges. It's good for the commoners, but I can't say it has done any good for their national culture. The image the people of other states had of the Terrans was that they were rich, lazy and decadent. They wasted so much wealth on senseless pastimes such as playing golf with asteroids or racing in flimsy shuttles in spitting distance to a sundae. Vez closed the second book and turned to the final one. It did not discuss the major laws of the new Rubarth Empire or the Bright Republic, but instead was a more practical summary of what mech designers had to watch out for. He already knew most of the contents inside, such as not incorporating someone else's technology without procuring a license and such. Still, the book also explained some things Vez was not aware of its existence. For example, the laws concerning the hiring of personnel. Mech designers were entitled to certain privileges that made them kings in their own workshops. They could impose all kinds of restrictions to their personnel, especially their mech technicians. Strict rules existed against leaking proprietary know-how that formed the basis of a mech designer's competitive advantage. It came to the point where mech technicians and junior mech designers had to choose their employer carefully. A rotten boss could use all kinds of means to pin an employee with a crime. Vez realized he potentially avoided a calamity when he declined to work from the lower rungs of a larger mech corporation. If he got lucky, he could learn all kinds of tricks under a more experienced designer. But if his luck was lousy, his boss could treat him like a slave and get away with it. Even in the Bright Republic, which prided itself as a bastion of civilization in this barren star sector. The circumstances mech technicians had to face were very tough. Only the technicians from the Mech Corps and from the more generous mercenary corps enjoyed substantial rights. It's all about squeezing the maximum amount of value out of their employees. Only the most talented and the most connected get promoted. The rest have to toil for their entire lives in the same position. That was reality in a universe where automated production with bots and AIs took care of most of the heavy lifting. The MTA already did its best to encourage smaller artisan mech manufacturers to find their footing in this cutthroat industry. Vez finished the final book at the end of the day. Though his ability to design and fabricate a mech hadn't improved, his comprehension of the workings of the universe deepened. He learned more about the rationale behind some rules and was able to adjust his future direction in light of new information. He went to sleep and digested the knowledge. The next day, Vez received some good news. The second order for his Mark Antony finally arrived. Marcella contacted Vez directly for a talk. Your newest client is someone special. Special in what way? Marcella looked as if she was constipated. He's the grandson of the majority shareholder of the Ricklin Corporation. While he has more than enough money to spend around, he has posed quite a few demands. You will need to be flexible and do your best to accommodate his requests if you wish to keep him as a client. That sounded completely opposite to his first client, who had a practical use for his mech. The Ricklin Corporation was the Bright Republic's main manufacturer of low-end processor chips. Practically every cheap bought and household machine featured a chip from Ricklin. While the profit margins of these chips were minuscule, the sales volume was gigantic. The shareholders of the Ricklin Corporation practically sat on a gold mine that churned out billions of credits in dividend each year. As a descendant of such a rich family, this new client should have very peculiar requests. Fabricating a customized mech for a rich second-generation brat was not what Vez had in mind when he got into the mech business. Still, money was money, and the customer was king. I understand. I suppose he wants to meet me? Right. You'll have to take a trip to Bentham. I've taken care of all the scheduling and reservations. If you aren't occupied with anything, I'd like you to embark on the next inter-system shuttle. I can leave for Bentham immediately. Vez quickly packed up a bunch of clothes and some other knickknacks. He called out Lucky and together they boarded a priority shuttle that swiftly brought them to the spaceport. As Marcella already booked him on a priority flight, Vez had no trouble getting on board a small, luxury transit shuttle. It was a medium-sized passenger vehicle that regularly shipped businessmen and well-off tourists from Cloudy Curtain to Bentham and back. Though Vez looked a little out of place among the throng of middle-aged men and women, he casually leaned back against his comfortable seat and activated the projector in front of him to distract himself from the space flight. Lucky hung on his shoulder, sleeping yet again, a lazybones. He decided to dig up some news about his upcoming client and the Ricklin Corporation. The Ricklin Corporation listed in the top 50 of the Bright Republic Stock Exchange. Its profits were stable by maintaining an efficient production system that offered barely functional chips at bargain basement prices. Though other competitors offered much higher quality in their lineups, the Ricklin Corporation practically ruled the bottom segment of the market, which was also the biggest slice of the pie. With huge sales volume and an immense revenue, who cared if the profit margins were thin? Even the occasional stories of bad quality control and catastrophic failures in certain devices that use the Ricklin chip failed to stop the company's dominant market position in the Republic. The founders and largest shareholders of this company was the Ricklin family. Though they lent their name to the company they founded, they lost control of the board of directors when an incompetent family head squandered away a big portion of his family's shares. It happened during the last war between the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom, so there was definitely a murky story behind it all. In the end, the Ricklin family diminished and pulled back. Despite this dark incident, the Ricklin family maintained its wealth through cunning investments. They poured most of their energy into improving their financial expertise. Now they maintain their position in Bentham's high society by relying on their profitable investment portfolio. That's rich people for you. It takes money to make money, and they have that in spades. Average people like me have to scrape for clients to earn a living. Vez looked into the family tree of the Ricklands and focused on the direct descendants. The oldest son stood out immediately. The gossip rags that plied the galactic net featured plenty of articles about the young man in question. Vincent Rickland claims he has bedded 10 girls at a time. Is he a stud or a menace? Vinny's drug-fueled binge led to a 15 shittle pile-up. No word yet on casualties. The Rickland Crown Prince chickened out of a mech duel. Disgraceful. Scammed. Vincent Rickland misplaced 300 million credits after con artists convinced him to order a non-existent yacht. Certainly, the only person from the Rickland family that took Marcella aback was Vincent Rickland. No other scion of this rich and powerful family could be so extravagant in his spending. From the wild incidents the gossip mongers have publicized, Vez got the idea that working with his latest client might not be a cakewalk. I sure have my work cut out for me. He sighed, and mentally prepared to interact with a man who likely held no inhibitions at all. Chapter 59, Package. As Vez debarked from his shuttle with a curious Lucky in tow, his heart weighed down his mood. The articles he read about Vincent Rickland all painted an ugly image of an irresponsible wastrel. As a serious mech designer, Vez preferred his mech be used in the purpose they had been built. He was okay with them collecting dust in a warehouse or put on display in some kind of private garage, but to play around with them and take them too lightly was pushing it. No mech designer liked to earn a reputation for making flashy mech that lacked substance. Though it's not as if I have a choice. That someone like Vincent considered buying a mech from a newbie was miraculous. Vez should thank the heavens for giving him another opportunity to fabricate and sell his variant. Vez took a smaller shuttle to Marcella's brokerage. She owned a nice office in downtown Durham among many other offices of major mech manufacturers and salesmen. Bollinger's Mech. The giant name plastered on the small 5-story office made it clear that Marcella staked her claim on the entire building. Entering it, Vez was impressed by the interior. It managed to look upscale without trying too hard at it. Subtle touches such as abstract paintings and authentic leather seats gave the place a swanky casino-like look. Simply put, the decor encouraged spending. A receptionist at the lobby directed Vez to take a private lift. It seems like all bosses took the top floor, as Vez shot straight up to the 5th story. After exiting the lift, he navigated a small hall and had security bots scan his possessions. As Vez recently learned of the importance of security, he took the precautions in stride. He finally met Marcella in person again after entering past the double doors. Vez, good to see you again. She smiled at him from behind her desk. A pile of secure data slates sat in front of her messy desk. Take a seat. We need to talk. After Vez took his seat, he let out the thoughts bottling up in his mind. I thought you'd work hard to get a customer. I did not expect you to deliver me a human form bomb. There are many kinds of customers in this business. As long as they have the ability to pay, you'd better get used to serving their whims. The broker had a point, of course. Vez needed money and couldn't afford to be picky. So tell me about the client. I take it he's the playboy that's on the news all the time? She nodded at that. Vincent is a character. You shouldn't take everything that's on the news for granted. There's a lot going on in the Rickland family, but they've done a good job suppressing leaks. In any case, you just need to know that while his allowance has been curbed, he won't have any problems paying for your mech. Naturally, that should be the case. Vez wasn't about to trade his mech for favors instead of money. Do I need to pay attention to politics while I'm meeting with Vincent? That goes without saying. Now, don't get scared. I've been in this business for over 20 years and I'm still in one hide. As long as you keep your curiosity in check, there's nothing wrong with doing business in the big leagues. Marcella enumerated a couple of things to watch out for when talking to Vincent. Above all else, Vez had to avoid talking about the family succession. He particularly should avoid any mention of Vincent's siblings. The broker also mentioned a couple of major players who had hostile relations with the Rickland family. Frankly, Vez found it ridiculous that he had to avoid so many topics. Still, he tried his best to remember all of the names. The last thing he wanted to do was to commit a faux pas and lose his precious commission. I've scheduled a meeting for you tomorrow morning. While it's not too late right now in Durham, I don't advise you to meet with Vincent at this hour. Nightclubs can have an unpredictable influence in your client's mood. That makes sense. I'm not in a hurry, so I can wait. Do you have a place to sleep? While Marcella offered him a hotel, Vez was fine with using her spare bedroom in the rear of her office floor to crash in. He played around with Lucky for an hour while thinking about the information he gathered so far. This commission reeked of trouble. This is probably like interacting with a little boss, only 10 times worse. In the perspective of some people, large rich families like the Ricklins were just thugs in waistcoats. They usually relied on wealth and legitimate power to get their way, but weren't afraid to get their hands dirty if necessary. The next day, Vez took the shuttle alone to a private mansion where Vincent currently lived. He evidently trashed the previous 4 mansions he lived in after he got kicked out from the home of his parents. Fortunately, the structure was intact. The gates and fences looked menacing and high-tech, but once security cleared his entry, he encountered a majestic Terran-style mansion. White painted walls, imported tiles and brilliant glassworks dominated the decor. Everything about it spoke of sophistication. There was no way Vincent had any hand in its design. An old gentleman who served as Vincent's personal assistant led him to an indoor sports arena where Vincent was boxing against a bot. The artificial boxing bot fought back with brutal intensity. Even if its entire body was padded, the force of its steady strikes were so punishing that if Vez faced its punch, all of his teeth would be knocked out. Ha! Vincent took a glancing blow in exchange for delivering a solid smack against the bot's face. The robot's head shined yellow as it indicated the amount of damage it received. Again. As the man and the bot exchanged punches with each other, Vez already encountered his first unexpected surprise. The media often labeled Vincent as a lazy coward, but the effort he put up in his boxing was anything but cowardly. Still, Vez chalked up Vincent's fitness to his family's rich resources. Anyone could develop his body to peak performance with genetic therapy and lots of drugs. After Vincent finally called it quits, he threw away his boxing gear and disrobed right in front of Vez and the Pa. Embarrassed, Vez turned around while a bot appeared from somewhere and blasted Vincent with cleaning gel. After a dozen seconds passed, the cleaning bot disappeared and a clothing bot took its place. Luxurious fabrics made out of highly resilient fibers spun themselves together under the highly advanced bot's direction until Vincent's clothes materialized in full. "Hoss the nerd," was the first thing that came out of the client's mouth. "Sir, this is the mech designer you have requested to build your latest mech. Oh right, you brought me the spare." Tuh. Vincent spat a big glob of spit at the floor of the boxing ring. "That asshole Edwin thinks he's too hot to sell me his products, and that fucking bitch Patricia won't even pick up my calls. They are designer-sponsored and affiliated with much more formidable forces than ours. Mr. Larkinson here is the second-place winner of the Fusion Cup. His abilities may not be on par to theirs, but he should be sufficient for your wishes. Most importantly, he is an individual entrepreneur as is not beholden to any faction." Vincent stared at Vez as if he was a bug. "So, do you think you are good enough? That is your choice. The spec sheet of my product is available on the net. I'm sure you can see it's a mech that can keep up with others at its price point. Gutsy thing to say for a nerd. Follow me." The assistant and Vez followed after Vincent as he stomped away from the sports hall and entered some kind of recreation room. Pool tables, sim pods and all manner of entertainment were strewn about with no rhyme or reason. The Rickle and Cyan headed towards a fully stocked bar and began to hand-mix his own drinks. "I like to do this myself, you see. Letting the bots mix your drinks always gives you the exact same taste. Consistency is too boring. I like to seek out new thrills every day." Vez wondered if this had anything to do with the mech he was making for his client. "Now, I didn't ask to be born a potentate. It sure raised a lot of voices when I tested positive for the aptitude to pilot mech. You've been puzzling about it for a while, and I recently decided to accept it and roll with it. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Not really, but Vez wasn't about to admit that. Instead, he ventured out a guess. "You seek something unconventional in a mech?" "Exactly. Heh, the mainstream mech are so boring. As far as I'm concerned, the pilots who buy standard military mech aren't cut out to be aces. You have to shed your fears and embrace your risks. That's also exactly why I went off the beaten path and found your mech. It's a Caesar Augustus but with crappy armor, that's so unique. Vez gently coughed in his hand. Mr. Ricklin, while I'm sure my product is a satisfactory mech, shouldn't someone as eminent as you afford a better variant? The playboy's face immediately lost its excitement and took an awkward expression. Vez realized he asked a question he shouldn't have. Fortunately, his personal assistant came to the rescue. We strictly controlling our expenses. Our allocated budget for a new mech does not allow for the procurement of a top-of-the-line mech. Your product satisfies my client's demands while remaining within his acceptable price range. Vez could read between the lines. It appeared Daddy or Granddaddy Ricklin had enough of Vincent's shenanigans and cut off his astronomical allowance. Vincent was probably squirming mentally at the thought of having to penny pinch like a regular human being. My design is already a finalized design. It is not easy to modify parts of it without making sure it won't adversely affect its performance. Vincent didn't appear pleased at those words, but Vez found it important to add the disclaimer. I don't care about minor setbacks. If I can't look cool while I'm piloting a mech, what's the point of their existence anyway? There's a lot of door-killing mech out there. I'd rather die than be caught in something a bunch of virgins fantasized about in bed. At least your mech looks sufficiently cool. I like the whole ancient Roman theme. I just have a couple of suggestions. Vez groaned internally. It appeared the only reason why Vincent even considered buying his mech was because it looked cool. He guessed most of the so-called door-killing mech were specialized models designed to excel in a specific area. Sure, they might look odd, but these models enjoyed plenty of sales as many pilots recognized their merits. All right, Vincent, let's hear it. You'll see if it's workable to add your ideas into a modified design. The socialite finished mixing something red and bubbly. He took a swig of his drink and yelled masculine ecstasy. Now that's more like it. Ahem, yeah, about the mech. First up, it needs a cape. A cape? Fuck man, your mech already looks like a pimp, it just needs a cape to complete the ensemble. Trust me, it looks fucking great if your mech has a cape. It has to be red of course, or else it won't fit with the theme. Make it long and flowy, and don't think about using cheap fabric. If you need access to something fancy, I can refer you to a few friends I know. Vez didn't take the suggestion seriously, but he was forced to consider the practicalities of using a cape. Any normal fabric would tear easily if the mech mistakenly stepped on it. If Vez wanted to preserve the cape when the mech who wore it only performed light duties, then Vez had to pick something synthetic and a little stronger. You'll need to investigate what kind of specialized fabrics I can use to form the cape, so I might take you up on your offer. That's great. The cape's really my top priority here. Another thing I'd like to add is decorative lighting. Come on, all my sports cars turn into babe magnets as soon as I turn on the bling. Why no one ever thought to make a mech as flashy as possible is beyond me. Right, I need lots of lights running on the frame, and better add a couple of super-duper powered searchlights to the head. There were lots of reasons why mech designers refused to incorporate decorative lighting in their designs. Not only did they add vulnerabilities to the armor and electrical system of a mech, they also pointed a giant "hit me" sign on their frames. It was apparent such arguments were lost to the client. I can figure something out. Give me a day to draft a bunch of sketches of possible design schemes. Right. You're okay for a nerd. Vincent said as he took yet another swig of his drink. Okay, the cape and the lights are just to pave the way. Now sit tight, because I'm going to reveal my secret idea to you. If you know what's good for you, then keep it for yourself. Clear? Clear. Vincent grinned slyly at Vez. Since you're a mech designer, you must have heard how smart people say that mech are built to resemble humans, right? Well, ever since I got roped into learning how to pilot one, I can see what these old people are saying. There's just one thing that's nagging me every time I step behind the cockpit. And that is? The mech pilot thrust out his hips and grabbed at his front end. This. My package. For once, Vez was speechless. He literally couldn't form any response to this insane idea. Now, I don't mean to get arrested for streaking with my mech. You should design some mech pants or whatever to keep it kid-friendly and all. Just make sure that when I'm out and about with my new mech, Girls will be able to judge the goods, if you know what I mean. There was so many things wrong with this completely impractical demand. While Vincent kept espousing the benefits of boasting an enhanced mech, Vez turned his gaze towards the playboy's silent personal assistant. Vez managed to convey an expression that went along the lines of, "Are you kidding me?" To his credit, the old man was unflappable and never hinted at any disrespect for his young master. His eyes were sharp as a hawk and he seemed to suggest that Vez better take his master's request seriously. What Vez would rather do was to take the strongest drinks of Vincent's bar and gulp it all down. He could already foresee his reputation going down the drain if he continued to cooperate with Vincent. Chapter 60, Capricious Vincent Riglin unbelievably went on for about 10 minutes on the importance of manhood in mech. He really believed almost all mech were gender neutral. As a bona fide man, Vincent hated the thought of mentally castrating himself whenever he piloted a mech. Naturally, someone immersed in mech such as Vez had no problem with the lack of gender indications. Mech were only designed to emulate the human form in order to perform better as a war machine. Adding unnecessary extensions such as hair, skin or gender expressions did not add anything to a mech battle performance. Frankly, only an extremely vain pilot who cared more for his looks than his battle record could demand something like this. Vez had the misfortune of making a mech for this kind of person. This is an extremely complicated addition. Let me think about it for a day or two. It's not easy to add mass in the front part of the waist. Actually, Vez wanted to ditch Vincent and go back to Marcella and demand they drop him as a client. Vinny was only up to his third request and already the envisioned mech turned impractical. His comm beeped with a priority message. Vez halted Vincent's rant with a raised palm. "Ah, sorry Vincent, I set my comm to notify me if there's something extremely urgent going on. Can I take this call?" "Sure. You'll just mix another drink," Vinny said casually as he turned his back and grabbed a couple of random bottles on the shelves. His mail did not receive a message from Marcella, Melinda or any other acquaintance. Instead, he received a plain text message from an account named The System. Mission. Gender change operation. Difficulty, C rank. Prerequisites, none. Description. A mech designer never cowers before a challenge. To be a successful designer is to be adventurous in testing new concepts. To complete this mission, you must satisfy your client's wishes and deliver a mech he can cherish as his personal war steed. Reward, random attribute candy worth 0.5 attribute points, 3,000 design points. The mech designer's eyes bulged when he read through the message. The capricious system proactively gave him another mission. While that might not always be bad due to the generous rewards it always offered, but this time it meant continuing to work with the Riglin boy. He really needed the rewards. He'd regret it for the rest of his life if he passed them by in his haste to avoid a troublesome client. That 3,000 DP looked very tasty considering Vez would need to spend months just to accumulate that much. Vez slowly relaxed his body. He couldn't always run away from his customers no matter how unseemly they behaved. It was better to take on the challenge as best he could and treat it as another training exercise. He took a deep breath and faced Vincent again. "Did you suggest this idea to any other mech designer?" PFFF. Vincent spat out disgruntledly, spilling out a few drops of alcohol in the process. "I got a hold of Patricia Schneider. When I tried to impress her of my genius plan, she straight up shut her comm. Now, she won't even answer me back after a million calls. No wonder she rejected Vincent to the point of ignoring him. Besides the obvious, the mere suggestion that a mech designer add some mass to a mech front waist was an idiotic idea with no possible merit. Yet Vez started to consider it seriously. In fact, he changed his entire mindset and suppressed his skeptical viewpoint. He had to throw away pretty much all rational thoughts in order to entertain Vincent's outlandish ideas. While it's difficult to, enhance a mech endowment, it would be easier if it's made of flexible material. Are you amenable to using fluids or a sponge-like material? It will be much easier to realize, and you will have the flexibility to vary the size while you're piloting your mech. Fuck yes. That's a fantastic suggestion. Just don't make it too soft or fragile. The last thing I want to happen is letting my manhood deflate like a balloon. All right, let's settle for these points," Vez hastily said, trying to push this little session to a close before Vincent mentioned something even more outlandish. After all, you don't want your customized mech to be too burdened with bling. Vinny blinked a little as he finished his latest drink. He burped loudly, allowing the raw alcoholic smell to waft over Vez. Whatever you say, man. Adding all of what I've mentioned so far is pretty good enough. It'll surely pump up my personal mech up there at the top of the cool chart. The increasingly drunk playboy started to drift off as he grew increasingly drunk. Vez tried to disengage himself from the conversation several times, only to be pulled back as Vinny vented his frustrations about what he thought were uncool mech. It took well over an hour before Vez hurriedly stepped out of Vincent's mansion. He heard more than enough opinions about how mech should really look like according to the Wriggle and Cyan. At least he came out of the lengthy exchange with had a very good picture of Vincent's aesthetic tastes. He wished he could get on the next passenger shuttle back to Cloudy Curtain, but he reconsidered after a moment. If he wanted to complete the system's mission as best as possible, then it was crucial that he frequently consult with his client in order to avoid taking a wrong turn. Thus, he called up Marcella on his com and asked her for a secure workplace where he could customize his design in peace. Absolute security doesn't exist, you know, but I can tell you that Durham's MTA branch rents out the most trustworthy design studios. It'll cost you a bit, but he'll call ahead and cover the cost for you as a favor. Just don't let Vincent down. It won't do your reputation any good if you drop the ball with your second produced mech. I know. Despite Vincent's many eccentricities, I'm determined to make it work. Just make sure you charge him enough to make it worthwhile. Oh, don't worry about that, Vez. As long as he's happy, he'll bleed his credits until he's dry. They both chuckled at each other. Vez and Marcella were of one mind when it concerned earning as much credits as possible. Vez rerouted his shuttle to go on a straight path towards the MTA. It only took a couple of minutes to reach a sprawling complex an entire neighborhood wide. Security was extremely stringent here. The shuttle automatically descended and landed on a security pad. Bots led by a human inspector meticulously searched the shuttle and him for any dangers. It was a bit unpleasant, but necessary. You're clear to go. Vez resumed his trip as he looked around. This was his first time visiting the MTA's main branch in the Bright Republic. The tiny outpost in Cloudy Curtain paled in comparison to the might and resources of the Benthine branch. A great number of mech stables dotted the area. He imagined the MTA likely possessed the second most numerous mech of any single power. Only the Republic's mech corps had stationed more mech on this planet. When he finally reached the reception hall, he hopped out the shuttle and took a constantly curious Lucky with him into the structure. The entire building was built to impress. Built in a refracting glass and crystal style, it seemingly emanated that the MTA was an open place where knowledge was shared freely. However, some might interpret it more nefariously and suggest that no one could hide anything from their watchful eyes. In any case, besides the system, Vez had nothing to hide. Though the system still nested deep inside his comm, he wasn't too worried about keeping it a security. No casual security sweep could ever detect it and its remarkable properties. Good evening, Mr. Larkinson. I see you are registered in Cloudy Curtain. How can I help? I'm here on business customizing a design for a client. I'd like to rent a secure design studio. I'm sure an associate of mine has already booked one for my use. Can you check it out? I see. Mrs. Bollinger has just registered a secure suite for you. The secretary swiped her hand, allowing a small green projection to emerge from the reception desk. Please follow the virtual guide to reach your assigned destination. Have a good evening. The ball slowly hovered away from the desk and out the hall. Vez followed leisurely after the green ball as it led deeper into the MTA's periphery. The core areas were all closed to outsiders, but the outer areas of the complex was already sufficiently large that it took 15 minutes of walking before he reached his destination. He clearly reached a section specialized in providing services to mech designers. He saw plenty of interesting structures such as a library, a financial services consultancy, a junkyard filled with spare parts and more. The structure that held the design studios on the other hand looked fairly plain in comparison. After another security scan, Vez finally entered the enclosed hallways and entered his assigned studio. The electronically isolated room was fairly Spartan in appearance. Besides a seat, a desk and a terminal, it held little else. Vez could only barely spot the high-fidelity projectors in the walls and ceilings that allowed him to look at his designs in utmost detail. These systems were leagues ahead of the cheap consumer projectors in his own workshop. He turned on the terminal and swiped the design of the Mark Antony into its temporary storage. The professional projectors turned alive. A grand mech came into existence in the middle of the room. The resolution and fidelity of the projection astounded Vez. He even touched it experimentally, and could feel a soft resistance from his fingers. The degree of this simulation exceeded his expectations. A small smirk appeared on his lips. The MTA sure is extravagant in everything they do. Witnessing this small wonder helped Vez adjust his mood. After learning an important lesson from designing the Speed Demon, Vez knew he could not keep dwelling on what he couldn't do. Designing a mech was a labor of love. If he didn't love it as he built up its design, then it wouldn't be brought to life as a happy mech. He considered the design process to be akin to raising a child. The so-called child in this case was just a mech, but it was still somewhat capable of inheriting the mental disposition of the designer. If he hated the design process and constantly cursed in frustration, then his mech wouldn't have a good future, just like a child who grew up to be a troublemaker. All right, enough adjusting. Let's get to work. Vez wanted to address the easiest points first, so he started with the cape. In essence, Vez could finish the job in a minute by just picking a random fabric, dye it red, and affix it onto a mech shoulders. Merely, the cape was too fragile to last more than a few minutes of intensive mech piloting. As multi-ton monstrosities, mech were often subjected to high-powered stresses. If the mech ever stepped on the fabric, it would tear apart as easily as a child ripping a piece of paper into half. It's got to be a short cape, with supports added to its length to make sure it doesn't get entangled in the mech frame. By stiffening and straightening the cape's lining, he could prevent the fabric from flapping into anything dangerous. While it might make the adornment lose some of its organic liveliness, Vez thought it was a worthwhile sacrifice. I need to search for a suitable material. The terminal had a direct connection to the MTA's internal market. As Vez searched for advanced fabrics, he only received a couple of dozen results. Naturally, none of them were used in making stupid capes for mech. Instead, they served other purposes such as enhancing a cockpit's upholstery. He straight up filtered out all the delicate materials from his search results. The list was left with more robust materials, all of which different from each other in many ways. Vez went over the products one by one, but found very little that satisfied his needs. Though some fabrics were designed to withstand rough use, that only applied to human use. Scale the forces applied to the materials up to a mech and feed part as easy as a spider web. This is a fruitless search. No matter how strong these advanced fabrics are, they were never designed to handle the stresses from mech. His search for a suitable material required a different approach. Instead of getting hooked on the traditional meaning of capes, he should instead consider whether Vincent even cared if his cape was made out of real fabric. A technically illiterate meathead like him won't even be able to tell the difference. With that in mind, he searched for a different kind of material. It had to somewhat resemble the thinness and malleability of a sheet of fabric, but it should be much more resilient. The list that the terminal spat out was a lot more extensive. From thin sheets of flexible armor to reinforced padding for delicate cabling, Vez found the selection to be a lot more extensive. He carefully refined his results and combed out the unacceptable choices. Thicker materials such as flexible armor did not flap at all when a wind blew through them. On the other hand, the thinnest materials could withstand some damage but not too much. It took Vez a bit of time to whittle down the extremes and end up with a small selection of products that possessed the right characteristics. Instead of making the choice on my own, I can send it to Vincent and have him take care of the procurement. After all, the products left on his screen all shared many similarities. Their toughness was derived out of a clever weaving of specialized synthetics and thinly threaded metals. A tough matrix support kept the fabric from getting torn too easily, though they did cut back on the material's fluidity. Nevertheless, they met almost all other requirements, so Vez hoped Vincent would find them acceptable. He composed a short message to Vincent and added the links to the materials for him to see. After sending off that mail, Vez turned to his next task. His face already took on an exasperated expression. Somehow, he had to turn his mech into a light show. Chapter 61, Design Studio. Vez was not immersed in the whole shuttle racing scene. As someone focused on mech his entire life, the sleek personal transport shuttles that were capable of both atmospheric and space flight held little appeal to him. That did not mean others found them unworthy of their time. In fact, lots of norms worshipped shuttles. They paid fanatical attention to each newly released shuttles and liked to customize and tinker their own vehicles in their free time. Adding some decorative lighting was just one of the ways a fanatic distinguished himself among his peers. He looked over some footage on the galactic net and found it to be a basic concept. It could be as simple as adding a few colored stripes to adding in an elaborate artistic pattern. It impressed Vez that these hobbyists cobbled up evocative looks for their shuttles. I won't be able to get Vincent's approval if I half-ass this job. The best-looking vehicles didn't necessarily have the most lights. Instead, the artists who customized them used patterns and other artistic tricks to maximize the impact of each streak of light. If Vez wanted to keep up, he had to be a little inventive. What would fit my Mark Antony? He left the galactic net and opened the mech design program. As a software developed by the MTA itself, it possessed elaborate features. Still, they were not on par with the mech designer system's own suite except for the projectors. The MTA's design studio incorporated high-quality projection systems that could bring any image to life. When the imposing image of the Mark Antony appeared in the middle of the room, Vez circled the projection and slowly considered his ideas. The mech looked like an armored soldier. With its vapor-generated helmet crest and heavy rectangular shield, it looked purpose-built for war. Vez also chuckled to himself that it looked quite dashing. What he had to do now was to figure out a way to enhance the mech cool factor without being too overboard. Luckily, most lighting systems are cheap and don't require a license. After all, they were mainly made to customize shuttles. Getting my hands on a suitable lighting system isn't hard. What's a little harder is that their toughness sucks. He faced the same problem as with the cape. These kinds of accoutrements just weren't designed to accommodate a fighting machine. While there were a few systems designed for traffic control or rescue mech that possessed a little more reinforcement, they fell short when put into active combat situations. Maybe I've been influenced too much by the way these lighting systems are applied to shuttles. I don't have to follow the exact same scheme for my mech. He considered designing a standard scheme as well as add something extra. As a mech accumulated damage, it generally looked worse. In order to placate Vincent in the event he ended up in a real battle, Vez decided to use that property to add internal lighting that wouldn't be visible unless the armor got torn open. As Vez knew his design best, he already had an idea how to structure the internal lighting. He had no trouble marking out many small areas where a small but powerful light source could be placed. As the lights didn't really suck up that much energy compared to other systems, Vez didn't even bother with adding power cables to keep them running. Instead, he added wireless power transmitters nestled deeper in the mech to provide power without relying on delicate and easily damaged cabling. To be certain it matched Vincent's standard of coolness, Vez tested out his change. When Vez used the design program's simulation module to simulate accumulating damage, he found the mech to be glowing increasingly red from the cracks in its armor. Against the backdrop of the mech predominantly black coating, the ominous red glow enhanced the menacing aura. Inspired by this savage look, Vez took up a sketching program and drafted a couple of lines on the mech wireframe model. He predominantly added jagged lines, akin to the stylized lightning bolts on the shield, which he also sketched over with some light streaks. He colored it mostly red except for the lights on the shield, which were shaded a bright yellow. When Vez stepped back and let the design program simulate the lighting scheme, he was impressed by his own work. The light scheme enhanced the ancient warrior theme of his mech. The sharpness of the jagged, diagonal lines gave the mech the impression that it was a war god descended from the heavens. Though it looks good, I'm not sure if Vincent will like it. He has a very discerning taste. To be safe, Vez spent an entire day racking his brain for alternate design patterns. He slept, ate and showered at the room's basic living facilities but spent the rest of his time crunching his brain. Lucky got so bored that Vez activated the guide program to release a projected ball that flew around erratically for his cat to chase around. His hard work allowed him to come up with a few viable-looking designs. He made a white lightning bolt pattern to evoke a lightning god feel and a green curving pattern to contrast nicely with the red accents. He finished his design session by forming a yellow pattern that evoked speed. As he projected the different lighting schemes side by side, he had to admit that while they did the job, they fell short of greatness. Vez simply lacked the practice and proficiency to go beyond the basic color lighting schemes. Mixing 2 or 3 colors together in a harmonious whole was a lot more difficult than he thought. If Vincent is really dissatisfied by my attempts, he should just hire his own artist, he concluded. As someone who looked familiar with the shuttle racing scene, Vincent must have his own contacts. He sent the sketches to Vincent and called it a day. Had been staying in the design studio for more than a day now. Thinking of all the trouble he went through so far, he hoped Vincent was good for the money when Vez finally delivered his product. After stepping out of the design studio, he called up an automatic guide that led him to the MTA's visitor cafeteria. Just because he ate some instant rations didn't mean he appreciated them. He looked forward to grabbing a more proper bite. As thousands of pilots, designers and technicians visited the MTA each day in Durham, its dining facilities were top-notch. Those with more discerning tastes could enter the nearby restaurant while those who were fine with cheaper food prepared by the best bots visited the cafeteria. As Vez picked a couple of his favorite meats, he took a random seat and started to dig in. Just as he finished chewing, a firm hand clapped his back. "Vez. What a surprise to see you here." Vez turned around and saw a young woman he hadn't seen since his last visit to Bentham. "Charlotte?" Charlotte Hoffmeister grinned as she bumped the seat next to him and hopped on it. She dropped her plate of food with a small clatter, causing bits and pieces of food to spill to the side. "We haven't been in touch for a while. So what are you up to?" He shrugged. "I'm in the process of customizing my first commercial variant mech for a client. I recently completed a sale a few weeks ago and now I'm here to meet the needs of my second client." Charlotte raised her eyebrow in appreciation as she gnawed at her chicken drumstick. "Looks like your business is already up and running. That's nice. There's way too many dumbasses who think they're all that but flounder when they finally start on their own. I was luckier than most," Vez said reservedly, not wanting to disparage his fellow designers. After all, before the system came he was one of them. "I'm not doing great, but I'm sure I can overcome my troubles if I work hard enough." "That's the spirit." Charlotte pounded the table with her palm. "Look at me. Despite coming up second to a side tournament, I'm one of only 3 new recruits for the MTA's enforcement division from this year's graduating class. Oh, congratulations. No wonder you look so great in your new piloting suit." Vez was genuinely impressed at Charlotte's accomplishment. The MTA's enforcement division might have a reviled reputation among outsiders, but mech designers in particular appreciated them for keeping the peace and deter shady manufacturers from stealing their designs. Their prestige was a step up from the Republic's own mech corps as their recruitment standards were incredibly stringent. "I'm still a trainee for now, but you can bet I'm going to places you can't even imagine. Too bad I had to give the Kirby back to the academy. I miss that big old lug, even if it took a nasty beating in the tournament." The two shared a few words on more inconsequential subjects before Charlotte had to go back to her training. "I'll see you around, Vez. Keep up the good work. I'll be sure to spread the word." "Thanks a lot. I appreciate any help I can get." Having met Charlotte reminded him he hadn't gotten in touch with any of his friends in a while. Of course, everyone drifted off to pursue their own career, but he should at least get in touch with Carlos now that he had the time. Vez dug up his name from his com and called him up to see if he was available. "Evening, Vez. Man, I thought you dropped off the edge of the universe. Look us back. Haha, I've been occupied with my own work, but I happen to be here on Bentham for business. Do you want to meet up?" "Sure. I know just the place to take you if you're visiting Bentham for the first time. It's a must-visit attraction of our planet." Carlos sent a standardized set of coordinates to him that he could feed into a aircar service. I'll be waiting for you at that place." Shrugging, Vez finished his food and left the cafeteria. He boarded a small hovering platform to reach the exit of the complex faster. As he looked back at the imposing base, he sighed at the power of the MTA. They possessed military might far beyond even the best mercenary corps in the Republic. After he hailed an air car, he fed the piloting system the coordinates and let the car take him to where Carlos waited. He looked outside the window and admired the sprawling urban forest outside. Not even the dignified Rittersburg could ever compare to the liveliness of Bentham. The shuttle finally descended on the outskirts of Durham. It turned out the coordinates Carlos fed was a large open-air mech coliseum, with several smaller arenas placed around the main attraction. It somewhat resembled the stadium and convention center where it was held, but this one was obviously privately owned. The mood here was much more dynamic. The abundant visitors all wore branded clothing that featured their favorite mech or celebrities. Even from this distance Fez could feel the savage thrum and collisions of real mech battling it out in front of an audience. The cost of operating this enterprise must run up to the billions, but from the amount of fans that visited the matches, it evidently ran very smoothly. His friend waited just inside the gate. After paying the admission fee, Vez met up with Carlos and hugged him loosely. "Good to see you again. How's it going at work?" So. I'm still learning the ropes. It takes time for me to move up in such a large organization. But look at you. You're a successful mech designer now, having at least one sale under your belt. Most of the other people from our class are really jealous at you, you know." Vez wasn't bothered by the thoughts of others. If they think they can do better, then let them start their own businesses. Naturally, that was nearly impossible. Both of them smiled at each other as they knew that. Carlos shook his head. "Well, enough about that. Let's head inside. You've been saving up these promotional tickets for the amateur ring for a year. Might as well use them up now." They talked about what they had been doing since the last time they met. Vez talked about some of the challenges he faced. When he talked about the excitement of building a mech with your own hands, Carlos looked envious. "Man, you're much further ahead in your career than me. I'm still stuck in the same old drudgery of checking mech for faults. It's been a few months. Hang in there. With your skill set, you should expect a promotion soon enough." Vez and Carlos had reached the entrance of the smallest and shabbiest-looking arena. As cleaning bots were cheap nowadays, Vez figured the organizers intentionally kept its walls weathered. The scanners at the gates allowed them entry once Carlos showed his tickets. They climbed the stairs and entered the interior of a wide arena that could host up to 100,000 people if a major event was going on. As it was just a normal day, the arena was only filled up to a third of its capacity. Frankly speaking, the promotional tickets Carlos won from Huck and elsewhere were not all that valuable. Vez could easily afford entry now that he potentially earned millions with each mech sale. Still, he wasn't used to being wealthy, so he still appreciated Carlos' gesture. They found a pair of seats that brought them close to the middle of the arena. Several fans were chugging their beers or eating their junk food as they yelled at the duelists in the arena. Apparently, 2 light mech were on stage. As they were rather fragile, they both played very conservatively. It led to quite a few boos from the disgruntled audience. "Man, I always hate it when these light mech are dancing around all the time. It's like they're competing on who will run out of energy first. Light mech might be cheap, but it still costs quite a bit to repair any damage." Vez noted. "Personally, if I were to bring a mech onto a stage, I'd go for a medium weight." It was easy to say this, but not every pilot had the means to buy a good medium mech. Most of the lower rungs were unable to cough up enough money for a decently armored mech. As Vez keenly knew, the most expensive component of any mech was its armor plating. In today's manufacturing environment, as long as the materials weren't too exotic, any delicate or intricate machinery could be replicated with 3D printers and other advanced manufacturing machines. However, no matter how advanced mankind's production capabilities had grown, they could not make gold out of lead. Good materials led to great end products, and nowhere was this more evident than the current state of mech armor. Tricks such as modular armor, quantum scaffolding and other buzzwords hadn't measured up to their promises. In the end, armor developers resorted to the simplest solutions of finding the best base materials to work with. The Milky Way galaxy was immense, and many unconventional stars proved breeding grounds of highly desirable exotic materials. Natural, due to the special circumstances in which they were formed, they were also notoriously scarce. That meant that the mining companies that exploited these valuable mining areas made a killing. Vez heard a rumor in which a tip-off-the-line mech from a first-rate superstate could cost up 1 trillion bright credits. That was an unimaginable sum of money in the perspective of the Bright Republic, but it would only cause a citizen of a superstate to blink their eyes. In any case, Vez and Carlos talked a bit about their own preferences while casually paying attention to the slow-going dance-off on stage. However, Vez felt a nervous tension from his friend. Evidently, Carlos had another purpose in mind when he asked to meet up with Vez. He wasn't even interested in the matches at all. No matter how exciting the amateurs fought on stage, Carlos never batted an eye. Vez wondered what was going on. Carlos couldn't be in trouble, right? Chapter 62, Leviticus. So anyway, I didn't only invite you here to talk about old times. To be honest, I wanted to ask you something. Oh. Vez raised his eyebrow. What's that? Carlos stopped paying attention to the match entirely and turned to face Vez with the most serious face he had ever seen on his friend. You know what kind of job I have now. Even if you say I'm likely to move out of my current position, it will take many years, perhaps even decades before I go anywhere near the development process of a new design, and that's only if I resign and switch companies, as the current one I work for is just a wholesaler which buys completed mech from other manufacturers. You can't rush a career, Carlos. I've seen you studying for nights on end back in college. You've got a good head on your shoulder. Any employer will be bound to appreciate your talents. But I can't wait that long. Carlos shook his head. A successful mech designer always starts his career when he's young, we both know that. So what if I wait until I'm in my 80s or 90s until a company sees fit to include me in their research and development department? You'll be playing second fiddle to a 30 or 40-year-old who is either a genius or who had the right connections for the job. I don't want to be an expendable cog in the machine. Vez had an idea what Carlos was going for with his little rant. He wasn't sure if he liked it. That's the way the world works. The ones with the silver spoon in their mouths already have their foot in the door. Us regular people need to either take risks or just keep working our butts off to close the disparity between us and them. There's no shortcuts. Carlos' eyes burned. I admire you, Vez. I already said that, but it bears repeating. You've taken that gamble. You looked at that impossibly tall mountain and successfully climbed the top. From getting the equipment together to receiving a couple of production licenses as grants, you got through every obstacle in the way of starting your wholly owned mech business. I'm not like you. I can't take climb in your footsteps. But you want to work for me. Accept a lower position under my employ and grow along with me. The pair stayed silent for a time. Carlos nodded then, looking a little bit pained as he had to accept a status that was lower than Vez. I can't climb the mountain myself, but if you drop down some rope, I can pull myself up. I've been doing fine on my own so far. What makes you think I need an extra hand? Vez asked with a bit of reservation in his tone. Having worked with many mech manufacturers delivering crappy mech, I know a bit how they work. Someone like you can't shoulder all of the jobs of running an independent mech design and fabrication studio alone. You need someone to do the grunt work of fabricating mech at the very least. Vez released a sigh. He had indeed been thinking of hiring a fabricator. I appreciate your honesty in telling me your ambition. But it's going to be awkward if I'm going to be your boss. I'm looking for someone in the near future to fill up the fabricator position in my workshop, but since it concerns certain trade secrets, I'm hesitant in letting anyone else work under my direction. Then that's an even better reason to consider taking me under your wing. You know me and I know you. We've been pals for years. I'm 100% sure you don't trust anyone more than me when it comes to getting your hands dirty with mech. He had a point. Vez did not have too many friends in the mech circles. Hiring a stranger was a complete gamble as far as he was concerned. He could spend an excessive time screening potential employees and still get burned by them. Sure, with the current laws in place, he possessed a lot of means to make abusers pay for it, but enforcing a punishment after the deed was done did not help him out in the long run if certain secrets were exposed. Right now, Vez relied on two advantages to grow his nascent business. His implementation of the X Factor was a delicate secret that, if exposed, might change the mech industry substantially if other designers could be convinced of its existence. However, that progress would come at a cost to his own competitiveness. He wasn't so good-natured enough to expose the secrets of the X Factor to the public. Besides, there might be a small but highly placed circle out there who knew about the X Factor but kept it among themselves. If Vez somehow leaked the details of their golden goose, they may decide to make an example out of him. Vez wanted to avoid attracting such high-profile attention. As for the other advantage, the system could absolutely not be exposed. He had run through all the possible scenarios hundreds of times, and none of them gave him a good end. I need to think about it. I'm still working on my second ever sale. It's still too early for me to consider a hire. I'll reconsider your proposal once my mech business picks up in sales. That gave Vez an excuse to hold off Carlos. He didn't want to reject him directly, but neither did he want to bring Carlos back to Cloudy Curtain immediately. Having no other choice, Carlos slumped and nodded his head. Okay. I'll be waiting for your answer. It's not like my current career is going anywhere in the meantime. After moving past this conversation, Vez tried to lift their spirits and started to comment on the happenings in the amateur ring. As the matches went by, he noticed a pattern in the pilots that chose to exhibit their combat skills in the lowest ring. Half of the mech pilots who performed in the amateur ring were often young rich hotshots with too much money and not enough sense. As such, the younger pilots often took daring risks, as the newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Vez found their mech to be interesting. They ran almost the entire spectrum of closet medium-ranged mech. As this arena was fairly small, snipers and artillery mech had no place in this setting. Still, with their souped-up mech adorned with various holographic stickers of tigers or pin-up girls, these mech pilots behaved as if they were stars. However, Old Ginger is spicier. The other half of the pilots on stage often consisted of veterans too impaired to serve in the field. Often suffering from various wounds, these grizzled pilots were not resigned to spend the rest of their days in retirement. While their mech were often cheaper compared to the rich kids, their extensive proficiency and battle experience made up for their gear. As they had more to lose, they often fought very conservatively, to the point of giving up the match before they were about to suffer catastrophic damage. The contrast between the two types of pilots often led to the most exciting matches. The ultra-aggression of the younger generation often pressured the more cautious older generation into defending against an onslaught. Both the attacker and defender relied on different skills to capitalize on any mistake their opponents made. That's Leviticus coming up on stage. Carlos yelled as he rose up from his seat. He's my favorite pilot in the amateur ring. Vez beheld the pilot in mech that caught the eye of his friend. Even without his expertise in mech, he could tell the old machine was on its last legs. The armor was such a crazy patchwork of plates that it was hard to tell if there were any original plates left. The stride of the mech also looked uneven, as if the left leg held a fraction less power than the right one. As for its weapons, it obviously used to hold shoulder mounts, but only crude holes remained where they sat. It wielded a crudely shaped staff that might have been a reshaped construction beam as its only weapon. That's a really terrible mech. Why are you rooting for this guy? Man, you don't know about Leviticus? Carlos looked at Vez as if he was an alien. Man, you've been living off the grid for too long. Is that backwater planet so remote you can't even keep up with the arena anymore? Hey, I've been busy with work. I quit following the scene a half-year ago. Carlos shrugged and explained his fascination for Leviticus. Anyway, this guy's special. Unlike all the other active pilots, he's a borderline potentate. He's really unlucky in that regard. That surprised Vez, causing him to look at Leviticus and his mech a second time. Now that he looked closer, the movements weren't as fluid as a regular mech. The minute stutters and jerky shifts were the typical symptoms of either a malfunctioning neural interface or a pilot that possessed bad aptitude. They say that lacking the aptitude to pilot a mech isn't the worst thing in the world. Carlos continued, completely forgetting for the moment that Vez used to aspire to be a pilot as well. There's a fate worse than being a norm, and that is being a potentate that barely passes the threshold. I see. Leviticus shouldn't be able to pilot a mech this good if he's a borderline case. That's because he's putting in twice as much work into piloting than any other potentate. You can't imagine the long hours he spent trying to speed up his response. If a regular pilot operates at 100%, he's overclocking himself to perform 150% of his potential. That genuinely sounded impressive. He looked at the scrappy medium mech bout at its opponent, a gleaming blue light mech that just happened to be the nemesis of Leviticus. The worst thing a pilot with a slowed response speed could encounter was a light mech that specialized in speed. Yet still, more than half of the crowd still rooted for Leviticus, Carlos included. Vez was confused at everyone's enthusiasm. It was as if the possibility of Leviticus losing did not occur in their minds at all. What's up with the crowd? Oh, you'll see. Don't think my man Levi can be beat so easily. He'll pull off a miracle, as he did many times. The match started. Predictably, the blue light mech started to circle around the medium mech at close to the maximum possible speed. Leviticus stayed still, not even attempting to turn to keep up with the light mech orientation. Eventually, the opponent reached the rear of the medium mech and darted forward with its twin daggers ready. Yet before either blade struck, Leviticus caused his mech to fall over backwards. He did it in such a way that allowed him to place one end of the staff in a direct collision course to his approaching enemy. The light mech tried to veer away, but Leviticus timed his improvised action just close enough for him to guarantee a hit. The light mech, to its credit, used the utmost of its maneuverability to shift its impact zone from the middle of its chest to its right shoulder. A lot of people in the audience groaned as the staff managed to dig out a clump of armor, but nothing else. Vez knew they didn't just groan for no reason. One of the more macabre attractions of the arenas was that fatalities were not uncommon. If it happened once or twice, then so be it. But they happened so regularly that people recognized there was more going on. In fact, the safety measures built into each competing mech were of such an inferior standard that many suspected the owners of the arena deliberately cheaped out on them. It was a far cry to the extensive and reliable safety measures used to keep the it free from spilling any blood. Nevertheless, the light mech hopped backwards and well out of reach of Leviticus. It took in the damage it suffered and started to calculate its options. However, Leviticus did not give his opponent an opportunity to come up with another answer. With obvious effort, his mech started to jog towards the opponent. The light mech instinctively leaped backwards and continued to widen the distance in order to avoid getting caught. The chase continued for several minutes, but Vez found it strange that Leviticus even attempted to chase. A medium mech could never catch up to a light mech, after all. His opponent realized that too, and started to calm down. Its retreating pattern became more exquisite, and it always made sure never to get stuck in a corner. What's this guy up to? Haha, no idea, but he always pulls something crazy that will tip the scales in his favor. Looking closer, Vez recognized that Leviticus conserved his energy. He always made the best turns and moved to cut off the light mech with the least amount of steps. Meanwhile, the constant hopping around boosted the energy consumption of the light mech to an unsustainable rate. The energy reserves are only topped off up till 20% in the amateur ring, right? Yeah, that hasn't changed. The last thing anyone wants to see is a battle of attrition. In a real battle, the mech should be able to sustain their rate of consumption for a while. However, with just a limited charge going in the ring, a race to see who exhausted itself first always ended fairly quickly. Indeed, a light mech pilot seemed to realize his predicament, and stopped his endless running. He was facing the dilemma any light mech pilot faced when facing a superior opponent. He could keep running, but waste more energy than his opponent, or he could fight but risk coming off worse as his tonnage was smaller than the enemy's. Eventually, he decided to compromise and made small, flanking attacks. Leviticus never seemed to keep up with the light mech turns and dives, but with his lengthy if ugly staff, he always positioned it in just a way to force the light mech to abort his attack lest he impale himself onto the butt end of the staff. Damn, it's the weapons that decided this match even before it started. Vez commented, appreciative of Leviticus and his skillful use of his staff. That light mech is not fast enough to go around the staff. The light mech eventually decided to risk it all, and dove in deeper. The staff loomed before the lighter mech, but its pilot clearly went in with a sacrifice in mind. It introduced a sideways motion in its approach, attempting to let the staff fall onto its left side. However, Leviticus somehow exploded in speed for just a fraction of a second. The staff managed to correct its path just in time for the light mech to get its power reactor squarely in the way of the weapon. An enormous crunch sounded out as the light mech stopped in its track. The knives dropped as the staff end burst from its upper waist. The entire crowd went wild as they cheered for Leviticus. Some of them even screamed for blood. Unfortunately for the thrill seekers, this particular light mech model hosted its cockpit in the lower waist. Only its power core got run through by the staff. If it was a cockpit, then it would have been a certain fatality. The arena's weak safety measures could never have stopped it in time. Vez was pretty sure Leviticus had blood on his hands. Any seasoned gladiator couldn't avoid such occurrences, as it was simply too dangerous for them to hold back. Leviticus slowed down his reaction speed now that the battle was over. With excruciating slowness, he pulled his mech staff from the corpse of the other mech and let it fall to the ground. No one seemed to care. Such an action could have aggravated any injuries the opposite pilot suffered. So what do you think about my man Levi? He's impressive. He manages to make the most out of his mech with minimal movements. He's the perfect heavy mech pilot. Carlos nodded in agreement. He's mentioned in his interviews that he's saving up his prize money for a good one. It will take a while, though. The amateur ring doesn't give out much rewards. It takes a lot of money to keep his current mech afloat. A con rung out. Vez lifted his wrist and saw that Vincent Ricklin was on the line. It was time for him to go back to work. I gotta go. My client is calling. Sure. It was fun. You'll be staying here for a few more hours. Go ahead without me. All right, see you later. Vez picked up the call, hoping Vincent came with good news. Chapter 63, Nether Regions. My man Vez, I received your files. I can't say I'm entirely satisfied with your work. The cape doesn't have any frills and the surface lighting schemes don't seem impressive at all. The only thing I found cool is the red lights installed underneath the armor. Vez was afraid of that. Not satisfying his client meant his rewards for the mission could be reduced. I have made my design choices with resilience in mind. Excessive frills will be the first thing that gets lost when your mech receives damage. It's better to keep a clean appearance that looks great both when it's pristine and when it has survived a battle. The excuse was enough to cause Vincent to pause in his tirade. He frowned and thought over his words. All right, but I'm consulting a pro shuttle customizer artist for the lighting scheme. I still feel your designs are too basic. Heh, why didn't I do that in the first place? You're not an artist. If you are unsatisfied with my designs, feel free to turn to someone else. Though the system won't like it, Vez agreed with Vincent's choice. Just make sure the artist knows that mech are machines that are meant to be put in the front lines. Yeah, whatever you say. As for getting permission and sourcing the materials, I'll let my assistant handle the details. That would be appreciated. Though he could purchase the extra materials himself, he'd be liable to get ripped off in the process. In any case, I'm still in the conceptual stage of working out a design to meet your third demand. I'm expecting to see your proposal by tomorrow. I need you to work on my new mech as fast as possible, within 2 weeks at least. That knocked Vez off course. This was the first time he heard about any deadline. Is it very urgent that I deliver your mech in that time? Yes, it's super urgent. You've already got a bet going on. I'm going to show that bastard that I'm not scared or anything. I'm not a coward. Yes, you're very brave. Vez said quickly, trying to avoid getting on the receiving end of a tirade. Vincent, I'll get it done today and have a potential design for you to peruse by tomorrow. You'd better. The signal cut off abruptly, causing Vez to sigh with relief. He had been a little negligent in his duties. He thought he had plenty of time to consider all of his options and refine Vincent's dream mech step by step. The sudden hard deadline of 2 weeks put a sudden stop to his leisurely vacation on Bentham. He took Lucky with him and left the arena and its cheering fans behind. He hailed an air car straight back to the MTA. After going through several security scans, He finally ended up at a design studio similar to the last one. He was ready to get back to work. A bulge, huh? Vez considered as he summoned the image of his mech, now with a cape and some rudimentary light system. In his eyes, the mech already looked pretty masculine, in a knight in shiny armor kind of way. Adding an obvious bulge to the front waist would ruin the entire feel of the mech. Men who wore armor in those days never exposed their private parts to any danger. It's one of the most vulnerable weak points in a human body. Mech were pretty much the same way. Its central position just on top of the mechanically hungry legs made it a prime position to place the engines. As such, the waist and lower torso portion of a mech possessed plenty of armor already. It would be highly challenging to elongate the front section without impacting a mech maneuverability in some strange fashion. Unless he stuck something on it at a right angle. But then he'd ruin his reputation and get arrested for indecency. I shouldn't be the only person who is dealing with this problem. The mech is an imitation of the human form. Yet mech designers were content to wholly minimize any waist protrusions as much as possible in the name of efficiency. Perhaps Vincent had a point where he said that the lack of gender expression in a mech presented an obstacle to fully bonding with it in the process. If Vez simply put something subtle there, it might even improve the mech X factor. But what if the pilot is of another gender? Vez could imagine a dissonance between the mech and the pilot should occur, but not too strong. Plenty of female and other gendered pilots pulled off fantastic performances in very masculine mech. And while they are less common, his own feminine-looking Fantasia variant also showed that no male pilots ever performed much worse than the female pilots. Still, he couldn't help but feel that gender did matter. Maybe this was the Great Wall that held him back from scoring higher than an E in terms of X factor. The instance that he earned a rating from the system must have been attributed to other factors. It might even be higher if Vez paid attention to his mech gender in the first place. Is this the secret to obtaining a higher X factor? Vez asked himself, and with the knowledge he mastered so far, he guessed that it might very well be a viable direction to pursue. He then recalled some strange skills and subskills in the system's skill tree. They mostly pertained to replacing a mechanical mech parts with biological equivalents. So instead of using artificial muscles made out of alloys and polymers, these researchers cultured living muscle tissue with the same shape and function. A mech is an imitation of the human body. There are some people out in the galaxy who believe in the phrase a bit more literal than others. Vez imagined he touched upon one of the great secrets of what humanity's elite are pursuing. He realized the mech designer system's unintentional reveal of what other researchers are pursuing in their dark and hidden laboratories were dangerous secrets. This was so far above his level that if he ever revealed any of his suspicions, that he might draw an entire battle fleet from some first-rate superstate upon his head. I better keep all of these thoughts locked up for the moment. He quickly concluded, and turned his attention back to the matter of portraying a certain piece of male anatomy. He referenced the galactic net again and took a look at how ancient pre-space flight civilizations dealt with the matter of armoring the crotch. A lot of ridicule-inducing images appeared. Some ancient armorers literally shaped a form-fitting codpiece that looked like they could snugly fit the member. In today's age, if Vez implemented such a thing onto his mech, he'd literally get hounded from his profession. The slightly larger and subtler codpieces were not much better. They still bulged out so obviously that they never failed to call an observer's gaze to the person's waist. Sure, they offered a lot of protection, but the way they drew the eye just caused them to look like flaunting peacocks. Then again, it's not like Vincent is any different. Still, Vez sought a more decent example. He found a couple of interesting images. Some armor designers neatly avoided this issue by adding a chainmail or plated skirt. While that would work brilliantly with certain mech, he was sure to draw Vincent's ire. A man never wore skirts, after all, and his client wanted to flaunt his masculinity, not negate it entirely. He eventually spotted some codpieces that looked a bit more fitting for modern times. These codpieces skewed rounded shapes and instead used sharp angles in a combination of triangular and rectangular forms. These examples evoked the suggestion that they were there to do their job of protecting the crotch without attracting undue attention. It looked sharp, modern and most importantly did not cross the line into indecency. Vez liked the concept very much that he immediately turned on the design studio's designer program and put his inspirations into form. He hit some snags along the way. The Mark Antony was a frame based on the heavily armored Caesar Augustus. Both mech weighed at the top end of the medium weight class. As the legs and the waist were some of the most heavily armored portions of any mech, this meant that it was highly unusual to add additional layers on top. Vez had to consider the range of motion of the legs. Extreme contortions could very well bump into the mech and crush any rigid obstacle in its way. He doubted Vincent wanted everyone to see him destroy his facsimile manhood while inside the cockpit. Shaping the codpiece in a triangular shape so that its bottom portion was minimized could only go so far. If I can't avoid any collisions, then it needs to have some give. He thought back to yesterday and recalled his conversation with Vincent. He casually mentioned using a sponge-like material to build this part with. Such a method could allow Vez to avoid the problem of leaving his mech open to destroying its own gender. He took an hour to design this simple part. He first took a resilient sponge-like composite from the market and shaped it in a roughly triangular form that protruded sufficiently from the lower waist. He undersized it in order to leave enough room for armored plates to cover up the soft and flexible composite. He didn't want to resort to a different material, so he chose to stick to the same HRF armor plating. After stepping back, he took in the entire projection of the mech. The Mark Antony still looked awe-inspiring and ready to fight. The triangular armored codpiece nonetheless attracted a substantial amount of attention, but its design was sufficiently different from the more obscene examples in history. It looked tasteful, even if Vez would never admit it. Still, he hoped Vincent accepted this addition. His Mark Antony variant somehow looked more complete with the codpiece. Well, Vez personally preferred it to be smaller and less attention-grabbing. Nevertheless, now that he considered the question whether it made any difference if mech had genders, it looked more fitting. When Vez contacted Vincent in the morning, he showed the groggy-looking Cyan the projection of his work. Even Vincent adopted a stumped expression. His jaw practically dropped as he admired the augmented form. "It's great. That's exactly what I was going for. It's a bit classier than I prefer, but absolutely nobody will ridicule me for hiding my package any longer." Vez questioned who exactly lacked the sense to criticize a mech exclusion of unnecessary additions. Still, he kept his mouth shut, not willing to disparage any powerful heirs and step on Vincent's toes at the same time. After ranting about the genius of the codpiece for several minutes, Vincent finally gave Vez the green light. "I want you to go back to whatever dirtball you're based in and produce my mech according to this design. Make sure you coordinate with my assistant if you need anything extra. Don't call me back until you finish the mech." His personal assistant took over the line. Vez asked a bit about the progress of procuring the materials for the cape, the lighting system and also the codpiece, and got a reassuring answer. "Our logistical department has fast-tracked deliveries to your workshop in Cloudy Curtain. They will arrive long before your flight back to your home planet." Vez then referred the personal assistant contact his broker to sign a contract for a commission. Marcella was much more capable of handling the sales portion of the negotiation. Once he received his advance payment, he could ship all the other materials he needed to his workshop. As Vez packed up his meager luggage and brought his cat back to the spaceport, he wondered how he should actually build his mech. Vincent's product had to be in his hands in around 13 days, which sounded a lot, but certification and shipping took a lot of time and so did acclimatization. He couldn't expect Vincent to master his new mech in a day. The first time he fabricated the Mark Antony, he took over a week, and that was when he worked with maximum care. Now that he grew a little more familiar with the fabrication process, he could skip most of the excessive caution and work a little more briskly. Ideally, the fabrication shouldn't take longer than a week including the additional parts. Any longer and it calls into question why I even bother fabricating the mech personally in the first place. He could definitely imagine hiring a full-time fabricator to take care of his production, but now was not the time. He mentally apologized to Carlos for putting his job offer aside. Once he received more demand for his product, he could revisit this issue. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Chapter 64, Second Mech. By the time Vez exited the transit shuttle, He breathed in the fresh and moist air of his home planet. Bentham might have been a melting pot of trade and business, but it did not fare well hosting so many people in such a small planet. He led Lucky and his floating luggage carrier onto a nearby air car and headed back to his home. His workshop already received its first deliveries of materials by the time he returned. The rest of the raw materials he needed to build a modified Mark Antony trickled in throughout the day. The new security system installed by SAS did their work and performed thorough scans of the arriving delivery shuttles and the containers they carried. Vez already summoned up the design in his systems designer program and optimized his first commercial design. He had advanced his skills a little bit since he first completed this design, so Vez took advantage of it to marginally increase his mech speed and armor specifications. It's only been a few weeks, but I've already advanced this much with my upgraded skills. The speed of his progress astounded him. Only true elites nurtured by more advanced states could improve this fast. With 3000 DP on the line, Vez treated this fabrication task with utmost importance. He could not fail his second production. Not only would it screw up the mission, it could also leave a bad track record on his thin record. A 50% chance of failing a delivery was not a good way to build his reputation. As his optimizations to the design was complete, Vez began the tedious task of starting his fabrication. First, he unpacked his raw materials and sorted them out. He checked each lot for their integrity and completeness. Fortunately, despite having bought these materials as surplus from the open market, they had all been delivered as promised. The MTA took a dim view on such manipulations, so they guaranteed all the trades happening under their watch. With such a formidable backing to rely on, Vez had high expectations for the deliveries he paid good money for. He spent up to 18 million credits to get them to his workshop. Everything is prepared. Now all I need is to get in the right mood. His modified variant was still expected to fulfill the same role. However, its change appearance demanded a slightly different set of priorities. Vez had to add the goal of looking good to his list of things to focus on when building the mech. I know the design looks great. All I have to do now is to convert that virtual projection into a very real entity. While he set a firm deadline of 7 days, Vez did not rush his fabrication. He tediously drew out the most important task, which was fabricating all of the Mark Antony's parts without any errors. His familiarity with the process along with the consolidation of his fabrication skills allowed him to produce most parts without any issue. The HRF armor plating took the most time to come into being, though once he knew all the next Vez encountered no risks in its formation. It had been designed with crude mass production in mind, as the armor was supposed to be a cheap and highly processed armor variant. To Vez, this was both an advantage and a disadvantage. The best part was that now that he knew how to form the trickier shapes, even brain-dead Vez could manage to produce a decent batch. However, Marlin Solutions, who originally developed this formula, had steered it towards making it as foolproof as possible, meaning that a lot of tedious steps in between had to be followed before the armor came into being. In essence, its production still took a whopping 2 days out of his schedule. The mace and shield were relatively simple designs, yet their large mass and volume meant that it took a pretty long time for his aged 3D printer to produce all of their bulk. As it took 2.5 days of fairly brisk production before he fabricated the rest of the components, Vez only had 3 days left for assembly. Luckily, the process of assembling a mech from its component parts was not a delicate process. Doing it right the first time laid a solid foundation for subsequent assembling runs, and as Vez only made minor changes to the design, he encountered very little issues. The only real problem he faced at this stage was that he always had too little room for cabling and other delicate components. The Mark Antony partially inherited the crowded interior from its base model, and Vez could not do much about it even as he already made some attempts at alleviating the issue. This portion is the riskiest step of the fabrication cycle. I can't rush it at all. If I stuff in the cables with too much force, I'm liable to break something. Thus, out of his expectation, Vez eventually completed the basic frame of the mech after 7.5 days. While the mech looked awfully complete, Vez still had to add in Vincent's bling. Luckily, all of the extras were nothing complicated. The lighting system was the most complicated system to install. Vez had not sealed his unfinished mech tight but left several holes in its plating. He could easily stuff in the internal lighting and emplace the wireless power transmitters in whatever nook and cranny that could fit such a small part. The exterior lighting posed less of a problem for him. These thin, flat pieces had already been fabricated by a skillful artist Vincent selected. Vez had to admit the sharp, angled design was leagues ahead of his own pathetic attempts. The artist even managed to form them in a way that complemented the codpiece. It reinforced the masculinity of the mech. After finishing the placement of the lights and attaching the crimson cape, Vez was left with the final piece. The codpiece lay on the ground, ready to be placed on his almost finished mech. He hesitated for a moment. This is a bit embarrassing. Looking at it, it feels like I'm transplanting someone else's private part. Still, in order to cap off his second ever fabrication, he had to complete this step. With a sigh, he ordered a robotic arm to grab hold of the codpiece and lift it up. The triangular decoration was not made out of exceptional materials, so the arm had no trouble lifting it up. When Vez made sure the alignment fit the design specifications, he pressed the final button and let the arm firmly attach the codpiece to its rightful place. Vez let out a deep breath. The mech was almost completely done. He let his scanner bot scour the mech for any hidden faults while he stepped on a hoverbot and lifted himself up to the cockpit. He did not forget to finish the last step. He entered the cockpit and examined the small hole where Vez was about to place his next gem. What shall I choose? Though Vez had gathered a small collection of gems, none of them were noteworthy. Lucky still hadn't cracked out the exotic alloy he gulped out of the anonymous box that someone delivered to his address a while ago. Vez hoped that his gem cat would finish digesting the extraordinary materials and perhaps use it for this mech, but apparently he was too optimistic. He opened the pouch he placed all of the gems he picked up so far and randomly sought out the most sparkling piece. It turned out to be an exceptionally sparkling zircon gemstone. Zircon of minor resonance. Increases the tonal quality of a mech weapon by 20% when installed. At first sight, Vez thought he hit jackpot. After gathering so many gems that only boosted an attribute by 1% or less, he suddenly dug out a gem that improved something by as much as a fifth. Then he read the description closer and got disappointed. Tonal quality? Are you kidding? What the gem basically did was make a mech weapon impact sound more pleasing. Ask any mech pilot or designer if they cared how they sounded like. Pretty much none of them ever cared about it. Vez found the gem to be utterly useless other than looking pretty. Frankly, he was glad to get rid of it. Its appearance matched Vincent's vanity. After installing the gem in its slot, Vez stroked the console of the mech for a moment. Sometimes, he still dreamed of piloting a mech. Then he looked at the darkened cockpit and thought to himself that he built every part of it by himself. Naturally, he used a lot of machines to get it done, but in these days that practically meant handmade. I'm going to miss you. Vez left the cockpit of the mech and let the hoverbot take him down. Pride swelled within him as he satisfyingly contacted the MTA. He officially finished fabricating his second mech. Now he just had to certify the mech and let Marcella ship it back to Bentham on a priority cargo shuttle. He opted to let the MTA's personnel pick up the finished mech without him this time. Vez doubted that Gertrude, the technician in charge, appreciated his presence. She's going to be pissed again when I interrupt her schedule with another certification process. Still, Vez hoped his nascent contacts in the MTA could keep the curmudgeonly woman in check. With decent people such as Ryan Baldwin and Justin Chandler in charge of the Cloudy Curtain branch, Vez had no reason to doubt its integrity. By the way, that kind of begs the question why they are stationed in this backwater of a planet in the first place. They're way too good for their current posts. Could it be that Vez was too short-sighted? While the MTA didn't lack talents, he still felt as if Baldwin and Chandler's talents were wasted here. Hardly anything exciting went on in this quiet neighborhood. Perhaps they chose to be stationed here expressly for that reason. Or perhaps they were exiled. Vez shook his head and stopped cracking his head over this issue. As a large, powerful organization that spanned the galaxy, the MTA's palace intrigue made everything that took place in the halls of Rittersburg look like child's play. An outsider like him had no business speculating about what happened deep inside the MTA. While he waited for the certification to finish, Vez called Marcella. The hefty woman's face popped up from his wrist projector with a tired expression. "Do you know how late it is back here in Durham?" "Ah, sorry. I forgot to check the local time." "No worries, I was about to wake up soon anyway." "I take it you've completed your second mech?" "Yup, and it looks pretty good. The mech came off my assembler without a hitch, even with the extra parts. I've seen the designs. You didn't disappoint. I'll take care of the shipping and delivery on my end. You just make sure to get ready for your next job." "You've already got another order lined up for me?" Marcella shook his head. "The deal is still in its early stages. I won't expect any progress on that end for a week. All I can tell you that it's an order for multiple mech, up to 5 at most possibly." That was a very surprising piece of news. Vez still expected to meet single mech orders. Having someone buy 5 complete mech was a very serious commitment to a newly introduced design. He calculated the sums quickly and figured out that the client could drop as much as 130 million credits in one go. That was a massive amount of money, and even if he left out most of that sum to cover his expenses and Marcella's commission, that still left him with 40 million credits of gross profits. 40 million credits. Vez already drooled about what he could do with such a sum. He could proactively produce and start to stockpile his mech in advance. No longer did he have to wait for advance payments to start procuring the raw materials. With the need for an advance payment gone, his mech would be much more attractive for prospective customers to buy. Marcella could also show off the real mech instead of rely on spec sheets and projections. Don't celebrate too early, Vez. Not anyone is willing to spend so much on a last-gen advanced mech. Now that he thought about it, the money looked too good to be true. Spending a large amount of money in one go for a new design from a novice mech designer was crazy. Either the buyer was swimming in credits, or he added some extra demands. What's the catch, then? The buyer is an intermediary for another party. They want to conduct the trade without involving the MTA. That sounded like trouble. The two pieces of information were not too remarkable if they came alone, but combined and it practically screamed dirty dealings. Marcella should have known this from the start and reject the offer out of hand. "While I might be a new designer, but I'm not desperate to the point of selling my mech to pirates." "Now hold on for a sec, Vez." Marcella held out her hand. "It's actually not a pirate we're selling our mech to. The intermediary is a familiar face around Bentham. He's serving as an agent for some of the shadier mercenary corps, but he has a good reputation insofar that he does deal with gangs with active bounties on their heads." That abated his indignation. Instead of selling his mech to thieves, rapists and murderers, he did business with regional powerhouses like Walter's Whalers. Was that still okay? Perhaps not, but the air of legitimacy these groups often sported made it less objectionable for Vez to produce his mech for them. Though Vez still had a question. If these groups aren't so bad, why don't they approach you directly? Intermediaries still serve their purposes. I have been talking to the representative on and off for the last week or so and he still hasn't leaked any details about his clients. The only thing you can do is to take a leap of faith. Vez imagined standing atop a tall skyscraper while spreading out his arms. He ran across the roof and jumped off the lip of the roof. Would he be able to land safely, or go all splat at the end of his fall? He resorted to his usual tactic when faced with a difficult issue. "Let me think about it. Since the deal is nowhere near being closed, let me consider it for a while longer. Just to make sure they aren't doing anything too shady. I do not want to get into trouble with the authorities." "Me too. I can assure you that I do not relish in attracting the attention of the Mech Corps. I'll be sure to vet their conditions in detail." After talking about a few other minor issues, Vez hung up the call. Now all he needed to do was wait for his mech to be delivered to the Riglin boy. He wondered whether his mech would see battle soon. Vez was quite worried at Vincent's potential performance. Someone who thought it was more important to look cool than to pilot the most effective mech was not a normal pilot. Who knew how diligently he learned how to fight with a mech? Chapter 65, Vincent. How integral were chips in the daily life of a modern-day human? Even as they slept, these silent workers played their role. They observed the time, measured the surrounding temperature and were on the lookout for any toxicants in the air. When a person woke up, He interacted with dozens of different processors in a short succession. His power shower automatically cleaned him with the most optimal settings before drying him off without any excess heat and air. If he was fairly well off, then his household bot would have already prepared a sumptuous breakfast for him. Though the act of automated cooking was long perfected, bots still needed a tiny bit of processing power to adapt to different ingredients. When it was time for him to go to work, he entered his air car if he owned one or hailed one from the streets. These basic vehicles were packed with processors of different kinds. The most high-end one was in charge of the main functions, but plenty of auxiliary modules required less calculating power. The projectors that let the person read his news or check out the latest weather were all guided by humble processors solely developed for this role. Just this tiny slice of life of an average person showed how ubiquitous computers were in this day and age. As the dominant manufacturer of competitively priced computer chips, the Ricolan Corporation should be swimming in money. In fact, it did. When Vincent last glanced at the company's accounting sheets, his eyes grew cross-eyed at how many trillion credits the company raked in each fiscal year. Unfortunately, no one in the Ricolan family was glad with the company's current trend. Revenue was high, but so were the expenses. To produce that many chips at the lowest possible price, the Ricolan Corporation constantly invested in its mass production capabilities. But that wasn't enough. The company had to constantly look forward and develop faster processors. Its highly substantial R&D department always licensed newer technologies from more advanced states at practically extortionary prices and spent years trying to adapt them in a cheaper form. By the time these chips finally entered the market, the Ricolan Corporation incurred tens of billions of credits in debt. The company is like a hamster stuck in a wheel. No matter how far it tries to go, it always ends up at the same spot. Vincent muttered as he lounged in his recreation room. The day of the delivery was soon upon him. The new Mech that he custom-ordered from some no-name kid had passed the MTA certification process with flying colors. Vincent never thought he'd get his new Mech so smoothly. He underestimated Vez. "Tell me again why I have to resort to this older model?" he absently asked as he twirled his unruly blonde hair. Despite its messy appearance, a real human stylist had personally worked on it this morning. While bots delivered consistent performance, real human workers always possessed a spark of creativity that artificial computers lacked. Johnson, his personal assistant and butler as Vincent preferred to say, calmly stated his own opinions. "Young master, choosing to purchase a more modern Mech will alarm your siblings and cause them to raise their vigilance against you. By purchasing a Mech based off technology from the last generation, you've successfully caused everyone keeping an eye on you to disregard your intentions. I take it no one inside and out is aware of my real intentions?" As soon as they heard that you added a cod piece to your Mech, they all stopped paying attention. Vincent smirked as his eyes sparked with indolent patience. While the rich scion still looked like a playboy, there was an edge to his personality which he did not display before around anyone else. Even Vez was successfully convinced his client had no redeeming features. "My granddad and those old coots in the board of management will soon rue the day they pushed me out of my inheritance." For the oldest son of a large, traditional family to be pushed aside, Vincent was humiliated beyond words. A family that passed down its leadership position from eldest to eldest since the start of Bentham's colonization suddenly changed all rules to suit the third and youngest direct descendant. Vincent gritted his teeth and squeezed his fist. That hateful cat Ellen. Why was she born with all those gifts? From the very moment of conception, things started to change. Vincent was afforded any and every luxury, so long as he listened diligently to his instructors. The amount of schoolwork he needed to memorize each day could astound any other person, but to Vincent, who had crammed entire literary works since young, it was like drinking water. The Ricolan family hid a dark secret. They engaged in extensive genetic modification to design the perfect descendant. Though it was an open secret that every affluent family engaged in the practice, the Ricolan family went a step further. By chance, one of the ancestors of the family came across a large wreck when she accompanied a priority trade shipment. The already old woman at the time only ordered the convoy to stop and inspect the wreckage for survivors. She never intended to stay and dig up what had happened because the shipment was time-sensitive. Nevertheless, the ruined ship's origins turned out to be extremely remarkable. Through some freak accident involving extensive battle damage and an overstressed FTL drive, the ship suffered catastrophic damage during FTL and ended up well inside a star system's gravity well. There was no surviving such a process. All life in the ship perished without even having enough time to scream, and most of the interior of the mech got crushed. However, some smaller and more protected systems survived, enough for the ancestor to learn what a bounty the ship represented. It turned out the ship was piloted by an exiled family line from the New Rubarth Empire. At its height, this Rubarthan lineage ruled over 3 ports and 13 lesser star systems. Unfortunately, they somehow crossed the Emperor and lost all of their territory in one go when the Rubarthans caught them off guard with a mass invasion. The disarrayed family barely had time to pack up their essentials and escape with their fastest starships. The wreck the ancient Ricklin Elder found was one of them, and like many other escape vessels from a first-rate superstate, it possessed many redundancies. While the botched FTL transition killed off all of the occupants, its data core was still intact, though its encryption was not a trivial matter. When the Elder sneakily ordered the data core to be brought back, she redirected the floating wreck and sent it directly towards the system's sun. She wanted no trace of its existence left. Years and eventually decades passed by while the family slowly worked on the data core's encryption. An entire generation of family heads retired their places to allow the younger generation to take the helm. The Ricklins eventually decoded the data core, but not through any exceptional effort on their part. They simply waited for the most appropriate cracking technology to advance. No encryption could ever last the test of time. When the Ricklins finally accessed the data core, they found out it possessed data on only one topic: genetic manipulation. And not the regular kind. No, it turned out the Rubarthans were not content with the human genome alone. They very subtly incorporated DNA adapted from alien samples. As one could imagine, this was not a simple process. The genetic code that originated from alien life forms always came in different formats. It took an immense amount of effort to read, analyze and adapt an alien's best attribute to a form compatible to human life. It sounded crazy and heretical, but the Rubarthan family who funded these studies actually succeeded in incorporating such alien genes in their own test subjects. Just as they were about to extend their experiments to their own crop of descendants, the Rubarthan Emperor came in to destroy them at hand. Perhaps the research was the principal reason why the family's fortunes turned so suddenly. In any case, long story short, the Ricklins were barely able to interpret the research results, much less replicate them even in the most advanced biolabs. Only in recent years did they achieve a limited result. Just when Vincent started his schooling, in fact, Cat Ellen was the most successful clone out of thousands. Through some confluence of random factors, her gene expression sat in the sweet spot where it activated all of the good things about the alien genes while the side effects were minimized. Whereas most of her sibling clones were stillborn or grew deformed, Cat Ellen quietly grew up to be a model baby. Vincent's parents practically ignored their 2 naturally born sons and latched onto this aberrant new sister. Though the Ricklins never understood precisely what the alien genes did, Cat Ellen always distinguished herself in many remarkable ways since young. No matter if it was intelligence, ingenuity or deductive capability, Cat Ellen beat every record imaginable. The family's orientation changed directions. After the devastating losses the Ricklin Corporation incurred during the last war between the Vija Kingdom and the Bright Republic, the family desperately needed hope. Cat Ellen represented their best chance at revival. No one cared about Vincent or his average second brother Gilbert anymore. Gilbert could get away from any entangling conflicts by taking the opportunity to study at a prestigious institution in a second-rate state. Though he promised he'd be back once he graduated, he never really sent any word back all these years, and no one in the family cared. As the eldest son, Vincent was stuck in a more awkward position. He could never find any justification to flee the confines of his family's influence. Even leaving the surface of Bentheme was out of the question. He had to give ground in a different way. His personal assistant, loyal only to him, came up with an elegant solution. With Johnson's assistance, he slowly cultivated a playboy lifestyle to the point he could not really distinguish between his roles anymore. So good was his acting that the family heads were all convinced he grew up to be a piece of trash. With all the myriad scandals popping up in the news, they had the perfect excuse to dispossess him from his inheritance and pass it over to their talented wonder girl. Naturally, Vincent was no fool, and some of the more acute elders weren't either. As he took the initiative to retreat from his cherished position, the older generation didn't make it too difficult for him. Naturally, everyone except for him saved their faces. Well, it won't be long before I can get back at Cat Ellen and the rest. Vincent smirked as he was at the cusp of enacting the plan he brewed for years. Your new mech has arrived in the courtyard, Johnson informed him after a few minutes passed. Shall we meet with Mrs. Bollinger? Yes, let's finalize this transaction. When Vincent and Johnson stepped out of the doors of the opulent mansion, they resumed their typical appearances. Vincent stumbled forward like he had not yet recovered from a wild night of partying, while Johnson acted as the dutiful servant who ignored everything that did not concern his young master's immediate needs. As a veteran businesswoman, Marcella hid her scorn well. She was all smiles as she firmly gripped Vincent's hand, even if he needed some help with that from his butler. Good morning, Vincent. It's a great day today, is it? You betcha. My long-awaited pimp mobile has finally arrived. I can't wait to see it in the flesh. Before they could approach the sealed container, the mansion's security personnel went to work. They inspected the container and its contents very thoroughly. After finding nothing amiss, they opened the shell and revealed the imposing form of a newly built medium mech. He's beautiful. Such a grand mech deserves to be worshipped. Vincent muttered as he truly grew in love with his latest purchase. That Larkin Son kid deserves a medal. I doubt anyone could have built any cooler mech. Not everyone present admired the mech. The added frills were senseless and distracted the mech from its core purpose. The unavoidable codpiece jarred every own sense of how mech ought to look like. Its presence was like a shining elephant in the room. No one had ever seen such a thing before in a modern mech. It led to many questioning gazes. Vincent ignored all of the stares and beelined his way to the mech. An advanced hoverbot with zillions of safety features already waited for him near the feet of the mech. As he climbed in the air, he passed by the codpiece. The thick, stubby triangular piece of decoration was larger than his body. Proportionally, it looked hefty on the modified Mark Antony's frame, but it did not exaggerate its prowess too much. It sure is big enough. Vincent nodded in satisfaction as he finally reached the open cockpit. He scampered inside, and with familiar motions he strapped himself in. As he stared ahead, he spotted a shining blue crystal-like gem. As he caressed his finger over its surface, he pressed it in, causing the cockpit to close and the mech come to life. Though it was safer to let a trained pilot under his employ test out the mech, Vincent wanted to do it personally. This was going to be his personal mech, and only he should have the right to pilot it. Using a mech after someone else had piloted it first felt too much like using a second-hand good. As a veritable spendthrift elite, he disdained such matters. The neural interface connected to his brains. His mind was subjected to a myriad of foreign sensations as Vincent allowed the device to connect his brains to the various functions of his new mech. The connection settled down after a minute as all the first-time testing was complete. I have control over the mech. Stepping out. The Mark Antony model stepped out of the container and into the open air. Vincent admired the heightened perspective of his new body. Despite his acting, he did not hate piloting mech. In fact, he adored it. Ordering a custom-built mech that looked good merely provided him a convenient excuse for any future circumstances. He could simply say that all the other mech were too ugly. As everyone else stepped back in case Vincent lost control, which they thought was likely, the Mark Antony began to exercise its range of motion. The mech performed its actions with smooth motions. After the mech picked up its accompanying mace and shield, it made some rudimentary attack patterns. Nothing malfunctioned. After half an hour of running around and testing each weapons at the practice range for the guards, Vincent finally hopped out of the cockpit with a satisfied expression. He met Marcella and signed the final contracts. And that's all of it, Marcella said with a smile as she instructed her employees to process the newly signed contracts back in her office. If I may say, it was a wise choice to buy from Mr. Larkinson. The man is young, but he possesses integrity most other Benthemers have in short supply. If you wish to purchase another mech to fill up your stables, feel free to call me up." Vincent laughed awkwardly. "You've scratched my itch for a good-looking mech. I don't expect to buy another machine, for now." One mech was enough for his plan to come into fruition, Vincent thought to himself. Still, on the outside he acted all smiles as he made a few crass jokes. Marcella hardly appreciated them and disentangled herself from the conversation as fast as possible while still remaining polite. As a guard led the broker back to the front gates, Vincent and Johnson stared up at the new mech. "It's going to be dangerous from here on out. The storm you will spark will engulf the entire republic." Johnson cautioned his employer again, now that they were about to take more substantial risks. "It doesn't matter how many trees will get knocked over. As long as mine is still standing at the end of it, all of my actions aren't in vain." Chapter 66, Novus and anxious Vez impatiently waited for the news to arrive. After more than a day of biting his fingernails, his comm lighted up with a series of incoming messages. The first one came from his bank. Marcella passed on the rest of Vincent's payment for his new mech. His eyes almost popped when he saw how much the young Ricolin paid for his customized combat machine. 34 million credits. That's at 6 million more than the regular price. For just a couple of days' work, an extra 6 million credits in his pocket was an extremely generous payment. Vincent got badly ripped off by Marcella. Out of the 34 million credits, Marcella sliced 3.4 million credits as her share, leaving him with a remaining profit of 12.8 million credits, which was still a pretty huge amount. As Vez still enjoyed about 1.5 million credits of pocket money, he stashed all of his new gains in his piggy bank. His savings account now swelled to 24 million bright credits. His dream of replacing his second-hand equipment and acquiring some good licenses was one step closer. And that's not all. The real reward has yet to come. He opened the subsequent messages sent by the silent but ever-present system. "You have received 34 design points for selling a physical mech of your design." The small amount of credits he received for a single sale failed to sate his appetite. He skipped right to the other message. "Congratulations for partially completing the mission. As a mech designer, you must learn to accommodate the needs of your clients and do your best to incorporate his wishes in your creation. A lack of ability is no excuse." Vez was afraid of this. He only earned a partial completion for the mission due to screwing up the simple lighting design. He should have contracted an artist himself instead of letting Vincent do all of the work. For satisfying 2 out of 3 of your clients' requests, you have received a deluxe concentration candy and 2,000 design points. Yes. Haha, I still got the candy. Vez celebrated with glee. He expected his DP reward to be cut, but keeping the candy worth 0.5 attribute points intact was a pleasant surprise. Only, why is it for concentration? Certainly, Vez did not disregard the concentration attribute. It allowed him to work long stretches of time while holding on to the same intent. If his attention span was too short, he'd easily be distracted and lose the perfect state to harmonize the X factor of a new design. Concentration also affected many other processes in a positive way. Still, these improvements weren't able to provide concrete results. X factor was always nebulous at the best of times, and Vez did not expect his efforts in this area to improve very quickly. The lack of direction plagued him for a long time, though his latest work for Vincent taught him that perhaps it might be wise to reconsider gender for mech. Man, if I had gotten intelligence instead, my learning capacity would have jumped through the roof. A man could wish. If necessary, he could buy the candy from the store, though the prices the heartless system charged were sky high. He'd rather invest in his skills than raising his attributes. This spending strategy provided the best results in the short and medium term. Bottoms up. He gulped down the candy in a single toss. The candy tasted sour, and it spread to his entire mouth. Then everything in his mouth started to burn a bit, causing Vez to fall and hold his head. Somehow the sour taste drilled through his flesh and converged on his brain. The pain became excruciating. Lucky even turned alarmed and meowed in panic at the sight. Only after several minutes did the entire process end. Vez took deep breaths as he tried to recover from the strange ordeal the system put him in. He was going to have to be more careful eating these strengthened candies next time. He flexed his mind a little, but did not see any obvious results from the 0.5-point bump in concentration. He shrugged. It might take a more concerted action to feel the effects. Since it was a long time since he last inspected his status, he called it up to plan his next actions. Status. Name, Vez Larkinson. Profession, novice mech designer. Specializations, none. Design points, 2,136. Attributes. Strength, 0.7. Dexterity, 0.7. Endurance, 0.7. Intelligence, 1.2. Creativity, 1. Concentration, 1.7. Neural aptitude, F. Skills. Assembly, apprentice, 3D printer proficiency II, assembler proficiency II. Business, apprentice. Computer science, incompetent. Electrical engineering, novice. Mathematics, incompetent. Mechanics, apprentice, jury rigging II, speed tuning II. Metallurgy, apprentice. Metaphysics, incompetent. Physics, novice. Lightweight armor optimization I, medium weight armor optimization II. Evaluation, a stalled mech designer languishing at the entry gates. Even the system thought he was stagnant for too long. His skills and attributes had rarely moved forward even after several weeks. His virtual designs in Iron Spirit barely earned him any DP even with the lowest possible prices set on them. Only the occasional 5-star mech sale bumped up his DP significantly. Now that I have a windfall of more than 2,000 DP, I should use it to progress my stalling status. The system still considered Vez to be a novice mech designer. This term used to be appropriate when he was still a raw newcomer, but with 2 confirmed real mech sales under his belt, it now sounded demeaning. The industry treated novice mech designers rather poorly. Novices always flooded the labor market after they graduated each year. Without any wealth or connections, these naive, hopeful designers usually got a huge shock when they saw that employers almost never hired them to design mechs straight away. These novices had nowhere else to go. The big firms all heartlessly exploited them as excellent mech technicians, dangling the possibility of promotion down the line in front of their faces. It would take many decades before they ever got the chance to sit behind the design table. Only after designing a commercial variant of an existing base model and selling it a couple of times did he graduate from that lowly status. The MTA likely updated their files on him to reflect his change of status. In official terms, he graduated from a novice into an apprentice mech designer. Still, the system didn't acknowledge his accomplishments. It paid more emphasis to his capabilities, which did not change significantly since the start. Oh, in absolute terms, he improved in several ways. But his skills still remained within the realm of beginner mech designers. If I want to become an apprentice mech designer, then I have to push up one of my core skills to journeyman level. Right now, Vez reached apprentice level in assembly, business, mechanics and metallurgy. If he wanted to shore up his foundations properly, then he should upgrade his physics to apprentice level as well. The 1,000 EP price tag for that action swayed his hand. My ability to design mech will only improve marginally if I bump up my physics skill. With my DP cut in half, I can't upgrade any other skill to journeyman. That will delay my progress too much. While foundation was important, Vez lacked the time to develop all of his skills in an even manner. It's not too bad if I have holes in my knowledge base. I can easily fill them up later. It's more important I find something to excel at quickly. Though Vez decided to focus on balancing speed and armor, his all-important physics skills still had ways to go. He focused instead on mechanics and metallurgy. Advancing either of these skills provided him with benefits. Mechanics is the core skill of any mech. A mech is a collection of many moving parts. If I improve this skill, I can make a mech run smoother even if it carries many complex parts. Metallurgy on the other hand acted more nebulous. It increased his knowledge of the property of all kinds of metals, but whether he could apply them was still a question. Though essential in developing or modifying new armor systems, Vez had no foundation in this area. He was not planning to develop his own armor systems anytime soon. Thus, the choice was easy. He decisively entered the skill tree and upgraded his mechanics skill. The moment he did so, the system came alive. You have upgraded your mechanics skill to Journeyman. Please stand by for high-density knowledge transfer. What is high density? It was as if a rocket blew apart his mind. The mental assault arrived so suddenly that Vez instantly blacked out. An unknown amount of time passed by. Vez eventually managed to wake up to a worried Lucky bumping its foreleg against his nose. "Haha, I'm not a gunner yet, little buddy." After reassuring Lucky that he was safe and sound, Vez groggily scratched his head and tried to inspect his newly mechanics skill. An ocean of newly acquired knowledge streamed into his consciousness. It was as if a wonderful world of applied mechanics had opened its door to him. He learned many scattered tidbits of insights that combined represented a terrifying package that changed the way he saw mech. I never fully appreciated the alternate forms of mech. The main benefit of journeyman-level mechanics was that he gained a deeper insight into the workings of non-humanoid mech. He learned the essentials how animal and bird-shaped mech took advantage of the properties of their design scheme. It is truly a matter of imitating nature's perfect works. That was not to say that designers specializing in mechanics copied animal shapes blindly. They only chose the most optimal species and further refined the design to accommodate non-native elements such as thrusters or weapon mounts. The things Vez gained not only benefited his ability to design animal mech. Humanoid mech came in different weight classes and shapes. There was an intricate connection between the two. A designer usually modeled the frames of their original designs after real human athletes. For example, a designer intending to make a new light mech design would hire a runner or a sprinter and model his motions precisely. For heavy mech, they turned to weightlifters and other strength athletes. Sure, a designer didn't have to reference a real human all the time. But that simply resulted in massive amounts of number crunching as they tried to simulate millions of possible shapes before they finally end up with something satisfactory. Now that he broke the threshold holding him back to novice level, Vez was curious if he succeeded in raising his profession. Before he could call his status again, the system interrupted his thoughts. You have met the requirements to promote your profession from novice mech designer to apprentice mech designer. Vez cursed out loud. The system refused to give him a promotion. He already imagined the system's next action. You have received a new promotion mission. Please enter the missions page to browse the details. Promotion mission. Mission, acknowledge a master. Difficulty, A rank. Prerequisites, promote a main skill to journeyman. Description. No apprentice mech designer has ever reached this level without guidance. A master teaches more than simple theory. He or she also prevents their apprentices from going astray. The guidance of an experienced hand is essential in forming a stellar design philosophy. You must seek out a master mech designer and convince this person to take you in as an apprentice or disciple within a month. Failure condition. Fail to apprentice yourself to any master mech designer within 1 month of receiving this mission. You will not be able to promote again for 1 year. Reward. Your profession is upgraded to apprentice mech designer, which comes with increased benefits and privileges. An A-rank mission. The system sure didn't make it easy for Vez. He hardly had any idea where to start. Does the Bright Republic even host a master mech designer? The question was a valid one, as master mech designers usually enjoyed an eminent status akin to royals. A mere third-rate state such as the Bright Republic or the Vija Kingdom possessed no means to attract and retain a designer of such a caliber. These masters were all capable of designing mech that could win entire wars. The amount of money they charged for every single design reached a dizzying level. Where can I find a master? The system remained silent even after Vez prodded it several times for any suggestions, so he gave up that avenue and turned to the galactic net. He inputted his search term and let the net deliver him a list of nearby masters, at least those that bothered to show themselves in public. As expected, the Bright Republic did not host any masters. 60 years ago was the last time a master mech designer visited the Republic, and that was only to pick up an exceptional genius. None of the other backwater states in the barren Komodo Star sector hosted any masters, at least in public. There might be 1 or 2 masters hiding in some corner of the sector, but I have no way of tracking them down. The mission deserved its A rank rating. The scarcity of master mech designers forced him to cast a wider net. He set his sights on the pair of second-rate states situated in the core of the star sector. They monopolized the region filled with the most vitality. They maintained their power by exploiting the abundant life-giving stars and resources in their borders. Of the two local second-rate states, the Hexadric Gemini favored the Vija Kingdom. Ruled by a council of 6, they rarely took action, but if they did it was bound to be big. The autocracy was a sleeping giant that no one wanted to wake up prematurely. The much plainer-sounding Friday Coalition was much friendlier in comparison. Their culture was rich and varied as they used to be a collection of rare ethnic groups chased out from more settled parts of the galaxy. Such ordeals had scarred their national psyche, but to their credit they opened their doors instead of slamming them shut. Many promising geniuses from the surrounding third-rate states tended to flock to the Coalition to seek brighter futures. Many of his competitors in the Fusion Cup in fact attended one of the many elite institutions of the Coalition. There's bound to be masters in the Friday Coalition. The only problem is gaining an audience with them. I can't just come up to a master's doorstep. The value of a master mech designer did not lose out to national treasures. Each and every master's life was strictly regulated. Not even an errand fly could get near such vaunted people. As Vez trawled through the galactic net for masters, he finally encountered an opportunity. Lemur Institute of Technology. Annual Open Design Competition. The annual contest hosted by the Lemur Institute was open to every designer below the age of 30. Though most contestants still attended the institute, each year plenty of outsiders who studied at other colleges converged in Lemur in order to showcase their talents. Many people and businesses attended the grand event as well, as the competition often unveiled diamonds in the rough. From the articles describing past competitions, it was not unheard of for a novice mech designer to be noticed by an attending master. The open competition is in 20 days. My schedule is going to be tight if I want to travel all the way to the Friday Coalition. Vez couldn't just leave his workshop behind. He was running a business now. He had to make arrangements. Chapter 67, Bodyguard. Chapter 67, Bodyguard. First, he called up Marcella. If the broker already had a deal lined up, then Vez was in big trouble. It's not a responsible move to spring this road trip on me all of a sudden, Marcella icily said. Besides, do you think you even stand a chance? The Lemur competition is one of the fiercest stages in the entire star sector. Vez shrugged. He had zero confidence in winning anything before he upgraded his mechanics, but now was different. I have my own advantages. I think I can hold my own. Despite Marcella's constant haranguing, Vez remained steadfast in his determination to go to Lemur. Eventually the broker threw up her arms. Fine, be that way. Don't make me see you again only to tell you I told you so. I'll slow down and stretch out the negotiations for the current deal in progress. Maybe this trip might not be an entirely bad thing. If you stand out and perform well at Lemur, your business will pick up remarkably. Unspoken was the fact that Marcella really held little confidence in Vez. Though he impressed him enough to do business with him, that was accounting his potential. Too little time had passed for him to really grow into his own. On paper, he stood zero chance of even reaching the top 1,000 in Lemur. Marcella took the time to explain the nuances of visiting the Friday Coalition. Unlike the Bright Republic, the Coalition is a lot more vigilant and scrutinized outsiders more strictly. The citizens also treated immigrants from third-rate states rather poorly, at least until they have proved themselves. All in all, Vez should keep to himself and do nothing to attract the ire of his hosts. Even if the Friday Coalition is one of the weakest second-rate states in the galaxy, it has still reached a height the Bright Republic can never achieve. They consider themselves the true rulers of the Komodo star sector and are not shy in demonstrating their might. Vez eventually hung up after receiving an earful of caution from Marcella. He frowned a little. Did he underestimate the Coalition? It started as a refuge for persecuted people and still widely advertised their generous immigration policies for talented professionals. They blatantly poached the best and brightest of the surrounding third-rate states for centuries, keeping smaller states like the Bright Republic a remote backwater. There's more to the Coalition than meets the eye, he concluded. The only things he knew about the coalition came from history books and the occasional drama broadcast. Now that he thought about it, the Republic probably didn't dare publish any material that was critical of the coalition. You've got to ensure my safety somehow. Traveling alone to Lemur as a single mech designer is too dangerous. Though I'm not anything hot, someone might still try to find trouble with me if I'm all alone and defenseless. It wasn't unheard of for vulnerable mech designers to get poached through one way or another. Simple physical intimidation was enough to make most of them sign a restrictive contract. After all, they spent their entire lives designing war machines instead of improving their personal combat skills. I should bring a bodyguard. As Vez expected his trip to take up to 2 months, the price of hiring a bodyguard shouldn't be too exorbitant. Luckily, I completed the sale of my second mech. I'm not short on credits. The only question was who to hire. Should he go to Bentham and contract a mercenary? Well, maybe I don't need to travel that far. If I recall, SAS should be a security company that originates from a second-rate state. Perhaps they extend the reach of their services to the Friday Coalition as well. It's worth a try. He activated his comm and contacted the representative of Senile Ablin. Miss Robin's pretty face emerged from the projector with a smile. "Ah, Mr. Larkinson, a pleasure to see you again. How can I help you?" "I'm planning a short trip to Lemur in order to take part in the mech design competition there. I'd like to ask if you can provide a bodyguard to accompany me there?" Robin maintained her smile though some tension appeared in her eyes. "We do offer short-term contracts for guards, but if you wish to extend this service to the coalition, then it will cost you quite a bit. Your guard has to meet very high standards in order to cope with the caliber of opponents he or she may face. Give me a number." She paused a little while she consulted some numbers. Around 9,500,000 credits for a 12-month contract. He almost spurted blood at that exorbitant price. That was half a mech worth of money. "Do you have any more affordable options?" "None that our company allows. This is already one of the cheapest quotes from our coalition branch. I don't know if you are aware, but the Bright credit is a very weak currency compared to the coalition credit. The exchange rates are unfavorable because it just costs more to do business in the coalition." Miss Robin had a point. Vez knew that SAS wasn't out to screw him. The coalition had access to abundant exotic resources. They used their massive population base to exploit these reach and build up their military and economy. Merely the disparity in mech armies sent home how the coalition trumped almost every other state. While the Bright Republic mainly used the cheapest current-gen mech as their frontline models, the coalition featured the very best current-gen mech as their basic units. It was rumored that many elite commanders had already transitioned to next-gen models. Even the best mercenaries had access to mech that could easily trounce the best of the Republic's mech corps. "Let me consider my options for a moment. I'll contact you later in order to tell you what I've decided." "Very well, but I should warn you that you won't get a better price anywhere else. Even if someone were to offer you a bargain, you will find that whoever gets sent will not be able to keep up in coalition territory." As the two closed the call, Vez thought back about her words. She sounded very certain that Vez would not be able to contract a capable guard. He considered calling Melinda or someone else in the Larkinson family, but halted in his steps. Most of the capable Larkinson pilots served in the mech corps. It wasn't possible to ask them to leave their stations and accompany him on his trip. A casual search on the galactic net revealed prices that Vez found hard to stomach. Robin's words echoed in his head as he found that many security escorts came with a correspondingly high price tag. Expressed in coalition credits, it didn't sound too bad, but when converted to Bright credits it was enough to drain all of his savings. One of the biggest reasons why the price was so high was because short-term contracts came with a lot of upfront costs. It was more economical to contract a bodyguard over a longer period of time, though Vez would never do such a thing. He simply didn't have the money. It all comes down to money. Without enough credits, I can't gain any meaningful power. He hadn't even traveled to the Friday Coalition and already he had a first-hand taste of its superiority. If Vez translated the relative strength of its economic might to military strength, then the result painted a bleak picture. Vez faced perhaps the most significant choice concerning this trip. Personally, He thought the risk of encountering a pirate raid or some other unpleasant business was not that big. Spending an excessive amount of credits allocated for future purchases might turn out to be a wasted effort. It's not like I'm going off the beaten path. Lemur is one of the core planets of the Coalition and the space routes are well patrolled. What Vez simply couldn't stomach was spending 10 million credits for a bodyguard that only accompanied him for a whopping 2 months. Perhaps someone born with a silver spoon like Vincent might accept the price without batting an eyelid, but Vez was brought up in a frugal environment. Despite his father's generous salary, Reinkel never spent any of it. In fact, Vez still had no clue where his father stashed his savings. In the end, while he didn't doubt the integrity of SAS, he simply wasn't willing to throw away his hard-earned money. He considered his alternatives. Pretty much all of the reputable security companies offered the same baseline prices. Some of the shadier firms offered cheaper rates, but Vez read enough horror stories on the net to realize that they posed the greatest threat to him if he enlisted their services. Several scams existed where a person and his guards that happened to encounter a gang of pirates that overpowered them. While the two sides acted like they were enemies, they were actually in cahoots with each other. Though this sort of thing didn't happen often, it was enough of a possibility for Vez to rule out this option. He wanted a guard that was cheap, loyal and strong enough to deter the most casual riffraff from starting any trouble. With my budget and circumstances, I'll be lucky if I get 2 out of 3. Now where can I find such a chump? His list of contacts was woefully small. Out of the names in his list, one group had potential, if barely. Walter's Whalers might be a small-time gang that ruled over a single rural planet, but they were not antagonistic to his mech business. They shared a common interest in helping Cloudy Curtain develop its economy. Despite his better instincts telling him that it was a terrible idea, Vez decisively chose to contact Dietrich, the so-called little boss. Hey. Look us back. What's up, my man Vez? Dietrich greeted him over the comm even as he was doing something that required him to discard all of his clothes. The smile on Vez's face grew cramped. I'd like to inquire you about some business, but if you're indisposed, I can call you back later. Oh no, I'm not too busy. I'm the master of multitasking, baby. The little boss boasted, and several enthusiastic voices cheered in the background. Just spit it out. My ears are always open to you. Vez already regretted contacting Dietrich. Perhaps he should reconsider Sanal Ablin's offer? But when the price tag came into view, his eyes hardened. He didn't want to waste his precious savings. Chapter 68, Harrier. Surprisingly, the little boss was receptive to the idea. I always wanted to see the Coalition with my own eyes. My old man always nags about the power of the gangs operating in the center of the Star Sector. It's about time I take a look. Vez did not expect Dietrich to offer to come in person. It's not necessary for you to accompany me. I can make do with any decent pilot. No, you deserve better. While I'm not as good as the old coots who have been with my father for centuries, I can still hold my own. After several attempts to change his escort, Vez gave up. At least the little boss offered to accompany him for free. Though his caliber was nowhere near a bodyguard worth 10 million credits, he was not a pushover. That should be enough. Say, I'd like to ask a favor from you. Dietrich smiled with more than a little slyness. Since you're a fancy designer, you should know a lot about mech, right? I'd like you to tinker with my mech. Just a tune-up is okay. I'm not sure that's a good idea. It will take time, and I need extra materials. Haha, no worries. We have a small stockpile of spare parts. You can grab anything you want as long as my mech gets better. As for the time, well, we both know it won't take an entire month to reach Lemur unless you take the cheapest space lines. Since he was loaded with money for the moment, Vez already reserved a first-class seat aboard a premium space line. It took little effort for Dietrich to reserve the seat next to him and also pay for the privilege to bring along his mech. Naturally, the war machine would be safed and stowed in the cargo section of the giant passenger ship. All right, just head over to our base in Freslin. You know where it is. I'll clear you to use anything from our workshop and storage. As Vez hung up, he sighed. Seems like he was pretty much stuck with Dietrich. Besides, it might not be a bad thing to develop a closer relationship with the heir of Walter's Whalers. His men could keep an eye on his workshop in his absence. He didn't fully trust his basic automatic security systems to keep out determined thieves. After a brief trip aboard an air car, Vez arrived at the same dilapidated-looking base where he first met Dietrich. Thankfully Dietrich looked fresh this time, wearing a smart suit that belied the power in his limbs. Unlike Vincent, a little boss was a warrior to the core. He did not let his excesses affect his combat capability. "Right, you're finally here. Lem bring you to my mech. You're going to love her. She's been my beauty for well over 2 years. She's a veritable classic." Dietrich unceremoniously dragged Vez into the rusting workshop area. Several oil-stained technicians were conducting haphazard maintenance on the mech stowed inside. They walked up to the very end of the workshop, which revealed an imposing silhouette of a medium flyer. Well, Dietrich was right in one aspect. His mech was a classic. It was actually a National Aeromotives Harrier VCX-4B. While it was a current-gen design, the design came out at the very start of this generation's commencement. It was an age design with a couple of premium features. National Aeromotives only entered the mech market a generation ago. Its main products were still shuttles and air cars, so their accumulated knowledge concerning flight was very substantial. Besides brief forays into land mechs such as the Caesar Augustus, all the other Mech NA manufactured specialized in flight. The Harrier was not a typical workhorse unit, though it shared many features with standard current-gen frontline models. It focused mainly on endurance and therefore relied on fuel rather than direct energy to sustain its airtime. Its beefy flight system was capable of switching between energy-saving mode and high-intensity flight mode at the cost of weighing a bit more than other flight systems. This made the medium mech carry only a fairly light amount of armor for a medium mech. Still, NA always excelled in developing heat-resistant armor, so the Harrier fared pretty well against energy weapons. As for its weapon complement, it mainly relied on its ballistic rifle to dish out the hurt. While it weighed down the mech even more, it allowed the Harrier to devote most of its energy to power its flight. The Harrier was capable of carrying a sufficient amount of shells if it decided to forego most melee weaponry. Dietrich proudly approached the mech foot and slapped his palm against its armor. "Look at this beauty. Can't you see how lovingly I treated her all this time?" Vez had to admit that the VXC-4B was well maintained. Evidently the technicians under the employ of the whalers didn't dare slack off concerning Dietrich's personal mech. It must be the only time they actually earned their pay. As Vez had little experience working on finished mech, he might as well take the chance to study the Harrier. He borrowed the workshop's diagnostic tools to scan the Harrier from top to bottom. The readings told him that the mech had over a quarter of its parts replaced, and not all of the new parts were standard. In particular, it was difficult to get replacement armor plates from a source other than National Aeromotives directly. Naturally, they charged sky-high prices for replacements. With his vastly improved mechanics skill, Vez noted that whoever repaired the armor had some skills, but did not account for every factor. He guessed that the mech center of balance was slightly out of alignment, which affected a host of things that did not result in anything good. "I can see it needs some work. If you don't mind, I'll be taking some things apart and replacing them with something else. Be my guest, Vez. That's why I've invited you here for. As long as you can make my baby run better, I'm okay with anything." It was reassuring to hear Dietrich place so much trust in Vez. For now, their interests aligned. The bonds between the two tightened as they mutually sought to take advantage of each other. Vez wanted to shelter under the umbrella of the whalers, while Dietrich sought to enlist a high-end engineer. Vez went to work on the Harrier. He first took out all of the replacement armor and set them aside. He then inspected the internals underneath and made a few calculations. If he wanted to reset the center of balance, then he had to move stuff around. One bad habit that National Aeromotives never shook off is that it inherited Jason Kozlowski's penchant of stuffing too much goodies in very little space. Fortunately, the Harrier wasn't so bad in that regard. NA certainly tried to curb their habits as much as possible so Vez didn't have to risk bumping into something delicate when he moved a couple of minor components around. One limiting factor was that over a quarter of the internals were dedicated to supporting the flight system. Vez lacked the expertise to play around with these components without screwing up the mech flight capabilities. His background in ballistic weaponry was also too shallow for him to tweak the ballistic rifle, let alone understand it completely. I should try to plug this hole a bit once I have some DP to spare. I can't rely on beginner's knowledge concerning weaponry forever if I want to keep up with the higher echelons of mech designers. Overall, the mech technicians had done a good job keeping the Harrier in shape. Vez did not have to correct any glaring errors, just minor misjudgments. He did add one little surprise. His hand sneaked into the pouch carrying all of Lucky's gems and withdrew a dusky jasper. The round gem's appearance evoked a layered landscape, though Vez paid little attention to that. The unassuming gem had a property of improving the mech agility by 1%. He sneakily installed the gem inside a well-protected alcove where technicians were least likely to inspect. Hopefully it will do its job. Vez muttered and turned his attention to putting the mech back together. He took the replacement armor plates to a hammering tool and lightly worked them over so they conformed a little better to the Harrier. The mistake the technicians made was to think it was sufficient picking any random armor plating that weighed about the same and shape it in the exact way as the old one. In reality, each armor exhibited different properties and should always be treated from a fresh perspective. After Vez put the armor plates back in, he requested Dietrich to enter the cockpit and test the mech. The retuned machine moved fluently and with grace despite the large flight system getting in the way of its movements. It feels great. It's like all of my aches and sores have gone away. The improvement was marginal, but every little bit counted. Both Vez and Dietrich were satisfied with the work. While the mech specs hardly moved, Dietrich piloted his mech more naturally. Vez realized that tuning existing mech might not be a waste of time. It took very little effort and investment on his part to bring up a mech back to full functionality. If Vez ever ran into a dry spell of orders, he could advertise his abilities as a mech tuner and earn some pocket money by tinkering with older mechs such as the Harrier. After making sure nothing blew up in their faces, Vez said goodbye to Dietrich and finished his other preparations. He stopped by at Sanal Ablin's office and paid a little extra money to keep his security suite functioning even when he was away for an extended period of time. It is regretful that you declined our offer to escort you to Lemur, Robin added after they dealt with this matter. While the main space routes of the coalition are well patrolled, nothing is absolute. And that isn't even taking into consideration what can happen planetside. I really do wish I can hire your bodyguard, but my financial situation simply doesn't allow it. Vez excused himself as he stood and left for the exit. However, that doesn't mean I will pass you by in the future. Once I get a good volume of sales, I'll be sure to take advantage of your other services. That sounds wonderful, Mr. Alarkinson. We are always ready to serve your needs. When Vez returned to his workshop, he packed up his luggage and made sure to stow away all the loose tools and bots. He turned off and set the 3D printer and assembler into hibernation mode. As Vez turned off the lights, he wondered how much would change once he returned from Lemur. Hopefully he'll come back as a triumphant apprentice to a renowned master. Vez had a fitful night of sleep as his excitement was hard to suppress. He lived, studied and worked in the Bright Republic for his entire life. Never had he stepped foot on a star beyond the borders of his familiar state. Chapter 69, The Incident. The Ricklins gathered at an open field next to Vincent's mansion. Normally, the elders of the vaunted family never paid attention to Vincent. However, the duel he so loudly proclaimed in the news inadvertently involved the family's honor. Some bystanders might become surprised to see someone cared about Vincent's reputation for once. The difference from previous situations was that Vincent only disgraced himself with dubious lifestyle choices so far. How could anything he do be any worse? The key difference involved mech. Values such as honor, bravery and service to your state were intertwined with modern society. As disgraceful Vincent had already been, chickening out a duel not once but twice would smear their name to such an extent that they'd start to lose business opportunities. We're the coward who calls himself a mech pilot. A booming voice broadcasted from a tall and bulky heavy mech. For all his bragging, he better be here on time. I don't want to miss my own victory party. At both sides of the field stood two groups of spectators. The smaller group was obviously the Ricklins, along with a smattering of Vincent's playboy friends. On the other side of the field stood a similar group of elders and young second-generation princes. It was evident without saying that Vincent attracted the ire of the backing of his opponent. Keeping both sides safe were guards and security screens. Scores of technicians were busy preparing the field by setting up strengthened security screens that did not lose out to the powerful shields that kept arena battles contained. Just beyond the perimeter were scores of patrolling mech. No outsider would have the opportunity to sneak close. Within the core of Ricklin elders sat a dainty, fresh-eyed maiden. Her petite body contrasted remarkably with her predatory blue eyes. She flipped her exquisite blonde locks and yawned. "When will my idiot brother arrive?" Cat Ellen asked one of her many attendants. "It's almost time to start. Young miss, word has just arrived that Vincent has boarded his new mech. He should be here in a couple of minutes. Always late to the party, I see." As usual, the young heiress of the Ricklin line thought this duel was a waste of time. Vincent had no skill in piloting mech despite possessing the requisite aptitude. Their descendants never produced potentates, thus they never valued honor and duty. What was the point of dying in combat when you could pay someone else to do it in your stead? Money was the real road to power. Personal combat prowess was irrelevant in her eyes. Nevertheless, just because the Ricklins took a dim view on duels didn't mean that others thought the same. In this modern, mech-obsessed age, to receive a challenge and refuse outright was a sign of cowardice. To issue a subsequent challenge and not show up was a sign that your entire family line was craven and untrustworthy. Cat Ellen gnashed her teeth, the force of which could crack any baseline human's teeth. After many years of lying low, Vincent had gone overboard with his excessive personality and crossed the line. It was a mistake long in the making, but the Ricklins were blindsided when it finally happened. Even her vaunted intellect hadn't anticipated such an incident due to her innate disdain for her older and genetically inferior brother. When Vincent finally stomped over with his new mech, everyone stopped their small talk and gaped at the sight. A majestic black, red and golden mech approached the improvised arena with immeasurable confidence. It was as if it mistook the astonishment from the crowd with worship. "What is that?" Cat Ellen growled. "It appears to be a codpiece. The modified Mark Antony made for a unique sight." While the cape and embedded lights were bad enough, the extra piece of equipment mounted at the front of the waist attracted everyone's attention. No one could get their head around why a mech needed a codpiece. "You're a goner, Turin, because I have something you don't." Vincent confidently boomed out of his brand new mech speakers. "There's no way a man can lose to a eunuch." The situation escalated from there. Turin, the pilot of the Heavy Knight, raged inside the cockpit. "You, clown. You've gone too far. I'll beat you up and kick that stupid organ into scrap. Ha 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 ha. I don't need to listen to a sissy hiding in a heavy mech like you. I bet yours is so small that you feel the need to compensate by." "That's enough. I'm going to shut your mouth," Turin yelled back as he exploded into action. The crowd was caught off guard by the heavy mech impulsive action. The technicians who were busy installing the security screens quickly rushed their work in order to safeguard their clients. A couple of knights stepped closer and stood in front of the crowd in order to shield them from any errant shots or flying debris. Cat Ellen's head guard stared worriedly at the charging heavy knight. "Perhaps it is better to step back. We cannot trust these security screens to shield us completely." "Yes, let's. There is no need to witness this barbarity this close." The Ricklins calmly walked away, intent on enlarging the buffer between them and the impending violence. Meanwhile, the heavy knight lumbered closer to the Mark Antony, which still stood as if it was preening into the sun. Just as the heavy knight was about to collide with the medium mech, something inexplicable happened. The heavy knight adjusted its course and avoided Vincent's mech. Instead, it continued to careen forward without any sign of stopping. "What is happening? Did he miss on purpose?" Turin isn't stopping. "He's going to collide against the security screen." The hastily erected security screen broke like a pane of glass when the multi-ton heavy mech barreled right through. Its momentum bled off, but the knight resumed its stride and collided its shield against a nearby Ricklin mech. Chaos ensued as many other mechs suffered from surprise attacks. Most of the mechs stationed in the field came from Vincent and Tyrion's retinue. Many of these mech inexplicably suffered from malfunctions and shut down just as they stepped forward to stop the madness. It was not that the Ricklins thought to bring other guards. As they assigned these guards to Vincent themselves, they were assured of their ironclad loyalty. While their loyalty might not be in question, the local technicians who maintained their mech were obviously different. Thus, many mech found themselves frozen and unable to move at all. Only some mech brought from the outside still functioned properly and moved to stop Turin and Vincent's rampage. Young Miss. Vincent and Turin have gone crazy. Their assassination I can see that for myself, you dummy. Let's go. The group of pampered elites scrambled to flee. They approached the nearby site where they parked their luxury air cars, only for Cat Ellen to halt. Stop. Despite her youth, most Ricklins with decades of experience under their belt obeyed. They turned to her as if she was their only hope. Who designated the parking area? As far as I know, Vincent's personal assistant made all the arrangements. I'm fairly certain that Johnson is the one who directed us to park over there. Then it isn't safe. Who knows how many explosives these rebels have planted underneath. Let's turn in a different direction. As Cat Ellen's words made sense, none argued otherwise. Despite the temptation offered by the air cars, this was evidently a planned assassination. More evidence came from the chaos happening at the edge of the field. An outside party engaged most of the perimeter guard mech that were still intact. From the amount of noise the distant battle generated, the terrorists came in ample numbers. Spread out. Don't bundle up too close. While Turin engaged the closest mech, Vincent finally made his move. His shoulder-mounted missile launchers expended their entire payload in one go. The deadly guided projectiles aimed straight at Caitlin and the other Ricklin elders. A couple of still functional elite guards jumped in the way with their shields. Just as they braced themselves for impact, a couple of the projectiles accelerated with such force that they pushed the mech aside. Those are concussive missiles. The rest of the missiles also displayed unusual traits by smoothly going around any mech in the way. Only anti-missile fire was effective in stopping them. Just as the surviving volley landed at the group of panicking Ricklins, the final guard mech threw out his shield and used its own body to block the final payloads. The shockwaves threw many people off their feet. The burning radiance of the explosions had taken out the mech, but dealt severe damage beyond any regular missile on the market. Haha, you're mine now, little sis. Vincent laughed hysterically as his customized mech stomped over a disabled mech. The Mark Antony dropped its shield and raised both arms in Cat Ellen's direction. The wrist-mounted laser cannons charged up for a full-powered salvo. Any last words? Cat Ellen coughed as she rose from her knees. I see you're more stupid than I thought, big brother. Do you think that just because you've been secretly training your piloting skills that you've got an edge on me? Imbecile. Shut up. I'm tired of listening to your condescending insults. You should have died in the lab like the rest of your worthless batch. His mech fired of both cannons at once. Though their accuracy wasn't great, at this short distance they came close enough to vaporize any human by proximity alone. The lasers reached Cat Ellen's position at light speed. An area the size of an aircar parking lot instantly got scorched with an immense amount of thermal energy. Scores of Ricklin elders who were too slow to run very far got turned into ash and smoke. Those who ran just a little faster got blasted with so much heat that their clothes turned into tar and ash while exposing their bodies with a lethal dose of heat. They fell down to the ground like melted candles. Only the younger generation managed to escape the blast zone with minimal wounds. Ha 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 ha. For all your snooty words, look at me now. As the blackened smoke cleared, the site where his laser cannon struck was a mass of heated devastation. Nothing other than a tank or a mech could have survived such a powerful blast. At least, that was what Vincent thought. A strange bubble enveloped Cat Ellen's body. She stood proudly intact inside the shield, unbothered by the heat and ash. As scores of badly burned Ricklins moaned at the edges of the blast site, the young genetically modified girl appeared nonchalant at the carnage. Her expression even stared mockingly at Vincent. What is this shield? How come it's so powerful? You're not the only one with powerful friends. The younger sister taunted. You're welcome to shoot me again. I dare say I can hold you off before my backup arrives. As Vincent stared at his surviving sister in horror, a series of sirens started to erupt from the city proper. Explosions and other sounds of battle started to drum in the distance. All over Bentham, unassuming mercenary groups started to board their mech and attacked without reason. According to the plan, Vincent should already be finished with his revenge and make his way towards a nearby escape shuttle. The timetable was tight, and Vincent couldn't afford to hammer away at Cat Ellen's strange shield if he wanted to escape from the planetary guard. He gritted his teeth as he made a difficult decision. He could always enact his revenge later. His own life was more important. Turin. Stop playing around and let's go. Even as their strike against Cat Ellen failed, they still managed to cull most of the other Ricklins. Their comrades in arms stationed elsewhere in Bentham also succeeding in their surprise attacks. Bentham's infrastructure suffered serious damage, and the death toll rapidly rose as the fires spread. It was the prelude to war. Chapter 70, Hasty Exit. Back in Cloudy Curtain, Vez woke up with tired eyes. Since yesterday, he prepared his departure with Dietrich. They booked a brief flight to one of Bentham's orbital space station and wait for their long-distance passenger ship to arrive. A call interrupted his final preparations. Vez picked up the comm and Marcella's worried face showed up. Vez, about your trip. Perhaps it's best to make yourself scarce for a month or two. There's trouble afoot. This sounded serious. Something that disturbed the unflappable Marcella should not be a trivial matter. What happened? It's about Vincent Ricklin. He's gone mad. He went on a rampage when he demonstrated your customized Mark Antony's prowess to his family. Just hearing Vincent's name again made Vez wish he reconsidered doing business with him in the first place. Sure, the credits was nice, but if he did something serious enough for Marcella to call him in the morning, then it was bound to be bad. How bad is it, and how will it affect me? He tried to fire his laser cannons on the presumptive heir of the Ricklins, a lass called Cat Ellen. Somehow, she survived, though how I don't know, but many other elders failed to get away from the blast area. Vincent bolted through the household guards and escaped from Bentham with a well-prepared escape shuttle. That sounded like a lot of trouble. Though Vez was uninvolved with this terrorist attack, had been in for a lot of scrutiny just by providing the mech to Vincent. Did the mech corps catch him? The frown in Marcella's face grew even more grim. No. He had help that delayed the rapid response units. Pirates somehow smuggled themselves onto Bentham and caused enough chaos to cover Vincent's escape. Nearby patrol ships all found themselves crippled by explosions when they attempted to chase their escape vessels. Thieves succeeded in pulling off the most blatant attack on Bentham. The news was incredibly bad for all those who had an inkling of involvement with the events. How's the casualties? Excluding the Ricklins, over 200 people have fallen in the ensuing chaos. The pirates weren't subtle in their actions. You know the damage a mech can do in a densely populated city. It must be a nightmare back in Bentham. Even the most casual laser fire might cut through a building and wipe out a dozen innocent bystanders. The injured must run up in the thousands. I can't stay behind, Vez said as he simultaneously felt conflicted. As bad as I feel right now, I'm really innocent. You know the Mark Antony is a last-gen mech. It's hardly an elite mech in today's standards. That's why I support your impromptu vacation. Right now the public is in a frenzy and the mech corps has fallen flat in securing the star system. The investigators must be in a frenzy right now and it won't be long before they send someone your way. I think my family can stall them. The Larkinsons have always been loyal to the Republic and they have some say in military circles. Well, you best call on your daddy because this show is just starting. He worriedly hung up on Marcella and with just a brief moment of hesitation he called his grandfather. Perhaps anticipating his call, Benjamin Larkinson appeared on his screen. His unflappable face already radiated assurance to Vez. I know what's going on, and I know you're not guilty of anything. Thanks, Grandpa. Vez sighed as the reassurance comforted him. I was planning on traveling to Lemur in order to take part in the open competition there. Could you help me smooth over my departure? This event is really important to me and my career and I can't afford to miss this opportunity due to being held back for questioning. I can guarantee that the investigators give you fair treatment, but any sudden departure will look suspicious. I can hold them back from chasing after you if you open up your records and let their people scour your workshop. As Vez carried his real secrets in his comm, he had no problems letting others take a peek. San Al-Ablin pretty much saw everything there was to his workshop when they installed their security suite. Letting the government grab a good look was nothing to fuss about. They can do whatever they want as long as my workshop stays intact at the end. I still need to make a living, you know. I hope you can impress that on whoever is coming here to find something that doesn't exist. Oh, you can be certain I won't let them get out of line. Benjamin grinned. I've kept an eye on you and I can say that you've made us proud. The last thing I want to do is to let your hard work get ruined. So don't worry. I'll call in some favors and try to suppress any suspicions on you. It's just that some suspicion will never go away. His grandfather was right. Having a second ever produced mech be involved in a violent terrorist incident was going to be a black mark in his record. But Vez did not let it drag down his hopes. He still had a way to redeem himself if he worked hard. What do you think the investigators will do if I return a couple months later as an apprentice to a master mech designer? The old man's eyes widened. Even a senior military official like him was nothing but an ant compared to a venerated master. You will find that many obstacles will melt away like snow in a warm spring day. The prestige of a master mech designer is not to be trifled with. Even a casual apprenticeship to such an eminent person will deter all gossip. In the end, it came to power and backing. If Vez had studied at an elite institution from the Friday Coalition, had never had to worry about being detained for days. He'll hopefully return triumphant, Grandpa. Go then. Spread your wings and see the worlds beyond the Republic. It's a tumultuous place in the center of the Star Sector. You will see many Rishan wonders. Just remember that all of that wealth and power is built upon a foundation of strength. After Benjamin terminated the call, Vez made some additional preparations. He sent a message to Robin that Sass should let any official investigators enter his workshop without challenge. He then sent another message to the little boss with a summary of the situation and telling him to meet at the spaceport immediately. Well, guess I'm out of here. Let's go, Lucky. Man and Gemcat turned to look at the workshop for the last time before entering the air car. Vez browsed the news as his taxi zipped towards the spaceport. The footage the news broadcasters streamed to the rest of the Republic showed that Bentham had descended into chaos. Its openness as a port system worked against securing the planet. Too many mercenaries with shady affiliations entered the planet. Some of them turned out to be disguised pirates that somehow fooled Bentham's stringent security checks. Worse yet, in the hunt for pirates, the overzealous planetary guard sometimes struck mercenaries who were not involved in today's premeditated assault. The battles threatened to spill out and cause even further casualties. What hurt Vez the most was the occasional footage of what sparked this ambush. The highly modified Mark Antony with its codpiece and all raised its laser cannons and shot straight at a group of defenseless bystanders. The news stations immortalized the brief recording with how hard they tried to send it out to the rest of the Star Sector. Damn it. Forget about the codpiece, Vincent's mere involvement will be an unerasable black mark in my record. As he hastily suggested to his grandfather, his only way to redeem himself was to achieve his goals in Lemur. Only by attaining some kind of formidable backing would he be able to endure the scrutiny. The commentators and pundits already speculated on the influence that attacked the Republic. Nobody really believed a bunch of no-name pirates planned, funded, manned and executed the intricate raid all by themselves. A lot of Republicans pointed the finger at the monarchists of the Vija Kingdom despite the lack of any convincing evidence that hinted at their hand. Even Vez found this theory compelling. As a homebred citizen of the Bright Republic, he was raised to regard the Vija Kingdom as their arch-rivals. Only the Vijans had sufficient motive to find trouble with the Republic. Hey, Vez. It's a bad day today. Dietrich finally greeted him once he arrived by the spaceport. The little boss looked quite subdued at the moment as he worried for the well-being of Walter's whalers. I feel kind of bad leaving my mates behind. We're only gone for 2 months or so. A war won't erupt this soon. Actually, Vez had no idea what was going on behind the scenes. He just said that to reassure his bodyguard. The two subdued young men eagerly boarded a large passenger transport to Bentham with their floating luggage bots. Besides that, Vez brought an ever-curious Lucky along while Dietrich already stowed away his mech in a container aboard their ship. The passenger ship was only half filled this time, an oddity attributed to the attack. Some sought safety in Benthiem's large numbers, but most locals felt it was best to stay on their quiet, unimportant planet and avoid the giant target Benthiem represented. After all, the Visions never hid their desire to engulf the port system. The trip to Benthiem was brief and uneventful, save for the additional security measures. The transport had to stop in space and allow inspectors to scan each passenger and piece of cargo in person. One of the inspectors paused briefly when he scanned Vez, but whatever instructions he received forced him to move on. The people who went over Dietrich's mech added extra seals to his machine. This didn't stop him from using his mech in an emergency, but it took an experienced mech technician at least half an hour to make it battle-ready. As they arrived at the Benthiem spaceport, they encountered a deluge of humanity. Scores of soldiers kept the peace as they tried to corral the emigrating people in a semblance of order. Vez could only rely on Dietrich's strength to squeeze through the mobs. "This is insane," Vez yelled at Dietrich as they waited behind a line. His words could barely be heard over the panicked din of conversation. "There's so many people seeking safer refuge. It's better if these cowards get out. They're nothing but useless sacks of meat." Eventually, they made use of their priority boarding access and entered a much more orderly area. Only the affluent could afford business class tickets that allowed them passage on a premium space line. Both Vez and Dietrich looked out the window to behold the giant monstrosity that carried them out of the Republic. Torch of the Vanguard. Townsend's Space Lines. The patriotic name referred to some kind of event or myth that happened early in the Bright Republic's history. While the Republic subsidized the construction of the ship, the operating owners of the entire line resided in the Coalition. Marcella highly recommended this line to Vez. The enormous passenger ship plied the spaceways from the Republic to all of the other third-rate states in between until she finally reached the edge of Coalition space. Then she traveled the same way back, escorted by a small contingent of space-capable mech. Naturally, all of this safety, luxury and speed came at a cost. Vez and Dietrich parted with a whopping 150,000 bright credits each, and that was just for business class. The passenger ship offered even more extravagant tires that came with private swimming pools and state-of-the-art sparring arenas. "Hey, race to a new adventure," Vez whispered to himself as he held Lucky tight and followed the excited Dietrich aboard the magnificent vessel. Chapter 71. Departure. Dietrich and Vez entered a modestly luxurious compartment where they stayed for the duration of the trip. It featured as much space as half a house. Besides offering 2 separate bedrooms, it featured an opulent living room decorated with generous amounts of gold and blue, the space line's oft-used colors. What Vez particularly liked was that a door led to a small, private workspace with a secured terminal. With the promised privacy offered by Townsend Airlines, Vez could work on his designs in peace. He planned to do a lot of catching up now that he had time to spare. "Man, these beds are great. Don't mind if I bring some company over, if you know what I mean," Dietrich suggestively said as he jumped right onto the bouncy mattress of his chosen bed. Vez studiously ignored the implications of those words as he calmly packed his luggage away. Lucky roamed around the room with adventurous mirth, pawing his forearm against a shiny vase. "Whoa! Look at the prices of this dinner menu. They're charging 4 to 7,000 credits for the top 18-course meal. Don't even think about it, Dietrich. I don't think either of us can afford to squander so much money. Besides, we already paid for complimentary meals." In actuality, the Torch of the Vanguard greatly resembled cruise ships whose sole purpose was to tour the most interesting sights in space. The main boulevards inside the ship was lined with shops featuring handcrafted luxuries. Those interested in culture could visit the museums and various theaters. As for those more immersed in the world of mech, a small arena was nested at the bowels of the vessels. The Torch was like a city unto itself, one that traveled constantly from system to system. The amount of credits it took to keep it running was astronomical. The frugal Vez disliked wasting so much credits on a simple passage, but that was the price to ensure his safety. The cheaper space lines all had dubious records when it came to protecting their passengers from errant pirate raids. As Vez was just about to join Dietrich outside to witness the ship's departure, He received a priority call. He picked it up and met Marcella's ambivalent face. "Looks like you've got some news, Marcella." "Somewhat. You know you gave access of your Iron Spirit Designer account to me, right? Well, I set some triggers in case anything unusual happened, and one of them tripped this morning. You should head to a terminal and see for yourself what has happened. Hopefully his account wasn't banned for terrorism or something." Vez told Dietrich to wait and quickly sat before a terminal. Luckily, Iron Spirit's lobby already came installed on the terminal, though full immersion wasn't possible without simulation pods. As he entered the game, he checked his statistics. What the? Thirtion CAC 1 Mark Antony's got sold? Just as Vez sat back with amazement, he saw the ticker of his sales count increase by 1, meaning another of his virtual mech got sold. For better or worse, the infamy of today's incident drew a spotlight to your mech. I've even received some offers for you to replicate your customized mech. Really? Including the codpiece? Especially the codpiece. You don't seem to realize how much of a trendsetter you've unwittingly become. There are already some other mechas sporting the same kind of codpiece. That sounded like he was getting ripped off. That's my design. They shouldn't be able to copy it without my permission. That's why I'm calling you. First, you should raise the prices of your virtual mech, at least the ones based on the Caesar Augustus. Second, register your customized design at the MTA so that anyone that wants to copy your codpiece design will have to cough up some money. Third, while it's your personal choice, I really suggest you put up your customized design for sale in-game. I can guarantee you it will sell like hotcakes. Vez nodded and agreed with some of the proposals. He talked a bit more about how to take advantage of his design's current infamy and the trade-off between achieving a lot of sales versus keeping his reputation clean. While Vez greatly valued his reputation, he was willing to put it aside when it came to earning DP. The precious design points were notoriously different to earn, but right now the unintentional publicity concerning his second-ever Mark Antony changed the equation. He quickly called up his status and grinned uncontrollably at the amount of DP he earned from the virtual sales. "With every 5-star virtual mech sold, I get 50 DP from the system. Combined with other incidental sales along with my previous savings, I'm already looking at 1,800 DP. The magnetic pull of earning shiploads of DP had overridden any other practical concerns. His eyes turned into shining gems of DP as he tried to envision what he could buy with the system's most valuable currency. Even purchasing one of the expensive attribute boosts from the item store was not out of the question. Considering my next destination, I can use all the DP I can get. The system gave him the daunting task of apprenticing himself to a master. These eminent personalities were spoiled for choice. They could pick from tens of thousands of hopeful mech designers at any time. The only way Vez could stand out and receive an opportunity to beg them for an apprenticeship was to perform well in the upcoming open competition. Coming from a third-rate state, Vez was quite aware of his backwardness. His knowledge base paled in comparison to what even the worst novice learned in any of the Friday Coalition's colleges. "I'm too far behind," he concluded. The inferiority gnawed at him. He already had a taste of how formidable the exclusive knowledge could be manifested when he faced all of those elite graduates in the Young Tigers exhibition. Vez practically lucked out in reaching the finals, but he hit a solid wall in the form of Edwin McKinney. Despite their similar ages, the mere difference in where they studied proved to be a decisive factor in how far they could go. A diploma from the Rittersberg University of Technology was worth less than the toilet paper of any of the Friday Coalition's vaunted universities. If I can't catch up to my rivals in terms of skills, I can forget about participating in Lemur. With that thought, Vez decisively tweaked his online sales page. He left the prices the same, but he did load his customized design into the game and put it on sale. CA1 CD Mark Antony, male variant. Tier 5-star. Base model, Caesar Augustus CA1. Purchase price, 900,000 gold. Premium price, 27,500 bright credits. The prices Vez charges were very generous and did not lose out to any other 5-star mech. He elegantly attached the moniker of male variant to the design, as if he simply meant to distinguish it from his genderless model. It sure sounded classier than the alternatives he came up with. such as Bling Edition or Bigisticus. Well, let's get you to work. I expect a lot of sales from you while the hype still lasts. He said to his latest product on sale, feeling a bit like a pimp pushing his whore to the streets. He closed the terminal and left the cabin along with an impatient Dietrich. They navigated the gently illuminated halls with their carpets and artwork until they finally reached one of the observatory areas at the top of the ship. A handful of other passengers stood around or sat at the many benches. They all gazed at the orbital space station spinning above Benthiem's chaotic surface. Their smug faces and low conversations made it clear that they did not hold much sympathy. They were like gods sneering over the trials and tribulations of the mortals suffering beneath their feet. Though Vez disliked such attitudes, there was no point coming into conflict with them. From their fancy suits and dresses, he gathered that they could easily crush him by their net worths alone. A lot of people are running away. Dietrich huffed as he scratched a stubble. Can't say I blame them. If you have the money, why not move to somewhere better? Hey, will you move as well if you make it into the big leagues? Vez shook his head as he admired the jewel of a planet underneath his feet. The Republic is my home. It doesn't feel right abandoning my homeland. Frankly, the system was a cheat. Any ordinary mech designer had to seek apprenticeships from masters living in more developed states. As for him, as long as he kept selling mech he'd earn enough DP to develop his chosen skills. He enjoyed an incredible luxury over his fellow designers that allowed him to avoid pledging his loyalty to a greater party. Every passenger and all their cargo finished boarding the passenger ship. The mighty torch slowly lumbered into life as a fraction of its powerful engines started to detach the ship from the space station. Escorted and helped along by a couple of tugs, the spaceship headed straight towards a Lagrange point, skipping past many smaller vessels along the way. All that money sure is well spent. Evidently our ship is important enough to skip the queue. Faster than Vez had thought, the torch reached the approximate area where gravity allowed the ship to jump into FTL. With a disembodying zip, the vessel emerged into the swirling confusion of physics referred to simply as FTL space. The scientists had a proper name for it, but no one cared. Right, the show's over. This is going to take a while. Let's go grab some drinks. Vez didn't decline Dietrich's invitation. He had a long month ahead of him and he could use some relaxation before he started to go to work. He wanted to use his time well and prepare as best he could for Lemur. Still, internally he felt insecure. No master mech designers were willing to waste their valuable time instructing an average apprentice. They presided over major organizations that allowed them to pick the cream of the crop. Most masters adopted promising geniuses when they just started their studies into mech design, sometimes even earlier. To a master, an apprenticeship represented more than a simple exchange of knowledge. A good apprentice carried the name and reputation of his master as he exercised skills derived from his master's unique insights. Thus, a meticulous master was said to emphasize the teaching of their design philosophy. As Vez followed Dietrich to the entertainment section of the ship, he wondered what his philosophy consisted of. Certainly his meager focus in speed and armor was not sufficient to form an ethos. The only thing that's truly unique to all my designs is my emphasis on X factor. He wasn't sure if he could find any similar approach to the masters present in Lemur. Likely he had to keep that secret locked up in order to avoid attracting the wrong kind of attention. In fact, Vez wasn't sure if seeking a closer relationship with a master had any benefits for him. The system already offered him an entire galaxy's worth of knowledge. Well, even if I'm not very serious about finding a master, I should still do it to complete the quest. He wondered what the system intended by forcing him to travel so far away. Was he wrong about the usefulness of a master? Was it worth getting close to one and risk exposing his many secrets? Chapter 72, Awkward to planet-bound people. The notion of space travel required a bit of explanation to figure it out. Despite the immensity of the galaxy, it mostly consisted of empty space with a couple of stars in between. The sheer scale of it caused those couple of stars to pile up into many billions. It took a lot of time to travel from one star to another, even with FTL. It was not as if FTL travel was too slow, but it took a lot of calculations and precision to nail the right destination. A single % deviation in the coordinates could throw a ship off course by hundreds of light years. Only through vital port systems could ships speed up their navigation. Like lighthouses in the dark, they allow distant ships to hone in on a location much easier, with much less risk of overshooting their destination. A highly advanced vessel such as the Torch of the Vanguard was capable of performing the monstrous calculations necessary to jump over entire states. The moment she entered FTL, she was on course to a star system from a neighboring state. Her modern FTL drive compressed an awe-inspiring distance of dozens of light-years to a mere twad-a journey. Not that Vez, Dietrich or any other passenger paid attention to the ship's incredible speed. Technology such as this was commonplace, though on the expensive side. Instead, Dietrich half dragged Vez into one of the vessel's many bars. As it was still universal daytime, the rather plain-looking drinking hole looked rather sparse. Most of the patrons wore the uniform of Townsend Space Lines, their tight collars unzipped and faces relaxed as they enjoyed an off-shift moment. "Hey there. 2 cringes please." The human bartender poured a couple of beers from the tap and slid it over the counter. Dietrich grabbed one mug and gulped down a generous amount. "Ah, this crincho is a lot better than the swill in our local joint. Our supplier is ripping us off. It's not very cheap to ship goods over to our planet," Vez said as he took a modest sip, still a bit uncomfortable. "And it's not like our planet is loaded. We can't afford to spend as much as a banthamer." Both of them commiserate for a moment over Cloudy Curtain's pathetic economy. The backwater system lacked a robust industrial base that transformed cheap raw materials into expensive end products. In terms of resources, its asteroid fields only held common junk such as iron ores and ice. The planets also failed to distinguish themselves. In a universe with billions of stars, humanity did not lack basic resources. Any random corporation could hire a bunch of miners and drop them at a random unclaimed star system. No, what most people paid attention to nowadays were exotic resources, something that became scarce as one left the center of the galaxy. The Bright Republic happened to be situated at the very end of a galactic arm. PSSST. Dietrich bumped his elbow into Vez as he nodded towards an incoming pair of passengers. "Chicks spotted at 3 o'clock. Vez raised his eyebrow and wanted to say something like "so what," but a hand suddenly dragged him from his bar stool. The 2 young men quickly approached the pair of girls. Though dressed informally, the pair of women looked resplendent. The pair of raven-haired goddesses resembled each other so much they must be sisters. The taller one was sportier and not afraid to show her abs with her exposed midriff. The shorter one dressed more conservatively but had a curvier body. Both of them stopped their conversation and regarded the approaching hunters. "Hey there beautiful ladies, what brings you here to this fine vessel?" The girls both giggled behind their raised hands. The elder sister took the lead. "Oh worried parents wanting to send us to somewhere safe." Dietrich continued to put the moves on the elder sister, obviously leaving the younger one to Vez. Gulping a little, he said, "Hey, what's your name?" "Rose. Rosa Lemire. What is it you do in life?" "I'm in my last year of finishing my degree in Terran ecology." "And you?" "I'm an independent mech designer. I just started my business a few months ago and managed to achieve a couple of sales." Vez boasted a little about his accomplishments, but Rose's eyes slowly glazed over. Sensing the disinterest, he changed topics. He struggled to catch Rose's interests but couldn't judge if he succeeded. Meanwhile, Dietrich and the older sister named Piper got along swimmingly. He even put his hand around her hips and drew her closer. He wished he had brought Lucky along instead of letting him laze about back in the cabin. As Vez conducted a halting conversation with the demure Rose, not making a lot of headway into learning more about the girl. "It's been fun, but we gotta go back to our parents," Piper said as she bumped her cum against Dietrich's wrist, exchanging contacts. "See you around." As the 2 women left, Dietrich stared at Vez while scratching his head. "Man, seeing the 2 of you stumble around makes me embarrassed to say you're my friend. Did you grow up in a cave or something? I spent most of my energy on my career. I couldn't afford to get distracted by girls." The little boss gazed at Vez as if he was an alien. "Man, that sounds sad. You should get out more. This is the best time of our lives. Don't wait until you grow wrinkles before you start entering the dating scene. It's far too late by then." He blathered on about the art of picking up girls. The man talked with gusto, attracting a couple of other Sam-minded men who shouted liberal amounts of advice. It turned into a small show where they all attempted to teach the nerd how to get along with the opposite sex. Vez only half listened to everyone's drunken words as he focused more on how he should spend his steadily accumulating design points. With the infamy of his model driving his sales, he could afford to round out his foundations. Forget about getting in bed with girls, he'd rather jump into a pool of DP. Heavens, you're pretty much hopeless. Never mind. Dietrich concluded as he threw down his empty mug. Let's go explore the shops. I'm itching to see what fancy things are available here. There might even be some goods that can only be found in the Friday Coalition. The boulevards lining the main passageways offered high-end products at even higher prices. Every store quoted their prices in Coalition credits, or calls for short. One clothing store charged 50,000 calls for a single men's outfit, while an ice cream store offered deluxe flavors at 1,000 calls per scoop. What's the exchange rate? Vez opened his comm and programmed the device to automatically convert every call price in his sights. An overlay inside his eyes unobtrusively added the prices in bright credits. He swore a bit at the ridiculous rate. It's almost 100 to 1. Just add 2 zeros to every call price you see. That meant that men's outfit cost 5 million bright credits. To put it into perspective, Vez could build a quarter of a mech with that much money. These guys are fucking extravagant. It puts the money we paid for passage to shame. I have a feeling this space line never intended to earn a profit from ticket prices in the first place. This is practically a floating city in space. The passengers here are paying to experience life in the Coalition. If the torch of the Vanguard was a microcosm of the Coalition, then that meant their total wealth placed them in the lower middle class in terms of affluence. In other words, they were nobodies. With this much money being spent on luxuries, it's a wonder why those second-rate states haven't cleaned up all the third-rate states in the vicinity. It's not worth it. The money needed to maintain their standard of the living is unsustainable when compared to the amount of wealth they are able to generate from our poorer territories. That was the simple explanation. Vez had no doubt other concerns held back these second-rate behemoths. Still, the words he said still rang true. Without sufficient exotic resources, the second-rate states had no reason to expand their territories. It was like annexing a trash heap. It stank and ruined their views. The high prices ruined their mood for window shopping. They separated from each other as Vez wanted to return to his cabin. With his safety guaranteed to an extent, Dietrich was free to explore the underbelly of the ship where various kinds of blood sports and duels were held. Have fun down there, and don't get pulled into any bets. I still need you to accompany to Lemur and back, you know. Sure, it'll be fine, Mom. Dietrich rolled his eyes. You've got my comm, so holler at me if you need some muscle. I'm sure the ship's security can handle most incidents. Though the chances aren't big, I'm more concerned about pirates and other raids. If you haven't noticed, the local star sector seems to be growing more unsettled. Having followed the news, Vez learned the incident in Bentham was not an isolated event. Various other third-rate states suffered from similar unsettling incidents. One planet had its fuel refinery explode, causing massive damage along with an excruciating loss of life. What Vez found peculiar was that the groups that executed these terror attacks all looked different. The group that struck Bentham agitated against the corrupt galactic corporations that supposedly puppeted the Bright Republic from the shadows. As for another terror group in another state, they fought for the rights of exploited miners. If anyone believes these guys are not related to each other, then he'll eat my comm. He stopped wasting time on catching up with the news and turned to the MTA instead. As an organization that dealt with all things mech, it offered plenty of services to mech designers. Vez had already dealt with certification. Now he planned to access their open library. It's already generous for Director Chandler to give me a couple of books for free. He taught me there's still much to learn about the universe from books. Naturally, knowledge taught by an able teacher could not replace rote memorization. The books available in the open library also had its limits. As Vez logged in the MTA's virtual library section, he had access to many books. However, he already saw that most focused on the fundamentals and core knowledge. Cutting-edge proprietary knowledge was wholly absent from the library. Luckily, I don't have to rely on others to develop my specializations. The basics are good enough for me. Referencing the library will also create a paper trail for me to explain my sudden improvements in mechanics and other skills. As he recently improved his mechanics skill to journeyman, he wanted to stabilize his newly achieved realm by reading supplementary books. He filtered out most books concerning other topics and only limited himself to the best-selling primers at journeyman level. Artificial Musculature: How to Go Faster, by Master Ricardo to Canada. Price: 153,623 bright credits. The Forces Propelling Bipedal Mech, A Balanced Approach, by Master R.I. Ulmer and Master F.M. Smith. Price: 346,535 bright credits. The Journeyman's Guide to Mech Engines, 74th edition, by Master Elia James, Master Alice Coventry and Master Christopher Lynn. Price: 86,232 bright credits. Vez practically bled out his heart when he spent his precious credits on those books. Most of the masters who authored or edited those books were renowned mech designers sitting at the top of the mech industry. The 3 books Vez selected formed the core of journeyman-level mechanics, and even with his system-enhanced memories, he could still learn a lot from those books. The prices were originally expressed in different currencies. Perhaps to those who lived in second-rate states, the prices were reasonable. But he was certain the purchases would eventually pay off when he assimilated the knowledge, but it still represented a large chunk of his savings. It feels like I'm back in college. Well, as long as the ship is still in transit, I have more than enough time to digest these books. Just as he was about to dive into his purchases, the front door of the cabin slid open. "Vesey boy. You gotta come downstairs. There's a pair of next-gen mech about to duel each other in an hour. Gather up your credits and let's go bet." Chapter 73, underway. The designers of the Torch of the Vanguard shaped it in a lengthy, triangular form. It looked like a stubby rod where the top was narrow in order to provide windows to every cabin and fat at the bottom to store lots of cargo. Thus, the underbelly of the ship had enough room to set up a small arena, shielded by the best screening technology the Friday Coalition could afford. A large crowd already gathered around the high-tech stadium. Even for the Friday Coalition, seeing a next-gen mech perform was not an everyday sight. Only the elites from second-rate states were privileged to pilot such an expensive and powerful mech. Naturally, the first-rate superstates treated next-gen mech as their basic models. The cutting-edge generation that they were still developing would be unleashed to the wider galaxy in about a decade. Vez was already apprehensive about the sea of changes that ensued with every generational leap. "Hey Vez, can you explain to me what's so fancy about the next generation?" Each new generation represented a major leap forward in a couple of areas of technology. Usually the incorporation of hitherto unknown exotic materials supported such innovation. I don't have the details, but I've heard the next generation is largely an advance in weapons and energy storage technology. Lasers and other types of direct energy weapons are more powerful and can deliver a higher burst of damage without damaging their weapons. High-end energy cells are also able to store more power. As for heat management, the improvement there hasn't caught up, so mech-running energy weapons won't last as long. Okay, so lasers are gonna hit harder and longer, but the heat management is going to be a bitch. Sounds like it's ideal for skirmisher types. What about ballistic and missile weaponry? There's no major innovation there, but weapons manufacturers have reduced the costs of much of their premium weaponry. It basically means that the other weapon types can catch up at the cost of reduced profits to manufacturers. Heh, sounds good. Those greedy bastards charge way too much for ammunition. It's about time they get to bleed. Vez did not mention that armor systems also failed to keep up. That largely meant that battles between next-gen mech were shorter and more intense. The risk of death increased while the amount of repairs and replenishments was going up. The strategic use of mech was about to change in many ways. They sat around the arena and waited for the show to start. It did not take too long for the stars to arrive. That's Wolfgreer of the Constellations. His Moonhowl mech once smashed 3 pirates at once with his Overload fist. A bulky medium mech carrying twin pistols on its hips arrived first. Despite the pistols, the mech was built like a brawler, its main weapon being its reinforced fists. The pilot had guts for resorting to unarmed combat. The shorter range meant the mech had less reach and, more importantly, less leverage to punch through armor. What's the overload fist? Don't know. We'll see it in action soon enough. As Vez admired the Moonhowl's refined lines, its opponent came onto the stage as well. The other mech weighed a little lighter than the Moonhowl. The large logo on its arm told the audience that the mech named Righteous Sword fought under the banner of the Winston Corps. That's Cyrus Peterson's famous Righteous Sword, one of the best sword mech of the coalition. The two next-gen mech met each other in the middle of the arena. After a short handshake, they parted and stood at the standard dueling distance for small-sized arenas. The small setting gave the Righteous Sword a lot less room to run around. As a mech armed with nothing but a single sword, Iris needed all the room she could get in order to leverage her mech's superior mobility. Now that the duelists made themselves known, the crowd started to make their bets. When Vez heard the amount of money they chipped in, he thought better of putting in his own bet. Like a rural hick, Dietrich dropped his jaw. Heavens, did that guy just bet the equivalent of 200 million bright credits? He could feed an entire planet for a day with that much money. As soon as the bets tapered off, the organizers strengthened the security screens and green-lighted the duel. Start. The next-gen mech exploded into action. As each next-gen mech represented the pinnacle of mech from the Friday Coalition, Vez was ready to study how far they pushed the envelope. The spectacle didn't disappoint. The forces the mech were able to leverage caused the mech to move with speed and power that put older mech to shame. The Moonhowl especially embodied this as it sought to charge straight at the Righteous Sword. The battle embodied the classic match between a brute and a mover. The Moonhowl excelled in straightforward fights and trading hits, while the Radiant Sword sought to attack weak points and avoid getting entangled. In normal circumstances, Iris should have been able to leverage her advantage in mobility, but Wolf made good use of the cramped arena to slow her down. Enough of this. Wolf broadcasted as his mech engage a set of hidden boosters. Damn, that guy's timing is impeccable. There's no way for Iris to escape. The Righteous Sword was in the middle of fleeing to the side. Its momentum could not be redirected instantly. By the time it turned, the Moonhowl was already upon the slimmer mech. As if knowing that any further evasions had no use, the Righteous Sword extended its sword. The Moonhowl shifted its orientation and position slightly by adjusting the power of its individual boosters at the very last moment. This caused the sword to punch through the side armor and miss the power reactor. On the other hand, the Moonhowl's fists glowed red as some sort of strange energy enveloped the limb. Just as it was about to strike the Righteous Sword's cockpit, both mech abruptly stopped. That's enough. The winner is Wolf Greer. Most of the crowd booed at the premature end of the duel. Even if the fist had hit, the damage it dealt might not cripple the Righteous Sword. Vez understood why the organizers shut down the fight so quickly. Repairing next-gen mech was expensive and they did not want to weaken the power of their best escorts. Dietrich shook his head, having bet quite a lot of credits on the beautiful female pilot. Man, this arena is a waste of time if the organizers keep pulling every ounce punches. They don't have the guts to show us a real fight. I'd be better off watching a projection from the galactic net. The pair split up again once Dietrich escorted Vez back to their cabin upstairs. As Vez wanted to save as much credits as possible, he declined to follow Dietrich outside as he perused the ship's extensive entertainment. The torch of the Vanguard slowly made its rounds as it hopped across borders. The distance it traversed within a short amount of time was incredible. That it took over 2 weeks to reach Lemur was a testament to the torch's incredibly powerful engines. Luckily, a Lemur system happened to be situated a little closer to the Bright Republic, so Vez could board any standard passenger ship to reach Lemur in time for the qualifiers. The ship's prestige and its escort of elite mech from the Coalition deterred all troublemakers. Most of them took one look at the scanners and got scared off by the torch's immense engine readings. Only the largest organizations from second-rate states possessed the know-how to build such a powerful ship. Vez made good use of the time by studying the virtual books as if he was a desperate student about to take his exams. He already learned much of the core knowledge from the system, but the books expanded upon the main concepts and provided him with a lot of good references. At the end of the Torch's voyage to the Coalition's border, Vez firmly stabilized his foundations in mechanics. He now possessed sufficient confidence in designing a mech with mechanical principles beyond the reach of an average novice. Mechanics might not be as sexy as metallurgy or optics, but it's the main pillar that underpins every mech. Perhaps he might still be behind the best geniuses participating in the open competition, but he should be able to pass the qualifiers at the very least. He had taken a brief look at the rules and understood the days preceding the main competition was meant to filter out the riffraff. Too bad the hype around my mech have faded. His virtual sales tapered off. The Mark Antony and its male variant proved to be surprisingly successful while they graced the news, but the novelty passed when the broadcasters focused on other events. Without the constant exposure in the media, the mech dropped into obscurity. What further nailed the coffin into his sales was that a couple of other designers copied his codpiece. It proved to be a minor trend in the local market, but so many pilots repelled the myriad designs that the copycats never earned much of a profit. Vez studied the figures and nodded in disappointment. There's no future in driving sales through unique looks. Excessively decorated mech don't fare well in the market right now. The current trend is to keep the mech appearance sober in order to avoid attracting enemy fire. It might be a different story if the mech were rated lower. First and second star mech often featured brighter colors and more flamboyant touches. However, by the time pilots were able to buy 5-star mech, they were old enough to graduate from academies and pilot a mech on a real battlefield. At the last day when Vez was about to depart the Torch, he decided to spend his accumulated DP. He already spent a lot of time sorting out his recent gains, so that left his mind free to accept an influx of new knowledge. Now what will I upgrade? This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Chapter 74. Another upgrade. As Vez glanced at his status, he almost got scared by the amount of DP he accrued. Just a short time ago he still got excited when he earned a couple of hundred DP, but right now his breath caught when he saw he earned more than 5,000 DP just from his virtual sales. Damn, earning so much DP is a cheat. If even one of my design catches on, I'm set for life. Naturally, Vez did not think the system was generous. The way it handed out DP told him that it encouraged Vez to develop one good design rather than 100 forgettable designs. The DP earnings from sales should be his primary source of income. And though he could earn a lot of DP from simply getting one design right, the costs of more advanced skills from the skill tree ramped up pretty fast. He switched to his skill tree and stared down his mechanics section. Upgrading his mechanics skill from journeyman to senior demanded 100,000 DP. Even if he gathered so much DP, he also had to satisfy the additional prerequisite of raising 3 related subskills to journeyman as well. It's not worth it to go down a single tree if I only have 5,000 DP to spend. I'm better off increasing my attributes or some of my other skills. With this much DP, it became possible for him to buy a couple of candies from the store in order to boost his intelligence. Still, just because it was possible didn't mean it was useful. If he wanted to compete against the geniuses who studied at Lemur, then he needed an immediate boost in skills and knowledge. He'll think about attributes later when the situation is not so urgent. First up, let's see what main skill I can upgrade. Though he could afford to upgrade 2 main skills, he was apprehensive about overloading his brain. Every major category came with a wealth of knowledge that took weeks to settle in. If Vez bit off more than he could chew, he might end up mentally crippled for a time. The last thing he wanted was to knock himself out of the competition before it even began. Thus, he started to scour the skill tree for a modest collection of subskills first. After taking a brief look at some of the newer and more exotic subskills, he turned down most of them in favor of upgrading his existing ones. Alloy Compression I. 1000 DP. Speed Tuning III. 800 DP. Medium Weight Armor Optimization III. 1200 DP. Metallurgy Journeyman. 2000 DP. The upgrades to speed tuning and medium weight armor optimization spoke for themselves. They increased the depth of his specializations and would help him make faster and better protected mech. As for metallurgy, he decided that achieving journeyman level in this field was essential if he wanted to compete in terms of armor. He still remembered the extraordinary toughness of some of Mech that participated in the Fusion Cup. A solid background in metallurgy helped close the gap and enable him to purchase another subskill. So that's how they did it, Vez muttered when he finally added alloy compression to his shopping list. Though not the only way to improve a piece of armor plating, it nonetheless provided remarkable results with comparatively little effort. The concept sounded simple. Certain alloys transformed when subjected to a large amount of even pressure. While most either ruptured or ended up as a piece of scrap, some alloys instead successfully compressed into a tougher plate. Too bad it requires a special machine in order to compress these special alloys. Vez sighed. Just buying the cheapest model set him back at least a couple of 100 million bright credits. Though still outside his budget, he could still apply the knowledge to any designs as long as he did not intend to produce it in his workshop. Not only was it usable at the upcoming competition, he could also apply it to any virtual designs where the game provided him with every possible fabrication machine he could ask. Thus, the extravagant purchase of 1000 EP for just the first rank of alloy compression still paid off. As Vez intended to absorb a lot of knowledge at a time, he spaced them out. He first started with speed tuning III and medium weight armor optimization III. Both of these subskills at the third tier provided similar kinds of knowledge in that they were light on fundamentals but heavy on details. While absorbing the data from speed tuning happened without problems, Vez could not say the same for armor optimization. His shallow background in physics increased the difficulty of absorbing the advanced data. He got the feeling he received a large bunch of encrypted gibberish, and the only way to unlock them was to increase his proficiency in physics. That's a thing for later when I have the DP to spare. Having learned a lesson on the importance of main skills, he opted to absorb metallurgy first. The influx burdened his mind, but not as bad as the first time he upgraded a skill to journeyman. Somehow, Vez found that his mind had expanded somewhat, as if his previous experience left a hollow that could be recycled over and over again. With the help of this boon, Vez focused on absorbing everything about metallurgy and its varied fields of knowledge. Journeyman-level metallurgy mostly consisted of the learning the properties and uses of the most commonly employed exotic minerals. It provided him with an extensive understanding in how to use and shape armor plating and gave him a primer on how others developed their own armor systems. As for alloy compression, the subskill went into greater detail in how most armor systems improved their specs without getting too heavy. With the right mix of exotic materials, the compressed piece of armor was capable of withstanding much more damage for its weight and thickness. The trade-off for this procedure was that it took a lot of time to process the materials and that a lot of expensive exotics had to be used. It turned out the original Caesar Augustus model employed compressed armor plating to achieve its lauded durability. National Aeromotive spent a lot of effort in developing their heat-resistant armor, so Vez was a long way in developing armor that performed anywhere near such a great product. At least he possessed enough of a foundation to handle a compression machine skillfully and reproduce any advanced piece of armor so long as he had the license. Status: Name, Vez Larkinson. Profession, novice mech designer. Specializations, none. Design points, 74. Attributes: Strength, 0.7. Dexterity, 0.7. Endurance, 0.7. Intelligence, 1.2. Creativity, 1. Concentration, 1.7. Neural aptitude, F. Skills: Assembly, Apprentice, 3D printer proficiency II, Assembler proficiency II. Business, Apprentice. Computer science, Incompetent. Electrical engineering, Novice. Mathematics, Incompetent. Mechanics, Journeyman, Jury rigging II, Speed tuning III. Metallurgy, Journeyman, Alloy compression I. Metaphysics, Incompetent. Physics, Novice. Lightweight armor optimization I. Medium weight armor optimization II. Evaluation, a novice about to spread his wings. While he lost a lot of DP, his capabilities improved beyond the norm. Vez vaguely suspected that he had surpassed a regular mech designer who had just graduated from a second-rate institution. As for matching the skills of a genuine elite like Edwin McKinney, Vez still lacked the confidence for a rematch. Perhaps they've gotten within striking distance to Edwin, but that doesn't mean anything yet. He's bound to develop his skills as well. I can't imagine how far he's already reached. Life went on. While Vez sorted out his overstuffed mind, the Torch of the Vanguard entered Coalition space. She finally reached the end of her journey. The Friday Coalition's immense size meant it held multiple port systems. From the Bright Republic, any ship wishing to enter Coalition space first passed through the Houston system. As a strategically important location and a prime invasion point, the Coalition forces in charge of this area built it up as a fortress. Countless mech and fixed emplacements dotted the system even as the Torch of the Vanguard exited FTL at the edge. A patrol of spacefaring mech arrived at the ship and called her to a halt. Despite the massive traffic coming to and from the Houston system, the Coalition still possessed enough manpower to inspect each ship. As a vessel registered in Coalition space, the inspectors went about their work with haste. Dietrich stood beside Vez as they both got checked out by the incoming personnel. Though Dietrich's status was a little dubious, the identity of a proven mech designer proved enough for Vez to vouch for his companion. Man, these Coalition guys sure take visitors seriously. I think the recent terrorist attacks have them spooked as well, even if they haven't suffered yet from any attacks. All of the Coalition troops bore a distinct symbol underneath their Coalition sunflower logo. It looked like a set of 5 tapering blue triangles, like a fan consisting of 5 blades. We've entered the territory of the Kansu clan. They're rather strict and uptight, so don't pull anything funny. Yeah, I know. I've seen enough Coalition broadcasts to know how pissed off they get when someone has their hair out of place. That was an exaggeration, of course, but it demonstrated the Kansu clan's values. As a rigid family clan that never bent their principles, they clashed often against their rival clans in the state they originated. Eventually they pissed off so many groups that they all banded together against the Kansu clan, devastating their worlds and forcing their upper echelon to flee to the distant Komodo Star sector. One would think that the Kansu clan loosened up after such a harrowing ordeal. Instead, they doubled down, coming across as even more stubborn and uptight. Only their might as the second most powerful military power of the Coalition kept them safe from outside pressure. No one wanted to provoke the dragon. Luckily, a lemur system is part of the more liberal Carnegie group. Vez said as the inspectors finished their work. They caught a couple of suspicious characters and escorted them out of the ship. We only have to tough it out for a few days before we leave Kansu space. The Torch finally reached her final stop at a massive spaceport orbiting one of the system's moons. No outsiders were allowed to approach the Kansu clan's settled planets, so the station handled most of the traffic. The insides of the station embodied the quiet arrogance of the clan. Occasional trees and sculptures brought in some much-needed vitality in the otherwise sober white decor. After leaving the Torch, they transferred to a smaller and cheaper passenger transport. There was no helping taking the cheaper option this time. Paying everything in calls ate up a large amount of their money. Vez and Dietrich could only afford to pay for the cheapest option, which let Dietrich bring his mech along. I think with the recent trouble, this trip might not be very quiet. The Coalition is powerful, but that just means that there are more interests competing against each other. Dietrich nodded seriously, his customary grin already gone from his face. I know. I've prepared as best I can. The Sainthurst lacked the various luxuries offered by much larger vessels such as the Torch of the Vanguard. Instead, she focused on maximizing her internal space, trying to stuff as many passengers as possible in a single ship while still adhering to the Coalition's laws. That meant their cabin was simply 2 bunks, a desk, some chairs and a tiny bathroom. While it sufficed for a simple trip to Lemur, the contrast between the royal treatment they received from their previous ship was too much. While the Sainthurst devoted only a small portion of her interior to shops and restaurants, Vez and Dietrich found that most of them were on the more affordable side. Vez bought a couple of fancier-looking clothes that allowed him to fit in a little better, while Dietrich happily tried out all the cheap drinks the Coalition offered. The one good thing about the Sainthurst was that she didn't lose out on speed. Her modern FTL drive possessed quite a reach and hopped over many light years with each transition. As they entered deeper into the Kansu clan's territory, they started to encounter more populated systems. The St. Hurst stumbled upon an invasion after a couple of days. Vez and Dietrich's luck in avoiding incidents failed spectacularly at the worst possible moment. A group daring enough to openly assault a system under the rule of the Kanzu clan could not be anything but a rival coalition member. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Chapter 75, Pirates. The worst outcome happened just as they finally reached Lemur. An unknown group of invaders brazenly attacked a border system owned by the powerful Kanzu clan. The St. Hurst immediately locked down the ship and turned off all external communications, but plenty of passengers possessed different means. They're not going to attack us, are they? I recognize the emblem. That's the Vermeer group. That's not a raid, that's a full invasion fleet. They even brought tanks and infantry to occupy captured territory. The news became grim when they realized the St. Hurst got caught in a struggle between two full coalition partners. The third most powerful Vermeer group committed to a full border invasion of the Twin Tigers system held by the second most powerful Kanzu clan. Fuck, I always thought these things happened in dramas. Now that it's happening in real life, I feel really crappy. Dietrich spat as his face turned blue. Through long-range scans everyone could see hundreds of regimented mech moving in unison. Any casual mercenary group would get rolled over when facing such an unstoppable tide. The galaxy is never at peace. We've been too spoiled in the Bright Republic where skirmishes remain small. After all, there's nothing really valuable there worth fighting to the death. That the Vermeer group decided to invest so much effort into conquering a border system meant that this place had something of value. A couple of other passengers had the same idea, and one person who still had access to the galactic net found a reason. Spiral ore. The Twin Tigers system has a large deposit of spiral ore. While that meant nothing to Dietrich, Vez looked up with widened eyes as he heard the news. His improved metallurgy skills along with his extensive insight in the mech industry supplied him with the reason for the Vermeer group's radical move. Spiral ore can be refined into a substance that is essential to fabricating high-density energy cells. Trace amounts of spiral ore can be found in most star systems, but it's not economical to harvest these tiny deposits. If the Kanzu clan discovered a substantial deposit in the Twin Tigers system, then it has turned from a backwater in a major strategic asset. A couple of passengers dug out even worse news. It turned out that the Vermeer group already possessed two large deposits of spiral ore within their territory. They sought to conquer the Twin Tigers system in order to obtain a local monopoly on the valuable ore. If they succeeded in keeping all three sources of ore, then they were able to dictate the prices and make up for the losses they suffered in this invasion. Looks like the unrest outside has spread to the coalition as well. These coalition partners sure are ruthless enough to wage war on their own side. In actuality, it was questionable whether the major partners that made up the coalition were ever on the same side to begin with. They came together only to defend against the monolithic exotic hegemony. Besides passing some common laws to ease trade and mutual defense, the different partners still held on to their unique cultures and individual pride. As time passed, the St. Hurst tightened their suppression in order to avoid panic. Crew members along with armed bots emerged from nowhere and guided the passengers back to their cabins. A shipwide announcement spoke once the last passengers returned to their places. This is the captain speaking. As you may have found out, the St. Hurst has entered the Twin Tigers system in the middle of a military conflict. While devastating to the population, our space line is not related to either factions involved in any way. Neither sides have expressed any intentions of pursuing us as we announced our presence. Just as Vez was about to sigh in relief, the captain spoke again. Do not misunderstand. We are not safe. Though we may be neutral, either the Kanzu or the Vermeer can change their minds at any moment. If you are a person of means and have reason to believe you can convince them to leave us alone, then feel free to approach a crew member. Nonetheless, I don't expect them to spare any thoughts on us. What we may be facing is worse. Dietrich looked grim as he analyzed a projection of the star system. When the big boys fight, there's always little boys scurrying underneath. We have detected sporadic signs of unaffiliated parties. Though most of them are civilian vessels suffering under the same circumstances, there are a number of vessels that may not hold friendly intentions. In other words, pirates. The captain prattled on about the importance of staying put and avoid any panic. Both Vez and Dietrich learned nothing new from the speech. Instead, they waited for a key phrase to emerge. Furthermore, to any active mech pilots among you, we may request assistance from you, especially if you have brought along your mech. We are unsealing all mech in our cargo bay at this moment. Vez looked at Dietrich, who nodded and started to change from his casual wear into his pilot suit. Your Harrier won't keep up with the kind of mech out there. Even the pirates are better equipped than the mech corps back home. Even in the same generation, there's differences in firepower and protection. I know, but I'm not one to run from a challenge. I've spent weeks doing nothing but drinking my time away. You hired me to protect you, so it's time for me to earn my pay. In actuality, Vez did not agree to pay Dietrich anything. He tagged along on his own accord, but neither of the two were in the mood to bring that up. As Dietrich finished changing his clothes, he opened the front door of the cabin and spoke to a nearby crew member. The uniformed spacer nodded and led a spare bot guide Dietrich to the cargo bay at the lower decks. In times like these, Vez hated he could not join the fight. Though he received basic training in firearms back when he studied mech design, that was only to prepare him as a reservist. Even if the government drafted him into the mech corps, all he could really do was repair and maintain mech. Fighting the enemy at the front lines was not what Vez ever had in mind. To calm himself down, he grabbed an oblivious Lucky and changed to a vacuum suit before sitting down on a reinforced chair. Each cabin came supplied with basic sealed vacuum suits and reinforced chairs with sturdy straps in case of emergencies. Vez strapped himself in and made sure any sudden shocks from the ship did not dislodge his bindings. Don't move, Lucky. I don't want you to float around in case the artificial gravity shuts off. Space combat among humans used to be bloody before the MTA stamped down their foot. Nowadays, spaceships weren't supposed to be armed, which cut down on the damage. These days, pirates employed space-capable mech to secure the surroundings while using boarding troops to invade the interior of a ship. If the Sainthurst wanted to survive the pirate raid intact, then it could not afford to lose either battles. The minutes ticked past as Vez felt his skin grow clammy with sweat. The worst thing about the situation was that the crew did not intend to inform the passengers of any news. Dietrich might have already launched from the cargo bay. Could he manage to fight in the difficult environment of outer space? Was his mech sealed tight enough to avoid leaking the air supply? No sound propagated from space. Any explosions or weapons fire would not affect the ship unless it happened extremely close. Though Vez vaguely sensed a couple of unusual vibrations, he could not guess their source. Even with the might of the system, Vez still had nothing in his hands to defend against any aggression. He regretted ignoring the self-defense options in the store and skill tree. If he invested some of the 5,000 DP into personal defense, then he might not be sweating bullets right now. The ship shook abruptly several times. The captain quickly made another announcement. Alert! The pirates have managed to slip in a couple of boarding shuttles through our mech. They are drilling through the hatches as we speak. Do not resist and do not leave your cabins. Vez swore vigorously. This useless captain could have explained what was going on. Who were the pirates? Did they have a track record of wanting murder, or were they just here to rob the passengers of their wealth? Shit. I still have more than 24 million credits in savings. I can't afford to lose it all. Still, what could he do? He did not elude himself into thinking he could slip out of his cabin and murder every intruder with his bare hands. He did not even possess a firearm. He quickly activated the mech designer system and opened the store. Basic fruit knife. 100 DP. One-shot holdout pistol. 500 DP. What? 500 freaking DP for a gun with a single bullet? Vez wanted to tear his hair off. Forget about the pistol, he couldn't even afford to buy the most harmless knife from the store due to a shortage of DP. He made a major error in blowing all of his DP away at once. Well, lesson learned. Next time, I'll save some DP. As Vez sat still holding on to his gem cat, he felt a couple of more vibrations. While he had trouble guessing the origin of those vibrations, they increased in magnitude and frequency. If he didn't know any better, they felt a lot like heavy footsteps. With the cabin's heavy sound insulation, he had no way of knowing any better. Minutes passed as the frequency of vibrations decreased. Just as Vez relaxed his nerves, a breaching device broke the cabin door. Hands in the air. Don't move. I'm unarmed, I'm unarmed. Vez yelled as he raised his arms. Lucky yowled in fright as soon as two menacing exoskeleton suits entered the tiny cabin. The haphazard depictions of weapons and scantily clad girls made it clear that these two men were not part of the ship's security contingent. The two armored men practically took up half of the cabin's space. One of the pirates held a massive laser rifle over his shoulder while the second held a smoking laser pistol. You. What's your name? V.V. Vez. Vez Larkinson. The lead pirate paused for a moment. Vez guessed he was using his suit's internal HUD to look up his name from the passenger manifest. Mech designer. Good. Your roommate is fighting outside. Not so good. Come with us. Wait, I can pay. I have credits. We're not interested in your worthless credits. Come along before your friend does something regrettable. The lead pirate revealed a knife and cut off the straps holding Vez in place. Stand up. With one pirate looming over with a rifle and another pointing at him with a thick and deadly knife, Vez had no choice. He kept his hands in the air and slowly pushed off the chair. I don't want to get hurt. I'll do what you want. Just don't hurt me. Relax, pal. Just listen to what I say, and you can. The pirate suddenly got cut off as a golden flash swiped over his neck. A soft swish fluttered in the air as everyone got startled. The flash turned out to be Lucky, who landed atop a dresser with glowing blue eyes. A pair of energy claws extended from his dainty claws. The drops of blood that still clung onto its surface sizzled as the heat evaporated the remaining liquid. The front pirate gurgled for a few seconds before collapsing into a heap. His exoskeleton armor provided almost no resistance to Lucky's sudden strike. What the? Freddy? Freddy. You fucking cat. The remaining pirate went berserk and pulled the trigger of his rifle. A white hit beam emerged from its muzzle and vaporized Dietrich's bed before turning towards the top of the dresser. Lucky. Run. The gem cat's eyes sparkled even brighter before he disappeared in another flash. A fraction of a second later, Lucky landed in front of the broken cabin door as the second pirate suffered from an identical case of having half his neck slashed apart by a deceptively sharp claw. The floor boomed as the dead man collapsed onto his brother. While Lucky deactivated his deadly claw and preened, Vez grew green as he stared at the expanding puddles of blood. His lunge suddenly escaped from his stomach. He barfed right into his transparent helmet cover. His airtight suit automatically detected the danger and subtracted the front plate. After emptying his stomach, he breathed deeply and stared at Lucky as if he was a ghost. Lucky, your claws. Since when did you? Vez suddenly recalled the mysterious box. Did its contents have anything to do with Lucky being able to manifest his energy claws? Chapter 76. Killer Vez had never seen so much blood in his entire life. It pooled into a couple of puddles as deep as the carnelian he installed on his first mech. The two bodies of the armored pirates laid still in an undignified heap, as pathetic as the manner in which they died. Meow. Lucky released as he retracted his claws and gently brushed his body against his owner's legs. It was as if the last minute simply didn't happen. Okay. So my pet is a killer assassin. Okay. That's too much crazy for me to process. If Dietrich could see him now, he'd probably slap his back and tell him to man up. The pirates were out to get him and the only way he could stay free was to rob them of their lives. Over many weeks of interaction with the confident pilot, some of it must have rubbed on Vez, because he recovered after only a couple of minutes. I'm pathetic. This is life in the age of mech. I design and produce massive machines of war, goddammit. I already have a lot more blood on my hands. After all, did he not sell a mech to Vincent Ricklin, who used it to massacre scores of innocent bystanders? It was not as if Vez ignored the consequences. The true impact of his actions were too distant, and he received some training in college to rationalize his actions. Still, coming so close to a death caused by his circumstances made him feel extraordinarily queasy. You've got to snap out of it. The pirates must still be connected to each other. If I'm right, they must have noticed the deaths already. Vez snapped back into action. If any other pirates came and saw him dazing around over the bodies of their comrades, They'd shoot him in a heartbeat. He quickly entered the bathroom and rinsed away his vomit. Then he returned to the main cabin and grabbed a fallen laser pistol. TCH. It's locked, but that won't stop me. He went to the half-burned dresser and retrieved a small pack of mini tools from his luggage. As a mech designer, he always ensured he had access to a set of essential tools in case he wanted to tinker on something, or needed to conduct some emergency repairs. He did not stop to mess around with the laser pistol but instead left his cabin as quickly as possible. Come on, Lucky. We can't get caught by any pirate right now. The cat dutifully followed Vez as they both ran down the corridors. Now that they left the soundproofed cabin, they heard clear footsteps, screams and weapon discharges. It turned out that some of the other passengers had also smuggled in some weapons. Unfortunately for them, anything they sneaked past the ship's sensors failed to scratch the paint of an advanced exoskeleton suit. To be honest, even his pilfered pistol lacked sufficient punch, but he still brought it along. After running down the stairs and entering a random opened cabin, entered the bathroom and shut himself inside. Right. Pistol. Come on and open for me. Vez whispered as he opened his miniature toolbox and started to fiddle with the laser pistol's control module. Though he had no background in infantry weapons, his familiarity with their mechanized counterparts allowed him to identify almost every component underneath the weapon's casing. Alright, so this is the control module. Now how can I disable its identity check? Vez had no means of hacking its software. The modern weapon appeared to be an upscale luxury model, so its safety features must be quite substantial. Still, as a compact weapon, its manufacturer did not devote too many components into keeping the weapon locked. After a couple of minutes of identifying what each component did, he retrieved a couple of tools and went to work with his utmost focus. His heightened concentration allowed him to shut off his fear and other external influences. His jury-rigging skill allowed him to solve his problem with unconventional solutions. His hands remained as steady as a machine as he delicately cut off some parts while forcibly welding other parts together. After finishing with the locking mechanism, he even started to mess around with the energy cell and capacitor. There. That should do it, he said as he packed up his tools and attached his set to his belt. He gingerly picked up the laser pistol and turned it on. The lights turned green as the weapon started to accumulate a charge. His hasty tinkering succeeded in unlocking the weapon. After pressing a button, a projection came into view over the rear of the barrel. The simple figures displayed the pistol's charge and heat capacity. Currently, the pistol showed that it was ready to fire a charge of 200% in a single heavy beam. Such a charge went way above the weapon's maximum safety limits. Only his recent tinkering allowed the pistol to go beyond its limits. Well, I doubt the pistol will last an entire day, but at least I stand a better chance of penetrating heavy armor. Such a weapon was exceedingly dangerous. If Vez did not aim carefully, a laser beam might burn through a bulkhead and damage the rooms ahead. If any passengers huddled nearby, Vez might actually kill someone innocent. He'd be in big trouble if he caused the deaths of anyone other than pirates. It's a risk I have to take. I can't sit still and let the pirates decide over my life. He also wanted to keep Lucky safe. Though the cat mostly acted lazy, he felt a deep connection with what could be his only link to his missing father. Let's go hunt some pirates, he whispered to Lucky, and they both snuck out of the bathroom and peeked outside the corridor. I don't want to take the fight to them, but I won't let myself be cornered either. We have to retake control of the ship. He doubted the still fighting crew members appreciated his involvement, but he did not trust them to have the interests of the passengers in mind. Though the laws obligated them to defend the passengers to the death, he occasionally came across some news articles where the captain and the crew were less than passionate when facing down the barrel of a gun. A pair of heavy footsteps approached his hiding place. Vez guessed that they possessed sensors that were capable of detecting heat, so they could follow the traces of footsteps and his lingering body heat. From the lack of haste, they probably did not realize that Vez was one of the bastards who killed off a couple of pirates. That was good. You. In the cabin. Get out of there. Vez slowly rose and held onto his charged-up pistol. Since exoskeletons possessed all kinds of sensors, he did not bother to hide its substantial heat emissions. Fucker. He's armed. The pirates still remained human. The pair of armored men focused all of their attention to his radiating pistol, ignoring the gym cat sneaking up from behind. As a mechanical pet, Lucky barely released any heat as long as he did not deploy his energy claws. By moving slowly and regularly, he was as inconspicuous as the ship's standard cleaning bots. Just as they directed their aim at him through the bulkhead, Vez yelled out, "Lucky! Now!" Like a silent killer, Lucky jumped in the air and landed atop the back of the rearmost pirate's neck armor. His claws sank deep inside the plating as if it didn't exist and shredded the vulnerable flesh underneath. As one of the pirates gurgled and died, Vez poked out his body from the broken door frame and shot his pistol with haste. His aim drifted a bit to the left, causing him to hit the surviving pirate's shoulder instead of his center mass. Still, the overloaded laser beam managed to convey a lot of heat at a single spot, which spoiled the pirate's aim. His rifle barked upwards well over its target's head. "Damn it! Lucky, finish him off," Vez swore as he jumped back inside the empty cabin. His pistol started to smoke and his confidence evaporated. He waited until the scream cut off before taking a peek again. His eyes gazed at another pair of bodies. This time he processed the act of killing without losing control over his stomach. He managed to approach the rear of the St. Hurst with remarkable haste after his latest killings. The boarding parties mainly concentrated their efforts in controlling a few critical compartments along with subduing the passengers. As most of the passengers still huddled inside their rooms, once Vez left the cabin area he encountered a lot less patrols. "Huh. I thought so. If these pirates are still fighting with the mech outside, then that means they can't risk sending out too many boarding shuttles. They sent just enough pirates to subdue the passengers and crew. If they lose a couple of men, then it's no big deal for them as long as they recover their gear." Vez did not envy the life of a pirate grunt. Unless they could pilot mech, they were treated as no better than a slightly smarter combat bot. At least one merit to the use of living bodies was that they could not be hacked. Just because the big shits don't care about their lives doesn't mean they will obediently roll over. Vez had very little means in repelling the 100 or so pirates aboard the St. Hurst. The cheap passenger liner's security contingent obviously lacked exoskeleton armor, as the dead crew members that Vez encountered sported nothing heavier than lightly armored suits. He approached the engineering compartment which hosted the ship's engines and the power reactor. A lot more pirates milled just outside the heavily armored hatch. They installed a portable laser driller that was in the process of dismantling the blockade. Once the pirates had access to engineering, the game was up. The pirate engineers could do a lot of things, from cutting off the connection to the bridge to redirecting the St. Hurst's course. As a last resort, they could also threaten the entire ship by blowing up its vulnerable reactor. "Lucky, can you sneak closer and count how many pirates are there?" The cat bobbed his cute head and snuck around the corner. A minute passed before he returned. The cat softly scratched a bulkhead with single claw. 24 pirates. Are they all inside an exoskeleton? Okay, so they only have 2 lightly armored engineers. Right. I know what to do now. He instructed Lucky briefly, then got ready to take action. He kept a healthy distance from the pirates in order to avoid tripping their sensors. He approached the hatch and used his tools to fiddle with its control mechanisms. After finishing his work, he packed up his tools and readied his pistol. The long wait caused him to drip in sweat again. He was about to do something very foolhardy. Engineer down. Protect the other one. Shoot down that bot. The 2 pirate squads rose into action as Lucky went to town. While Lucky bounced around and spoiled the aim of the pirates by hiding behind their comrades, Vez quickly crept around the corner and aimed his smoking pistol at the drill. The beam melted the laser drill into a pile of slag. He immediately jumped back, but a pair of pirates who ignored the commotion and kept their eyes peeled in his direction shot their own weapons in response. A laser almost hit him before Vez rounded the corner. The bulkhead blocked out the beam long enough for Vez to get away. The other pirate adjusted his light cannon's aim. Its massive size could only be carried by a powered suit of armor. The pirate pulled the trigger, causing an shell to accelerate towards the intersection where Vez briefly fired his weapon. Though Vez managed to take a few steps back, the shell exploded into a nova of force. The shockwave pushed him off his feet while a small fragment clipped the side of his torso. Arg! His vacuum suit automatically sealed up the gap and stemmed the flow of blood as best it could. The suit injected him with a small dose of painkillers in order to suppress his agony. Damn it, I got hit. Lucky. Get out of there. Vez hobbled away as some of the angry pirates thundered after him. He quickly jumped past the closest hatch and waited. The bot is running away. He did not have to wait for long until ran past. Now that Lucky succeeded in getting away, Vez slammed his palm onto the hatch's control console. A heavy slab of metal fell down, shutting him momentarily from the enraged pirates. Don't fuck with a mech designer. Vez impulsively spat at the closed hatch as a small group of pirates pounded its surface from the other side. He raised his middle finger and saluted the frustrated gang of criminals. Come on, let's get out of here. They'll be on guard against us now. With his trusty cat in tow, he smartly made himself scarce. While Lucky possessed unimaginable capabilities, Vez did not want to risk his life against two entire squads of heavily armed pirates. Killing the engineers and disabling the drill was the best he could do for the ship. Hopefully he bought enough time. Chapter 77, Disembark. For the next hour, Vez did nothing but hide. He went all the way up the decks and hid himself in the most useless compartment of the ship, the observatory. As distant flashes of light exploded in the darkness of space, Vez remained still as he laid under a couch, holding Lucky in his arms. I'm not an expert on pirate raids, but if the dramas I've seen are somewhat accurate, then they should not take the fight to the death. The pirate business ran on the same principles as any other company. They invested in mech and pirates to conduct raids on ships and planets. They stayed around long enough to pick off all of the low-hanging fruit before getting away once enemy reinforcements arrived. As the MTA enforced a universal law among humanity to band together and render aid in emergencies, the pirates had a time limit. The clock ticked as the other civilian ships caught in the invasion banded together and grouped up their escorts in a formidable force. They'd slowly sweep forward and pick up any isolated ships, adding to their threat as they neared the distressed ships like the Sainthurst. As long as the pirates can't take control of the Sainthurst, the crisis will end. After all, losing those expensive suits of exoskeleton armor along with the mech hurt their bottom line. The Sainthurst was just a run-of-the-mill passenger liner. The kind of passengers she carried were not the wealthiest sort of people. The pirates only quickly grabbed the most affluent among them, leaving the rest behind. It wasn't worth their time to shake down a passenger with only tens of thousands of calls in savings. An hour quietly passed as the vibrations downstairs disappeared. The fighting had stopped. Vez did not dare poke his head out or let Lucky scout ahead. Meow. Lucky mewed, his eyes looking dimmer than before. Those energy claws took a lot out of you, right? Meow. Don't worry buddy, you did good. I'll be sure to buy an energy cell to top you up again. Meow meow. Ah, so you also want to munch on some minerals? Alright, I'll be on the lookout for something rare once we reach the lemur system. A large series of faint vibrations followed. If Vez guessed correctly, the pirates gave up on taking control of the ship. The invaders instead retreated back to their boarding shuttles and lifted off from the ship. The intercom sparked to life as the local jamming receded. The useless captain spoke again. Attention passengers, the pirates have retreated from the Sainthurst, but we cannot guarantee your safety yet. Stay where you are and do not move while my men sweep the decks. Another couple of minutes passed before the entrance of the observatory opened. A trio of lightly armored crew members took a peek inside. Vez held up his hands. I'm a passenger. I'm injured. As soon as the crew secured the observatory, a female spacer approached his side. Where's your injury? My vacuum suit sealed the wound. I got cut by some shrapnel from an explosive shell. I'm still running on painkillers. The woman looked at the smoldering pistol by his side and narrowed his eyes. Please confirm your identity. Hey, I'm not a pirate. I stole it off the pirate I killed. The crew took precautions nonetheless. They secured his arms with bindings and put Lucky in a reinforced cage. Some spare crew members in charge of processing the wounded and captive transferred him to a secure part of the medical bay. There he received more extensive treatment for his wounds from a medibit while he waited to be checked out. Hey Vez. Looks like you've popped your first cherry. Dietrich celebrated as he entered the med bay along with an officer. I didn't think you had it in you to slaughter a couple of those pirates. Mr. Larkinson, we have investigated your circumstances. Though it is unfortunate that the pirates have scrambled all of our surveillance equipment, from what we have gathered so far, you have been indispensable in repelling the pirates. Thank the heavens. Can you get me out of these bindings? I'd like my cat returned as well. The officer coughed awkwardly. We can release you from custody, but we cannot let your mechanical pet run loose. Do not worry, he is safely stowed in our restricted storage compartment. You can visit him at your leisure. It figured that the crew worked out that his pet did most of the killing. Vez did not even hide his tracks, which was a mistake. He turned to Dietrich as the bindings fell off. He rubbed his wrists and left the medical bay along with his guard. Can you tell me what happened outside? I sure missed your presence, you know. Dietrich grimaced a bit as he recalled the fight out in space. I got my ass kicked pretty much. Those pirate mech are tough as nails and they came kitted out for space combat. While my mech can still maneuver in space with its flight system, I did not train a lot in Xeric combat. You're alive at least. That's what matters. What's the damage? Well, I managed to stay functional long enough to annoy the pirates. They had to redirect at least one of their mech on pinning me down. That crazy bastard kept shooting lasers at my sweet Harrier. Her chassis has a lot of melted holes and I lost an entire leg. Vez imagined the cost of repairing all of that damage. Most of the armor must be damaged beyond redemption, which was not good news since it was often the most expensive component to replace. Ah, I know what you're thinking, but the space line is not completely heartless. They promised commendations for the both of us for stepping up against the pirates instead of cowering under a bed or something. I should be receiving a voucher that entitles me to a free repair job for my mech at any Coalition-affiliated base. That's good news. Vez said, surprised the Friday Coalition spared them the calls. Their status as foreigners did not entitle them to many rights. All in all, the impromptu convoy of ships departed from the edge of the Twin Tigers system in a large group. Only by sticking together could they ensure their safety against any opportunistic attacks. The St. Hurst together with a dozen other civilian ships transited into FTL towards the same destination. Despite the pirate raid, it was still important for them to arrive at their destination in time. Some sensitive cargo had to be delivered on time in order to avoid any penalties. The St. Hurst kept traveling towards Lemur in order to conduct a thorough inspection and repair. They carried away most of the wounded and the captives at an earlier stop and picked up other passengers who weren't willing to book another flight. Thus, 2 days later, the St. Hurst finally arrived at the Lemur system, 1 day late. The mighty Lemur system belonged to the wealthy Carnegie Group. Though they failed to excel in terms of martial might, they built strong relationships with elite mercenary corps who took on much of the burden of defending their territories. Over time, Carnegie Group diverted from the Coalition's trend of looking down from their ivory towers and started to open their borders further to attract talented outsiders. The group developed the highly defensible Lemur system as their intellectual heart. The Lemur Institute of Technology together with 14 other educational institutions bought vast tracts of lands on one of the 3 habitable planets in the star system and made themselves home. As a system that nurtured the future elites of the Coalition, the Carnegie Group treated its security strictly. 8 major star bases secured the edge of the star system. Any ship that flew into the interior without being cleared would encounter immediate retaliation from pursuing ships and hidden weapon emplacements. When the stern-faced security officers boarded the St. Hurst, they interviewed a couple of people involved in the pirate attack. Vez was naturally one of their persons of interest. So tell me, how did you come to possess a mechanical pet of such prowess? It's a present from my dad, I think. He probably thought I could use some insurance in case trouble finds me. Vez told the truth, knowing that the security personnel possessed all kinds of means to sniff out lies. If it's not from my dad, then it's definitely from the Future Sons Technology Institution that granted me a couple of old production licenses. The security officer ran down the institution's name. He paused when he found out the institution had its roots in the dreaded New Rubarth Empire. His questioning eased off, and after a perfunctory interview they gave back lucky without another word. So that's the convenience of a powerful background. Vez whispered to himself as he appeared a little dumbfounded how easily he got out of trouble. Not that he was worried about getting arrested, but the delays could have prevented him from participating in the qualifiers. Too bad the nebulous FSTI was just an empty shell conveniently brought into being by the system. Fortunately, the caretakers in charge of sensitive cargo recharged Lucky's energy, so the cat returned to being his lively and curious self. The cat meowed in relief at being reunited with his owner. "All right, let's meet up with Dietrich and prepare to disembark." Fortunately, the inspections finished quickly, and the ship received permission to enter the inner system. She slowly headed towards Lemur 3, the furthest most habitable planet. After delivering its passengers to the planet's space station, the Sainthurst traveled onwards towards Lemur 2. When the banged-up vessel finally docked with the planet's orbital space station, Vez left the ship along with Dietrich and his damaged mech. "All right, we can contract one of the many mech workshops at the surface to repair your Harrier," Vez said as they both approached the shuttle terminal where different vehicles constantly flew to the surface of the planet and back. I'm eager to see how these second-rate Ponzies will fix up my baby. I feel naked when she's sitting uselessly in a container." Both of them bonded over the incident and grew a little more closer. At least Dietrich did not treat Vez like he was a wimp anyone. The baptism of combat also subtly changed the mech designer's attitude. For the first time, he felt as if his Larkinson blood came alive. He came from a line of distinguished warriors, and though he did not inherit his father's potential to pilot mech, he still possessed some teeth on his own. Thinking about how proud his father must be for fighting back against a pirate raid helped process the potential trauma of his first stint of combat. Thus, Vez boarded a shuttle along with Dietrich and traveled to Lemur 2 with renewed confidence. He had taken on pirates and survived. The elite, pampered mech designers who he was about to compete against did not look so formidable anymore. Chapter 78, Walker Lemur 2 hosted 4 different educational institutions, all of whom occupied one of the 4 major continents of the planet. The Lemur Institute of Technology, or LIT, took up the eastern archipelago dotted with thousands of islands of varying size. Its renowned faculties occupied the major islands, with the mech development faculty taking up the crown jewel at the center. After riding an ordinary shuttle to the eastern archipelago's spaceport, Vez and Dietrich looked around with wide eyes. The amount of wealth and technology on display staggered the 2 natives from the Bright Republic. They had never come face to face with this level of extravagance. First of all, almost half of the people in the spaceport flew in the air. Their feet never touched the ground as tiny anti-gravity modules embedded in their clothes lifted them up and brought them to their destinations with just a moment's thoughts. If Vez didn't know any better, he'd mistake them for celestial fairies. The people weren't the only ones who hovered above the ground. The immense spaceport featured an open design, many floating plans and buildings, many of which offered expensive services reminiscent of those offered by the Torch of the Vanguard. Only with an abundant pocketbook could someone enjoy the plentiful services of these exclusive stores and clubs. However, not everyone was capable of flying. Those with less extravagant clothing merely walked around with their own 2-foot, limiting themselves to the cheaper stores at the ground floor. Only a few workers using anti-gravity platforms or small vehicles could hope to reach the floating structures. Man, it doesn't look very special in the dramas, but seeing it with your own eyes is something else. Dietrich whistled as he envied those wealthy second-rate citizens floating in the air. "What's the price of a set of anti-grav clothes?" Vez opened his com and searched the galactic net. The cheapest set is around 10,000 calls, or about 1 million bright credits. And that only referred to a single outfit. A well-off citizen of the Friday Coalition owned dozens of outfits at the very least. Only the immense wealth of the state ensured that most of its citizens possessed the luxury to squander so much money on high-tech clothing. As expensive products, the clothes also offered other systems such as temperature regulation and vacuum sealing. "I can't afford an outfit, but what about you, Vez?" He shook his head. "I'm not going to play this game. If I buy one outfit, I can't keep wearing it each day, or it'll become a laughingstock. It's better to stick to our third-rate identities and keep our expenses minimal." Dietrich looked uncomfortable as a pair of elite coalition citizens passed them by from above their heads. "They're already thumbing their noses at us like we're a pair of blood-sucking leeches. We're just another bunch of economic refugees, them like the rest of the walkers here." That was how the people of the coalition called the people who left their homes from their third-rate states. The so-called walkers could never in 1,000 years afford a set of anti-grav clothes. They were consigned to a life of walking with their feet and buying from the cheapest stores. If I have to make a choice between money or dignity, I'll choose the former every time, Vez declared. After all, he already sullied his career by selling a mech with a codpiece, so how much lower could he go? I'm certain it won't matter much when it comes to catching the eye of a master. They shouldn't care too much about a mech designer's background, or else they won't call it an open competition. Vez had studied the patterns from the previous times the league conducted the open competition. While the masters presiding over the events mostly took in mech designers who came from elsewhere in the coalition, they sometimes shocked the crowd by taking in a pupil from a third-rate state. Still, it happens rare enough that having a good background can improve my chances, he murmured to himself. While the masters were beyond the ordinary considerations of wealth and power, it did not mean they ignored it entirely. Oftentimes, taking in a disciple offered them a good opportunity to negotiate a partnership or long-term business deal. As a pair of walkers, Vez and Dietrich were forced to follow the crowd and go through many stringent checkpoints. The LIT not only hosted a number of eminent masters, they employed a great number of professors and researchers. They also taught the coalition's present and future elites. With such a high concentration of human capital, the spaceport security personnel investigated each arrival thoroughly. A stern-faced security officer shook her head as she studied her data pad in front of Vez. Since your mechanical pet is classified as a Class 2 autonomous combat bot, we can't allow it to enter the LIT without restrictions. If you are not willing to accept our restrictions, then you can let it stay behind in our pet storage. What will it take to bring my pet along? We will have to muzzle your pet for the duration of your stay. The female officer opened a box and retrieved a sophisticated collar. This restrictor can immobilize any Class 2 mechanical pet of a certain size. It won't do anything but track your pet, but it will activate a security screen the moment your pet activates any lethal weapons. The restrictor might not be pleasant to Lucky, but Vez was hardly in a condition to argue otherwise. He calmly stood by as the officer secured the collar around Lucky's neck. The cat looked sullen and betrayed, as if he couldn't believe Vez would roll over so quickly. All right, Mr. Larkinson, everything else is in order. Your partner is already waiting for you outside. As a potentate and an active mech pilot, Dietrich enjoyed a greater level of service, even if he came from a third-rate state. He leisurely sat at an outdoor cafe, sipping on some beer. He gulped down the rest of his drink when he spotted Vez. What's the plan, boss? Vez mentally checked his internal schedule. We're late by a day. I hoped we could have time to explore Lemur, but we only have half a day left before the qualifiers start. That will take 3 days, while the main event takes 2 more days. As it is, we should find some lodging first. As outsiders, the pair only had access to a small area on the outskirts of the territory claimed by the League. The outer area mostly serviced visitors such as himself, though even this region differentiated between walkers and proper citizens. The differentiation between rich and poor was starker than Vez thought. He witnessed an obvious immigrant using a floating platform to enter one of the massive floating hotels. The flying machine malfunctioned as soon as it neared the hotel, causing the man who stood on it to scream and fall. The device rebooted after a couple of seconds, but it wasn't capable of arresting the drop entirely. It crashed in a heap along with the man boarding it falling right after. He let out an excruciating wail as his legs snapped like twigs. The reactions of the people around the poor sod interested Vez. The walkers shook their heads and continued their journey without pause. As for the citizens, some smirked and clapped as if enjoying a show, while others behaved as if they stepped on a turd. Luckily for the man, the coalition wasn't entirely heartless. A couple of medical bots floated towards him and lifted him into a stretcher that brought him to a local medical facility for further treatment. As for how he will pay for it, well, that came later. This has nothing to do with us, Vez said to Dietrich, who looked pissed at some of the callous reactions around them. While we are citizens of the Republic, we're on foreign soil now. We have to play by the rules set by the Friday Coalition. They spent some time visiting the most decent-looking accommodations. Unfortunately, the open competition drew in thousands of mech designers, some of whom came with relatives or a retinue of followers. Most of the hotels in the area had no vacancies. As for the ones that did, they charge a ridiculous amount of calls for a single night. What? 50,000 calls? That goes beyond robbery. That's like digging my grandfather's grave to steal all his jewels. Dietrich yelled as he slammed his fist on the counter. My apologies, sir, but our offer still stands. The bot standing on the other side of the counter responded. This bot isn't programmed to offer any deals, Vez said as he pulled his incensed guard away. The hotel looked fairly run down and ill-maintained. Its garden was overgrown with weeds and unsavory insects. To charge more than 1,000 coals for a night was already excessive, let alone 50,000, but what else could they do? They arrived far too late and all the best hotels were booked. Let's ask the locals, Vez said as he looked back and made sure their floating luggage carriers were still there. Maybe they have a suggestion that I mentioned in the galactic net. Too bad the crowd barely spared a glance at them. Their clothing, accents and behavior all mark them as recent arrivals of no importance. No one wasted their time trying to help other immigrants. As for those who did spare the time, they provided no answers other than to pay the exorbitant fee. What did you expect? 50,000 clueless mech designers take part in the competition each year. Of course the prices are through the roof. Though Vez knew that a lot of mech designers came to Lemur to pursue their dreams, he did not expect the Lee to be so ill prepared for the influx of visitors. They don't care. Those with means can pay any amount of calls. As for the rest, they have to fend for themselves. Vez figured out. The Lemur Institute of Technology attracted countless hopefuls each year. They only wanted to take in the best. They could have built much more accommodation with the amount of land they possessed, but they left most of it in their virgin state, as if they disdained to coddle poor bums like Vez. We shouldn't be the only group hostile and doesn't want to pay the stupid hotel fees, Dietrich remarked as he looked around. There's no homeless people hanging around. They should have found a place to stay. He asked around and finally received a clue. Check the southern docks, a half-drunk walker said as he sipped a bottle of beer Dietrich bought at a small store. There's boats there. Not those fancy shuttles, but real boats that float on water and stuff. You can find a place to sleep over there. Intrigued, the both of them walked through the streets and past more and more decrepit structures until they finally reached a massive dock filled with rusted boats. Vez looked shocked when he saw these rickety floating castles. Most of them were built out of scrap mech components. The better-looking boats were made out of smooth plates of armor, while the less well-off boats used whatever they had on hand, such as limbs or even pieces of the internal frame. It made for an eclectic sight. Oi, over here. We have vacancies on our boat. It's very cheap, only 5,000 calls per person. Breakfast included. The crier who called out to the pair sat on a chair made out of a mech finger bent into a peculiar shape. He sat in front of one of the more haphazard-looking boats, but by now both Vez and Dietrich just wanted to get past this ordeal without losing too much money. They curiously approached the young man whose smile grew wider and wider at the prospect of guests. Greetings, gentlemen, to the Belladonna, my pride and joy in this beautiful archipelago. My name is Klaus Blaine. May I ask if the two you are together? The skinny man asked. We are, Vez answered as he curiously looked at the misshapen boat. How could it even stay afloat? For a single room with a double bunk, that will be 10,000 calls, please. While Dietrich transferred the credits through his comm, Vez scrunched his face and tried to fathom why a wealthy institution such as the Lee even tolerated these floating scrap racks. As he noticed the bafflement of his guests, Klaus smiled ruefully. Ah, you are new here, right? That's right. I can't help but wondering, but, why the boats? That's how the Lemur Institute of Technology works. External students like us don't get to stay in a fancy floating hotel. Nope. The Lee wants us to work for it. Unless we can afford our own Integrav clothing, we aren't allowed to stay in any accommodation on land. We have to build our own floating homes. This rule sounded cruel and contrived, as if its sole purpose was to demean immigrants from third-rate states. However, what else could these students do? They put all their hopes on studying at Lemur, and if they managed to pass its stringent entry requirements, they already had a foot in the door. To turn back without attempting to fight was to disgrace their spirit and the people supporting them. That was why students such as Klaus persisted in building their own rusting floating dorms. Vez had an unpleasant premonition that the open competition might not be so open after all. If the Lee treated some of its students this way, then how will it treat outside mech designers without backing like him? Chapter 79, Student Life. For a few hundred calls, Klaus allowed Vez to ask him questions about his life on Lemur. While Dietrich boarded the ship and stared at the horizon while sipping a beer, Vez found a random piece of scrap and sat down next to the owner of the boat. First off, what's up with the boat? Klaus shrugged. As I said, the students have to build their own accommodation that either floats in the water or flies in the sky. The catch is that we have to salvage or fund the process from our earnings in Lemur. The lit practically runs on an internal credit system that everyone calls Leams. Without Leams, I can't purchase components off the internal market or buy access to the scrapyards where I can salvage broken parts. It turned out the transaction they just made already got logged by the sophisticated AIS that ran and enforced the internal credit system. The 10,000 calls Klaus received automatically got converted into 10,000 Leams under a student account. I see. Vez nodded. So the rich guys can't simply buy everything available by using their parents' pocketbooks? Huh? You wish. Anti-grav clothing is an exception. There's exclusive classes and facilities available only to flyers. A walker like me can dream about getting access. Even if I scrape enough Leams to buy a suit, I can't afford the fees those places charge anyway. Trust me, the moneybag students have lots of ways of earning easy Leams. That sounded remarkably ineffective to Vez. Back on Rittersburg, as long as Vez paid his tuition, he had nothing to worry about, so he put his full efforts into his studies. I know what you're thinking about. You think I'm so busy crawling on the ground picking up scrabbling for tiny amounts of Leams every day, when I could have gotten an easy time back in the Terech Republic. Eh? Busted. Klaus smirked and gestured to his ramshackle ship. I built this boat with my own 2 hands. While I might be groveling and scraping for Leams, I still have my own pride. Despite the intense competition, I'm still able to stay afloat. Do you know that 70% of first-year students drop out within the semester? It's a brutal life out here in the archipelago, but those who can tough it out get more than just a diploma. As Vez stared at Klaus, he recognized the peculiar fighting spirit in his eyes. The lit evidently fostered a peculiar mentality. I guess the diploma helps open a lot of doors as well. I envy you and your chance to study exotic subjects that I haven't been able to touch back at home. That's right. This is Lemur, one of the centers of mech development in the star sector. You can't find many other places in the local sector that can match the sheer amount of R&D this place pumps out every day. Too bad Klaus declined to go into deeper detail on the things he learned. Evidently, Ali strictly punished any students who blabbed about the things they learned to outsiders. So do you have any tips for the open competition tomorrow? Heh, good luck with that. Klaus smirked. You can't imagine how many people are competing. I don't even think the masters are serious in watching out for a promising disciple. How else can you explain that out of 50,000 hopeful mech designers, the masters only apprentice an average of 3 or 4 out of them all? You think they have ulterior motives? Sure I do. I'm guessing that they want to gauge the overall state of young mech designers from the Komodo star sector over time. They record everything you do and put it all in a database for further study. I even accessed a part of that database for a research assignment. You can't imagine how much bullshit they put into paper. I bet they even know how many nose hairs you have. Both of them shuddered a little. Though it sounded outlandish, they could not rule it out for an initiative that tried to record as much as possible. So what can I do to increase my chances to get into one of the 5? Vez asked, not even considering the overwhelming chance of missing out. He was not the Vez of the past who only possessed a few mediocre skills. I don't know, really. If you ask me, try to emphasize your design philosophy and catch the eye of a master who matches it. You're going to hear a ton of speeches about design philosophy tomorrow, so I won't be explaining it. Just keep your ears open and work hard. So if you don't have a strong design philosophy, you don't stand a chance? Yup. Klaus shook his head. A lot of students have figured out that the masters only want to adopt a nominal disciple if they pick someone from the crowd. They don't want to go through the effort of holding your hand and shaping your design philosophy when you're already rather old for an apprentice. They'd rather save their energies for their own descendants or promising geniuses at the start of their mech design studies. That made sense. A master could shape a young mech design student's mentality in any direction by tailoring his teachings. As for those who already graduated, they were more set in their ways. That said, don't underestimate the worth of a nominal disciple. You get access to exclusive books and guidance that you can't get anywhere else. You may not get any personal guidance from the master, but you will at least get access to a small part of their internal knowledge base. That's cutting-edge research into subjects that you can only dream about. To a normal young mech designer, that may sound like a dream. To Vez, that held little attraction to him. How could the power of the system compare against a single master? After finishing their discussion on life as a student at the Lit, Vez and Dietrich went to bed. The boat only had a few cramped cabins that looked more like closets than an actual bedroom. After an uncomfortable night of sleep, they freshened up with a cheap sonic shower and got ready to go to the parade grounds where the opening ceremony was held. Good luck at the competition, Vez. Klaus clapped his back as Vez exited the boat. It's going to be hell out there, so keep persevering. Without willpower, you won't be able to make it to the finals. What about her skills and knowledge? Quick learners are a dime in a dozen. If the Lemur Institute of Technology only wants to stuff as much learning into our heads as possible, they won't kick out so many students each year. The galaxy is tough, so you have to fight for what you want. It was a profound view that Lemur could afford to hold due to its immense popularity. Vez nodded his head and left to find transportation. Luckily, unlike the students, visitors such as Vez and Dietrich were allowed to board a large passenger shuttle that brought them straight to the parade grounds. Vez stared out the window and spotted plenty of boats below. Most flew elegantly in the air, but around a quarter of them floated listlessly in the water. I won't be able to stay by your side when the competition starts, Dietrich said as he munched on an apple. Don't worry though, I'll be cheering for you at the stands. You've already helped a lot when the St. Hurst got attacked. From what I've heard, your presence was essential in preventing the pirates from pressing the guard mech too hard. Yeah, but I got beat up pretty bad. These pirates only conducted an opportunistic raid. If they fought to the death, I'm sure the only way I can get away is by ejecting my cockpit. Vez felt depressed when he heard Dietrich's words. He lost a bit of confidence after the battle. Comparing yourself to the standards of a second-rate citizen was poisonous. Well, don't drink your sorrows away. I still need you on your feet for the return trip. I know. I'm more worried about my mech, frankly. I hope the local technicians don't skimp on the repairs just because I get it for free. As they neared the venue, Vez spotted a lot more shuttles arriving from different directions. Most of them looked as average and utilitarian as the one he rode. A few looked smaller and fancier, evident of that passenger's wealth. Some appeared completely unique and outlandish. One shuttle even mimicked a dragon with wings and all. The thing that impressed him the most were the shuttles dropping straight down from orbit. Evidently, not all of the arrivals were forced to wait at the outskirts first. These privileged sons and daughters comfortably slept in their ships until the day the competition started, where they could leisurely board their private shuttles and descend straight toward the parade grounds without going through security. As soon as they finally reached the massive landing areas, the pair disembarked along with the other passengers. They noticed a young woman wearing a peculiar uniform gesturing at them to leave the shuttle area. She wore a royal purple uniform adorned with a couple of strange symbols and a dark blue sash. Hey! Welcome to the Lemur Institute of Technology. I'm Amy DuBois, second-year student at the Mech Development faculty. It's great to see you all here. Now if you can follow me, I'll get you to the parade grounds where the whole show will start. The student acted so young and chipper that the visitors hardly believed she was a mech design student. As Amy acted very differently from Klaus, Vez figured that she was one of those rich kids who received plenty of privileges. If she wasn't guiding a group of lower-class arrivals, she'd probably be flying above their heads like some of the other guides and visitors. Once they left the outskirts where all the shuttles parked, they approached a final checkpoint where exoskeleton-suited guards checked each passenger thoroughly. Fortunately, Lucky was still allowed inside as long as he kept wearing his collar. Vez already passed the cat to Dietrich, who held it as if he had never carried a pet before. Lucky is pretty smart, so you don't have to worry about anything. He knows he can't stick by my side during the competition. Right, but if he pisses on me, I'll throw him off the stands. The security around the parade grounds was omnipresent. Vez already spotted hundreds of exoskeleton suits patrolling the grounds. What impressed him the most was that they didn't use any bots at all. It made sense as any bot could be hacked or tampered with. It still ramped up the costs. As a mecca of mech, the security forces also employed mech. With his knowledgeable eyes, Vez recognized most of them as advanced current-gen mech. These were the top-of-the-line frontline models that did not lose out to the Carnegie Group's main mech core. What impressed him the most was that the officer mech actually looked like next-gen models. No two next-gen mech looked alike. Those must be the personal works of the masters. A designer from their crowd uttered, causing everyone to admire their exquisite engineering. After passing one final security checkpoint, they walked through a security screen of some sorts that also blocked their view. Once they reached the other side, everyone held their breaths and looked up. A massive statue as tall as a capital ship stood defiantly as it raised its weapons to the sky. Is that a juggernaut? Isn't that illegal? It looks melted. I don't think it's functional anymore. Amy clapped her hands to attract the group's attention. That's right. Our big old colossus here is a juggernaut that survived a proximity nuclear explosion. I can already tell you that the side who launched the bomb got mercilessly wiped out by the MTA, but not before this big hunk got slagged. The Rubarthans decontaminated the wreck and pieced it back together as best they could. For some reason or another, they paraded it around for a few decades before selling it to us once they got bored of it. Interesting story, right? As the group resumed walking, each of them stopping talking and thought about the statue represented. For all of them, this was the first time they came across one of the pinnacle creations in the field of mech design. It made some visitors feel small, while challenging others to work hard to design something similar one day. As for Vez, his thoughts remained on the nuke. There's always something greater than mech out there. Mech are not the pinnacle of warfare. Not yet at least. He wondered if he could one day design a mech that could withstand a nuke. Chapter 80, The Masters. A massive crowd stood in front of an elevated platform. Over 50,000 mech designers eagerly crowded the field. The walkers remained standing on the field while the flyers stood on empty air as their anti-grav clothes held them aloft without effort. If so many people gathered in a single location, they'd normally acted boisterous. However, none dared to utter a sound because of the awe-inspiring figures sitting silently before them. On the podium, a handful of masters stood atop pedestals that listed their functions and achievements. A handful of uniformed students and retainers surrounded the tall pillars. The other reason why no one spoke was that the giant colossus loomed right over their heads. It blocked out the sun, casting them all in its gigantic shadow. The effect was pronounced, and all of their confidence sapped out as they resembled ants. An old and distinguished-looking gentleman approached the front of the stage. Age, dignity and an almost palpable aura transcendence emanated from the figure. This was definitely a man who benefited from extensive life-prolonging treatments. If Vez had to guess, this man was more than 500 years old. That meant he was born before the age of mech, and witnessed its rise. The man gazed his piercing eyes over the crowd, causing every visitor to feel their breath stolen away. Most did not know who this person was, but the few that did bowed their heads and dared not to meet his eyes. Even Vez had no clue who he was, and that meant something as he had studied the mech development faculty extensively during his travels. "Are you proud?" the old man asked, causing the crowd to fall into confusion. Of course they were proud. They represented the future of mech design in their home planets. They were the best of the best, and judged themselves worthy to compete on a higher stage. You are young. Pride makes you courageous. That is good. Without enough daring, one will never go far in the world of mech. The galaxy does not stand still at your leisure. It spins inexorably. Never stand still. Never give up. And above all else, never betray the human race. The people around Vez fell into confusion. Was this old doddering man about to ramble? Humanity is kept safe from alien aggression for centuries now. that we have forgotten their ferocity. The major alien threats are still lumbering, building up their strength for a major offensive. As humans, we are doing the same. We have quietly developed deadlier warships and engaged in horrific research in more devastating weapons of mass destruction. Do not think that you are the guardians of humanity's sovereignty. In our eyes, you are merely children playing with toys. That elicited a murmur of disbelief and discontent. This was the age of mech. Potentates received countless privileges as soon as they turned 10, and mech designers with achievements under their belt were treated like royalty. To hear from someone authoritative that they were worth nothing caused plenty of designers in the crowd to lash out. Our work has value. We are not a bunch of wastes. Have you forgotten your meds? Go back to your retirement home. Warships isn't as cool as mech. Ha 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 ha. The old man laughed. His sudden shift caused everyone to fall silent. That's the spirit. Do not be content with your illusionary pride. Fight for your craft and fight for your mech. Keep advancing and bring the mech world further to the forefront. The man turned around after finishing his short and bewildering speech. Half of the crowd gave the departing old fellow an applause, while others still grumbled at being belittled so casually. An old woman took the stage this time. Thankfully, everyone knew her identity. As the dean of the mech development faculty, Edith Marshall was a renowned professor and a senior mech designer herself. She helmed the faculty for over 50 years, keeping its reputation steady. Welcome, young mech designers, to the Lemur Institute of Technology's 73rd Open Competition in Mech Design. As the administrator of one of the centers of mech design in the Komodo Star sector, and I am gratified to see so many hopefuls have arrived to take part in our event. I will go over the rules in a moment, but first, let me introduce the masters overseeing the competition. Somehow, the surrounding area grew darker, to the point where you couldn't see your own finger if you stretched out your arm. Only Professor Marshall remained visible. She gestured towards the leftmost pillar, which lit up slowly, casting the master and everyone around it in a contrasting shadow. First up, let me introduce you to our youngest seat, Master Guillaume Duchamp. At the spry age of 103, he has managed to break through and receive recognition of his peers for his groundbreaking innovations in the application of liquid armor systems. This underdeveloped field is rich in potential, and Master Duchamp has steadfastly pioneered a viable path to progress for the future generations such as you. Everyone enthusiastically clapped without reserve. Master Duchamp was a genuine pioneer who persisted in developing a field untouched by the elites in the center of the galaxy. With the partnership of many different research institutions, he managed to lead the successful development of prototype armor that possessed both solid and liquid attributes. It was still an early product that performed only half as good as regular armor, though it did have some redeeming features. One of its major advantages was that the armor could be easily supplemented by pouring more of it in liquid form. As a relatively newly ascended master, Vez was not very impressed with Duchamp. Besides his narrow specializations, his other skills still fell behind. The only times he designed a pinnacle-level mech was when he partnered with his fellow masters. Still, as a newcomer, Master Duchamp should also be the one most eager to attract new apprentices. The amount of people standing around his pillar was the least. A true master never worked alone. By apprenticing promising designers, not only could he expand his influence, he could also nurture a group of assistants who were able to assist him with his work. At our next seat, we had the eminent Master Timothy Nguyen. He has been a sitting professor of our faculty for over 200 years, joining just after we have founded it. His contributions has been invaluable in making Lemur to a heaven for all things mech. As for his mech design chops, his previous studies in shuttle systems and his current expertise in flight systems has broken many grounds. He is currently assigned as the chief designer for the Carnegie Group's frontline flight mech. Master Nguyen was another old fellow who rose to prominence at the beginning of the age of mech. He used to study shuttle design, but switched over to mech once they became all the rage. This 3-century-old patriarch ruled over a dynasty of descendants, all of whom he cherishes greatly. All of his core disciples consisted of his most promising offspring. The only problem was that none of his descendants excelled enough to take over his mantle. Though he still put a lot of effort in grooming his grandsons and granddaughters, he started to apprentice outsiders to supplement his peripheral influence. It was a pretty decent deal for those nominal disciples who did not wish to get too involved, as Master Nguyen did not demand much from them except to occasionally give a helping hand to his incompetent descendants. He also remained a genuine master in flight systems, one of the most complex mech components to work with. Flight-capable mech possessed a lot of mobility and could be utilized in many ways. Flight systems were also essential in operating in outer space, where there was no surface to speak of for ground mech to maneuver. Only their immense energy requirements stopped them from being implemented universally. For our third seat, we have our pride and joy, Master Meredith Katzenberg. A lady after my own heart, she is one of the most remarkable minds in the field of exotic materials science. Her Katzenberg Research Institute has been a forefront in partnering with many other research organizations into the field of finding more affordable substitutes to expensive exotics that are scarce in our corner of the galaxy. Without her ceaseless work, our mech would never possess the might to propel the Friday Coalition to a proper second-rate state. Everyone rose up and gave a thundering cheer to Master Katzenberg. While most designers specializing in materials science try to incorporate ever more expensive exotics, the gracefully aged woman instead turned that around. It was a matter of resource distribution. The mech designers situated closer to the center of the galaxy were spoiled for exotics, and could afford to incorporate all kinds of rare materials without considering their cost. Master Katzenberg recognized that this constant race towards scarcer materials could not be sustained in the remote Komodo star sector, so she sought to find ways to replicate the specs of rare exotics with abundant common materials. Her few successes had been vital in lowering the costs for high-performing mech. Even if she hadn't been able to achieve a complete success, she still developed many alloys where she diluted the main material with a handful of cheap stuff, essentially lowering the amount of exotics required without impacting its effectiveness too much. Due to her split focus in multiple specialties, her designs never really excelled in terms of performance. However, they were always significantly cheaper and easier than any other comparable mech. Each of her designs achieved massive sales, which made her extremely desirable for anyone to request to be their master. She had the most apprentices under her wing as a result, though only a few of them gained enough of a success to bear her mantle due to the immense learning required to become proficient in her specialties. As for our fourth master, please welcome Master Carmen Olsen. She is our most distinguished guest professor, and has contributed much with her unique perspective on mechanical engineering. Her work on ultra-efficient engines has been incorporated into many of the Friday Coalition's endurance-focused frontline mech. Master Olsen was from the same generation as Master Dushan. She was actually a genius nurtured by another group from the Coalition, and received recognition as a master a little later than her male colleague. Nevertheless, her specialization in engines and mechanics was almost universally in demand. She partnered a lot with other masters when they requested the use of her efficient engines. This exposed her to the inner workings of other masters, allowing her to shore up her weak points. Her recent solo designs gained instant appreciation from her clients due to their excellent endurance and well-roundedness. As a guest professor, she was destined to move on after a couple of years. Thus, she did not involve herself too deeply into Lemar's matters and kept a healthy distance from anything too sensitive. One quirk of hers was that she showed very elitist tendencies. Practically all of her disciples and retainers came from the upper portion of Coalition society. "I'd rather eat dog food than become her apprentice," Vez silently muttered to himself. Some of the rumors floating around Master Olsen suggested that she was an entitled bitch in private. Too bad she had the backing of an entire major partner of the Coalition. Our last master presiding over the competition is our famous Master Null. At least, that is the name you should all have learned. If you happen to know his real name, then please submit yourself to our security officers so we can excise it from your memories. Everyone laughed at the little joke, though nobody was genuinely amused. The man sitting atop the last pedestal elegantly waved his smooth and skinny hand that was only possible if he was young or received the best life-prolonging treatment. Of course, his most intriguing feature was that he hid his face underneath a black, expressionless mask. I'm sure you have heard the rumors and conspiracy theories, so it makes little sense for us to deny that he is a fugitive. No matter his origins, Master Null only seeks a quiet home, thus he is a living treasure to our faculty. Though we do not dare to reveal his specialties, he has never been found lacking in any field. As a supposed fugitive from an advanced second-rate state or a first-rate superstate, Master Null acted as an all-rounder, decent in any field but excelling in none. Of course, everyone knew he hid something special, but to prevent his pursuers from sniffing him out, he never publicly revealed his specialties. As someone with no outward weaknesses and strengths, he was every young mech designer's second choice. Perhaps Master Null gave up on making a name for himself, for he was also a prolific teacher. He had the most core disciples under his name, and even taught his nominal disciples diligently. Unfortunately, his lack of courage in passing down his specialties meant that his disciples only developed a mishmash of mediocre specialties. They were good enough to stand on their own, but not enough to propel them to the highest levels of mech design. By now, all of the pedestals glowed in the dark. Professor Marshall smiled and spread her arms. 5 out of 13 of our faculty's masters have expressed interest in taking on an apprentice, thus they are now before you. Be mindful of your behavior and show your best performance, because you might be one of the handful chosen to ascend the skies. Master Dushan, Master Nguyen, Master Katzenberg, Master Olson, Master Null. If Vez wanted to progress his career, he had to catch the eye of one of these eminent persons. Barring the snobbish Master Olson, Vez already started to formulate strategies intended to accomplish such a difficult goal. Chapter 81, Culling. After Professor Marshall finished her introduction, the entire crowd separated into groups of hundreds. Each of them were guided towards different locations, where every mech designer had to stand at a pre-designated spot. Even the flyers had to stay put above the heads of the walkers. Professor Marshall patiently waited until the student guides made sure their groups were in the right places. Now, let us begin with the qualifiers. 3 days from now, the best of you will showcase your skills to our most distinguished guests. Only 100 of you will receive this opportunity, which means we have a big task ahead of ourselves in order to cull 99.8% of all contestants. Everyone shuddered a bit. Too many mech designers had flocked to the competition. Even with the age limit of 30 years, the Komodo Star sector was simply too big. Every time the Lee held its open competition, they liked to mix up their tests. Though the organizers often reused most of them, the selection of tests still gave the contestants some anxiety. After all, no one claimed they excelled in everything. For the qualifiers, we will hold 2 rounds today and 1 more longer trial tomorrow. In our first round, you will be tested on your fundamentals. Without a well-rounded foundation, you have no right to be considered by our masters. In our experience, many of you fail to make the cut, so only 1 out of 5 will qualify for the next round. A projection lit up in front of everyone's faces. To the surprise of Vez and everyone else, it consisted of a series of exams. What the hell? Are we back in school? Damn it. I already forgot half of what I learned. Ha! No exam will stop me. I'm the learning expert. Some mech designers moaned as if beset with tragedy, while others arrogantly claimed they could ace any exams in a breeze. As for Vez, he maintained his confidence. He might not have been the best book learner, but all of the knowledge he gained from the system had been comprehensively stuffed in his mind. There was no way he'd forgotten any details. In the real universe, when you are hired to do your job, you are expected to perform competently. Any of you who have slacked off in any fundamental subject will never have what it takes to grow in the industry. Every senior, master and star designer has reached their heights by relying on a combination of hard work and talents. Mere connections and wealth can give you a head start, but no designer has ever achieved enduring success by staying lazy. The din quieted as some of the designers understood the professor's viewpoint. Most of the participants came from far away in order to impress the masters. These eminent figures could not be swayed by regular means such as the size of your wallets. Designers, please prepare to fill in the tests. Each of you have received 5 different exams at a level just beyond what we expect our last year students to master. You may choose 3 of the subjects to fill in and submit. Take note that we will only give you 5 hours of time, more than enough to complete the exams if you are proficient in your chosen fields. Your scores will be counted together and only the top 10.000 will pass. That meant that 40,000 mech designers were forced to bow out in the very first round. The Lemur Institute of Technology did not hold back in their attempts to diminish the giant crowd of designers. Most of these mech designers were about to have their hopes crushed without even getting a chance to show off their skills in front of a crowd. Start. The projections unlocked, allowing each designer to interact with the digital exam files. Vez spread them all out to see which topics Lemur picked out for him especially. Computer science, mathematics, mechanics, metallurgy, physics. Vez swore to himself. He forgot that he declined to round out his foundational skills when he last received a windfall of DP. While he considered his mechanics and metallurgy skills to be his best, he neglected to improve his computer science, mathematics and physics. Well, out of the three latter skills, I sucked the least at physics. In order to boost his confidence, he chose to start with his best subject, mechanics. He flipped the page of the mechanics exam book and started to tackle the problems within. This is easy. While the old Vez might have crashed onto a cliff, the current him hardly stumbled at the sight of these questions. He leisurely used the correct approach to answer the questions. Some of the problems even concerned how to accomplish greater speeds, which fell right into his alley with his highly developed speed tuning subskill. Only at the end did Vez encounter some snags. He vaguely suspected that Master Olsen had personally formulated these problems, because they fell into her specialties. He did not specialize in designing energy-efficient mech, let alone engines. Only his solid foundation in mechanics allowed him to provide basic answers to the toughest questions. I guess anyone who followed courses under Master Olsen should breeze through these tests. Anyone else can just blame their poor luck. When Vez put aside mechanics and opened his metallurgy exam, he raced through the first questions with record speed. While his foundation in metallurgy was a little shallower, he still had a massive head start compared to the vast majority of his rivals. Thankfully, most of the difficult questions at the end had to do with alloy compression. Only the elites who studied at the best second-rate institutions were exposed to this exclusive subject. An anomaly like Vez, who had every possible subject in his reach, simply cheated his way into mastering the basics of alloy compression. In the end, he was quite confident that he aced this exam. Now, on to physics. Hopefully my previous scores can compensate for my abysmal performance here. Pure physics formed the basis of many other related subjects. Vez gritted his teeth and struggled through the problems like a soldier crawling through a trench. He used his much more solid foundation in other skills to figure out the crux of the problems posed in this exam, with mixed success. He only got off lightly when he encountered problems that had to do with his armor optimization subskills. After 5 hours of tortuous number crunching, the buzzer sounded and the projections winked out. Time is up. That is enough, ladies and gentlemen. Take a moment to rest while our processors and assistants will score your work. Almost every walker collapsed. While the flyers endured very little stress due to the comfort provided by their expensive anti-grav clothes, the walkers had to fill in 3 entire exams while standing up. Vez supposed the organizers wanted to subtly test everyone's endurance, for he had witnessed a few contestants collapsing after an hour or 2 of standing straight. Heh, those guys who can't even stand for a couple of hours are pathetic. This test isn't fair. Why do they test us on math when processors take care of everything nowadays? I have no idea why I'm being tested on assembly. It's not like I intend to pursue a career as a fabricator. Evidently, a lot of people fared worse than Vez. He did not sympathize with them. If you wanted to compete at this level, then you'd better be as good as the students who graduated here. If Vez was still stuck as an average novice mech designer, he'd never have the guts to show up. All of his fellow contestants who overestimated themselves were about to receive a harsh dose of reality. While everyone took a half-hour break, Vez visited one of the bathroom stalls before grabbing a free lunch. Many designers huddled together and squirmed as they awaited their scores. All right. Time's up. We've graded your exam papers and most of you have done a passable job. Yet we do not have any use for average results. Our masters only seek the best, and I am sorry to say that most of you will find your journey ends here. Professor Marshall then pressed a button that caused a lot of people to light up. Anyone who is lit up by a red light, please vacate the area. An uproar ensued as many overconfident designers protested their heartless elimination. While most of the walkers simply shook their heads and stepped away with glum faces, the flyers kept yelling that the evaluation was flawed and mistaken. Silence. The dean yelled, and a large group of guards showed up with their stun rifles charged and ready to fire. We are not your babysitters. Anyone who wishes to view their scores and protest the way we've graded them, you can go backstage. Do not hinder these proceedings. Under the threat of getting stunned, even the most obstinate designers lowered their heads. Vez found it sad that most of the walkers had left the stage. They were simply unable to keep up with the advanced curriculum of a more developed state. He figured that most of the poor bums that are left must have some strength to rely on to make it past this strict test. To everyone's amusement, not everyone got the picture. This isn't fair. I'm the son of. The poor fellow got shot by a stun projectile, shutting him up pretty quickly. A handful of his type joined him in his unconscious bliss. Fortunately for all of them, their anti-grav clothes kept them aloft. Through some override, the clothes automatically floated them off the fields. Now that we have that out of the way, we will proceed to your next challenge. Your task is to see whether you have what it takes to defeat your opponent in a mech design duel. Like all conventional duels, you are given a period of time, in this case 8 hours, to design a mech out of a fairly limited selection of parts, though you can design your own if you wish. Vez already participated in this kind of struggle during the qualifiers where his mech ran a gauntlet. This time, his mech faced another one in a duel, which meant he'd have to pay attention to other aspects. This time we've added a twist. You see, while you are allowed to design your mech in peace, you will do so in the full view of your upcoming opponent, who will likewise be able to spy on your every move. Every aspect of your design is exposed to your enemy, from its loadout to its shape and even programming. That was new. Vez had never fought a mech duel like that even in practice. This turned out to be a lot trickier than he thought. If I'm designing a flight mech, my enemy can just designing a heavy artillery mech in response. I can counter that by designing a knight, but my opponent can counter that by designing a flying marksman. A headache already started to build within his mind. How could he design a mech in peace when he and his opponent kept spying on each other and changed their designs to incorporate counters? Chapter 82, Transparent Duel. Now that the previous round eliminated most designers, everyone gained sufficient space to work. The regulating system automatically paired mech designers against each other, forcing everyone to shuffle around. Vez walked to the left side of the field and met his opponent. "Hi. I'm Vez Larkinson," he greeted politely. He looked at the man's floating nameplate. "So you are Floyd Lee? TCH. This will be easy," the lemur graduate contemptuously said. Unlike the other students who wore purple, he wore an exclusive blue uniform decorated with many more symbols. He also wore a silver sash, which carried a special meaning that Vez couldn't figure out, though only a few graduates shared the same colors. Vez frowned a bit at his opponent's lack of response. He wanted to spark up a conversation to learn more about his opponent, but his contempt revealed no further openings. He only figured out that this handsome floating man was an elite, and from his accent he likely originated from a core planet of the Carnegie Group. "Give up, loser. I have no idea how you got through the first round, but I can assure you your progress ends here. Save me the trouble and make way for a future master." "No thanks. I'd rather stay," Vez said in a clipped tone. He encountered plenty of entitled bastards in the past when he studied at Rittersberg, and he learned that the best way to cope with them was to keep your responses minimal. Floyd intended to press the conversation. "Don't think that the rules will stop a man of my caliber. I have ways of cleaning you up if I find you displeasing. Are you sure it's a good idea to say that in the open with all kinds of monitoring systems active?" This little school don't care. Evidently, Vez placed too much faith on the Lemur Institute of Technology's impartiality. Past competitions sometimes ended strangely when contestants of lesser means dropped out or spontaneously fell sick. Eventually it grew so bad that the Lee had to make a statement and put a stop to these unsavory actions. His mood sank when Vez figured out that mere words could not elicit protective measures. He considered Floyd closer. Though he looked imposing, Vez did not find him to be particularly notable. He didn't recognize his face or his name, so he shouldn't be too famous. As someone who recently stared death in the face, Vez was not easily cowed. Not anymore. Though he still acted discreet, he recently realized there were times when he had to forge ahead even if he ran into obstacles. You refer to yourself as a master, but all I hear is bluster. Come back before me with an official master seal from the MTA and then we'll talk. Until then, prepare to go back to your villa, because I'm going to eliminate you in a couple of hours. You. In effect, Vez burned his bridges with his opponent. Without any means of reconciliation, Vez backed himself into a corner. If he succeeded in attracting the attention of a master, then clueless blowhards like Floyd were inconsequential. If he failed, then not only did he fail the system's mission, he'd also have to watch his back on the return trip. The duel started soon enough. The noise disappeared when a new projection surrounded everyone. Everyone recognized the familiar interface of a virtual mech workshop. The only addition was that everyone could view their opponent's workshop and even access their files on the terminal. Professor Marshall explained how their designs were tested at the end of the design period. As with all standard duels, your designs will be piloted by our proprietary AIS in 100 different simulations. Whoever designed the mech that wins the most will qualify for the next round. There's only one little change. Everyone waited in anticipation. The piloting AI will remember the previous matches and can improve from its previous experiences. This was a bombshell. Even after several hundred years of development, piloting AIS could never really match up against real pilots. The normal simulations only used the most basic, foolproof AIS for testing. Generally, only high-grade AIS were able to adapt intelligently to prior experience, and required a lot of processing power to do so. The conventional strategy in designing a mech for a duel was to make it as simple as possible. The simpler the mech, the flatter the learning curve. This allowed the piloting AIS to grasp the mech as fast as possible and effectively use its strengths. In a situation where the mech had time to learn from its mistakes and improve its performance over time, the story was different. Higher-performing mech were usually more complex, featuring a much steeper learning curve. The advantage of more complex mech were that they usually performed much better in certain situations. If the AI was able to grasp the right technique for the right situation, it could leverage a complex mech strength to incredible heights. You have 8 hours to complete your design. Now start. Everyone approached their terminals and opened the interface. At their current level, Ali did not expect everyone to design a functional mech from scratch, so everyone had a choice of standard components. Vez took a look at what kind of parts he had to work with, and estimated that they matched up to 3-star mech in Iron Spirit. That's a little beyond what I'm used to, but with my recent improvements I should be able to handle them. First, I have to determine the shape and weight classes. He took a look at Floyd, who confidently picked a frame without even bothering to wait for Vez. His empty workshop shimmered and the giant shape of a panther-shaped mech came into view. The floating designer laughed down at Vez. Ha ha ha, I gave you a chance to retreat, but now it's too late. I'm at the top of my class when it comes to filling a mech. Let the Beastmaster show you how it's done. To his regret, Vez was not very familiar with Beast Mech. Even if Vez could see everything Floyd was doing, without understanding most of it, he might as well be blind. If Floyd chose to work on a humanoid mech, Vez could easily dissect his every move. Now, he could only guess at his design choices. From what he recalled, Beast Mech usually flexibility for superior mobility. With 4 limbs, these wolf or tiger-like mech possessed unequaled speed and agility, sometimes surpassing humanoid mech of the same weight class. In exchange, these quadruped mech had less choices to work with. Wolf-shaped mech usually relied on their highly sophisticated jaws, while Didger-shaped mech also used their claws. There were more differences, but these were the main points. From what Vez could gather, Floyd's Tiger mech was on the lower end of the medium weight class. Such a mech relies on speed and momentum to pounce on their opponents. In an open terrain, a light mech built for endurance can maintain their distance and chip away at the slower Tiger mech. Vez doubted that this was the correct solution. Who knew if Floyd followed some classes under Master Olson and could temporarily boost his mech speed? He was unwilling to gamble on this front. I have more leeway if I make a more durable mech. It's best if I design a heavy mech, but I don't have any practical experience in designing them. I can only resort to hefty medium mech. Though he didn't know if the X Factor worked on AI pilots, he still took a few minutes to sharpen his intent. His improved concentration made it easier to fall into the right mood. Even as Floyd occasionally tried to interrupt his thoughts, Vez easily swept aside the words. If Floyd fancies himself a beastmaster, then my mech will become the ultimate hunter. In the end, Vez deferred to his past experience in working with the Caesar Augustus model. He scrolled through the parts section and picked out any legs, arms and torso that conformed to the Caesar Augustus. All the basic parts of his medium mech eventually appeared in his virtual workshop. With a sturdy torso and legs, the mech he envisioned should be able to withstand a charge if it held a shield. Against beast mech, the best way to fight them was to shoot them down before they came into melee range. If Vez knew what kind of terrain the duels took place, he could comfortably make his choices. Yet Professor Marshall hadn't said a thing, which meant that the duels took place in randomized environments. He could not ensure his mech could face the beast mech in open terrain. The main armament will be a sword and shield. No, perhaps a spear is better, with a knife as a backup option. The best way to deter a charge is to point something long and sharp at them. Then what if Floyd implemented ranged weapons on his mech? Vez studied his opponent's early progress and noted that the mouth and flanks possessed the right infrastructure to mount a couple of rifles. He wanted to keep Vez guessing. If Floyd intended to be meticulous, then he'd definitely incorporate at least one ranged weapon. That meant that Vez had to respond in kind. He studied his chosen parts and noted that the arms only allowed for shoulder mounts. He could forget about wrist-mounted weaponry. Shoulder mounts are too fragile, but I don't have any choice. If I resort to a rifle, then my mech will take too long to switch weapons. Everything had their trade-offs. A mech with shoulder mounts could never match up against a dedicated rifleman in a shootout. Vez persisted with his choice because he doubted Floyd relied entirely on lasers or cannons for his beast mech. As time passed, Floyd laughed when he saw what Vez decided. Ha ha ha. Can't make up your mind? You're not going anywhere if you split your focus. Vez ignored everything but his own work. Unless Floyd ditched his beast mech and turned to an entirely different frame, Vez gained nothing if he kept staring at his opponent's design. He trusted in his design and its ability to hunt tigers. He chose to design his medium mech based on armor, agility and close-ranged prowess. Fending off a beast mech required a certain level of fluidity. If he made his mech too sluggish, it could not keep up with a flanking beast mech. The parts he chose already possessed pretty good armor. He only replaced the base plating with a lighter but more durable variant by using the alloy compression machine. Those who were not familiar with alloy compression could only scratch their heads, but someone like Vez who mastered the basics, he could still produce the plates when fed with standard materials. Fabricating all of the replacement armor by hand took 3 hours, and that was with the virtual workshop giving him a speed boost. The process was much slower in reality. As mech duels were only supposed to be finished within a day, these virtual workshops customarily offered these kinds of conveniences so the audience wouldn't get bored. He spent another 2 hours slapping together the rest. As Vez chose to go with a simple loadout, he did not have to extensively rearrange the internals. This saved him quite a bit of time. Together with his high mechanics skill, he easily pieced together the different parts into a harmonious whole. He only made minor modifications to strengthen his mech spear handling. A hunter slowly took shape. With a couple hours left to go, Vez raised his head to see how Floyd progressed. His jaw dropped when he looked at his opponent's design. Somehow, he converted a medium ambush-type tiger mech into a heavy artillery-type centaur mech. The mech somehow gained massive amounts of armor without conflicting its movement, while its head had been replaced by a narrow torso that held an ominous laser rifle. Floyd even gave up on the claws and crudely replaced them with heavy hooves. Its main weapon, however, was the prodigious amount of missile launchers mounted on its back. While the Centaur mech possessed no close-ranged capabilities, its numerous missiles and its high-class laser rifle meant that it could chew up anything that came within sight. The sudden changes also introduced numerous flaws. The engine power could not keep up and its laser rifle used up too much energy for the power reactor to catch up. That still left Viz at a fundamental disadvantage. His humanoid medium mech could never compete at a distance and was too slow to close the distance in time. I screwed up, Viz admitted to himself. He put his complete focus into maintaining his concentration, which made him forget that he could take a peek at his opponent's work. Now he paid for it by allowing Floyd to make a U-turn without alerting him. Turned out that focusing too much on the X factor was not always a good thing. Chapter 83, Unconventional. His brain started churning hotter than ever before. The feeling of crisis hounding after his back was distinctly unpleasant. He had to figure a way to climb out of his own hole. There's only 2 hours left. Before I do anything else, first I should see if Floyd is able to pull another fast one. As Vez studied Floyd's jury-rigged Centaur mech, he found many minor errors. Instead of starting anew with a basic heavy frame, his opponent chose to forcefully increase his beast mech weight class by slapping a lot of parts together. He understood why Floyd went in this direction. If he replaced the frame, he'd have to throw away at least a couple of hours of work. Evidently, he couldn't bear to start over. Is he crazy? Vez asked when he realized what Floyd did. In his perspective, it was better to use a frame built to withstand the stresses of a heavy mech than to forcefully reinforce a lighter frame. This ungodly Centaur mech certainly had its faults. Compared to a purpose-built Centaur mech, his Chimera speed, power and integrity was awful. Floyd wasn't stupid. His mech might not be capable of chasing an opponent, but it possessed enough firepower to devastate anyone at range. The missile launchers was also a source of anxiety. Floyd had left them empty. Had probably chose the missile type at the very last second. With the variety of missiles available, Vez had no way of modifying his mech to withstand a specific missile type. Odds are, he's going to resort to one of the 3 major types: high explosive, thermal, or kinetic. I doubt he'd pick something indirect like EMP or smoke particles. If Vez could pin down the mix of damage types and optimal ranges of the launchers, he could work some additional armor. I don't think he'll replace those missile launchers with other weapon types. His mech can't withstand the weight or energy consumption of anything bigger. This gave him an idea. He looked at his mech shoulder lasers and made some optimizations. He enhanced their accuracy and fire rate at the cost of impact. He even went to the trouble of incorporating an enhanced targeting system into the head, allowing it to track fast-moving projectiles. In the end, he turned them into decent anti-missile systems. Vez spied on his opponent again and confirmed he didn't change anything again. Floyd still tried to paper over the worst cracks of his hasty modifications. Besides the missile loadout, everything was set in stone. His design still stands a better chance than mine, he concluded after a minute of consideration, though with a narrow margin. They chose to pursue different extremes. Vez designed a structurally sound mech with the time allotted to him. Floyd embraced a weird dual format and changed his design midway in order to counter his opponent's efforts. While both had their strong points, Floyd took the lead by making his switch at an opportune moment. Vez had no time to change his fundamental design. "I've got about an hour left. There should be something I can do." He looked left and right, but unfortunately he couldn't steal anyone else's ideas. The projection systems only made the workshops viewable to their owners and their opponents. Only the audience and the organizers were able to see everything, but they had no way of communicating their observations to participants. "I need to think outside the box. I can't just submit this design without taking advantage of the competition format." He thought about his opponent's mech. Its main damage dealer was its missiles. The laser rifle also posed a threat, but not too much due to the Centaur mech's insufficient energy and heat absorption capacities. As the mech gained a pair of humanoid arms, Vez also couldn't rule out that Floyd added a melee weapon such as a spear at the last moment. He considered his options again in light of this information. While a spear might make the Centaur possess some bite at close range, it wasn't enough to fend off a purpose-built melee mech. If his hunter successfully closed the distance, he'd bet his medium mech could beat the Centaur mech 80% of the time. That centaur is slow as hell, and will probably fall apart if it tries to run. Does my mech even need a lot of speed? His mech already weighed a lot for a medium mech, so he gave up any strategies involving a dash. Instead, he considered the opposite. If he beefed up his mech armor and shields, then it stood a better chance of fending off the missile barrage. I don't have a lot of leeway in adding more protection. Although, if Vez submitted his design in a blind duel, he'd never overburden his mech. Now that he saw what his opponent was working on, he could avoid the pitfall of choosing an overly specific loadout only to risk stumbling on a direct counter. I don't need to stick to conventional limits. The best way to endure a missile bombardment is to put as much layers in between the missiles and the mech. His memories provided him with some inspiration. He especially revisited the concept of modular armor. Naturally, he had no time to replace his mech armor with a modular system, nor did he wish to do so in the first place. Instead, he referred to the system's premise. The goal of a modular armor system is to treat armor as a disposable product. When necessary, it's better to discard a spent piece of armor in exchange for a reduction in weight. He could apply this concept to a shield. He wanted to design an incredibly thick shield, one so heavy that it had to be supported by wheels or tracks if possible. Who cared if his mech slowed to a crawl? He'd bet it was still a bit faster than that rickety centaur mech on even terrain. After regaining his spirit, Vez implemented his crazy idea in the hour that remained. Even if Floyd stopped his tinkering and puzzled out his intentions, there was nothing much his opponent could do to respond. Vez obfuscated his work by designing only a small portion of his shield. Like a pre-assembled block, if he duplicated its shape, he could easily stack them together, though without alloy compression. Before he did so, his opponent laughed at its small and weak-looking shape. Ha ha ha. That little shield is big enough for what I have in store for you. Even if you used alloy compression, it still won't stop my firepower. Again, Vez questioned Floyd's sanity. If he stopped laughing so much, he might notice the camouflaged attachment points at the shield's extremities. Despite his bewilderment, he kept pretending to work on something else. The last minute initiated some frantic changes. Both Vez and Floyd sped up and added a lot of new parts. Vez kept one eye on Floyd's actions while he implemented his own plan. As predicted, Floyd added a melee weapon to his mech. Instead of a spear, he chose to add a halberd instead. As for the missile loadout, he went for an even mix of high explosive and kinetic payloads. The kinetic missiles excelled at damaging shields and slow-moving mech, while the explosive ones fared better in damaging lighter and more exposed components. Just as Floyd finished his additions, he took a taunting look at his opponent's workshop. His grin vanished. Impossible. That's impossible. Vez removed the useless fittings meant to cover up the attachment points on his shield. He scanned the design and duplicated its very basic shape with the most basic materials. The virtual workshop allowed him to duplicate any material as long as it wasn't too complex. The shield barely qualified, but Vez successfully duplicated a handful of identical plates with simpler materials. With the quickest speed, he clicked them all together, forming an oversized rectangular barrier. The main point of the shield was its layered composition. If the front layer became too tattered, the mech could easily detach it by prying off a few locks. With up to 4 different layers, the wide and tall shield provided enough bulk to withstand the centaur mech's entire missile complement. Naturally, his mech could not even lift a big and heavy shield without cracking its arms. To support the shield's alignment, he hastily added a couple of unpowered wheels to the bottom. They served no function other than to bear the shield's weight and make it easier to push forward on flat terrain. If the mech came across more complex terrain, its pilot could choose to discard some layers in order to carry it like a conventional shield. This is cheating. Anyone? My opponent is cheating. Sadly, Floyd received no response. The virtual workshop scanned both designs and approved them without comment. Vez ignored his blubbering and sat down on the field. He worked for 8 straight hours. He deserved a rest. Ladies and gentlemen, now that you have submitted your designs, we will see whether they can vanquish the opposition. In the interest of finishing this round in a prompt fashion, we will speed up the simulation so that we can receive the results before the hour is over. Let the duels commence. The virtual workshop environments vanished into thin air. Instead, a new set of projections appeared. A projection of the automated duels appeared in front of every pairing. As expected, each duel was held in a completely random environment. Some fought in a city, while others fought in a forest. A couple of duels even took place on a low-gravity moon, which threw both AIs off whack. Vez and Floyd's first duel took place in a fairly average desert environment. The hot environment favored the medium mech, as it mainly relied on its melee weapons to deal damage. The Centaur mech had to watch its heat build up, and it showed as its AI chose to slow down its rate of fire when it spotted its humanoid opponent. Fucking idiot. Shoot faster. Empty those launchers. The fast forwarding made it difficult to judge what was going on, but Vez saw that his mech held an overwhelming advantage. The relatively flat terrain facilitated the juryrigged wheels. His unnamed mech sluggishly advanced, making sure to hide as much of its profile behind the giant shield. What kind of shit forebrains did the Lee put in my mech? It's not even moving a lot. Even the Centaur's piloting AI thought it was a bad idea to test his mech speed limits. Floyd underestimated the importance of his mech integrity. With all the crude additions, it was a wonder his mech didn't fall apart. The medium mech started to speed up. It stoically endured the missile bombardments and discarded the damaged layers when they were spent. When the shield lost half of its mass, the mech was able to speed up and cut short the Centaur's lethargic bombardment. The halberd proved to be a little troublesome, but the Centaur AI lacked familiarity with the weapon. In the end, the medium mech discarded the shield and flanked the Centaur from behind. The Centaur could not keep up with the change in direction and got its rear area wrecked. Vez won the first match. Only Nanette need to go. The second match took place in one of the worst environments for his design. The hilly forest terrain impeded the mech's oversized shield. After a few minutes of fruitless fumbling, it finally learned to detach most of its layers and regain its mobility. After a few minutes of patient hunting, the Centaur finally revealed itself as it fired a sudden missile salvo from a hill. The Centaur easily prevailed. It leveraged its height advantage as much as possible while the medium mech suffered from discarding most of its shielding. The duel sped up after the first couple of matches. Vez already determined the overall trend. As long as his mech was able to maintain its shield, it won as it easily blocked every missile in its way. The Centaur grew smarter by seeking the most complex environments to make its stand. Thus, the first couple of victories favored Vez, but after the 20th duel he lost his lead. The AI pilots both adjusted their tactics while responding better to their opponent's actions. The medium mech learned to angle its shields and spread out the impacts. The Centaur mech aimed its laser rifle at the wheels attached to the shield. On and on the duels progressed, until finally the last one finished. Yes. Vez yelled and raised his fist. He prevailed over Floyd by a comfortable ratio of 58 wins to 42 losses. He qualified for the next round while Floyd was sent packing. While the lemur graduate possessed some solid skills, he lost his cool and tried to one-up his adversary by turning midway. If not for his questionable decisions, he might have reached further. After his excitement cooled, Vez faced his opponent and held out his hand. It was a good duel. Floyd spat downwards and turned his back on Vez without a word. Chapter 84. Gene boosts. While it felt good giving Floyd a mental smack, Vez knew he provoked an angry bear. If the stakes weren't so high, he'd rather take a step back. Now, his pressure increased. He was not content to take second place this time. He had to dazzle the audience and mesmerize at least one of the masters present. The road ahead has just begun. If I take Floyd as a standard, then I will only encounter tougher opponents. Plenty of contestants wanted to dispute the results. Most of them mainly blamed the AI pilots for failing to unearth their mech potential. Most of the complaints came from the flyers. You cheated. There's no way a nobody like you can beat my awesome mech. Sadly for Floyd, no one cared about his accusations. While a student supervisor arrived to address his results, he had no leeway in giving the alumni from Lemur a helping hand. According to the logs, both mech are designed within acceptable boundaries. Mechanically, there's nothing fishy there, even if both of you made some unconventional choices. What about my crappy AI pilot? I obviously got a retard for a pilot. The supervisor shook his head. Every mech in every simulation started with the same AI pilot. They all have the same capacity for learning and adaptation. According to the logs, the AI pilot for your Centaur mech peaked midway. It couldn't figure out new strategies. As for your opponent's medium mech, its AI pilot constantly unearthed new things to try. In other words, one mech provided slightly more options than the other mech. There was a limit how diverse a pilot could utilize the tools at hand. The main factor that limited the Centaur was its crippling slow speed. The lack of speed narrowed its options to purely offensive and defensive stances. As for the design submitted by Vez, the AI pilot was able to take the initiative in most battles due to its freedom of movement. It could charge straight ahead or it could take it slow by flanking its opponent. This was actually the main reason why heavy mech never achieved dominance. Without sufficient mobility, a mech was nothing different than a sitting duck. After verifying the validity of the results, the supervisor took the devastated Floyd away. Sadly, some of the losers kept making a fuss, though they were easily taken care of with a few stun bolts. Vez couldn't believe how many designers broke down and acted like babies. I always thought it took discipline and constant study to become a mech designer. I have no idea how these rich kids managed to graduate with a degree in mech design. PFF. It's genetics, man. A fellow Walker supplied. Everyone knows their parents constantly injected their kids with genetic boosts. They take 1 hour to learn a theory that regular people like us take a day to understand. There's different injections available that can strengthen your muscles, make you smarter or even remove the need for sleep. That was fairly new to Vez. I thought those kinds of things are illegal or don't even exist. To commoners, they might as well be fairy tales. It's a conspiracy the upper echelon is happy to keep under wraps. They even banded together in order to suppress any credible mention about these boosts. If you don't believe me, then try and uploading a post. I can guarantee you'll be arrested quicker than you can take a leak. Vez almost didn't believe it if not for one thing. Had he already taken some injections himself? When he recalled the few times he ingested the system's attribute candies, he measurably grew stronger in a couple of areas. Was the system messing with his genes each time he ate a candy? The news shook his view of how the galaxy worked. He always treated those rumors about genetic tampering as air, but perhaps he underestimated the progress humanity made over the years in terms of human genetics. Do you have any proof? PFF. Of course not. I'd be dead if I had anything. I've only been able to learn a bit because I have a money bags for a friend. As today's program came to an end, everyone slowly left the parade ground. As Vez tried to keep an eye out on Dietrich and his cat, he reconsidered the matter of upgrading his attributes. Now that he developed some decent skills, perhaps it was time to upgrade his intelligence. If I had another windfall of DP, I can afford to splurge on a couple of intelligence candies. The price of a candy corresponded with the height of his current attributes. Any attribute between 1.0 and 2.0 could be upgraded by buying a candy worth 1,000 times the desired height. For example, with his current intelligence of 1.2, if he wanted to raise it to 1.3, he'd have to spend 1,200 DP. If he wanted to raise his intelligence to 2.0, he'd have to spend a cumulative amount of 13,200 DP in total. After reaching the threshold of 2.0, the price of the attribute candies multiplied by 10,000, meaning that he'd have to spend 21,000 DP to upgrade his intelligence to 2.1. The price of upgrading an attribute grew to stupendous heights the more it growed. At his current level, Vez had no way of earning enough DP to upgrade his intelligence to a meaningful level where it could make a difference. That was why up to now, he always emphasized the acquisition of skills. They provided concrete benefits at reasonable costs. Vez always planned to upgrade his intelligence and perhaps some other attributes in the long term. Despite his envy, he maintained his current stance. At most, he'd upgrade his intelligence by a couple of points so that he wouldn't come across as stupid when faced with a master. Vez sighed when he thought about his empty DP reserve. All of his plans meant nothing if he didn't gain another source of DP. With both his virtual and real universe sales stalling, he had no way of buying anything from the system to help him out in the competition. He had to rely on himself to reach the top. He only became a little disappointed when the mech designer system became less unique. The rich and powerful had their own ways of getting ahead even without a supposed reality-altering software program. Vez finally found Dietrich near the exit. The pilot yawned as he greeted his friend. "Man, this is the most boring competition I've ever watched. There's nothing exciting about watching thousands of nerds geeking out over a couple of stupid exams. The only part that interested me was the duels, but it finished way too quickly for me to enjoy. Haha, it might not be very exciting for you, but for mech designers like me, it's been a thrill. Are you sure you mech designers are still human? I'm not surprised if you've all been replaced by aliens." Without a technical background, pilots like Dietrich could never appreciate these kinds of events. Vez enjoyed the opportunity to cash against his peers. Watching his skills grow better from a boring status was much less tangible than winning an actual match against a living person. It made all of his improvements look real. Different from before, Ali erected temporary housing for the remaining visitors. Each modular apartment came with all of the basic necessities, and were fairly secure as well. The temporary housing area became more crowded with a heavy security presence. In order to prevent improper actions such as bribery or sabotage, the entire place turned stiflingly safe. Dietrich whistled in appreciation when he saw how many mech patrolled the perimeter. Lemur sure takes a lot of effort to secure a simple housing area. I'm glad they take our security seriously. You've already offended one bastard from the coalition. There's no telling what he'll do behind my back. As Dietrich lacked any understanding of mech design, he wasn't really able to follow the mech duel in the second round. When Vez explained how he triumphed over his opponent, he snorted. "Bah, what a get. This guy refuses to admit his loss because he's not as good as you. That should be the end of the matter." Vez truly hoped he had no more encounters with Floyd, but he vaguely suspected he might not be so forgiving. After an uneventful night, the contestants returned to the fields. Out of the 50,000 participants, only 5,000 remained. The final round of the qualifiers aimed to cut down their numbers to a measly 500. The attrition was horrible but necessary in order to make the main event presentable. Just like last time, Professor Marshall addressed the crowd. "Today is the day where we will decide the final 500. Who among you will be lucky enough to perform in front of a crowd of the most eminent figures in the mech industry? Who among you will be projected in the homes of every household in the Komodo Star sector? The chance to gain fame and make your name known to trillions of people is in your grasp. Are you not excited?" Every mech designer cheered. They all fought hard to make themselves more prominent. Even if they failed to catch the interest of a master, the trip was still worth it if they became a household name. Fame was a precious resource that accelerated any mech designer's career. Now, let me begin with the third round. This time, the format revolves around teamwork. As you all know, mech designers often work together with other designers when involved in a major project. The best and most widely used designs are always a collection of each designer's best results. No mech designer in existence claims to be the best at everything, though the polymath comes awfully close. Everyone laughed a little. Claire Gramsa was an absolute genius with a terrifying level of intelligence. The amount of fields she specialized in could fill a whole data chip. Vez secretly wondered if the star designer bathed in intelligence gene boosts since birth. This time, we wish to see some cooperation among you. Everyone will be grouped into teams of 10. Your task is to collectively design a single mech, which will be matched against every mech your rival groups have come up with once. This time the AI pilots will not remember their previous results, so all the matches are absolutely consistent. The top 50 groups with the most wins will collectively qualify for the main competition tomorrow. Everyone gaped at the competition format. Working together wasn't unheard of. Usually, small groups of mech designers often came together to produce designs intended for mass production. The problem was that when the number of people surpassed 5, these groups often became unwieldy. There were too many cooks in the kitchen. Everyone had their own ideas. If some people shared the same specialties, they could easily clash. It was a nightmare trying to corral everybody even if their thoughts aligned. Now you may be wondering how you can control so many designers in a single group. Well, that's for you to solve. You can have one designer do the work while the other 9 do nothing. You can have each designer spend 1 hour with the design interface before letting another take over when their time is up. You can partner with someone strong and beat up those you disagree with. As long as no one requires medical attention, we will not intervene. That's barbaric. Ha! I'm the captain of the boxing club. If you don't want a bruise, you better acknowledge us, boss. Vez had never heard of such an absurd rule set for a group contest. Even physical intimidation wasn't ruled out. Remember, the only design our simulations will accept is the one submitted by the group's designated terminal. We won't care if others block you from accessing the terminal, or if your entire group has argued so much that your design is incomplete. What's on the terminal will be the only thing that's approved. Now, find your group mates and make some new friends. A complex series of projections guided everyone together in groups of 10. Vez quickly met an eclectic group of designers. 7 of them were flyers, indicating their deep backgrounds. 4 of them even wore the Lee's alumni uniform. Vez was only one of 3 who came from a less affluent background. He quickly stared at the young man and woman who remained on the ground. "Hi. I'm Vez Larkinson, from the Bright Republic." The woman glowered at him. "Missy Phillips. Vija Kingdom." His smile dropped a little when he heard that. Of all the possible teammates, the organizers grouped him with a girl from an enemy state. Sensing the tension between the two, the remaining guy tried to break the tension. "Hello everyone. The name's Clark McCullum, and I'm born and raised in the Coalition." Both of them shook their hands with Clark. Neither Vez nor Missy wanted to mess up their chances by having a fruitless argument over their national pride. "If you plebs could kindly shut up, us real designers are about to work," a bossy woman called from above. Neither of the 3 walkers appreciated her tone, though they dared not raise their voices. The woman was one of the graduates from Lemur. She also sported the most symbols on her uniform, which meant she earned plenty of achievements during her time as a student. Still, Vez did not want to be crowded out by the elites. He summed up his courage and asked, "Who are you?" "You have the pleasure of addressing Cynthia Barakovsky. Perhaps you have heard of B&F Integrated?" B&F Integrated was one of the Coalition's heavy industry manufacturers. They also dipped their toes into mech production. The sales from their mech division easily surpassed 1 trillion calls. After a few seconds, Missy's eyes widened. She recognized her name. "You're that Cynthia Barakovsky who reached the top 100 in the last iteration of the Junior Rimworld Games." While Vez still didn't recognize her name, the mere mention of the Junior Rimworld Games was sufficient to overawe everyone present. The Junior Rimworld Games was the most prestigious sports competition in the galaxy for everyone under 25. They expanded into non-physical sports such as mech design a long time ago. Cynthia soaked up the attention with a smile. "You can rest that we will easily qualify with my presence. As long as you don't disturb me, I can easily design a killer mech." Both Clark and Missy practically hit stars in their eyes. Vez bewilderingly stared at their worshipping gazes. He never really paid much attention to the massive Rimworld Games, let alone the smaller junior edition. He could only stand in place and witness Cynthia bewitching everyone into giving her space to design their group's mech. While Vez did not doubt Cynthia's accomplishments, it did not change that they were supposed to work as a group. Those that survived so far all had their strengths. As someone aiming to reach the finals, Vez believed even his own input should be valuable. He was not content to risk his chances by leaving it up to a stranger. Chapter 85, Teamwork. Their group was already off to a quick start. Cynthia Barakovsky rolled over most of her fellow designers with her immense accomplishments. Even Vez became almost convinced. If not for his stellar confidence in himself, he might have let the elite Lemur graduate have her way. The workshop's terminal rested on the ground, forcing her to descend. Just as she approached the console, Vez stepped forward and held a hand. "Please wait a moment, Miss Barakovsky." Her eyes pierced his own with a disgruntled intensity. "You are in my way." "Okay, this conversation already went downhill." Vez quickly adjusted his suggestion. "If I may add, I'm sure that with your accomplishments, you are more than qualified to take the position of lead designer. However, I'm pretty sure everyone else can contribute their own insights to our design. Are you willing to let us provide you with some suggestions?" Sadly, Barakovsky treated his suggestions like air. She contemptuously flipped her hair and turned around. One of the flyers sank down in order to block Vez from pursuing her. Our princess doesn't have time to entertain third-rate peasants like you. Now run along and play in the dirt. Your participation is unnecessary. The other flyers closed ranks and made their stances clear. Vez almost couldn't believe how fast they threw away their pride as designers. He turned around to ask for help from his fellow walkers, only to see Missy and Clark turning their heads as if they were blind and deaf. Vez, let's not rock the boat. We only have 12 hours to design a mech. A future star like Barakovsky can easily come up with a complete design. Yes, if we distract her too much, we'll only be ruining our group. To be honest, I'm barely scraping by. I'm not good enough to compete at this level anymore. Why not sit back and let her carry us past the qualifiers? Do you know how much of an honor it is to be part of the 500 who will show up on stage tomorrow? Both of them came up with reasonable excuses. Even some of the flyers agreed with them. After being ganged up by practically his entire group, Vez had no choice but to back down. All right, we'll see, but if she makes a mistake, I won't hesitate to call it out. Naturally, everyone ignored those words. How could a nobody like Vez even compare against a prominent designer like Miss Barakovsky? She represented the entire Friday coalition in an immense competition that spanned a quarter of the galaxy. Even if she barely reached the top 100, the level of competition in these events was staggering. Nevertheless, Vez thought it was not wise to put all of their eggs in a single basket. Even the disciples of a master never claimed to be proficient in every field. However, he had no means of forcing the issue. He reluctantly stood back and allowed Miss Barakovsky to do her wish without further objections. The young lady started her design process by picking the basic frame. She confidently skipped the medium mech and went straight for a light mech. Such a choice took a lot of the daring due to the lack of options. Barakovsky's other choices made it clear that she wanted to design a skirmisher. If Vez was in charge, he'd pick a safe and boring medium mech. Sadly, he could only watch as Barakovsky went all in on her build. She intended to design a mech reminiscent of his very old Nomad. Certain types of skirmishers excelled in different situations. Barakovsky's skirmisher was obviously built for endurance. Fuel cells took most of the limited available capacity. To complement her choice, she chose to utilize a low-intensity fuel-injected power reactor to provide her mech with a steady amount of energy. Most of this energy would be spent on powering up the mech-only weapons, a pair of lightweight wrist-mounted laser cannons. Vez frowned at her decisions. He had a decent amount of experience in working with these kinds of systems. The wrist-mounted laser cannons was especially tricky. A light mech arms were not supposed to incorporate such an intensive weapon system. One stray shot could disable the entire mechanism. To her credit, Barakovsky knew what she was doing. She revealed her proficiency in metallurgy and physics when she stripped the light mech armor and painstakingly designed an entirely new compressed armor scheme that even Vez wanted to praise. She personally fabricated all of the compressed armor plating with practiced skill. She's a true prodigy designer. Missy uttered next to him. She practically gazed at the elite lemur graduate like she was a goddess. That armor is truly divine. I could never in a million years fabricate such pieces without slipping up. Barakovsky evidently mastered assembly as well. The way she smoothly interacted with the terminal and the virtual workshop's tools gave Vez the impression that she spent many hours in an actual mech workshop. Even though he was not a slouch, his system-enhanced skills lacked the genuine fluency of actual experience. As the alloy compression took a very long time, Vez started to take a look around. Curiously, his vision of the projections of the other groups was blocked. He had no way of determining their designs. Yet he could still watch and hear what they were doing, as if the organizers wanted to let others see how their rivals tackled the issue of teamwork. "Well, this is a fine mess," a burly designer commented as he spat out some blood. His clothes were disarrayed. 6 other designers were sprawled on the ground, each of them nursing a lot of bruises. "You did good," a handsome prince-like figure said as he clapped his lackey's back. "Now that we've gotten rid of the riffraff, we can get rid of this trash design and start over with something competent." At another side, a group that happened to consist of 7 walkers bravely tried to fend off the 3 flyers who disagreed with their actions. Their anti-grav clothes gave them an advantage in the air, but their numbers were too feeble to reserve the situation. Their constant harassment slowed down the design process and caused them to spend most of their time staring at each other. On the flip side, at least half of the other groups got along cordially, if not entirely harmoniously. The best groups often counted an abundance of lemur graduates on their midst. Their solidarity and familiarity with each other gave them a united front against their scattered groupmates. The weight of their school also counted for a lot. He spotted no genuine cooperation between all 10 members of a group. Even if some of them held a similar opinion to Vez, others dragged them down. His own situation was hardly unique. Practically every group had at least one elite designer that wanted to take charge. The Meek and the Hangerans pressured the others in order to ensure they could get their free rides. While Vez did not claim to be the most observant participant in the competition, he still smelled a conspiracy of sorts. From the size of the groups, to the placement of the terminals, everything had been set in place to encourage conflict instead of cooperation. He wouldn't be surprised if the group composition had been fudged as well. Really, when every group is led by an elite, this round will simply devolve into a series of solo duels. This meant that every group was back to square one. Of the 500 lead designers, only 50 of them would survive. Even if someone like Barakovsky was a cut above the rest, he did not wish to gamble on a 10% odds. Having concluded that this was actually a subtle trap, Vez still had to come up with a solution. He turned back to Missy and Clark. They sat on the ground as if they were a pair of bored little children. He quietly approached them and caught their attention. "Only 7 hours to go before we get our free pass. What's up?" Vez drew closer and explained his analysis. He expected the two to get their heads back in the game. Instead, they looked at him as if he was a troll. "Really now? That's kind of clever. But what difference does it make if every group is similar? It's not like we can contribute to the design. Do you really believe that? Where is your pride as a designer?" The two had no fight in their eyes. Vez really thought the speech by the old guy at the start had been wasted on these freeloaders. How could they expect to get ahead in the mech industry if they didn't fight for their jobs? "Okay, you two can stay and sit on your asses for all I care. I'll figure out a solution on my own." Perhaps if Vez kept at it, he might have persuaded the pair to back him up. However, when he looked at their soulless gazes, he gave up. These two lazy bastards deserved to rot for the rest of their lives. He didn't know what he wanted to do, but he stood to the side for now. Vez had no reason to interfere as long as Barakovsky worked flawlessly. Different from Vez, Barakovsky started from the outside and slowly worked inwards. Besides selecting all of the basic components such as the engines and power reactor, she spent most of her time trying to harmonize the armor system and wrist lasers. For a light mech, these two components were of prime importance that had the most direct influence to the mech performance. Front-loading these components meant that Barakovsky wanted to budget out her time. For example, if she was forced to spend too much time on the armor system, she could choose to spend a little less time on the internals. And indeed, Barakovsky spent a lot of hours just to optimize the wrist lasers. If Vez wanted to do a proper job, he'd need to spend at least 2 days to get it working right. The woman acted too much like a perfectionist and kept fiddling with the most minute components. Vez sneaked a little closer and coughed a little. "We only have 5 or so hours left. In the interest of completing the design, I suggest you start working on the internals. What do you know?" One of her self-promoted guards spoke as he floated downwards. "Those laser cannons are our only weapons. If our laddie's time is cut short, who knows if they'll malfunction? Yeah, and who cares about optimizing the internals anyway? It's just a bunch of cables and muscles. There's hardly any complexity involved in uncrossing a couple of wires." The comment from the second goon made it clear to Vez that he had no idea what he was talking about. Having worked with the awful mess that was the Caesar Augustus, he knew more than anyone else in the group the fragility of a crowded and unoptimized internal structure. With everyone set against him, Vez had no way of remedying the situation. Barakovsky ignored his advice and kept tinkering with the wrist lasers. An entire hour went by until she finally put down her work. "I'm finally done with these laser cannons. The hard part is over." Barakovsky sighed as she paused in her work. One of her group mates brought her some refreshments, which she enjoyed with relish. All right, there's only 4 hours left to go. The rest is easy. This time, Vez watched as Barakovsky started with the internals. Unlike her earlier performance, Vez cringed when she made a number of shortcuts and other questionable decisions. It became clear to him that her mechanics had not reached the journeyman level. When Vez suggested she was making a mistake, the entire group looked at him with contempt. Really now? Where did you study? Rittersburg? What no-name planet is that? The Bright Republic is the backwoods of our Komodo star sector. I don't believe a barren place like that knows more about mechanics than Lemur. No one acknowledged his expertise in this area. He stood at a crossroads. If he did nothing, then he might miss one of the greatest chances of his life. There was too much at stake. Maybe I'm thinking too much, Vez whispered to himself. He waited until the group let down their guard. Once everyone turned back to the terminal, Vez sprinted forwards and brushed aside the bodies in his way. Hey! What the? Stop! Once Vez came close, he tackled Barakovsky to the ground. Both of them dove through the projection and landed harshly on the ground. He moved around her body and held her neck in a chokehold-like position. Sadly, he hadn't figured out what to do after that. He had never attended any close-quarters combat classes. After several seconds went by, it became clear that none of the other designers had any clue either. They all looked paralyzed as Vez seemed to transform into a crazy beast ready to devour an innocent maiden. Unhand me, scoundrel! Barakovsky hissed as she moaned in pain. The tackle came unexpected and her landing was hard. Her soft, boneless body wiggled against Vez in a weak, helpless fashion. Whatever gene boosts she received had not been spent on improving her physique. Both sides were stuck at an impasse. Vez originally wanted to knock Barakovsky unconscious, but he was afraid of dealing more damage than necessary. He already offended her enough. Look, can we talk about this? This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Chapter 86, Carrying. No one made any rash moves. Vez held Barakovsky tight against his body. He hadn't embraced a lot of girls in his life, so the feeling of having a pretty girl in your arms distracted him. The other males in the group appeared outraged while the girls looked scandalized. You bastard mongrel. That's the class princess you've injured. You're dead now. B&F integrated isn't a company you can offend. The commotion even attracted the attention of their neighbors. Most of the conflicts happened at the start of the design period. Vez surprised everyone by making his coup with only a few hours remaining until they had to submit their design. Don't push me. Vez growled angrily while he tightened the hold on Miss Barakovsky's slender neck. He attempted to channel a bit of his state of mind when he fought back against the pirates on the Sainthurst. The designers drew back in fear as if scalded by hot water. They were as green as the flowers in a garden. You guys are trying my patience. Can you stop ignoring me all the time and listen to my suggestions? The 8 other designers stood helplessly as they remained undecided. Vez was glad to see that none of the people here had a clue on how to liberate Barakovsky. It seemed like every mech designer received only perfunctory self-defense training during school. As the mech designers argued about, the hostage had enough. Quiet. We are not a brood of headless chickens. We are mech designers. Let us talk it over rationally. There's no value in negotiating with that brute. No one treated her latest words seriously. They all thought she just wanted to free herself from her captor's clutches. While the mech designers kept bleating and insulting Vez, he lowered his mouth to her ear. Look, I'm sure you're a great mech designer, but it's clear you haven't specialized in mechanics. You've got a much deeper foundation in this field. Huh, is that so? Barakovsky huffed as she tried to untangle herself from his grasp. Her movements only rubbed her slim body harder against Vez. While I might not have received any tutoring from a master, I can assure you that I've achieved some very good grades in my mechanics classes. Vez shook his head. This is the big leagues. We're not in class anymore. Have you attempted to develop your mechanics since your graduation? HMPH. It's only a few months. Are you any better? As a matter of fact, I've devoured 3 journeyman textbooks on my way to the lemur system. Vez smirked. And I haven't schemed over them either. I understand the essence of all of them pretty well. If you'd just let me access the terminal, I can show you how much better our mech can perform." Barakovsky paused a little at that. Her expression still radiated skepticism. "You really claim to master not one, but 3 entire journeyman-level books?" "Yup, and they're all credible books from credible authors. Does to Canada, Ulmer, Smith, James, Coventry and Lynn ring a bell to you?" While some of those surnames were common, every mech designer should be able to link them to the most renowned academics in mech design. "I see," she said flatly as she reconsidered her stance. "Even I can't claim to master 3 journeyman books this fast. You're either boasting shamelessly or you may be an undiscovered genius. I prefer to think myself as the latter." Barakovsky giggled a little, surprising Vez. Even in such a tense situation, she displayed no fear. He even suspected that her anger had already subsided. She sighed a little and leaned back against his skinny chest. "I don't know which one describes you best, but I suppose an apology is expected. I'm sorry for disregarding your perspective. If you really do claim to be a genius in mechanics, then there's little harm in letting you work on my design. I'm tired anyway. I'm not at my best anymore." Truly, Vez enjoyed talking with intelligent people. Barakovsky was the only person in their group who actually behaved as if they graduated from college instead of from a pigsty. He had more than enough of the overweening pride of these entitled coalition citizens. Deciding to trust her words, Vez let her go. Both of them quickly rose up from the ground and dusted off some of the dirt and grass that clung on their clothes. The other designers stopped arguing when they saw that Vez and Barakovsky acted cordially. "Did you give up, loser? Be silent." Barakovsky barked and crossed her arms over her chest. "Look, we don't have the time to squabble like children. While my friend here was a little extreme, we've talked over our issues and have decided to give him a chance." "What?" "Hell ruin our design." She clapped her hands, causing them to quickly shut up. "Do I have to repeat what I said? Just shut up if you have nothing useful to say. I'm just as skeptical as you are, but this matter directly concerns our chances of passing this round. If Vez here is truly better than me in mechanics, then he deserves a chance to contribute. That goes for all of you as well. You've been negligent in considering your skills. If you've been holding out on us, now is the time to step forward and make suggestions." Sadly, the entire crowd disappointed her by remaining silent. No one had the guts to claim they knew better than Barakovsky. Besides Vez, it really appeared that none of their group specialized in mechanics. It truly was a bitter state of affairs when almost everyone in the group wanted to sit back and sleep their way through the qualifiers. With her tentative blessing, Vez approached the terminal slowly. If anyone wanted to jump on him, he'd be ready. Fortunately, no one had the spine to contest their intentions, so Vez reached the controls without hindrance. "There are a number of things that can be improved that I can point out immediately." Vez began to explain in the hope of getting everyone's acceptance. First, the engines. While Barakovsky chose to go with a conventional high-efficiency engine model, our mech loadout is a bit light due to the inclusion of compressed armor. This gives us a bit more leeway with regards to capacity, which in my opinion is best spent on a more powerful engine model. That will make our design less efficient. A powerful engine burns more fuel. Barakovsky pointed out. That's true, but remember what kind of battles our mech will face. We're sending our design off to a series of unknown duels. Do we really need to stuff so much endurance in our design when it's only expected to last one single encounter? Our mech is built to outlast any opponent. There's no such thing as too much endurance. That's true, but I also think that there's a point where sacrificing power in favor of endurance isn't worth it anymore. Our light mech top speed is below average for an endurance-focused design. When Barakovsky stopped arguing, Vez took that as permission to replace the engines. He chose to install a slightly more powerful engine model from the list of available components. Naturally, the new engines also added more weight, but the additional power was worth it as its top speed gained a substantial boost. What else do you want to change? Vez started reversing some of her decisions and worked methodically on areas that haven't been touched. Though Barakovsky never admitted defeat, she tacitly allowed Vez to implement his own decisions. With his intervention, the integrity of their design gained a massive increase. The mech performance slowly stabilized. The chance of suffering critical damage decreased due to his skillful work. In the end, Vez monopolized the remaining hours of the clock. Even when Barakovsky showed some discontent at some of his decisions, she kept letting his run amok. He appreciated her inaction. Somehow, he even suspected she only maintained a negative attitude in order to placate the other group members. The others still did not trust Vez even if he implemented better solutions than anything they could come up with themselves. 5 minutes remaining. Please finalize your designs. Vez already finished his design. After checking over the entire mech once again, he stepped back and gestured at Barakovsky. I'm done now. You can check over our entire design if you want. She shook her head. You've followed your every move. Nothing you've done is egregious enough for me to intervene. Besides, even if I want to change something, there's hardly any time left on the clock. Indeed, as the counter ticked down, many groups had laid down their work. Not all of them were as relaxed. Some groups that suffered from extensive infighting kept fiddling with the terminal. Even now Vez could see that a handful of groups hadn't even completed their designs. They were the abject failures in this round. He admired the Lit for coming up with such a deep and challenging test. While working together as 10 to come up with a single design sounded simple, the reality proved much different. The audience had a field day when arguments and fist fights broke out. All of the mech pilots and bodyguards sitting on the stands painfully looked away when these nerdy engineer types showed off their pathetic skills. Only a few designers had a passable proficiency in self-defense and martial arts. Those who paid attention to their physical training dominated their groups, though whether their design skills was just as good as their fighting prowess was another matter. If any groups understood the essence of this round and genuinely worked together as 10, Vez had no clue. At least he hadn't seen any enlightened teamwork among the groups surrounding his own. His heart pumped faster as the duels commenced. Just like the last round, the projections sped up the simulations in order to save time. As Vez had worked intensively for a couple of hours straight, he had no energy left to concentrate on the action. The duels fast-forwarded so quickly that Vez hardly registered each win and loss. Impressive work. Barakovsky praised as she sat down next to him. It looks like we're winning most of our matches. Is that so? His anticipation grew as he tried to register their mech performance. It did manage to dance around almost all of the opponents it encountered. It only ran into a wall when it faced a flying opponent. That's great. We're winning. In actual fact, their mech performed so well that it constantly climbed higher in the giant ranking projection. Half of the designers were too scared to watch the duels. Instead, they kept their eyes peeled on the ranking list. Every time some groups changed positions, the designers groaned or cheered. The third round finally ended in a crushing victory for Vez and Barakovsky's mech. While their light mech might be lacking in firepower and armor, its prodigious mobility and impressive endurance allowed it to keep teasing around any opponents it encountered. It only lost when matched against its hard counters, such as sprinters, flyers and marksmen. Any other mech proved too sluggish to match the nimble mech. Yes. We've ranked 16 out of 500. We've qualified. Vez cheered as he saw the final results. Their group only had to reach the top 50 to pass. Reaching the 16th rank meant they possessed ample strength to compete in the main event that started in the following day. Barakovsky suddenly glomped him in order to give him a quick hug. Thank you. Without your help, our mech couldn't have lasted this long. No problem. I'm glad you gave me a chance. Both of them quickly separated. Vez coughed a little. He hardly ever got close to a woman. Her closeness made him a bit uncomfortable. I guess we might encounter each other again in the days ahead. Her smile disappeared. You're right. I won't show any mercy if I end up on the opposite side. The same goes for me. Best of luck then. They shook hands before parting the group. Now that the qualifiers came to a close, the designers had no reason to stick together with those they despised. Of their entire group, only Clark had the decency to thank him for pulling their group ahead. Missy simply huffed before running off and the other designers flocked to Barakovsky, completely ignoring Vez. All in a day's work. He sighed and left the field in order to meet up with Dietrich and Lucky. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Chapter 87, Banquet. Now that many mech designers and their followers left the premises, the temporary living area received a much welcomed renovation. The cheap and convenient apartments made way for compact villas that contained room for up to 20 residents. The lit also stocked the villas with all kinds of amenities, from the rarest teas to the most sophisticated entertainment centers. Vez only met up with Dietrich briefly before a student guide approached him from above. "Mr. Larkinson?" "Yes, that's me." "Good. Our institution invites you to attend a banquet together with your fellow designers." That sounded interesting. Vez accepted the invitation and followed the guide towards a palatial hall floating in the distance. A floating conveyor brought up guests like Vez who lacked integrative clothing to the entrance. As he looked around, he noted that a lot more walkers had made it through the qualifiers, though he reasoned that most of them got carried by their groups. Still, even if they got knocked out tomorrow, they still benefited from the honor of presenting themselves to trillions of people. With their status as a past contestant who made it through the qualifiers, they could leverage that prestige into wealth and status. No one despised the Lemur Institute of Technology, especially its famous annual competition. The dining hall was resplendently large. Calm and relaxing music extended from the instruments of a handful of musicians. The main tables offered ample space for all the guests. A larger and more extravagant set of tables sat at the front, reserved only for the masters and the most eminent visitors. Though the hall appeared simple, Vez recognized the precious materials built into the furniture. Even a cannon shell couldn't blast them apart. The subtle extravagance impressed all of the designers who came from humble backgrounds. A small projection lit up in front of him and guided him to his seat. As a no-name designer from a remote third-world state, his seat was near the end. He looked around and spotted Barakovsky near the front. If their seat positions were ranked, she easily entered the top 20. As for Vez, he was clumped together with the walkers and freeloaders. He sat onto his seat without fuss and waited for the rest to gather around. "Mr. Larkinson?" a woman called from behind. He turned around to see a familiar face. Patricia Schneider? He had not expected to meet an acquaintance from the Bright Republic. Patricia had always been an enigmatic figure back when he studied at Rittersberg. She was a genius who excelled in every field. Every classmate sighed that it was a pity that she hadn't gone to study at Lemur or some other famous second-rate institution. To see her here was a remarkable turnaround. Vez looked around and did not spot any other former participants of the Bright Republic's Fusion Cup. "Don't bother looking around. We are the only ones from the Republic who qualified," she said and took the seat next to him. "I do have to say that I thought you had potential. You're still a few years too early to compete in Lemur. It's quite a pleasant surprise to see you grow so much." Unlike any other designer in the room, Vez sensed Patricia had nothing but goodwill to him. He appreciated her willingness to approach him. He missed the casual candor he was used to in the Republic. "You've grown a lot since the last time we met each other. I always thought my last victory was more due to luck and circumstance. Now that I've caught up in my studies, I'm confident I can beat you in a straight fight." "Is that so?" Patricia smiled mysteriously at him. "Maybe we can find that out tomorrow. You never know. I still have to pay you back for knocking me out before I reached the finals." Haha, I had no choice really. My career was at stake. Somehow, Vez acted a lot more confident around Patricia. Before, he always saw her as an inviolable goddess, whose talent in mech design outmatched anyone else at the Rittersberg University of Technology. With the help of the system, Vez improved so much that his confidence gained a massive boost. He no longer regarded himself on a lower level to the former class princess. Patricia raised her eyebrow. "I've heard you've started up a new mech workshop on a rural planet. That takes remarkable courage. Without a large investment, it's very difficult to start an independent business. Thankfully the MTA provides independents like me some space to do business. Without the licenses, I have to do everything from scratch." Licensing became a popular way to earn income from technology in the mech industry upon the establishment of the MTA. The behemoth organization practically coerced every tech company into releasing their non-cutting-edge developments to the market. Also, industrial espionage was widespread at the time, so the inventors decided to legalize and monetize the acquisition of their technology. The distribution of technology eventually benefited the entire industry. Everyone had access to a uniform minimum standards. No one was forced to reinvent the wheel anymore. It also lowered the barrier of entry to startups like Vez Workshop and restrained larger companies from dominating the industry. After a few minutes of chit-chat, they quieted down when the masters entered the hall. Everyone stared with hopeful eyes at these eminent masters. Of the 5 masters who expressed interest in taking a new apprentice, only 4 were present. Master Null had declined to attend, probably in order to avoid letting spies record his gestures. Even the most hidden fugitives can be identified if they showed up in public too many times. Professor Edith Marshall stood up from her seat and addressed the crowd. Congratulations for making it through the qualifiers. In the last 2 days, the masters and I have witnessed some remarkable performances. You may be thinking that the qualifying rounds appear too arbitrary and whimsical. A few designers groaned when they remembered the hellish ordeal of the past 2 days. The transparent duel and the group duel rounds were especially infuriating for some. The truth is, a real designer has to cope with many different circumstances. The strongest mech designer isn't necessarily the one who can output the best designs. As far as we at Lemur are concerned, the ideal mech designer is one who is adaptable. Only by thriving under the most difficult circumstances can you survive the coming storm. Those ominous words sparked a murmur of concern among the crowd. Maybe some of you are already aware of the unrest that is growing in our star sector. We are not alone. The unrest has spread in our neighboring star sectors, and will soon engulf all of human-occupied space. Armies will be mobilized and entire mech corps will be thrown into battle. The blood that is about to be spilled will dye many planets red. A handsome designer sitting near the front of the table stood up, courageously interrupting the dean. There's a famous saying among designers. The time of war is the time of our lives. A lot of people smiled at that, though Vez and Patricia kept a stern face. Well said. We develop instruments of war, and only during wartime will we see the most demand for our services. A design is not a static, timeless product. Many times, we receive requests to modify designs in order to cope with a specific planetary environment or to counter a popular model utilized by the enemy. The simulation mech duels you've experienced so far is but a simplification of the great game that is played among the greatest designers. A few of the masters nodded, giving way to Professor Marshall's words. With a sophisticated industrial base, any state gained the capability mass-produce or mass-modify a substantial amount of mech. If an enemy happened to favor lasers, you could respond by designing a mech that was resilient to directed energy. Such a change could be done in days if the scale was small. At a larger scale, even a massive entity like the Friday Coalition was able to replace and refurbish its entire mech complement in a couple of months. The capabilities of an industry supported by the full might of an entire state was terrifying. Even the Bright Republic had built up a formidable reserve in order to cope with the coming aggression by the Vija Kingdom. If war eventually broke out, Vez expected to be drafted in order to put his capabilities to use in supervising such super factories. Before we begin to serve the masterpieces prepared by our cooks, I have one more thing to say. When I look at all of you, I am astounded by the variety of your origins. Some of you have proudly graduated from this school. Others have studied elsewhere in the coalition, while a smaller portion of you have even climbed your way up from more humbler origins. As one of the few designers from a third-rate state, Vez and Patricia certainly knew the others outnumbered them. The resources and knowledge the designers from a second-rate state enjoyed massively overshadowed the best efforts of a third-rate institution. The two could not even come close. Vez only gained the qualifications to attend the banquet due to his cheat of a system. He wondered how someone who attended the same university as him managed to keep up with him. Patricia surely had her own secrets in her pocket. That was one of the reasons why Vez tried to strike a friendship with her. As equals of the same strength, they might cooperate someday. Professor Marshall pressed a button on her comm, causing a projection to light up above the tables. It projected the name of a famous society, underneath of which spelled out numerous benefits. The Clifford Society is the Carnegie Group's most exclusive club for mech designers. Our rules allow any designer who passed the qualifiers to join our most esteemed ranks. Many of those present already knew about the Clifford Society. Anyone present here could apply, though practically only those who were not attached to any major influences actually joined. The real elites already signed exclusive contracts with their backing. No matter your origins, affiliations or home state, we are a neutral group that serves the coalition on behalf of the Carnegie Group. Certainly the other partners of the coalition have their societies, but we have the most welcoming attitude. As we have attracted numerous influential designers over the years, our reach extends to the entire Komodo star sector. No matter where you reside, our society is able to provide support at any time. The professor enumerated the many advantages a member enjoyed. They provided an open platform could discuss freely with other members. They offered a small sample of exclusive learning material, some of which could not be found on the galactic net no matter how many calls you were willing to spend. The society even held many gatherings where different designers met frequently with new faces. "Are you going to join?" Patricia whispered quietly at his side. "Yes. This is one of the reasons why I spent all the trouble of traveling to the coalition. The Clifford Society has an illustrious name in the sector. I don't have a lot of sources I can rely on to advance my design skills. The society is a viable alternative to the MTA in terms of their library alone." She shook her head at his words. "Joining the society isn't free. Officially, you'll be prohibited from helping any influence that is hostile to the Friday Coalition. Unofficially, you'll become a man of the Carnegie Group. The other partners of the coalition will close their doors to you, not to mention you'll be stared at by the Hixodric hegemony. As someone who has tried to go it alone, I quickly learned how vulnerable I am. Any casual conglomerate can wipe me out if they think I'm inherent. The only way I can get some job security is to attach myself to a greater influence." Once Professor Marshall finished her speech, everyone's comm units beeped. They all received an extensive package that contained a brochure and a contract for the Clifford Society. They could sign the contract at any time, though they only had a month before it expired. Some of the people present signed the contract immediately. Others like Vez planned to go over the contract in detail later. Right now he reserved his energy for the competition that started tomorrow. Enough talking. Let's dig in. Chapter 88, Spectacle. The day of the main event arrived. As a prestigious event witnessed by everyone in the star sector, Ali did not hold the competition on a plain grassy field. Instead, every participant was brought to a huge and extensive arena complex. Vez, Dietrich and Lucky looked out from the window of the shuttle. After passing through innumerable islands, they finally came into view of Ali's sector-famous arena complex. It encompassed as much space as a major city from the Bright Republic. The complex already prepared 500 stages. The most formidable fabrication and projection technology the Carnegie Group had developed underpinned the systems of this immense competition stage. Much like the Republic's Young Tiger exhibition, the competition in Lemur disdained the use of simulations. They only resorted to using simulations during the qualifiers for expedience. Now that they were about to broadcast the design contest to the public, they had to showcase their power. Every time the Lee held its open competition, the people from the coalition and many smaller states got to enjoy thrilling fights between real mech piloted by real mech pilots. It's too bad they don't let outsiders like me pilot on your behalf. Dietrich sighed. He truly wanted to share the stage with Vez and make a name for himself in the dueling stages. It sure sucks to be a pilot. Haha. You mech pilots have your own competitions. Vez responded lightly. Humanity currently loved all things mech. Though mech designers received their fair share of admiration, the highly technical environment made it hard for laymen to get excited. In contrast, mech pilots overshadowed shuttle racers in daring and excitement. Even a small place like the Bright Republic held 100 of different competitions each year. The Young Tigers exhibition might be a prestigious event, but the ones where veteran pilots showed off their skills attracted 10 times more fans. The celebrity culture around piloting massively overshadowed the attention placed on mech designers. When they came close, Vez witnessed thousands of shuttles descending from orbit. As a major event, the competition attracted millions of spectators. Most of them merely came because they lived nearby. Most likely, only 10% truly understood what was going on. The rest just came to see the thrilling mech duels. Lemur only paid attention to the guests of influence. Many industry insiders attended from afar. Vez even guessed that representatives from some of the major corporations in the Republic would be present today. The competition not only gave the foreign talents a chance to shine, it also brought a lot of powerful men and women together from across the sector. Many deals and trades were made under the table during each event. All right, please disembark, follow me. It's very crowded today, so watch your step. A guide called out once their shuttle landed. A massive amount of people converged to the arenas. Dietrich and Lucky had to separate from Vez again. They followed the majority of the crowd to the spectator entrance. As for Vez, he boarded a smaller shuttle that brought him and his fellow designers to a resting area backstage. Up on the main stages, a grand spectacle unfolded. The show preceding the competition featured music and dances from the most popular entertainers in the employ of the Carnegie Group. In between, different executives entered the stage to introduce various high-tech innovations such as a new engine model or a renewal of a popular consumer electronics device. The group never fails to milk the publicity dry. A designer sitting next to him remarked. Each year they go through the same process. Vez nodded in agreement. It's a good way to distract the audience when we're still in the design phase. A pure mech design competition is pretty boring to the average viewer. Watching someone design a mech in real time was like watching a sculptor chisel a statue. While the end product might look impressive, no one wanted to go through all the boring parts for hours on end. The other partners of the coalition have their own pageants. This is nothing unusual. Now that we're facing tumultuous times, every power is going aloud in attracting talents. Even the notoriously closet-minded Kansu clan have opened their doors. You'd have to be insane to hire yourself to the Kansu clan. There's hardly any room for promotion for outsiders. That's true, but the Kansu clan is honest about it. You'll only have to sign a 12-year contract. After that, you're free to go. That sounded like a pretty good deal. If Vez failed to qualify for today's event, he'd probably be forced to crawl in front of their doors and beg them to take him in. Thankfully he fought well enough to avoid such a miserable fate. After half an hour of advertisement, the mech designers finally entered the stage. They bowed before the millions of people present and the trillions more who watched from their homes. The entire star sector took notice. An executive from the Carnegie Group introduced the rules for the first round. Today is the day where we will hold our famous free-for-all. 500 mech designers are given access to our proprietary Quick Forge instant fabrication systems. These designers can choose to rush out their design or take it slow in order to perfect their work. However, the speed in which they finish their design decides the ranking of their allocated pilot. The faster they finish a design, the better their pilot. Lemar's renowned free-for-all format had a lot of strategy behind its simple rules. The round lasted for 12 hours. A mech designer was free to submit his design at any point, but if he took too long, then he will only receive a mediocre pilot. The fastest submission always received the best pilot from a batch of 500 cadet pilots from an affiliated mech pilot academy. The Quick Forge fabricator was able to produce or modify many simple mech components, giving the illusion that it worked just as fast as a virtual workshop. Naturally, this only applied to obsolete technology. This was the reason why Lemur used the equivalent of 3-star mech components in the qualifiers. The time and cost to fabricate more advanced components grew massively at that point. These renowned cadet pilots fought on behalf of their mech designers in an enormous space consisting of many temporarily fused arenas. In this random forest environment, giant coins occasionally spawned at random locations. Mech pilots had to search for these coins and bring them to a random location, though they had to look out for ambushes. Regardless who possessed the coins, the pilot who delivered the coins successfully gained a score. To keep it all fair, the 500 pilots were completely isolated. They piloted the mech remotely through advanced transmission technology. In a real war, there were millions of ways for an enemy to interfere with these signals. In a venue completely controlled by the Carnegie Group, the risk was deemed acceptable. The group did not want to risk the lives of their future pilot officers, after all. The key issue of this round was that a mech only had one life. Once it received fatal damage, the mech did not have any opportunity to collect more coins. The designers who submitted their designs early had more time to collect coins. Those who came later might overshadow the rush jobs, but with lower-ranking pilots and less time to collect coins, they had an uphill battle to fight. Another key issue was that the allocated pilot remained attached to the designer if they successfully survived this round. Only the top 100 teams who submitted the most coins qualified for the second round. The pilot rank was thus of prime importance to your chances of reaching the finals. Now, every year, we receive the same complaints. It's not fair. It's too arbitrary. Everyone should receive the same quality of pilots. The executive turned around and stared at the designers on stage. All of them felt the intensity of a man who climbed his way up the ranks of the renowned Carnegie Group. I am a businessman. You work for us. As a responsible businessman, I expect my subordinates to work promptly and deliver their products on time. Those who can never meet their deadlines will never cut it in the mech industry. The best mech designers are always those who are a step ahead of the competition. It is up to you to decide how much time you wish to spend on your designs. Everyone felt the weight of his words. While some of the designers had little clue what he was talking about, Vez knew better as he already had some experience running his own business. The free-for-all in fact could be considered a race. Those who worked faster gained a lot more advantages, though sometimes the slowpokes turned the tables by submitting an almost invincible design. In essence, Vez had 3 overall choices to make before he even started. He could rush out a sloppy design and gain an elite pilot who could search for coins before the majority of the competition entered the simulated battlefield. This was the highest risk a designer could make and had enormous influence to their future course. If Vez succeeded in his gambit and climbed his way up the top 100, then he paved the way for a clear road to the finals. With a higher-ranking pilot by his side, he had the qualifications to fight for the number 1 position. If Vez was not that confident in a quick design, he could take it slower and submit his design somewhere around the average. With enough time, he could design a substantially better mech who could go toe-to-toe with almost any opponent except for the slowpokes. Finally, he could take his time and design a truly perfect mech. With sufficient time, he could build up a mech that enjoyed a full coverage of compressed armor. With such a marvelous protective layer, his mech would be virtually invincible. Still, the pilot won't cut it. There's a huge difference between a top pilot and an average pilot. Vez considered carefully. He wanted to reach the absolute top. Those who took their time were mostly content with reaching the top 100 or top 50. Only the designers who submitted their designs fast enough had the right to struggle for the limited amount of available apprenticeships. Throughout the competition, Vez already acted boldly. He already staked his entire future to a single throw of the dice. He had to keep walking his chosen path to the end. 3 hours. I should be able to finish a functional design in 3 hours. Vez whispered to himself. The average submission time in past competitions usually hovered around 5 to 6 hours. Cutting that in half meant his mech inevitably retained some serious flaws. The key was to minimize or mitigate these flaws. Chapter 89, Steed. After explaining the rules, the executive retreated and allowed others to direct the first round. A guide brought every designer to their allocated quick forge system. A marvel of engineering, every quick forge cost as much as 100 mech workshops. Its impressive capabilities allowed for almost instant fabrication of any device as long as its complexity did not exceed a certain standard. Though insufficient to mass-produce any current-gen mech, it had no trouble in pumping out 200-year-old designs. These are the toys that the students of Lemur can polish their design skills. Vez guessed. The Carnegie Group didn't design these quick forge units for a simple competition. How I envy those who gained the chance to study here. Designers who spent a lot of time with these miraculous systems could gain a lot of proficiency in working with real mech. Though the assembly process was massively simplified and sped up, it still provided much more hands-on experience than working with simulations and projections. Once everyone reached their assigned stations, they waited for the signal to start. 3, 2, 1, go. Everyone rapidly engaged the quick forge system. The students from Lemur had a distinct advantage. They used their familiarity with its systems to immediately start fabricating a frame. Sophisticated assembly arms flash-produced the alloys in midair, kept aloft by the most precise anti-gravimeters. Impressed by the speed of which these systems produced a frame, Vez hurriedly tried to catch up. Right. If I want to finish a frame at the fastest speed possible, I'll have to go for a light mech. Though he preferred to design a versatile medium mech, its larger mass and size meant it took more work to get it running. A light mech not only had a reduced material requirement, its limited loadout meant it only needed a couple of small components to make it fully functional. As Vez wanted to make his mech count in the first half of a round, he focused on improving his mech peak capabilities. It needed all the performance it could get in order to remain competitive with the mech submitted a few hours later. The battlefield fortunately featured small resupply depots where mech could supplement their ammunition and energy, so mech with shorter running times still had a chance. After a brief consideration, he therefore picked a sprinter mech. He rapidly scanned the list of pre-made components and picked out a laundry list of limbs and internal parts. He particularly paid attention to the legs. Drawing from his experience with the Octagon series, he focused on prioritizing agility instead of top speed, though not to such an extreme extent this time. In the early stages of the free-for-all, it's more important for a mech to be able to avoid damage. The less damage it incurs, the longer it will last. Some mech designers chose to go for the opposite strategy. They built a crude heavy mech brimming with armaments. Such a heavy brick relied on its immense armor and firepower to deter others from taking it on even as it sluggishly transported a coin. The tiny light mech like what Vez had in mind gained no advantage in taking on such monsters. Though fairly safe, their limited speed and mobility meant that these lumbering oafs had a lot of difficulties finding coins. They could only cover a limited area. Even if they spotted a coin, any rival mech could easily snatch it before the heavy mech reached the spawning point. Heavy mech are just a dead end in this mode, Vez concluded. Only heavy mech specialists had a way to make it viable. Anyone else only risked their downfall if they played with something they didn't fully master. Now that he developed a concept, he had to attach the proper image to his design. In a contest like this where his entire future was at stake, he had to pull out all the stops. Even as his slower rivals all began to fabricate their parts, Vez still remained unmoved. He closed his eyes and sharpened his intent. My mech will be a steed fit for the most talented pilot. A proud machine, it cherishes its freedom to move. Any location is within reach. None may blaspheme its integrity. Violators will be speared by its horn if they are weak. Those who are stronger can never touch its surface, for my mech is fleet of foot and can depart whenever it wishes. Vez envisioned a unicorn in the form of a humanoid light mech. Proud, inviolable and fleet of foot. The new design he had in mind combined all three aspects into a coherent whole. He felt empowered by his vision. Let's go. He started to design and fabricate his mech. Though the interface of the Quick Forge system was complex, it basically functioned as a monstrous amalgamation of a design terminal, a 3D printer and an assembly system. As Vez was quite familiar with each system, he had little trouble adjusting to the combined controls. He put his full attention into getting his light mech assembled properly. Though the Quick Forge system accelerated the fabrication and assembly process to a ludicrous speed, it also risked the amplification of any unaddressed faults. A tiny misalignment between components could snowball into a massive cascade of structural instability. Vez had to keep his eyes peeled and work with utmost precision in order to maintain control. The only snag he faced was that he had to tune out the commentators. Look at the beauty Chris Adrian has in mind. A male announcer pointed out. From how many components he has in mind, he's definitely going to make his splash in the mid-game. At least the mech designers had some measure of privacy this time. Opaque screens blocked their view of their rivals. In addition, each designer had access to a function where they could obscure all of their actions to the entire audience. This allowed designers to hide their proprietary techniques, though they were only allotted an hour of privacy in total. A female announcer complimented her colleague. Chris Adrian is one of Limar's top graduates of this year. He has graduated cum laude in mech design, so his foundation is top-notch. He recently accepted an invitation to work for the Carnegie Group directly, so he's certainly the man of the hour at this moment. While Chris is a talented lad, Look at his self-declared eternal rival. Mortimer Presutti is on fire. Having climbed from a life from the slums in a dusty planet at the edge of the Carnegie Group's sphere of influence, he quickly gained appreciation from everyone due to his remarkable intelligence. Now that he's reached this stage, I'm certain this once-in-a-century talent will dazzle us all with his nimble design. That caused Vez to stutter a bit, which almost screwed up his work on fusing a leg to a torso. If not for his quick reaction, he might have wasted a lot of time. This Mortimer sounds like trouble. If he's going for a light mech, then he'll be releasing his mech in the same time frame as mine. I can't let him get the better pilot. With this new information in mind, Vez began to work more recklessly. Though he started to slip up now and then, most of the errors were too inconsequential to bother addressing. He pushed his assembly skills to the limit by speeding up as fast as possible while maintaining control. He felt as if he was balancing on a knife edge. Instead of slowing down to catch his balance, he instead moved faster, causing him to wobble harder. We've tallied all 500 in progress designs and put our brightest minds to work. The preliminary results are in. About 93 are light mech, 320 are medium mech, and the remaining 87 are heavy mech. That sounds about right. There's always an even proportion of light and heavy mech every year. How many of them are aerial mech? A staggering 78 designs show openings for flight systems. It seems like a significant amount of them are built to hunt for coins. The cowards. Don't these designers have any confidence in their work? I want to see some action. Vez slowed down when he reached the arms and legs. In order to preserve his design's offensive power, he had to pay particular attention to the musculature in the limbs. The default scheme of the limbs were sorely outdated. With the advantage of 200 years of progress, he radically tore out the old layout and began to swiftly implement a crude but modern musculature. Though not as good as a proper scheme, his improvised work still raised the specs of all four limbs by a significant amount. He optimized his mech for wielding spears, though he also added in a laser pistol to deter any flyers. While the pistol did not amount to much of a threat, it was sufficient in holding off opportunists who wanted to pick off an easy target. Though the rules did not reward a kill, one of the viable strategies in this mode was to eliminate as much competition as possible before they accumulated a lot of coins. The best targets were those who were in the middle of transporting their own coins. Enough about the boys. Let's check out how the girls are doing. Just look at Cynthia Barakovsky's fearsome light mech. It's only partially, but it already looks like a Maynator. It certainly possesses the most bite out of all the light mech. Oh, I don't dispute that, but she could certainly speed up a little. By the time she finishes this monster, the battle will already progress to the middle stages. Vez idly noted Barakovsky's mention. Despite her average skill in mechanics, her mech should still be a formidable machine in terms of armor and weapons. If she intended to take her time, then she was certainly designing a light mech killer. That was bad news for him. Looks like our mech might clash, he muttered. If he allocated more time on his mech, he could close the gap, but that meant he'd miss out on the best pilots in the pool. In order to reach the finals, he had to give up a lot of toys and settle for something fast and cheap. Chapter 90, Talents. Vez towed a dangerous line. He worked faster than ever before using a machine he never touched. If he tripped up even once, he'd fall down the precipice. He made risky maneuvers left and right, all in the name of maximizing performance in the least amount of time. I can feel my skills are integrating. There's no better way for me to master my new gains than to push them to the limit. Despite being one step away from ruination, Vez felt truly alive at that moment. He was made for this. His performance went past 100% as he reached a peculiar state of zen. Only his massively empowered concentration allowed him to enter this special state. Under this remarkable influence, he worked as furiously as a ritually empowered demon, which even managed to attract the attention of the commentators. Who is that foreigner? He's working remarkably fast. While he's a little sloppier than the talents from Lemur, he's crushing them in terms of decisiveness. Some of the audience even started to divert their attention to Vez. While he had no impressive background or reputation to speak of in the coalition, his frantic pace still marked him out as an unusual contender. According to my files, this dark horse here is Vez Larkin's son, a native from the Bright Republic. He doesn't have any achievements to speak of. He graduated from a third-rate university from a third-rate state with average grades. The only two things to note is that he founded an independent mech workshop without outside investment and that a mysterious charity from the New Rubarth Empire has gifted him a couple of last-gen production licenses. Everything the spectators heard so far failed to impress them at all. Only the involvement of the New Rubarth Empire took them aback. Even if only a tiny and obscure influence from the massive first-rate superstate took interest in Vez, the news was still sufficient to shock the crowd. Under the rule of the ruthless emperor, those who lived and thrived under his rule had to possess a certain amount of strength. If not, their wealth and possessions would have been snatched a long time ago. It had to be said that even the most banal powers from the New Rubarth Empire possessed enough might to crush the Komodo star sector a dozen times over. Elsewhere on the stage, Barakovsky's smile turned intrigued. Interesting. Seems like my meeting with him was fortuitous. I always knew there was something fishy about him. The Bright Republic can't possibly nurture a mech designer like him. If there's the shadow of New Rubarth behind him, it all makes sense. Meanwhile, Patricia's eyes remained tranquil as she steadily built up her design. She took no special note of her former classmate from the Republic. The only thing she had in mind was her design. Her subdued way of working drew no eyes from the audience even if her fingers operated the quick forge system in a masterful way. There were also some on the stage who treated the news contemptuously. One graduate from Lemur snorted offhandedly when he heard the commentary. Truly worthy of the Rubarthans to invest in a random ant from the most backward place in the star sector. If that influence is truly legitimate, then we'd all heard about it by now. Though Vez attracted a brief spike of attention, the short-lived excitement died down quickly. In the eyes of the insiders, he was merely a talent who got a lucky break. Whether he could transform the gifts he received into his own strength was another matter. Many dazzling talents who graduated from the LE and the other elite schools of the Coalition possessed much more substantial track records. Their many accomplishments awed the people present. The heritage of the various partners in the Friday Coalition could not be belittled. Despite their intense rivalry, they unceasingly produced successful talents year after year. Only a comprehensive education system could pump out an unceasing amount of talents. The Coalition also nurtured them properly by putting them under the wings of more experienced designers. Speaking of remarkable designers, who do you favor? Is that even a valid question? There's only one person on stage who deserves to be called an emperor of their generation. If you lived under a rock for the past couple of years, then lo and behold the radiance of Carter Gage. No one disputed the commentator's assertion. Even the illustrious household names such as Mortimer Presutti and Cynthia Barakovsky had to bend a knee in front of a genuine powerhouse like Carter Gage. As a descendant of the ruling Gage dynasty, there is no question Carter will inherit the role of chief mech designer from his father. The Gage dynasty was the strongest partner of the Friday Coalition. They were the first to arrive at the desolate Komodo star sector. With their innumerable assets and power, they blazed a trail and colonized the juiciest star systems. If not for the entries of rival powers like the precursors of the Kanzu clan and Hexadric hegemony, the Gage dynasty might have firmly grasped the entire star sector. Nowadays, their immense strength and unruly behavior often invited universal condemnation. Though the dynasty could overpower any other partner, even they had to halt if the rest of the coalition combined together in opposition. Militarily, the Gage dynasty unquestionably occupied the throne. The Kanzu clan was only a distant second. The almost evenly matched Vermeer grew pounding at their heels, not content with their third-place position. In comparison, the Carnegie Group's core strength did not even come close. The group pursued an economic and diplomatic path to dominance. Their industrial power matched the Gage dynasty while their connections spread beyond the star sector. No one belittled the Carnegie Group even if their strength was fairly weak on paper. That is interesting. Carter Gage is disregarding the usual strategies and is calmly designing a medium mech for the late game. If anyone else is doing the same, I'd call them a loser. If it's Carter, then he surely has a sinister plan in mind. His mech will surely be a peerless killing machine, though I wonder how he will gather enough coins. Even if the spawn rate increases bit by bit, it still doesn't give him a lot of opportunities to catch up. His mech will also be outplayed by the higher-ranking pilots. There was a remarkable disparity between the top-ranking pilots and the ones who ranked beyond the hundreds. Those who dwelled in the bottom ranks still possessed a certain amount of strength, or else they wouldn't be present. Still, they've all exhausted their potential, so it was incredibly difficult for them to grow stronger. Carter's arrogance gave him so much confidence that he was willing to kneecap himself with a trash pilot. It was as if he taunted every other powerhouse on stage that he could beat them even with his hands tied behind his back. Despite everyone's praise, the powerhouses among the designers were not convinced of his strength. Even Vez, who occasionally heard about Carter's accomplishments, did not shrink back. Even if he admitted that Carter likely possessed a deeper foundation, he still wished to clash head-on against the coalition's best. As 2 hours went by, his mech slowly came into fruition. Vez spontaneously adjusted his design when he learned new tricks. Though he still pursued speed, he also wanted to bestow his mech with a minimum amount of self-protection. We have our first submission. Who is it? It's a mech designed by Alyssa Phil, a guest from the Myri 7 Stars. That's not even a proper third-rate state. It's only a fourth-rate minor power. Now that is certainly exciting. Can this quick little rabbit snatch enough coins before the wolves are released on the battlefield? Alyssa literally designed a small and nimble rabbit mech. Among the standard beast types, the rabbit shape offered an unsurpassed combination of speed and leaping power, though its agility wasn't anything to slouch at. However, she rushed through the design and fabrication of her mech with excessive haste. Whether the mech could match even 50% of its specs if it had enough time for development was still in question. The bottom floor of the combined arena space came to life. The lights revealed a temperate arboreal forest interspersed with plains and hills. All of the terrain consisted of real dirt and real trees. Lemur spared no effort in making the competition as realistic as possible. Once Alyssa's rabbit mech entered the battlefield, a large and powerful signal engulfed the modified cockpit. The remote controls of the mech engaged. Hidden several hundred meters below ground, 500 simulation pods rested silently as the pilots inside waited to be called up. One of the pods lit up, signifying a successful connection. He's in. Richard Lovell is in. The top cadet of the Abelard Academy has taken control of the rabbit mech. Look at the movements of the mech. He's testing out the integrity of his new acquisition carefully. Only rarely do we see a mech enter the battlefield at the second hour. It should be cruel and unusual punishment to subject the top cadet pilot to such an awfully rushed mech. Just look at its left forepaw. It's practically falling apart already. The entire crowd derived a cruel sense of satisfaction every time a talented mech pilot got paired with an absolutely awful trash mech. This was one of the competition format's greatest attractions. Genius pilots got paired with trash mech while trash pilots got paired with elite mech. The struggles between the two wildly different pairings always resulted in impressive fireworks. The rabbit mech is hopping away now. Lovell is sniffing after coins. A pity that for a beast type that excels at sensors, Alyssa only installed the most rudimentary sensor system in the rabbit's head. Those large floppy ears are completely wasted as antennas. The star cadet is forced to scramble blindly for coins in this dense and tricky forest. Everyone laughed at the spectacle. Rabbit mech functioned as the scouts in any organized group of mech. They outperformed humanoid light mech in that regard alone, though they paid for it by faring worse in a head-on battle. Still, Alyssa spent all of her time on making her mech functional. She only spent a couple of minutes installing the simplest sensor system, which happened to malfunction right now. Lovell was forced to rely on his visual sensors, which massively cut back on his detection range. Perhaps pressured by Alyssa's daring speed, a couple of designers pulled the trigger a short time later. 6 shoddily produced mech joined Alyssa's rabbit in the battlefield. Just as the elite pilots engaged the controls, 3 of the mech instantly malfunctioned. Amazing. 3 of them suffered catastrophic failure. One locked both legs, another can only actuate about 10% of its motive power while the last one blew up directly. The other 3 mech are not faring any better. While they can still move around, their integrity is even worse than Alyssa's rabbit mech. They'll simply collapse at the first blow. The early bird gets the worm. Who cares if they can stand up in a fight? They all entered the battlefield before the first fighting mech arrive. As long as they gather a couple of coins, they've accomplished their mission. With a significant chunk of the top pilots taken away, Vez rushed to complete his mech. He cut back on a couple of luxuries such as a sophisticated sensor system and an improved energy transmission system. Only the essentials mattered. During this sensitive period, only a few more mech designers dared to submit their rushed designs. Most encountered setbacks immediately upon entry in the battlefield. They submitted their mech way too early, and suffered widespread scorn from the entire star sector. A mech designer that failed to judge his own work correctly had no place in the upper echelons. They were never going to live down this moment for the rest of their careers. The audience instead lamented the wasted opportunities for the elite cadets to showcase their skills. In the meantime, Vez finalized his design. He took an incredible 2.5 hours to complete a somewhat functioning light mech. It was one of his first works to date where he fully utilized his newly gained journeyman skills. Gradually, a light shone in his eyes. Chapter 91, Minor Breakthrough. Each time Vez fabricated a mech, he imagined bringing a new life into existence. At his best, he even had the illusion that he became a god. His unicorn mech paled in comparison to his older designs. Made in haste, the mech only possessed the bare essentials. As a scout skirmisher, it was very light on firepower. Besides a piddling laser pistol, it mainly had to rely on a spear to threaten other mech. Its armor was paper-thin and it possessed merely adequate speed among light mech. Its faults were also numerous. As a rushed product, not all of the parts aligned perfectly with each other. Though Vez managed to avoid major faults, the mech still possessed numerous inconsistencies that might prove vulnerable later on. At least all of its limbs worked as designed, more or less. The endurance of the mech also fell short. The unicorn could reluctantly support 15 minutes of peak combat before it entered power-saving mode. If the mech failed to recharge its energy cells, it only grew more sluggish and feeble. All in all, the unicorn was one of the worst mech he ever designed. Yet it was also his best work to date. Vez incorporated many nuances in its design, some of which he spontaneously generated on the spot. In just 2.5 hours, Vez was confident that few could match his efforts. What Vez particularly cared about was the X factor. In the scoring system used by the system, he only achieved a score of for his inspired Mark Antony design. He remembered the drive and passion he experienced when he completed his first real mech design. The feeling he had when he completed the unicorn faintly surmounted his previous experience by a small but noticeable margin. It's unlikely I pushed my score up to a B. The best I can hope for is a C or C+. That still represented a long-awaited breakthrough. Vez harvested many clues about how to progress his implementation of the X factor. If he firmly grasped this step, he could surmount his current limits and be one step closer in achieving his dream of designing a completely original mech. Now, it's all up to the pilot. When Vez handed over the unicorn, he exited the stage and entered a waiting room for designers. He quickly counted the number of people present. 15 designers. That means I've snatched the 16th ranked pilot. I'm still a bit too slow. Vez shook his head. He missed an opportunity to snatch someone better. There was a big difference between the top 10 and the top 20. At least my mech is decently built. It shouldn't fall apart like the other rushed machines. The commentators also noted his submission and pulled up the specs of his design. That's interesting. Mr. Larkinson's design is the first one so far that's holding up rather decently. Its limbs aren't locked out and its internals are working somewhat according to their factory specs. What fearful speed. What fearful precision. Larkinson managed to complete his mech successfully even when he was playing with fire. The amount of control that's required to keep this mech together is quite fearsome. I think whoever is assigned to pilot this machine will cry tears of joy. He surely lucked out by piloting something other than a walking scrap heap. Cadet Ready Lovejoy here sure has a colorful history. Besides his obsessive love for pickles, he's also a trained swordsman. Oh, that's a bummer for him. His mech is equipped with a spear. Well, it's not like swords are rare. If he can scavenge a sword from another mech, he'll be good to go. Good luck out there, Lovejoy. A few hundred meters below ground, another simulation pod turned active. The pilot inside woke up from his lethargy. The time had come for him to go into action. He patiently waited for his simulation pod to go through its checks. Once it finished testing the connection, the pilot opened his mind and let his psyche expand in the cavernous emptiness that represented his new mech mind space. As the 15th ranked pilot from the Abelard Academy, Cadet Lovejoy had piloted numerous training mech. Many of them were used to being piloted by many people, so they all gave him a worn and familiar feeling. This time was different. He encountered something different this time during his submersion into the unicorn. A faint radiant energy brushed his mental thoughts. Lovejoy instantly raised his vigilance. During his training, he learned to recognize the numerous anomalies pilots might encounter if the neural interface had any issues. Fortunately, aside from that initial brush, he sensed no further strangeness. His mind successfully made a connection with the unicorn, causing the mech to blaze to life. Its systems came online and aside from a few bumps, his mech was ready to go. "Let's hunt." Lovejoy smirked as he guided his mech forward. He tested each of the unicorn's limbs and made a few contortions. Haha. This mech is good enough for me to display 80% of my strength. It was worth lowering my rank. Mech designers weren't the only group of people who benefited from the open competition. The cadets from the Abelard Academy all sought to win a chance to demonstrate their skills and build a name for themselves. Plenty of pilots who performed magnificently in the past received life-changing offers from major powers. Lovejoy was no exception. Still, he wasn't the only one who intentionally depressed his ranking. Though the benefits of holding the top position was great, no one wanted to end up in a rickety bucket of a mech that collapsed at the first blow. The shrewder and more strategic pilots held back some of their strength in order to maintain a decent but not too exceptional rank. This time I won the grand prize. There's nothing I can't do with this mech. As Lovejoy acclimated to his mech, he engaged his sensors and searched the forest with confidence. Even if he encountered a rival mech, he bet his mech outmatched the majority submitted during this time. For some reason, he felt as if his mech echoed his confidence. The subtle loop that formed between the two caused him to feel as if he could take on the entire galaxy. He held his spear with pride. A coin. With sparkling eyes, Lovejoy enthusiastically dove forward. Just as his mech neared the coin, a ballistic shell shot him from the flank. "Ha! As if I'd fall for an ambush. Your marks are all over the place." Lovejoy taunted over the speakers as he used his mech's superior agility to dance around the projectile. "Now that you've exposed your position, get ready to pay." The opposite mech turned out to be a medium cannoneer. As it was piloted by someone with a higher rank than Lovejoy, the mech did not panic or retreat. Instead, it committed to battle and fired off a volley of shells from his ballistic cannon. Each time it fired off a heavy shell, its entire frame rattled loudly. With the kind of racket your armor is making, I'm surprised it's still on its feet. Lovejoy made a judgment call after he saw the state of his opponent. Instead of trying to rush into his opponent's face, he stopped going forward once he got close and started strafing sideways. Though the cannoneer was still able to keep up, its accuracy was horrible due to the faults integrated in its arms. "You bastard. I know it's you, Lovejoy. Face me like a man." "Gladly." The cannoneer already missed its best shot when it failed to take out the unicorn during its initial ambush. Its designer had panicked and rushed the mech to the battlefield under the pressure of hearing others getting a step ahead. There was no suspense once the unicorn got close. Lovejoy easily utilized his mech agility to jump to the side and cut the cannoneer from the flank. Though the initial thrust dealt only glancing damage, the opening it afforded allowed the unicorn take the initiative and relentlessly push the medium mech into a dead end. After a final spark, the medium mech dropped onto its back. Too bad there's no rewards for a kill. The objective of the match remained gathering coins. As there were too many mech and too little coins, conflict was inevitable, though not always desirable. The more fragile mech had to choose their battles carefully, lest they incur crippling damage that took them out of contention. After grabbing the shiny cartoonish coin, Lovejoy quickly departed from the site. The noise might have attracted scoundrels, and he didn't want to be the mantis who stalked the cicada, only to be preyed by the oriole behind. He quickly relaxed once he sensed no other mech nearby. It's still rather early. The battlefield should be sparse. It's prime time for me to hunt for coins. Once he reached the random delivery point, he let loose the coin and allowed it to float to the skies. His systems beeped, acknowledging the completion of the delivery. He gained a score. This is far from enough. If I want to reach the top 100, I have to gather at least half a dozen more coins. The average cutoff varied over the years. In some past contests, the pilots frenziedly sought to destroy each other. In such fraught circumstances, a team could easily qualify by successfully delivering about 4 or 5 coins. Normally pilots behaved tamer. They had to rationally choose their battles. Unless provoked by the possession of coins, they'd normally choose to brush aside when meeting a match. Naturally, there were always a couple of people who proactively sought to destroy the opposition in order to show off their skills and lower the average cutoff margin. As long as these battle maniacs survived long enough, they'd easily swagger past this round. After 15 minutes of fruitless searching, Lovejoy stumbled upon a flyer racing to deliver his coin. A chance. The unicorn set aside its spear and retrieved its laser pistol. It fired a barrage of shots in the direction of the flying mech. As an elite pilot, his marksmanship was decent, though he didn't specialize in ranged weapons. With the aerial machine's speed, Lovejoy had little chance to hit the target with a couple of aimed shots. He might as well substitute accuracy for volume as he crazily overheated his pistol. With the sheer amount of lasers beams in the sky, a couple of them succeeding in hitting the flying mech. Go away. This coin is mine. Fat chance. Your wings are already smoking. I'm eating chicken tonight. The unicorn pressed through the trees and reached the flying mech crash site. The mech only suffered a malfunction in its power supply, so it hadn't straight up turned into a pancake. Its pilot ruthlessly cut off its malfunctioning wings with a sword. Whoever designed this piece of dung should stay away from flight systems. The pilot muttered before turning his burning gaze at the unicorn. Hand over your sword and coin, and you can keep your miserable life. You can pry them from my dead hands. Without another word, the two mech closed the distance. Lovejoy fended off the initial thrust with decent spear work. As a pilot who specialized in swordsmanship, he had neglected his training in other weapons in case he encountered situations like this. Sadly for him, the opposite pilot was a competent swordsman himself, and despite his mech's many handicaps, he still managed to press Lovejoy back. As the pressure increased, Lovejoy crazily split his focus. One portion analyzed his opponent's moves while the other kept an eye on the environment. He slowly guided his opponent forward. After making a few more steps backward, the unicorn hastily jumped aside as a volley of high-powered laser beams strafed his former position. Even as they failed to hit their primary target, they still extended forward and glanced the former flight mech. The mech stuttered in its movements as several critical systems malfunctioned. Lovejoy took advantage of the gigantic opening and thrust his spear straight through the mech cockpit area. Though the mech on the battlefield were remotely controlled, any damage to the cockpit that normally killed the pilot inside still counted as a weak point. The flight mech lost control and fell into a heap. Lovejoy threw away his spear and quickly picked up his opponent's sword. He turned around vigilantly, expecting another volley of lasers. When nothing happened, he carefully inched closer to the flying mech coin and picked it up. Too bad that laser gunner didn't come forward. His mech must be a shambling wreck. Those who piloted substandard mech often chose to stay in the shadows. They loved to be the bystanders in a duel between two mech. They lost their opening when one side vanquished the other in a dominant fashion. Chapter 92, Double Trouble. After 2 hours of careful stalking, Lovejoy managed to deliver 4 golden coins. Compared to his competitors, he achieved a decent result. His luck was fairly good as he encountered 2 more light mech in the process of transporting their coins. As these machines had all been prematurely rushed to the battlefield, Lovejoy easily crushed them through his superior mech capabilities. However, now was the time when the match transitioned in the mid-game. Shoddy mech stopped pouring in by now. With at least twice as much time spent on their design, the second wave of mech all overpowered the early birds by a significant margin. Too scary. It's getting crowded here, he muttered as he vigilantly retreated from a newly spawned coin. 3 mid-game mech were duking it for possession of the coin. A worn-out light mech like his unicorn had no contending against even one of them. He knew his limits. I still don't have enough coins. Though he could yield in front of most dangerous encounters, he still had to fight for coins. Without at least 2 or 3 more, his chances of making it to the next round might evaporate. He navigated through the forest carefully. By now, plenty of areas suffered from battle damage. The ground was scorched and many trees had been toppled. Broken mech were strewn about like toys. Many of them only suffered light damage before they completely collapsed. Luckily my mech designer isn't a total idiot. I can still hold up for a few hours. The only issue he encountered was that his mech required frequent recharging. The few supply depots spread around the battlefield were all highly visible areas. He always had to watch his back in case he encountered an ambush. His sensors beeped, alerting him to a nearby coin. He guided the unicorn forward and carefully stalked past the foliage. He spotted an unclaimed coin resting against a cliff. Am I truly alone here? Lovejoy wondered as he looked around suspiciously. It seemed too good to be true. With a laser pistol in one hand and a sword in the other, his unicorn crouched behind a dense patch of trees and waited patiently. He decreased the power to his systems in order to make his mech thermal signature blend in with the environment. Unless someone is piloting a dedicated scout, no one should detect my presence. His caution turned out to be prophetic, since a well-built light mech approached the coin a minute or so later. The mech appeared to be a sharp-looking skirmisher. Its twin wrist cannons possessed enough firepower to melt the unicorn in a short amount of time, though it would suffer from catastrophic overheating in return. Still, the skirmisher was not a soft cookie but a well-built machine that took at least 4 hours to complete. After scanning the area, the skirmisher evidently failed to detect the unicorn. It conveniently picked up the coin and jogged away. Should I or should I not? Lovejoy considered carefully. If he jumped the skirmisher, he had a decent chance of making a crippling blow. On the other hand, a light skirmisher was one of the worst types of mech for his unicorn to come to blows. He decided to call off his ambush. What rotten luck. I found a coin only to let someone else take it away. Lovejoy felt as if he did his mech a disservice. He should be fighting it out against his competitors in a frank and upright manner. All this sneaking around only to take a step back when he encountered a formidable opponent only rankled him further. When had he ever acted so cowardly? His sensors picked up a commotion down a riverbank. His mech turned around swiftly and approached the noise. From the amount of noise he heard, he realized the fight turned especially intense. Only a battle over coins could lead to such a frigid battle. 2 coins. Lovejoy exclaimed as he approached the edge of a tangled battle between 5 different mech. He guessed that 2 pairs of runners and pursuers had bumped into each other, with another mech joining in afterwards. What made him hold his breath was that all of the mech were of the medium weight class. They excelled at head-on fights but their speed was nothing remarkable. As the mech all had to devote their full attention to the fight, the original holders of the coins all dropped them to the side. The cadet formed a bold plan to snatch the coins before making off. If he squeezed past the battle-ing mech correctly, they'd never catch his tail. 10 seconds. If I can avoid getting hit in that time frame, I can get away scotch-free. He was confident he could avoid getting hit by melee weapons, but had less faith in his ability to dodge projectiles. As the mech in the battle started to accumulate damage, Lovejoy's window of opportunity quickly closed. He had to make a choice. Let's go. The unicorn burst out from the trees and steadily approached the nearest coin. Of the 5 battling mech, one of them noticed the newcomer but could not respond. As for the rest, they were too consumed in their attempts to constrain each other and only noticed the newcomer when he was within grabbing distance of a coin. Oh no you don't. A pilot of a rifleman exclaimed as he shot a laser beam at the unicorn. The light mech managed to grab a coin but suffered a heavy hit on its waist. Its legs still worked fine, but another hit would definitely cripple its mobility. Lovejoy gritted his teeth and danced around the battling mech in order to approach the second coin. Get the thief. He's too fast. The unicorn received another couple of hits, but they only scraped off the armor. Lovejoy picked a good moment to make his move, as all of the mech suffered from depleted ammunition or severe overheating. After bending down to pick up the second coin, the unicorn raced off like a cat who caught the canary. Even the commentators who were watching from above noticed the daring raid, though the pilots could not hear their words. Cadet Lovejoy is in for it now. He dared to snatch 2 whole coins from a crowd of serious-looking mech. Can he get away from their clutches? Ouch! One of his mech legs got hit. But wait a moment. The mech is still running like a horse. Incredible. He got away. The medium mech lost track of the little bugger. How tragic. They fought so long only to end up with nothing but damaged mech. Their chances of making it through have dropped down to almost zero. In fact, while the unicorn appeared to be running at full capacity, the damage was a lot more serious than the observers thought. The pace the mech had set increased the burden on the damaged leg, which decreased its effective lifespan. Lovejoy had no choice but to keep running at full tilt in order to lose his pursuers. That should do it. Lovejoy tiredly said as he let out deep breaths. He looked down his leg and saw that the damage was fairly bad. It won't last very long, but I should at least last long enough to deliver my coins. Lovejoy sacrificed a lot in order to obtain his spoils of war. He directly discarded his pistol and sword in order to lower his encumbrance. At this stage of the battle, he could scavenge any weapon from a broken mech as long as it was simple. The more sophisticated weapons usually featured identity controls that locked them out against unauthorized users. After scavenging a discarded knife, the unicorn carefully trod towards the nearest delivery point. As he carried double the amount of coins as everyone else, he tried to camouflage his ill-gotten gains as best as possible. He dug some dirt and soiled the coins as best as possible before breaking up a tree trunk and stuffing the coins between a wide cut. It won't fool anyone who comes close, but at least I won't give the game away from the reflections. Most pilots weren't willing to fight against a mech if it carried no coins. Such a battle was pointless and did not help too much in increasing their score. However, there were plenty of exceptions. An innocent-looking rabbit mech hopped in the unicorn's path. Despite its fragile appearance, Lovejoy stopped as he felt a chill. The quadruped mech obviously suffered quite an ordeal. Its entire armor was worn out as it suffered from a lot of glancing blows. What Lovejoy found particularly notable was that despite its sordid look, the rabbit mech managed to avoid critical damage. Its pilot must be a genuine powerhouse. Your mech stands no chance against mine. Can you please get out of my way? A silky smooth voice emerged from the rabbit mech. Not until you show me what you're carrying in your hands. It's just a piece of wood I conveniently picked up. It's a nice distraction if I throw it at obnoxious bastards like you. Very funny. Feel free to throw it at me then. You can practice your aim. Lovejoy would never relinquish his hidden coins. Go away. This is your last warning. The rabbit mech pilot stayed silent, but its continued presence was a provocation in itself. He wasn't stepping aside without a fight. The worst thing about the situation was that Lovejoy recognized the voice. Richard Lovell was one of the Abelard Academy's top pilots. His ranking always hovered in the top 3. Such a monstrous pilot could do miracles with any mech, let alone a worn-out rabbit mech. The face-off even attracted the attention of the crowd. That's the top-ranked pilot confronting the 16th-ranked pilot. You've taken notice of that light mech. He's hiding not 1 but 2 coins in that log. How did Lovell sniff out those coins? Who knows, but I'm sure a lot of sparks are about to fly. You've heard a bit about Lovell and Lovejoy. They both clashed a lot of times due to the similarity of their names. A lot of times, they get paired up against each other during practices. Cadet Lovejoy indeed fought many times against Richard Lovell. He lost over 90% of the time. Even with a superior mech, he did not let down his guard. The rabbit mech made the first move. It leaped forward in a powerful hop which startled the unicorn. Lovejoy jinked his mech aside while throwing the log at the rabbit. The flimsy wood failed to scratch the rabbit, but the distraction proved enough for Lovejoy to turn around his mech and slash at the landing rabbit. You're too young to catch me off guard. The calm voice of Cadet Lovell said as the rabbit mech kicked out its leg against a grip. After fending off the knife, the rabbit hopped close and amazingly avoided a kick as it snapped its jaws against the damaged portion of the unicorn's leg. The rabbit mech was too weak to snap off the entire leg, but it successfully exacerbated the wound. You bastard. I won't let you take my chances away." Lovejoy roared as he turned berserk. The damage to his mech leg had worsened so much that he wouldn't last longer than an hour, less if he stressed the limb. However, he had no thoughts on preserving his leg as he crazily tried to tear apart the rabbit mech. Even Cadet Lovell was taken aback at the sudden ferocity. He tried to pilot his rabbit out of reach as best as possible, but the mech still suffered from the limitations of its hasty introduction to the battlefield. The rabbit fended off the strikes as best as possible and even got in another hit when it fired off the laser built into its mouth. The unicorn took the hit head-on and only suffered damage to its torso armor. The laser ultimately lacked the power to punch through in a single hit. Lovejoy did not give the rabbit another opportunity to fire off its laser as it finally reached the rabbit. With brutal efficiency, the unicorn pressed down the mech head with one arm and slashed it with the knife with the other arm. The knife sliced off both ears along with a decent chunk of its head. The sudden move caused the unicorn to lose its grip. Cadet Lovell successfully moved his rabbit away and crazily hopped into the bushes. "Yeah. Just get lost," Lovejoy shouted even as he declined to pursue the wounded beast mech. His expression worsened when he read the detailed damage report of the unicorn's tattered leg. Its core integrity was close to snapping. It could not bear so much weight anymore. In order to maintain its shape, the unicorn was forced to walk. "I've got 2 coins. So long as I succeed in delivering them, I still stand a decent chance of reaching the top 100. The rabbit mech had inflicted major damage to his chances of survival. In some years, 6 deliveries was enough to make it through. However, that was no guarantee for this year's competition. Cadet Lovejoy faced an uphill battle. "First, I have to finish delivering these goddarn coins." Chapter 93, Abnormal Mech. The battlefield became crowded with mech, both active and disabled ones. The majority of mech designers had pushed their works onto the field. Even if they were unwilling, they had to release their mech in order to stand a chance to win some coins. While the latest wave of mech were built a lot more solidly, the quality of their pilots had deteriorated. This led to absurd situations like Alyssa Phil's rabbit mech demolishing a couple of mech that had enjoyed twice or thrice as much design time. A third of the crowd paid no attention to the other mech as they rapidly followed Cadet Lovell's ingenious methods. His performance proved that while the quality of the mech mattered a lot, an ace pilot was able to work miracles with even the trashiest of mech. While he hadn't managed to gather a lot of coins, his future was already bright. Barakovsky's light mech also entered the stage. As a supremely built machine, it acted like a crane among chickens the moment it descended onto the battlefield. Its pilot made great use of the tools at hand. While he generously made way for better armed mech, it ruthlessly hunted the shabby light mech that managed to eke out a meager existence. The light mech easily snatched a couple of coins with this strategy. On the other hand, heavy mech also entered the field. Their stupendous amounts of armor and prodigious firepower deterred many mech from engaging them. Getting dragged into a head-on fight would always be a losing proposition. These heavy mech simply lumbered around, and whenever they found an unclaimed coin, they simply picked it up and walked to the delivery point without challenge. As for the unicorn, Cadet Lovejoy was forced to squirrel like a rat and avoid any encounters due to his damaged state. With a leg that was almost crippled, Lovejoy had to crawl through the most desolate terrain in order to avoid the crowded spots of the battlefield. "I'm almost there. Only a kilometer to go," he muttered as he vigilantly paid attention to his sensors as well as his intuition. "This last stretch is going to be the hardest. The delivery point is right in the middle of an open plain." The delivery points were decided semi-randomly. The battlefield had a couple of thousand potential spots where the systems governing the match could turn it into a delivery point. All of these spots were relatively open and accessible, meaning that some devious pilots might wait in the bushes nearby. After inching closer, Lovejoy sensed no ambush nearby, but that didn't mean much. All of the cadets learned how to minimize their emissions by lowering their heat to a minimum in order to blend their thermal signature in the environment. Some extreme pilots liked to turn off the power reactor entirely, which meant they were completely exposed to damage if someone noticed them before they became active. Lovejoy had to make another judgment call. He decided to rush to the delivery point without reserve. The unicorn burst into the open and jogged as best he could without completely allowing his leg to collapse. The stresses on the damaged leg increased, but his actions proved his worth as he managed to scheme away from a small kinetic projectile. Haha, is that pistol shot supposed to stop me? Lovejoy taunted as he jerked his mech a little to the sides. Your accuracy sucks. If his ambusher piloted a competent mech, he'd surely pay for his words. Yet from the scattered shots, Lovejoy already determined his ambusher's mech was nothing impressive. With grace akin to a drunken dancer, the unicorn reached the delivery point and let go one of its coins, keeping the other stuffed in its log. The coin successfully ascended into the skies, which meant that Lovejoy gained another score. Haha, you're too late. Keep firing if you want to, but you've already lost your chance to steal my coins. The ambusher stopped firing his pistol. Lovejoy guessed the enemy mech retreated even though he still failed to spot it on his sensors. He smirked at a successful gambit. The idiot thought he only had a single coin and did not know about the second one that was still sitting snugly in his log. Fooled you. He laughed and swaggered back into the forest. Up at the waiting area, Vez nervously sighed in relief as his pilot successfully made it past this challenge. While he wasn't able to communicate with a 16th-ranked pilot, he still felt a connection with the man. Both of their futures were intertwined now. Lovejoy's success carried over to Vez, while his own accomplishments meant that Lovejoy could reach greater heights. Hello again, Vez. Patricia. You're done with your mech as well? It's just entered the battlefield. The woman replied and gestured down towards the spot where the mech descended. I know it entered kind of late, but I'm confident my mech can catch up. Vez stared down and gaped at the sight. His former classmate had designed and put together an arachnid-heavy mech. Not only was it very heavy and thus very slow, it also carried a ton of missile launchers. He had no idea why she'd resort to such an extreme artillery loadout. The massive spider mech armed its missiles while extending a powerful set of antennas. After turning on its powerful active scanners, it locked onto a series of mech and fired off half of its missile tubes in one go. A biblical torrent of guided projectiles rose up in the skies before raining down onto their designated targets. 7 nearby mech instantly disintegrated. 2 of them carried coins, which dropped upon the destruction of their carriers. A further 11 mech suffered substantial damage. The sudden strike instantly crushed the fighting spirits of their pilots. All they had in mind was to put as much distance from the launch site as possible. None of the mech dared to approach the spider mech and confront it even though it was far from invincible at a closer range. What a strike. That's the most deadly move I've seen so far in this match. The commentator praised as he put the replay of the attack on display. Look at those mech who survived. They completely turned into scaredy cats. One of them even threw away its precious coin. With its powerful sensors, the spider mech slowly crawled over to the fallen coins. Though it took some time to nab all 3 of them, no one ever thought to steal its bountiful prizes. Only a single flight mech tried to inch close, only to receive a swarm of anti-air missiles to its face. The mech quickly fell from the sky like a bird who lost its feathers. All of the other pilots who lurked nearby shuddered and slinked away. That's an incredibly domineering mech you've built. I know. Patricia modestly smiled, as if she was a mother watching her son performing on a stage. I've spent over half a year on its design. Though it will have some trouble trying to resupply its spent magazines, as long as it still has missiles it should deter any challengers. Many designers came prepared with a well-developed design for the free-for-all. Perhaps they spent months calculating every single detail in order to maximize its efficiency. However, many of these over-prepared designers grew nervous or made mistakes once they got on stage. Many of them ultimately released a bunch of mech that fell short of their theoretical capabilities. Patricia evidently stuck to her design and succeeded in releasing a formidable mech. Vez admired her ability to maintain composure and deliver a consistent product. He also had another reason to rejoice: the introduction of her overbearing mech. The more opponents it killed, the more the pressure on Vez and Lovejoy eased up. With fewer mech on the field, the easier they reached the top 100. Luckily your mech is on the other side of the battlefield. I'd hate to see my light mech get bombarded by your spider mech missiles. Perhaps it was luck, but the unicorn never drew attention from any of the formidable mech currently dominating the field. Mech like the ones designed by Barakovsky and Patricia were obviously a cut above the average mid-game mech. Many of their designers had only lucked past the qualifiers. Now that they had to compete on their own merits, their shaky foundation proved to be their downfall. No matter how many hours they spent on their design, they could never catch up to the true talents. That was also why when Lovejoy occasionally encountered another mech, he got away without getting crippled. Most of the Battlebolt mech weren't able to hit anything with their firearms as their limbs were too uncoordinated and skewed. The abysmal hit rates of most of the mech in play proved why quality control and certification was essential. Still, some mech came equipped with rapid-fire weapons. These guns might not pack much of a punch, but their sheer volume of fire meant they'd always hit something if pointed at the right direction. The Unicorn accrued significant damage over its entire frame. Most of its armor had turned into the mech equivalent of Swiss cheese by now. Its responsiveness took a disastrous dive. The Unicorn reached the final stretch just as it was about to collapse. A small distance remained until it could deliver its final coin, upping its score to 6. Whether it was enough to reach the top 100 was still in question. He only had to go past one final obstacle. 3 mech were battling it out over a fallen flight mech carrying a coin. They must have shot it down when it flew past the area. Unlike the previous situation, all 3 mech held back their aggression. They faced off against each other in a vigilant manner, but failed to make any move. Lovejoy found the situation to be fishy. What are they waiting for? Are they guarding against third parties like me? Or is it just too awkward for them to start fighting when there's 3 of them? Whatever the reason, the Unicorn was at the end of its lifespan. The longer it had to wait, the more likely it would forcibly shut down. He couldn't allow such a thing to happen. After a moment's consideration, he decided to ignite the conflict. He calmly raised his beaten-up laser pistol and fired a couple of ineffective shots. The focusing lens had cracked, so the beams weren't very concentrated or straight. The sudden attack spooked the 3 mech into enacting their plans. They already stood on a hair trigger. The stray laser beams caused them to attack each other before their brains caught up to the fact that a bystander shot at them first. Like a mouse scurrying between a couple of angry cats, the Unicorn hobbled closer even as they became aware of its presence. The log managed to hide the fact that it hit a coin, but after a second or two the combatants recognized the old trick. He's delivering a coin. Just as 2 of the mech turned their weapons at the Unicorn, the 3rd mech went for the fallen coin. This drew back the attention of the 2 who were about to attack the Unicorn, which ultimately split everyone's focus. The serendipitous circumstance bought the Unicorn enough time to get close to the delivery point. Just as a solid kinetic slug hit its torso, it managed to toss the coin just enough to land on the delivery point. As the mech finally deactivated due to incurring catastrophic damage to its exposed power reactor, the coin started to glow and fly in the air. I did it. Chapter 94, Score Cadet Lovejoy's brilliant last moves were noted by few. Compared to the dazzling mech destroying their rivals left and right, a worn-out mech like the Unicorn attracted little attention. It had quietly served its purpose for the few hours it remained in existence. Vez almost dropped to his knees when he saw his pilot's ploy come into fruition. "You're lucky that worked," Patricia noted calmly, as if the move was nothing more than child's play. "The quality of your pilot and your mech gave the plan a very low chance to succeed. It only worked due to the enemy pilots screwing up." He knew she had a point. While his pilot clearly knew his business, he wasn't as exceptional as the ones from the top 10. The first-ranked Lovell still hopped around the battlefield with a half-wrecked rabbit mech, ambushing unsuspecting mech right where it hurted. He managed to gather an incredible amount of 8 coins through sheer skill. "While I missed out on the best, I'm quite satisfied with my current pilot." Vez smiled. He already noted down the characteristics of Cadet Lovejoy and even had access to a brief profile. Next time he'd add a sword instead of a spear to his mech. "What about your own pilot?" "He's ranked somewhere in the mid-300s. The difference between the pilot from the top 20 and the top 300 was a very large moat. A lower-ranked pilot performed much worse in many different aspects. In the current round, what mattered most was judgment and battle intuition. Those who picked and chose their battles wisely fared better than those who blindly blundered into unnecessary fights. Surprisingly, Patricia stayed unconcerned. Do you believe a mech performance is determined by the skill of the pilot? Of course it is. A pilot is the brain of a mech. If that is what you believe, then that is how your mech is built. The sentence was short and simple, but contained profound implications. If a designer believed the skill of a pilot mattered the most, had consciously or unconsciously designed a mech that allowed a skillful pilot to play it to its full strengths. While this might work great if you expected your mech to be piloted by an excellent pilot, in the hands of a more average one the mech would never perform to its full potential. I see what you mean. You expected your mech to be piloted by an average pilot, so you designed your mech in a way that is simpler to operate and can be mastered easily. No wonder Patricia dared to design a heavy artillery mech for the battlefield. Any dummy pilot with a brain could operate a slow, heavy mech with simple fire and forget missiles. It posed no requirements to finesse and reflexes. A pilot only required decent judgment and a familiarity with missiles in order to operate the spider mech competently. As cadets from a renowned academy, all of the pilots mastered the basics, including those who ranked in the top 300. However, there should be a limit to how far a dumb-approved mech could go. Viz asked a pertinent question. Will you be able to reach the finals with such a philosophy? Have the masters always apprenticed a designer who reached the finals? Not always. In the history of the Lemur Open competition, the masters usually picked up a couple of disciples from the finalists. Usually did not mean always. While the masters usually like to pick winners, they placed more importance in compatibility. As long as a mech designer had a minimum amount of competencies, they could be picked by a master even if they did not make it through the first round. This was also why plenty of designers valued the opportunity to make it past the qualifiers. Though extremely rare, a couple of masters had once selected apprentices from those who stalled at the start of the main event in the past. It gave everyone the tiniest bit of hope, which kept the competition vibrant. The battlefield kept raging even after the unicorn bat out. After all of the excitement during the mid-game, the final hours arrived with the introduction of a couple of exceptional mech. The majority of them were either heavy mech or well-built medium mech. Even Barakovsky's light mech killer and Patricia's spider artillery mech had to make way for these alpha mech. The medium mech designed by Carter Gage attracted everyone's attention. As the top seed of the competition, he boldly spent an inordinate amount of time on his mech. It was built like a hybrid knight. Its excellent sword and shield made it a menace at close range while its accurate shoulder-mounted ballistic guns ate up anything at range. For all the anticipation, it did not disappoint. Even with a pilot ranked in the top 500, the medium mech moved faster and hit harder than almost any other mech out there. As its pilot became more accustomed to the awe-inspiring capabilities of his mech, he practically turned into a wild beast. His mech savaged anyone in its way, and stole coins left and right. Even the commentators got pulled into the action. Look at that mechanical wonder. He's at it again. This makes it the 12th time it destroyed a mech, and it hardly received a scratch in return. How tough must its armor be in order to deflect such a powerful kinetic round? I don't know, but besides artillery, there's hardly any mech that could deter this killing machine. Besides Gage's invincible medium mech, some of the other latecomers also rolled over the early birds. While some designers simply delivered disappointing mech, others made full use of the time to submit well-armored and well-armed mech that was worth as much as 4 mid-game mech. Most of the late-game mech utilized advanced compressed armor that went beyond the basic procedure Viz mastered. He only mastered the shallowest layer of alloy compression. More advanced methods could work with a wider variety of alloys and provide a more effective result in much less time. Viz also learned from the designers in the waiting room that the best armor also underwent highly classified chemical treatment. Certain chemicals added before or after the compression process interacted strangely with some of the exotic materials incorporated in the alloys. These reactions increased the effectiveness of the compression procedure, resulting in thinner, lighter but much stronger armor. The chemical formulas are highly prized secrets. They are one of the core possessions of a mech design company. Some even build an entire dynasty around their formulas. Patricia noted succinctly. Entire research departments might spend decades in order to come up with a single formula. The decent ones have a market value of trillions of calls. This was on an entirely different level. These kinds of core technologies were highly prized assets that only the most formidable organizations were able to possess. Someone like Vez could only ever purchase a license for the outdated formulas that have long been leaked. Even then, the prices were harsh. The first round finally finished at the end of the day. This time, the amount of destruction exceeded last year's result. Many mech hadn't been able to gather a sufficient amount of coins. The threshold for passing turned out to be around 6 deliveries. The only problem was that a bit more than 100 mech had delivered at least 6 coins. This meant that some might pass and some might fail. Vez bit his lip as he anxiously waited for the score counters to tally the final results. Finally, the sorting finished. Vez Larkinson ready Lovejoy 89th. Yes. He raised his fists. He passed the first round due to having delivered the coins faster than many others who gathered the same amount. This was another minor rule that gave preferential treatment to those who risked submitting their mech early. He looked at the scores for the few people he knew. Surprisingly, the combination Alyssa Lynch and Richard Lovell earned an impressive rank of 32nd. Considering that Cadet Lovell piloted one of the worst mech on the battlefield, that was an incredibly heroic feat. As for Patricia, her domineering artillery mech blasted its way into the 70s. While her spider mech easily demolished any opposition, its traversal speed was as slow as a snail, so it barely gathered 7 coins. He checked the names of anyone else he knew. He finally spotted Barakovskia's name way up at the 19th rank. She achieved a much better result than him, even though she submitted her light mech a lot later. Her well-built mech hunted down many badly built mech and ruthlessly robbed them of their coins. As for Carter Gage, he did not disappoint. His medium mech only came late, but its overall excellence proved even more tyrannical than Patricia's light mech killer. No matter the quality of its opposition, as long as it had a coin, it quickly died. With its supremely optimized sensors, it had no trouble tracking down coins. In just a couple of hours, its pilot easily gathered 19 coins. This guy is in a different league than us, Vez noted as he stared at the top score. He should be participating in events organized by first-rate superstates. Why is he slumming it with us? Patricia nodded in agreement. You're right, but it's a political game. The Gage dynasty wants to press down the Carnegie Group's liveliness by emphasizing their deeper roots. None of this concerned Vez, so they quickly dropped the subject. Now that the main event had concluded, the audience started to return to their hotels. A few designers were invited up on stage to talk about their mech in the aftershow, but Vez had no interest or expectation that he'd be invited up there. When Vez met Dietrich back at the entrance of the arena complex, he took an irritated Lucky from his grasp. There now, we only have 2 more days before we can go home. A lot of girls have been petting him. Dietrich explained Lucky's bad mood. He's never gotten a proper rest. But hey, I'm not complaining. He's a great chick magnet. Vez shook his head. His pet might look like an adorable cat, but his claws could cut right through a solid piece of armor. What do you think about Lovejoy? He's the 16th ranked pilot at the Abelard Academy. Is he better than you? I'm a marksman, and he's a swordsman. We've got different specialties. His basics are very solid. I have to admit he's got a better reaction speed than me. He'd chew me up if he gets into melee range. Still, he's obviously too green. Any rookie pilot is no good until their lives are put on the line. Well, hopefully that won't matter because they're all cadets. They haven't graduated yet. Dietrich shook his head and pointed at Richard Lovell's name. You're wrong. There's a couple of pilots who are different. This guy is the most obvious one. Every move he makes is focused on ending lives. That sounded ominous. Vez had no familiarity with Alyssa Phil. She courageously designed and submitted an extremely rushed design in 2 hours in order to claim the best pilot available. Someone who took such a daring risk had to have some real capability. Her gamble worked, and she now had sole possession of the #1 pilot, which gave her a great advantage in subsequent rounds. Every formidable designer made it through the top 100. Those freeloaders who passed the last qualifying round while doing nothing all crashed and burned in front of an audience of trillions. Vez was relieved he made it through the first pass, but he was a little disappointed he hadn't reached a higher score. The impressive achievements of his rivals had taught him that he was far from the best. You've got a good enough pilot, and that's what matters. It doesn't matter if my mech gathered 6 or 19 coins. It's enough to make it through with the best pilot possible. He looked forward what tomorrow had in store. Chapter 95, Second round. The next day brought the 100 surviving mech designers back to the arena complex. This time, the arena fields had been separated, which meant that the second round no longer took place on a mass battlefield. Vez had a good talk with Dietrich last night about how he should go about designing a mech for a swordsman. Though Dietrich did not specialize in this area, many of his subordinates did, and he was a wealth of practical knowledge. "Good morning, Vez." Patricia greeted him once she spotted him. "Are you ready for the second round? The successive duels are always tricky. It'll be a struggle, but I'm confident I can make it. Only 100 of the best designers who came all the way to Lemur survived up to now. Those who made it this far were not soft persimmons. No matter who he faced, he had a tough fight on his hands. While he did not guarantee he could win every duel, he still wanted to stand out." After opening the day with a brief performance from some musicians, the announcer explained the rules for the second round. "In the first test, we've tested our designers on whether they could deliver a working product on time. The second round revolves around efficiency and longevity. A mech designer must deliver a product that does the job as long as possible with the least amount of cost." The projection changed into a list of available base parts. They were the same outdated junk thief used in the previous round, but now they had a price tag on them. The number varied widely according to their quality. The first major challenge is to design a mech that costs no more than 1,000 points in 6 hours. If you happen to worry about not being able to reach this height, then don't be. I can assure you that you'll wish the limit is higher. Those who reached this stage were all capable of designing a decent mech in that time. A 6-hour design time was rather short, but for Vez, who used the Quick Forge system to design a mech under 3 hours, it was an eternity. The finished mech will then have to duel 4 random opponents in a standard duel environment, with a 2-hour interval between each fight. The mech designer is only allowed to use the Quick Forge system to make as much repairs as possible. If you can't finish your repairs in the time, then tough luck, because many repairmen have faced the same situations during wartime. These 4 consecutive duels tested a designer in multiple ways. First, they had to design a mech in a way that made it easy to repair if it incurred any damage. Second, they had to deal with a wide variety of possible damage and allocate their limited time to repairing the most essential parts. This could get pretty brutal by the time the 4th duel was about to be held. Also, many times a mech sustained so much damage it could not fight on, which straight up brought the mech designer and pilot out of contention. In this case, the pilot had to make their own judgment on how to fight. Taking risks meant fights could finish quickly, but it also left them open to heavy damage that wasn't easy to repair. They also had the option to forfeit a duel at any time in order to avoid accumulating damage when facing a losing proposition. Yet giving up too often dragged down the ranking. Only the top 25 qualified for the third round. When Vez approached his now familiar Quick Forge system, he went over the design templates he had in mind. The last time he designed the unicorn, he did so with the expectation that it would be compatible to any pilot. This time was different. He knew the pilot. He read his profile. He watched him fight. Cadet Lovejoy fancied himself as a swordsman, so Vez should design a mech that revolves primarily around the use of a single sword. Swordsman mech differed substantially from the standard knight type. Whereas knights benefited from a substantial amount of armor along with a trusty shield, a swordsman had less mass in order to speed up its reaction. In a tactical sense, knights acted as door stoppers. They excelled at defensive engagements where the enemy had to go past the knight in order to complete their objectives. Swordsmen fared worse in head-on clashes, but they performed well when used as a flanker or as a follow-up. A swordsman mech was built around its sword. Vez read up on the basics. A swordsman mech relied on a combination of mechanical power along with momentum in order to deliver fast or heavy strikes. The mech needed to be heavy enough to add a lot of mass to a committed strike, but it also had to be flexible enough to maneuver like a duelist trying to get the upper hand. There's too many things to take note of when trying to design a swordsman mech. Vez concluded as he started to get a headache on how many balls he had to juggle. I can't design a mech as heavy as a Caesar Augustus, and neither can I make it as light as an octagon. He had to leave familiar territory and design a new mech from a different mold. It had to be another rush design, though the generous margin of 6 hours should leave him with a decent mech this time. First, he constructed a mental image again. With his frequent practice, he became more proficient in getting in the right mood. He hardly needed more than a minute to reach a state of sharpened mental focus. The profile Vez received painted Lovejoy as a talkative but diligent cadet. He practiced a lot but became frustrated when his climb up the rankings stagnated. He reached a ceiling where he could not progress fast enough. He probably bumped against the people who benefited from genetic boosts. Vez guessed to himself. If he ended up in a situation like that, he'd tear his hair out until he became bald. While the pilot could not improve, the mech could make all the difference. Vez thought back on the conversation he had with Patricia yesterday. Either the mech had to accommodate the pilot, or the pilot had to adjust to the mech. Well, I'm not designing a mass production model. I have specific information about the pilot so I don't have to dumb down my mech. He envisioned a fairly advanced and mechanically complex mech. A whirling dancer with a sword. One that was swift and agile, but also one that benefited from strategically placed armor. Not enough to weigh it down too much, but enough to add some heft to each sword strike. The model should be nimble enough to facilitate heavy strikes where the entire weight of the mech was added to the attack. With a solid image of the sword dancer, Vez went to work. He first picked out the basic components. In order to keep costs below 1,000 points, he started picking the most essential parts first. A swordsman mech is built around its sword, so the first thing to choose is the weapon. Vez had to admit he did not know much beyond the basics when it came to mech swords. As the default melee weapon for mech, a mech sword was a heavy, sharp instrument of destruction. It had to be sharp enough to slice through armored portions and sturdy enough to support the weight of two mech clashing against each other. It's got to be big and heavy, but how far should I go? The profile did not mention Lovejoy's preferred sword type. He could be specializing in a thin one-handed rapier or a heavy two-handed claymore. In the end, Vez made a judgment call and picked out a one-handed longsword model that cost 100 points. With the sword model in place, he designed the rest of the frame around the use of a one-handed sword. He spent 200 points on a powerful pair of engines and power reactors, 50 points on high-performance energy cells, 100 points on legs optimized for burst performance and a whopping 250 points for heavy but powerful arms. He spent much of his remaining points on the parts he prioritized less. With 200 points spent on many entry-level parts like the sensors, cockpit and a backup laser pistol, he completely wiped out his savings. As for his final 100 points, he picked out a midly off-the-road armor system that only distinguished itself on the ease of which it could be compressed. With all of the parts selected, Vez quickly drew up a basic design. He could afford to spend more time on its design, so he made sure to optimize his prospective mech for close-ranged high-speed engagements. He tweaked many things such as strengthening the fingers so their grip on the sword became stronger. He reduced some of his mech rear torso armor in order to improve his mech agility. In order to keep the mech balanced, he also had to shift a few internal components so that the mech wouldn't have a tendency to tip over. Once he finished a detailed outline of his design, he activated the forging module of his quick forge system. His time was a little tight due to the lengthy procedure of compressing all of the armor plates, so he rushed through the construction again, though not as extreme. Unlike Barakovsky, he started from the inside and worked his way outward. This way, the mech integrity could be ensured while he could cut back on the alloy compression if he ran out of time. Fortunately, it never came to that point. He spent a solid 2 hours on forming the internal frame and the internal components. The quick forge system worked a lot better than the second-hand 3D printer and assembly system his father acquired for his workshop. The assembly system even came with automated functions that automatically laid out the cabling and other internal infrastructure in the most optimal and non-intrusive way. If my assembly machine was as good as this one, I'd be able to assemble 2 mech a day instead of a single mech over 2 days. Once he reached the process of forging the armor plating, he got to witness how the quick forge system fabricated them in a single comprehensive procedure. It definitely impressed him when he saw how various liquefied materials combined together under intense pressure and heat, all of which happened in plain view. An extremely powerful combination of electromagnetic, gravitic and some other sorcery Vez wasn't aware of kept the process contained. All that mattered was that he kept control over the process. Despite the dazzling technologies employed by the machine, the steps it followed differed little from the standard process. His mech finally took shape after the plates started attaching to his frame. The metallic plates treated with the most rudimentary level of compression shown in blue. A sword that underwent a slightly different compression procedure came at the end. Combined with the thick arms and slim legs, it gave the mech an impression that it was an icy warrior. As Vez had timed his work meticulously, he finished a few minutes before 6 hours had passed. Time's up, designers. Lay down your work while your mech gets ready to fight. The first duel starts in a couple of minutes. He finished his job. Now it was up to his pilot. He hoped he could perform miracles with the sword dancer. After all, he formed this mech exclusively for him. He only found it unfortunate that he did not gain any new insights with regards to the ever-mystical X Factor. I got a hint of a future direction with the unicorn. Why do I feel I missed the opportunity with the sword dancer? Perhaps the extended time gave Vez too little pressure to feel impassioned. He was a little confused, to be honest. Could the X Factor only be ignited when he was caught in an extreme mood? That made it difficult to employ it whenever he wanted to. After all, while he could hone his thoughts, he could not completely control his emotions. I'll have to unfold this puzzle later. First I have to prepare for repairs. Chapter 96, Need a Light? Lovejoy waited in his pod. His initial high at the news of his successful advancement made way for apprehension. He knew that he'd face formidable opponents from now on. Even those ranked near the bottom of the top 100 posed a threat to him with the right mech. Hopefully my designer has got a brain this time and provides me with a sword. In order to ensure fairness, the pilots did not have any contact with the outside world. Cadet Lovejoy had no impression of his mech designer, other than his work was solid. If he could produce a mech like the unicorn under 3 hours, it meant he was a viable contender. He licked his lips. If I managed to reach the finals and stand out, I might get an offer from the Carnegie Group's Mech Corps. Every cadet from the Abelard Academy dreamed of joining the Mech Corps. Those employed directly in the group's most prestigious branch enjoyed the most reach and authority. In return, they'd have to participate in the most pitched battles under their flag and had to live a regimented life. Even with the obligations, such an impressive job will set me up for life. His pod lit up. His mech stood ready to receive his consciousness. Cadet Lovejoy opened up his mind and fell into the usual routine of letting his mind engulf his new mech. What the, it's there again. He muttered as he felt a tingling brush past his mind. There's definitely something wrong with my neural interface. Why didn't I report this anomaly to the technicians yesterday? He swore to himself. He was about to enter a match. This was no time to fix his technical issues. Next time then. Once the connection process finished, Lovejoy cautiously extended his senses. He found nothing out of place, so he let down his guard and beheld his new mech. The sensations overwhelmed him for a bit. The mech moved so smooth that he was confused whether it was his own body. Though he eventually calmed down when he experienced the usual sluggishness customary to mech, he still enjoyed this new mech. This machine is a lot better than the training mech of the academy, he exclaimed once he got used to its movements. Too bad the designer chose to accompany my mech with a longsword. Mech longswords were characterized by their versatility. They could be wielded with one hand or two hands, and they could both slash and pierce through well-protected sections if accompanied by sufficient force. This versatility also turned them into the jack-of-all-trades of mech swords. Lovejoy preferred wielding larger two-handed swords. His fighting style revolved around generating rotational momentum in order to unleash a flurry of devastating slashes. Such a style put great importance on the durability of the weapon. The match started before he could consider anything else. The darkness around him disappeared, revealing a desert arena environment. Lovejoy was ambivalent about the environment. His mech did not rely too much on heat-generating weapons, so he should have an advantage. On the other hand, a lack of obstacles meant he could be shot down from a distance. It all depended on the opponent. When Lovejoy turned on his sensors, he spotted a very powerful signal. That's got to be a heavy mech. His brows furrowed at the discovery. Heavy mech sacrificed mobility for armor and firepower. Each mech that wanted to take down a heavy boulder like that had to make a lot of sacrifices. His sword dancer stepped closer. He took his time due to the limited size of the arena. The moderate pace also allowed him to adjust his footing on the sandy soil. Each environment posed different challenges to mech, and sandy deserts played hell with footing. Fortunately, while his mech legs were not too big, the soles were sufficiently wide enough to avoid sinking too deep. The heavy mech came into view. Considering its size and bulk, it did not move from its place, lest it mess up its own footing. Damn, it's a heavy skirmisher. Still, this happens to be one of its worst environments. The second round's successive duels took place in random arena environments. This was standard in many mech duels. It just so happened that this heavy skirmisher that was built around heat-generating weapons like its wrist-mounted flamethrowers and shoulder-mounted laser cannons radiated an immense amount of heat. In a hot environment like this simulated desert, that was a death knell. Haha, this is my lucky day. Lovejoy cheered and approached his opponent in a zigzag pattern. The heavy skirmisher readied its flamethrowers but started with firing its laser cannons first. The high-powered, long-ranged weapons possessed decent accuracy. Their light-speed beams could not be dodged when they fired, so Lovejoy could only dodge while relying on his intuition and the angle of their barrels. Goddammit, whoever designed that mech is an expert on laser weapons. The targeting systems of the heavy mech seemed to excel in locking onto his twirling sword dancer. Without a shield, Lovejoy had no choice but allow his mech to get hit a couple of times. His sword dancer tried to mitigate as much damage as possible by spreading out the hits. Still, he suffered a devastating strike when his mech left arm melted into uselessness. You'll pay for that. With the long sword held in a single arm, he closed the distance with vengeful wrath. The mech he piloted complemented his every thoughts, allowing him to metaphorically dance along his mech. It was a sublime experience that brought his piloting skill to a greater height. He even improved his dodging skill. Now that he reached a close range, he started to circle around the heavy mech. His speed overcame the slow rotation of the powerful but sluggish laser cannons. The skirmisher gave up on the overheated lasers and raised its arms. Twin gouts of chemically enhanced flames departed from the wrists. The desert turned even more stiflingly hot from the immense heat. Even Lovejoy got the illusion that he entered an oven. His mech frantically jumped back in order to avoid the initial flames. As the burning liquids caught nothing, they fell onto the desert and kept burning. Lovejoy's eyes sparked as he tried to circle around the fallen flames and approach the skirmisher from behind. The heavy mech was not complacent, and fired another gout of flames, only for the swordsman mech to jump back unscathed. After repeating this pattern several times, the heavy skirmisher eventually got surrounded by its own flames. The temperature in the center of the conflagration kept rising. Ha ha ha, need a light? Lovejoy laughed as he wondered which pilot allowed himself to get boxed in by his own flames. The enemy pilot must have been a pampered specialist who only knew how to pilot a single mech type. Someone like Lovejoy who patiently mastered the basics of every kind of mech and weapon before settling for swords disdained those who took shortcuts. He had to work twice as hard in the academy in order to climb his way to the top of the rankings. I don't know which lazy bastard you are, but you're finished. The rest of the match held very little suspense. Lovejoy holstered his sword and retrieved his stinky little laser pistol. He kept a healthy distance from the flames and circled around while firing his pistol through the flames. The sheer bulk of the skirmisher made it easy to hit the mech, even if most of the shots got flaked off by its imposing armor. Outside the arena, the commentators noted the strange circumstance of this duel. Look at that duel. I have not seen such a farce in 3 years. Those are extremely persistent flames. Normally, I'd compliment the designer for formulating such a strong accelerant, but with such a clueless pilot he might as well shoot himself in the foot. The pilot is Michael Forno. He's a renowned laser marksman. Such a mech should allow him to play to his full strengths, if not for the addition of the flamethrower. Has he ever attended a single class on skirmishers? Keeping track of your flames is the first lesson pounded into your head. I don't know about you, but in my opinion Cadet 4 is unworthy of appearing on this stage. What a disgraceful performance for someone lauded to be a future expert. Not everyone in the audience agreed. Pilots only had a limited amount of time to get proficient with mech. It took years to gain a basic amount of proficiency in every variety of mech and weapons. If the time spent on broadening a pilot's range of skills was instead focused on deepening them, they could have more expert and ace pilots. Advanced pilots like Vez's cousin Melinda were a dime in a dozen. Any decent academy churned out boatloads of advanced pilots every year. However, even a great second-rate state like the Friday Coalition could not produce a large amount of expert pilots. Demand still vastly exceeded supply. As the commentators chattered, the constant damage wore down on the heavy skirmisher. After 5 straight minutes of shooting, the flames started to subside, but the heavy mech was dangerously overheated. Its pilot prudently forfeited the match in order to avoid damaging his mech any further when the chance of salvaging a victory was non-existent. That was easy. Cadet Lovejoy thought as his damaged mech left the arena and returned to the embrace of the mech designer. His consciousness disconnected from the machine. His next duel commenced in less than 2 hours, so he had plenty of time to take a break. Vez on the other hand shook his head at the silliness of his opponent. He had no complaints about getting an easy victory, though he lamented the plentiful times his baby got hit by the shoulder-mounted laser cannons. Once his mech moved close enough to see the damage in detail, he hissed. Even compressed armor can't stop a high-powered laser beam. Laser cannons possessed a destructive amount of energy. While the compressed armor did their job of preventing the damage from reaching the internals, much of the armor needed replacement. Lovejoy tried to spread out the damage over the mech's entire frame, and while it was the right call, it also gave Vez a headache. The difference between laser cannons and laser rifles did not merely extend to scale. Weapon designers often built laser rifles for the purpose of dealing long-term sustainable damage. Efficiency and durability mattered more than power and penetration. Laser cannons turned those priorities around. They were built to instantly melt through thick layers of armor and deliver a devastating amount of thermal energy in an instant. Pilots on the battlefield loved using laser cannons due to their combination of high penetration and ease of resupply. In short, the damage the laser cannons inflicted had hurt his mech a lot. The only thing Vez could do is fabricate as much replacements as possible before the next duel started. He whizzed up a new set of compressed armor plating, focusing on the most essential parts first. Fortunately, the short duration of the duel worked in his favor. Not all of the plates needed replacement, so he fabricated enough and managed to replace all of the damaged plating just before 2 hours had passed. I can't do much about the residual heat damage that managed to get past the armor. Vez muttered regretfully. Those lasers packed a really huge punch, and even if the armor dispersed most of the heat, a small amount still wreaked havoc deeper inside his mech. It won't matter too much for the next duel, but if the internal damage accumulates, there's nothing I can do. Replacing internal components always entailed more difficulties. It took a lot more time to replace the internals due to the interconnection of the parts. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Chapter 97, Worn Down. The second duel commenced. Cadet Lovejoy became accustomed to the anomalous sensations and brushed them off as inconsequential ghosts. Instead, he focused his attention on the state of his mech. His mouth curled out. I like my designer more and more. My armor is back to its shiny state. His sword dancer gripped its sword in anticipation of the next fight. Lovejoy hoped his opposition had more bite this time. The last duel was too disgraceful for him to feel any pride. The darkness receded, revealing a normal suburban environment. Small houses and municipal parks dotted the arena. The obstacles were tall enough to hinder a mech but short enough to avoid blocking their view. It was a tricky environment that favored ranged weapons. Over there, he said as he zeroed in on his opposition. It turned out to be a light harasser, a mech that specialized in running rings around melee mech like his sword dancer. Damn, this one's a challenge. The only thing hopeful about his second duel was that the light mech sustained a lot of damage. Even after receiving some repairs, it still suffered moderate damage to its torso where an artillery shell must have exploded. I can use that to my advantage. Lovejoy moved the sword back to its place and retrieved the flimsy little laser pistol again. He felt a little depressed that he couldn't showcase his swordsmanship and instead had to rely on his pitiful backup weapon. Still, against a mech that moved faster than him, he'd be a fool to chase the enemy. The light harasser responded first by firing its light laser rifle at him. The firing rate of the weapon was high, but the power behind each laser beam was lackluster. Even if the sword dancer received hits, it did not affect its integrity at all due to the strength of its compressed armor. Ignoring the intermittent damage for now, the sword dancer closed the distance. While the light harasser tried to maintain the distance, the complex environment did not always make that possible. While any mech possessed sufficient force to crash through any residential home, such an act slowed it down while also incur some minor damage. For a fragile mech that prized its mobility, that was unacceptable. "Get back here, you chicken!" Lovejoy yelled over the calm as he started firing his pistol. While its power paled in comparison to the rifle in the harasser's hands, a light mech armor could not withstand too many hits. Lovejoy carefully paced his shots in order to avoid overheating the pistol. He aimed specifically at the light mech damaged torso in order to exacerbate its internal damage. Thus, the two mech engaged in a lengthy shootout. The rate of fire slowed down for both mech once their weapons overheated. The laser rifle held an advantage in that aspect as the larger weapon dispersed its heat much better. The sword dancer started to accumulate a lot more damage than its opponent. "Man, this is why I hate light mech," Lovejoy complained and let loose a few more curses when a lucky laser beam shot a portion of his mech-damaged leg. The light mech noticed that the sword dancer's legs were slimmer than normal and therefore focused much of his firepower there. The devastating hit damaged some internals which abruptly reduced the speed of Lovejoy's mech. "Come on. How is that discount laser rifle able to get past my armor?" The tables turned a minute later. Though the sword dancer's legs started to get chewed up, the pistol finally achieved a promising result. The latest low-powered beam that escaped the pistol managed to penetrate the scorched section of the light mech torso. All of the successive hits to that area paid off. The light mech toppled over as its power reactor initiated an emergency shutdown. The enemy pilot quickly signaled his surrender before Lovejoy could unleash a few more shots. In truth, if both mech were in their peak condition, the sword dancer would have lost. The slower medium mech had no way of catching up to a light mech piloted by someone competent. While its laser rifle might be a light variant, it still functioned as a primary weapon. The backup laser pistol wielded by the sword dancer could not compare. "Truly fate smiles on me again." Lovejoy smirked as he realized this disparity. He won a match that he should have lost. Bad luck for you. Try to keep your mech in better shape next time. Still, with the sword dancer's half-mangled leg, he risked suffering the same situation in his next duel. He hoped his designer could fix up the leg with the remaining time available. His shootout against the light mech expended a lot of time. In fact, Vez already started to feel depressed. While lasers might not be the most optimal weapon to chew through armor, once it got past the layer of protection, they were capable of dealing immense damage. The abrupt transfer of energy wrecked or melted a lot of vulnerable little components near the area struck by the beam. Some cables and tiny components vaporized entirely, while more distant parts only suffered from the symptoms of extreme overheating. In a practical perspective, these half-molten parts might as well not be functional anymore. For a proper repair job, Vez needed to clean up all of the damage no matter how lightly they cut off. "I only have only a half hour left. That's not enough to repair the entire leg." Technicians hated these kinds of repair jobs. While Vez was lucky that the internal frame didn't sustain any substantial damage, sorting out all of the tiny components and replacing them took a lot of tedium. He also had to set aside the other damage the mech sustained. "I bet this quick forge bucket can automate the repairs," Vez boldly guessed. The amount of automation packed in the machine could fill an entire library of books. He refused to believe the machine had to be operated manually to this degree. "They likely turned off the easy mode so mech designers like me have to work for our results." With no other alternative, Vez helplessly started to repair the leg. He tried to save as much time as possible by ripping out entire chunks of machinery. He cared little whether the things he removed were functional or not. As far as he was concerned, the proximity to excessive heat had compromised them all. Testing out each component's integrity took too much time. Now I have to fabricate and put back the replacements. Most of the internal portions consisted of simple parts like cables, bolts and other miscellaneous things. They were simple parts that required very little thought in their production. The real challenge started when he had to put the parts back into the hollowed-out leg. Vez had the mistaken impression that he was playing a puzzle in the highest difficulty. Sometimes he had to stuff the parts through an obstacle in order to put it in its rightful place. He prioritized speed over caution, which did not help much with the repairs as other parts sometimes got bent out of shape. As the clock started to expire, Vez rushed his repairs and even started to slip up here and there. The damage he inadvertently caused affected the leg only marginally, but at least he was able to put replacement armor back into place. All right. Let the third duels commence. Cadet Lovejoy had not fully recovered from his last match when he was thrown back into the sword dancer. The extended duel frustrated him. When his consciousness fully grasped his mech, he quickly inspected the damage. He clicked his teeth. The leg looks better, but not at its best. My armor coverage is still the same. The spread-out laser shots also scorched the sword dancer's other sections aside from the legs. Though they did not penetrate the compressed armor, they still weakened it substantially. The third duel started when the frozen lake environment got revealed. The thick layers of ice ensure that most mech could maintain their footing, but any major impact to the surface might lead to drastic consequences. No spots of lands could be found anywhere. The frozen environment heavily favored mech that generated a high amount of heat. For example, lasers could fire more often and with higher power without worrying about overheating. On the other hand, not everything worked optimally in a heavily frozen environment. Many mech were designed to work optimally at average Terran temperature ranges. The further the environment deviated from the standard, the more some parts started to deteriorate. My mech should be fine, Lovejoy judged, though he admitted he was no expert. A swordsman mech is not a mechanically complex machine. It shouldn't have too many vulnerable stuff inside. The sword dancer swiftly trudged through the howling snow. He had to find his opponent and finish him off as fast as possible in order to buy his mech designer more time. His sensors beeped a minute later as it found a heat source. The silhouette turned out to be a medium knight. The mech looked brand new. Aside from some minor scratches on its armor, the entire mech appeared as if it had never entered a duel. That held worrying implications for Lovejoy. Either the pilot or the mech designer is a prodigy. He refused to consider the case where both of them turned out to be geniuses. The only thing in his favor was that swordsman mech usually beat knights in the unknown. The knight mech spotted the sword dancer and readied its pristine kite shield. You better entertain me properly this time, Lovejoy taunted the enemy knight. I just came off a couple of duels where my sword wasn't even needed. Hopefully you'll last long enough to satisfy my lust for battle. While the environment could be better, Lovejoy rejoiced he could finally have an old-fashioned melee duel. He increased the speed of his mech and noted that the fixed-up leg held out for now. Reassured, he heartedly threw himself into the fight by attempting an empowered horizontal slash. The knight was no dummy and positioned its shield in place to deflect the obvious attack. However, the incredible force behind the blow hammered the knight a few steps backward. The first blow was not intended as a killing strike, but as a setup move that broke the enemy's guard. Cadet Lovejoy's eyes gleamed as his mech danced around the shield. His sword dancer abruptly reserved its rotation, and its sword swung back from the other direction. The knight sluggishly tried to regain its footing while simultaneously bringing his shield back up. Somehow, the pilot managed to skillfully do both in an instant. The slash resulted in nothing but another dent in the shield. Despite the disappointing result, Lovejoy kept up his aggression. He slashed and stabbed while circling around the knight. Meanwhile, the pilot of the knight maintained composure and blocked each strike without fail. Sometimes he even retaliated by stabbing with the sword in turn, which pushed the sword dancer back. The knight mech turned into an impregnable turtle. After a few minutes of useless exchanges, the knight suddenly diverted from its routine. After fending off another sword strike, it slammed the tip of its kite shield onto the ice beneath their feet. The constant maneuvers had weakened the ice layers to the point of forming cracks. The downward shield strike completely cracked open the damaged ice, causing both mech to lose their stability. The knight deftly escaped the unstable area due to initiating the move. The sword dancer was caught off guard, and almost responded too late. Only its excellent agility and reaction speed allowed Lovejoy to catch up and jump to a safer spot. A hole the size of 10 mech appeared between the two mech. Lovejoy smacked himself in the face for almost getting done in by this move. If his mech fell into the ice, he'd not only lose, he might as well total the entire mech. Not all mech fared well in water unless they were specifically designed for that purpose. Lovejoy took his opponent more seriously. Though he did not recognize his opponent, he acknowledged his skill. This fellow is top 30 material. We're almost evenly matched. The frozen lake environment annoyed him. He did not relish sinking down in the icy abyss. After circling around the newly formed hole, he resumed his assault against the knight, though this time he upped his guard against any further surprises. After the next few exchanges, the enemy pilot proved its mettle. Having adjusted to Lovejoy's tempo, the knight started to handle the incoming attacks better while delivering more poisonous retaliations. The knight suddenly sidestepped instead of blocking the latest attack. The sword dancer had overextended, leaving it open to the follow-up shield bash. The solid chunk of metal thunked against the sword dancer's head. It instantly crushed half its face, most notably destroying its optics. Just as Lovejoy frantically switched his view to the backup optics, the knight slashed its sword. As the sword dancer had reflexively jumped back, the sword failed to strike the torso. Instead, it managed to cut off an arm. Lovejoy screamed in frustration. He had not expected this sitting duck of a knight to be a porcupine. At least his mech hadn't lost its sword arm. I can't keep this up. I have to change the game. The enemy pilot's skill restrained his sword play. It was as if he specialized in crushing the dreams of other swordsmen. After a few seconds of thought, he grinned. Since you like to play with ice, let me give you a nice surprise. The sword dancer retreated a bit in order to open up some space. The knight stood in place, shield ready to receive the next attack. Lovejoy let out a war cry as his mech thundered forward. Just as his mech reached the knight, Lovejoy dragged his mech to the side and made a couple of complex maneuvers. His mech half slid over the ice while directed his sword against the ice. The sword hammered the ice several times, creating cracks near the knight. The sword dancer took advantage of its superior mobility to circle around the knight while repeatedly impacting the ice underneath. While a sword was not the best tool to damage the ice, the sword dancer's arms was capable of transferring a lot of force which aided the mech in its task. After completing a couple of rotations, the ice started to deteriorate on its own. The pilot of the knight panicked and quickly stomped out of the danger zone. Not today. Lovejoy yelled as his mech circled around again and confronted the knight head-on with a shoulder bash. While the impact failed to damage the enemy mech, it succeeded in interrupting its escape. The transfer of force also sped along the collapse. A second later, the knight disappeared. It fell down into the lake and sank down in the depths. I hate ice, Lovejoy said as he looked on from a few steps ahead. His mech escaped the waters at the last second by bouncing back from the enemy mech shield. It was a close call and a risky one, but he succeeded in winning without dragging out the fight. 3 down, 1 to go. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Chapter 98, 4th Duel. Vez imagined that others had it worse. He certainly didn't envy the designer of the knight his mech faced in the previous duel. Repairing a submerged mech took a lot of time, perhaps days to get it right. Well, at least my mech has more working parts than broken ones. A busted head and an amputated arm is nothing to speak of after the third duel. The competitions in the past had shown that results diverged wildly in the second round. The consecutive duels tested the skill of both the designer and the pilot. If either of them were not up to standard, the damage accumulated pretty fast, to the point of making the mech a derelict. Only a gifted designer like Carter Gage or a talented pilot like Richard Lovell could turn around this convention. The duel above the frozen lake lasted a long time. The extreme thermal conditions that simulated a frozen planet environment played havoc with the internals, especially since the armor lost its weather-sealing capabilities in the previous duels. The rapid transition from hot to cold strained the more sensitive components. I don't have time to fix up the internals. My mech has enough redundancy so that a couple of faulty components won't break the mech. Vez only had a limited time to fix up the arm and head. In his view, both of them had the same priority, but he decided to start with the arm. Fortunately, it's a clean cut. I don't have to sort out the damaged components. Forging a replacement arm did not take a lot of time. As all of the internals had to be made from scratch, Vez did not have to resort to stuffing new parts in an existing space. It only took about 30 minutes to create a new arm, and an additional 10 minutes to add the accompanying compressed armor. That left him with just enough time to sort out the head. The deformed head posed some difficulties to Vez. He did not have enough time to fabricate an entirely new head. Instead, he put his jury-rigging skill to good use. He cut off the deformed section and cleaned up as much damage as he could. After fabricating a replacement sensor module, he carefully put it inside. He flash-forged a hastily designed mask and put it over the hollow front of the head. The sword dancer appeared creepy now, but what mattered the most to Vez was that the sensors were operational now. The mask might not provide a lot of protection, but it was better than keeping the entire head exposed. It'll do. Time ran out before Vez could do much more. He really did not feel comfortable releasing a substandard mech from his embrace. Having gotten used to the MTA's strict standards, it was against his conscience to deliver a piece of junk to a pilot. When Lovejoy connected to the mech for the final time, he also felt let down by its damaged state. The arm is all right, but the rest of the frame is still degraded. He sighed a little as he got used to his mech's deteriorated performance. I know it's been hard on you, pal, but you've got one fight left to go. Don't disappoint the crowd. Through luck and skill, he already eked out 3 marvelous victories. According to past trends, he should have reached the top 25 so far, but only at the bottom of the list. One loss might knock him down enough to miss an incredible opportunity to participate in the final round. There's no way I'm going to miss this chance. Fame, reach and more awaits me. Lovejoy grinned as he daydreamed about all the amazing luxuries he could finally enjoy. Hopefully my final opponent is a mech in a worse shape than mine. The match started when the environment finished materializing. It turned out to be a hilly prairie. Vast green fields only interrupted by vision obstructing hills encompassed Lovejoy's view. The beauty of the environment masked a deadly undercurrent. Such a wide-open environment with rolling hills and no other obstacles provided ranged mech with an ideal shooting environment. Lovejoy lowered his mech stance so that it wouldn't stick out like a sore thumb too much. As the sword dancer climbed its way up a nearby hill, his hastily repaired sensors pinged when it detected a very powerful heat source. What the hell? Lovejoy uttered when he saw what made his sensors go mad. How much energy does it take to keep that thing afloat? What Cadet Lovejoy encountered was the now infamous pterodactyl. Outside the arena, much of the crowd's attention got drawn to the gigantic flying mech. This strange and extremely powerful beast mech stomped over its opponent through superior range and overwhelming armor ever since it came from the hand of one of the competition's most popular contestant. Looks like Vez Larkinson's swordman mech is matched up against Carter Gage's pterodactyl. Better call the Undertaker, because this poor little sword-wielding mech stands no chance against Gage's brilliant work. Ordinarily you'd think so, but the pterodactyl suffered a lot of damage back in its third duel. I'm kind of hopeful for the mech called the Sword Dancer, to be honest. Are you blind? That inky little medium mech only has a laser pistol. How many times does he have to shoot until the pterodactyl's armor gets scratched? Anything can happen, baby. Even Gage can't work miracles. The pterodactyl's bottom armor still has holes. Vez learned that Gage met a strong opponent for the third duel. His mech fought hard and finally overpowered the enemy cannoneer at a substantial cost. While the flying mech armor could take a lot of damage, it also made it hard to replace if time was short. Much of the armor on the pterodactyl had not been treated with the fanciest techniques. This meant that the sword dancer's backup weapon stood a tiny chance of inflicting major damage. As a pilot thrown into an arena, Lovejoy was not aware of those facts. Regardless, he would never despair just because he encountered an overwhelming opponent. He would have long given up if he shrugged his head at every setback. This thing's big and heavy, so it takes a lot of power to keep it in the air. If I can drag out the match and put my mech into power-saving mode, I can drag it from the air. Lovejoy calmly analyzed once he got over his fear. It's slow to fly, so I can outrun its range if necessary, but I doubt this aerial mech is helpless in this regard. The designer must be someone really incredible for designing such a marvel. The sword dancer retrieved its trusty laser pistol and started to fire at the flying fortress. The low-powered laser beams hit a wide area around the pterodactyl. At this distance, many shots flew wide despite the target's huge size and slow speed. The sword dancer wasn't optimized for marksmanship, and the weapon came with too many limitations. The shots that did hit the pterodactyl achieved nothing but alert the enemy pilot. The lumbering flight mech turned its avian head towards the sword dancer and fired off a massive ballistic shell from its beak. This isn't fair. Lovejoy yelped as he flung his mech over a hill. The top of the hill exploded into chunks of soil as the shell detonated with a lot more power than usual. The sword dancer had to keep dancing away as a torrent of rapid laser fire erupted from the pterodactyl's sides. Lovejoy frantically kept dodging amid the aerial bombardment dedicated to turning his mech into scrap. Even as he tried to keep his mech operational, he slowly realized something strange. This mech marksmanship is garbage. The mech might look shiny, but the pilot is no good. If someone who specialized in ranged weapons was at the cockpit, his sword dancer might already be destroyed. Lovejoy saw an opportunity once he realized his situation. First, he tried the safest option. He shot back at the mech with his laser pistol, but only occasionally. He also deactivated most of his sensors and put his mech into a less intensive mode. The state only ensured the engines received ample amounts of power. The rest had to make do with less. As Lovejoy put his full attention on dodging the shells and lasers, his mech only received minor damage in return. Without any distractions, he became more proficient in predicting his opponent's aim and moved just a fraction of a second before a salvo of laser beams arrived at the spot his mech previously stood. Sometimes, skill trumped over gear. Lovejoy started to grin. While the enemy mech was a grand feat of engineering, it nevertheless did not suit the enemy pilot. In truth, the battle damage the pterodactyl suffered in the last duel still haunted the flying mech. Its head had also been hit, which destroyed its excellent targeting sensors. Other systems also suffered significant damage when its bottom armor got hit. Even with Gage's excellent skill, he only restored the pterodactyl up to 80% of its best state. About 5 minutes later, the pterodactyl's pilot caught on to Lovejoy's strategy. The flyer stopped firing most of its weapons like its finger got stuck to the trigger. The mech slowed down while unleashing its laser beams at a much more measured pace. The pilot also concentrated more on aiming properly, which gave the sword dancer a lot more grief. This is stupid. How can I get hit more often if that flight mech isn't firing its laser beams so rapidly? Cadet Lovejoy knew he had to change the situation. He injected more power to the sword dancer's engines. As the mech sped up, it tried to increase the range and therefore make it harder to hit. As a flying heavy mech, the pterodactyl nevertheless flew faster than most medium mech. With its flight systems at full capacity, it slowly caught up to the running sword dancer and even managed to hit its rear armor with its low-intensity laser barrage. "Ha, how much power are you burning? Can you keep this up forever?" Lovejoy taunted at the flying brick that sought to overtake his mech. There was a good reason why flying mech never exceeded the medium weight class. The anti-grav systems had to expend a lot of energy to keep all of that armor afloat. Getting it to move wasted even more precious energy. This energy consumption rapidly built up the moment the flying mech increased its velocity. The pilot realized this fact belatedly and stopped accelerating like crazy. Instead, it used its superior lasers to bombard a sword dancer from a comfortable range. Oh well, it was worth a try. Lovejoy shrugged. While the enemy pilot was not as good as him, he was still a cadet who attended the prestigious Abelard Academy. Cheap tricks didn't work on him. He had to figure something else than simply running away. In the standard rulebook of mech duels, The side that played too passively lost by default. The mech that weighed the lightest was burdened with the obligation to seek the initiative. This age-old rule prevented light mech from running away from their heavier counterparts for the duration of the entire match. Obviously, mech pilots who favored heavy mech lobbied hard to get this rule accepted. There should be an exception when it comes to flying mech. This heavy pig with wings is just ridiculous. While the heavy mech was in the open, it enjoyed a commanding view of the entire battlefield. No matter where the sword dancer tried to hide, it could not avoid getting peppered by lasers. Whenever it tried to hide behind a low hill, the pterodactyl destroyed it with an explosive shell. The sheer volume of fire caused the mech to get hit a couple of times. Fortunately, the shots were spread out, so no single part received critical damage. For now at least. Lovejoy estimated he could keep up his dodging routine for about 10 minutes. After that, most of his rear armor would be melted away, leaving his mech vulnerable to a crippling shot. The few times he shot back with his pistol, he might as well be spitting against a wall. How could he turn his awful situation around and bring down that overweight bird? Chapter 99, Lift Up Your Sword. Vez clenched his fists as he looked downward at the stage where his sword dancer tried to fight against an aerial fortress. Even he was rendered helpless when facing one of Carter Gage's impossibly advanced aerial mech. The technology of that time shouldn't be able to support such incredible flight systems. Gage must have spent quite a bit of time customizing the outdated wings and bringing it up to the current generation. Ordinarily, that might have led to his folly. After all, the more time he spent on the wings, the less time he could allocate on the armor and internals. Looking at the pterodactyl's performance showed that the flying heavy mech did not lose out that much in other aspects. Its armor was especially resilient even after some hasty repairs. Even the audience thought the match would end with no suspense and turned away to view more even matchups. "I'm impressed Cadet Lovejoy hasn't lost his mech yet," one of the commentators noted when he switched his view. "Out of all of the pterodactyl's opponents, he's already lasted the longest. That's because Lovejoy is paying more attention to dodging than thinking about hitting back. If he's trying to outlast the pterodactyl in terms of energy consumption, then he's fooling himself. The heavy mech is packed with energy cells. The only chance he can squeeze a victory out of this narrow road is to get a lucky hit with his low-grade pistol." With only about an estimated 10 minutes left before the laser barrage cut through the medium mech armor, the sword dancer had very little else to go on. Lovejoy scowled as he pulled out every trick in his bag in order to stay ahead of the suppressive laser fire from above. From the frequency of the lasers, he judged the heavy mech had plenty of reserves. In contrast, his sword dancer had been designed for short-duration high-intensity combat. Even at a lower power setting, it still drained a significant portion of energy over time. "I have to finish this quickly," Lovejoy concluded with difficulty. He gave up on saving power and instead routed more of it towards feeding his pistol. The weapon beeped an alarm when it exceeded its recommended safety limit. Lovejoy had to dig through the settings and override all the safeties. The weapon's programming estimated that the pistol had about 3% chance of blowing up with each shot. This probability increased in accordance with the amount of heat the weapon accumulated. "I don't care if it will blow up in a couple of minutes." He screamed at his pistol and ruthlessly tore down the last safety holding him back from firing high-powered beams. The pistol whined audibly as it discharged the accumulated energy in a single eye-watering blast. The beam shot straight into the sky and burned a small gap in the heavy mech wings. That gap represented the first real sign of damage on the pterodactyl. It gave Lovejoy hope, though the pterodactyl also started to increase its speed and sway a little bit more. Both sides increased their power consumption in order to put a quick end to the match. The broadcasters took notice of the increased intensity of their fight and put the battle on the main projection. Alongside the ongoing duel, the faces of the pilots and the mech designers were added to the sides. Look at the faces of Larkinson and Lovejoy. They are still clinging to the last shreds of hope. Can their sword dancer defeat the pterodactyl in one of the most uneven clashes ever? Our processors have analyzed the odds of Cadet Lovejoy managing to score a deadly blow. He only has a 2.3% chance in the best scenario. It's safe to say that Carter Gage has racked up another victory. There's no way the sword dancer's pistol can get past that heavy mech armor. Despite the long odds, everyone's attention was glued to the tragic battle. They all hoped the underdog mech could pull off a miracle and put a dent into Carter Gage's invincible halo. Those affiliated with the Carnegie Group had more reason than many to support Gage's opponents. Of all the talents from Lemur who faced the dreaded genius, none had high hopes of matching him equally in the field of mech design. Where would their faces be if they let someone nurtured by a rival partner of the coalition trample on their talents? A lot was at stake for this fight. As the sword dancer had been matched up against weak opponents, it had a high probability of dropping off the top 25. As for the pterodactyl, it had vanquished against a couple of strong opponents, so its passage into the top 25 was assured. A fourth victory in this round would cap off Gage's invincible halo and propel his momentum into an unstoppable tide once he reached the finals. A few minutes went by as Lovejoy kept dancing with the devil. His pistol glowed with excessive heat to the point of starting to melt at some of its softer furnishings. The sword dancer flirted with disaster each time it fired an overcharged laser beam at the gigantic hovering mech. The pterodactyl stoically endured the high-powered laser beams. The accuracy of the pistol left something to be desired, and the sword dancer also had to keep moving, which further degraded its aim. Though the heavy mech presented a large target, half of the beams went wide. Those that did hit its surface only melted a couple of widely distributed holes in its heavy armor. The next shot achieved a different result. By sheer coincidence, the beam impacted near previously damaged weak point at a spot covered up by flimsier replacement armor. The consecutive hit possessed enough power to melt through the damaged portion and inflict serious damage to the internals underneath. Just as the pterodactyl suffered a minor explosion in its underbelly, the sword dancer's pistol also succumbed to the abuse. The backup firearm had never been designed to tolerate this much heat, especially when firing at a constant frequency. The weapon exploded, causing heat and shrapnel to engulf the sword dancer's outstretched arm. "No!" Lovejoy yelled as the surface of his mech withstood the rest of the shrapnel. He cared little for his mech lost arm or the scratches it received. Now that he lost his only weapon, he had no means of damaging the pterodactyl. The game was as good as lost. As for the heavy mech, despite the damage it suffered, the mech was built to take a beating. Heavy mech never collapsed after suffering a single penetrating hit. Even if it lost some power, the pterodactyl possessed enough redundancies to keep it afloat. What is the pterodactyl doing? It stopped firing. According to our readings, its weapons should have plenty of juice left. It's hovering closer to the sword dancer. The pilot wants to gloat over his victory. Some of the people in the audience started booing at the unsportsmanlike behavior. Only the most conceited individuals disrespected their opponents this way. The worst thing about the act was that the latter half of the duel had been broadcast to the entire Komodo star sector. On the main projection above, both the pilot and Gage adopted arrogant expressions. Though joined together through circumstance, they both complement each other nicely. Gage wanted to prove his superiority by partnering with a bottom-ranked pilot, while the pilot grew an inflated head due to the excellent mech he received. A shadow hung over the motionless sword dancer. Lovejoy already gave up on the match and sank down in his simulation pod. He paid little attention to the ongoing match. Like a caveman staring helplessly at an air car, the pterodactyl emphasized its superiority by maintaining its altitude over the helpless swordsman mech. It even dipped up and down in an exaggerated motion, which attracted further scorn from the audience. "Finish it already, you asshole. You don't have to take it, Lovejoy. Just forfeit the match. You're despicable, Gage. If it's up to me, you'd already be tumbling out of Carnegie space." Back in his simulation pod, the constant beeping of his mech proximity alarm grated Lovejoy's ears. He stopped wallowing about his impending defeat to see why his mech hadn't been sent to the graveyard yet. "What the? Are you teabagging me?" Lovejoy could accept getting beaten. He could even accept a loss against a much superior mech. After all, this competition revolved around mech designers, so the participating pilots already mentally accepted that they'd face such disparities. What he couldn't accept is the enemy pilot rubbing his face with a victory he didn't deserve. The pilot of the pterodactyl was certainly someone who certainly ranked far below him. The only reason he won in the first place was due to his massively overpowered mech. Even if Yav won, that's no reason to diss me. A spark of anger ignited amid his overwhelming grief. He unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the sky while roaring at the pterodactyl. "You can trample my mech, but not my dignity." Caught in the fires of his rage, Cadet Lovejoy wanted to spite the pterodactyl. He impulsively rotated the sword dancer and with a mighty heave he threw the sword at the behemoth in the sky. Despite seldomly having thrown a sword before, the weapon somehow spun in the direction of the pterodactyl without fail. The sword did not only carry the momentum of the sword dancer's spin, it also carried Lovejoy's defiance against his fate. Back in the waiting room, Vez tracked the spinning sword as it flew up with undaunted purpose towards the heavy mech. He had no hopes for the desperate throw either. A sword flung from this much distance lost a lot of its power on the way up. With the kind of armor the pterodactyl sported, it would be like a pebble thrown against a suit of armor. Strangely enough, everyone who took note of the duel still fixed their gazes on the sword. It held a magnetic attraction to them, as if they could sympathize with Lovejoy's frustrations. They also thought it was a pity that his mech stood no chance. Once the sword neared the pterodactyl, the pilot instinctively tried to dodge it by moving his mech. Somehow, the mech-belated movements caused it to draw the sword to its damaged and exposed section. The pilot had forgotten all about the hole in his mech armor and was completely clueless about his mistake. Both Vez and Lovejoy widened their eyes. The tip of the sword scratched the edge of the molten hole before sinking deep inside the burned and melted internals. The remainder of its force allowed the blade to cut through many layers of weakened components before it finally reached a critical cable attached to the power reactor. A massive machine like the pterodactyl consumed a lot of energy even at rest. The interrupted cable along with the other damage the heavy mech had already suffered caused the spot to be engulfed in another localized explosion. While ordinarily this explosion should not be any cause for concern, the safeties that were supposed to be in place had already been destroyed. The explosion caused a lot of damage to other components, which started up a cascade of errors. The pterodactyl suddenly lost 70% of its power. That was not enough to keep the mech in the air. The flight system whined as it tried to keep the mech at a constant altitude, to no avail. The pilot woke up to the sudden crisis and frantically tried to redirect more power to the flight systems. Due to the damage his mech had already suffered, he found no alternative paths. What kind of piece of shit mech only has this many paths? He cussed, completely forgetting his earlier flaunting of his mech. While an ordinary heavy mech possessed a lot more redundancies, Gage only received 6 hours of design time. He could not spare much energy in adding redundancies to his mech internals when he had to invest most of his time in improving the flight systems. Smoke trailed the pterodactyl as it descended to the ground in a soft landing. The wings possessed sufficient enough power to avoid a crash landing. That did not help the pterodactyl much when the mech had been designed solely for aerial combat. It did not even possess legs, which turned it into a sitting duck on the ground. Lovejoy's eyes gleamed. Ignoring his mech amputated arm and weaponless state, he drove his mech forward and approached the pterodactyl just as it skied along the grass. The pilot of the heavy mech noted the danger and rerouted power from the flight systems to the laser mounts. A couple of weak beams started to pepper the sword dancer. As if those weakened lasers can save you. Lovejoy laughed as the sword dancer took the laser's head-on, causing it to suffer some light damage in the process. The medium mech ignored the mosquito bites and jumped on top of the grounded pterodactyl. The entire audience stood still. Even the commentators had no words to say. As a mech designed to bombard the ground from above, the pterodactyl was not meant to attack any targets that landed on its back. When the side-mounted laser turrets turned around to face the assailant, the sword dancer simply grabbed the barrels of the lasers and snapped them off one by one. They only managed to unleash a dozen ineffectual beams before their mounts got wrecked. Even the majestic heavy mech beak-mounted cannon posed no threat to the sword dancer. Its range of motion only allowed the beak to swivel sideways. Just to be sure, Lovejoy stomped his mech foot repeatedly on the head until its neck collapsed. The pterodactyl lost all of its weapons. The sudden reversal caught everyone by surprise. "Are my eyes deceiving me?" a male commentator befuddled asked. "Did Gage's mech got strong like a duck? I don't think anyone believed this has happened. A thrown sword changed destiny. The undefeated has tasted defeat. Gage must be stewing in anger right now." Look at his awful face. Lovejoy cared nothing for the commentary even if he could hear it. Somehow, he snatched victory from the jaws of defeat, so he tried to cling to it as tightly as possible. He resolved not to make the same mistake as his opponent and started to dig into the pterodactyl. Without a weapon and only one arm intact, the sword dancer could not inflict much damage to the grounded mech. It had to kick aside a loosened plate and dig into the internals with brute force. After a couple of minutes of helplessly sitting around, the pilot finally bowed down. He could not take the humiliation and exited the match by forfeiting. Vez and Lovejoy won their fourth duel after an arduous match. Their total victories in the second round propelled them to the single digits in the top 25. Their last victory especially gave them a lot of points. It was a no-brainer for them to move on to the finals. "Thank you, Lovejoy. You really saved my skin," Vez said with a smile. He really dodged a bullet there. He could not bear to think what he'd do if he narrowly missed the top 25. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Chapter 100, Finals. The next day, before the pre-show began, an executive from the Carnegie Group took to the stage. He adopted a solemn face as he addressed the crowd that just arrived. "We have an announcement to make. Cadet Freeman, who pilots the mech on behalf of Carter Gage, has been found dead in his dorm. Our investigators have ruled the cause of his death to be self-hanging. There are no signs that others are involved." Everyone who listened to his words was stunned. Vez more so than others due to his indirect involvement in this incident. He didn't know his name, but Freeman was the pilot of the pterodactyl that crashed and burned at the moment of its victory. Cadet Lovejoy achieved a miracle when he triumphed over a hopeless situation. Had Gage quietly eliminated Freeman? Vez did not believe a cadet could commit suicide through a method as slow as hanging. These cadets should all be strictly monitored. Security bots should also be patrolling around their dorms, ready to respond in seconds if a disturbance occurred. Vez felt a chill when he considered that Gage might not limit his rage to his idiotic pilot. After all, the mech that handed out his very public humiliation was designed by Vez and piloted by Lovejoy. We at Lemur are aware that our pilots and designers are put under an immense amount of pressure. Some believe that we should coddle them more. I disagree. Our young men might not have experienced much of what life has to offer, but they must learn to deal with adversity. Risk and reward goes hand in hand. Those who aim to win must always prepare to lose. Those who cannot endure these kinds of setbacks have no place to compete with the best. Vez did not expect such harsh words after the death of a fellow contestant. He turned his head and noted that the graduates from Lemur showed no discontent. They fully agreed with this executive's views. His heart chilled a little further. Due to the unfortunate loss of his mech pilot, Carter Gage has lost his qualifications to continue competing. He has agreed to withdraw from the Lemur Open competition. We express our apologies for the irregularities. The finals will proceed with 24 pairs of pilots and designers. It took some time, but the crowd quickly forgot about Freeman's apparent suicide. The festive music and impressive performances by the artists hired by Lemur did much to dispel the inauspicious cloud. Only Vez remained unmoved. He could add another name to his list of enemies. Having successfully wiped away the stain, the event progressed to its third and final round. In the first round, we've tested our mech designers on their speed and timing. In the second round, we've pushed them on their endurance and their ability to set priorities. Now, in this final round, 24 of our best designers will now compete against each other with nothing more than pure design skill. A projection of 3 quick forge systems in a row appeared in front. A generic designer approached one of the machines and started to design a mech. Each of his actions on one machine was duplicated on the other machines. In essence, the designer was building 3 mech at a time. With our ingenious quick forge system, a mech designer is able to mirror their actions over as much machines as we choose. Each of our mech designers will produce 3 copies out of a single design, which provides their pilots enough identical mech to reach the finals. The projection of the quick forge systems disappeared. A tournament bracket appeared into place. From 24 to 12, from 12 to 6, from 6 to 3. Through a single elimination tournament, our 24 contestants will be whittled down to 3. Their assigned pilots will be piloting a fresh identical match for every duel in order to keep things equal. Those who win their duels have more chances to display their mech, and thus gain more opportunities to attract the attention of the masters. Naturally, the final 3 will also win a special prize. In practice, the masters always apprentice the mech designers who made it to the final 3. They possessed enough skill, maturity and luck to make good seeds. The others also stood a chance. It wasn't uncommon for a master to apprentice someone who lost the first duel due to the qualities they showed in the previous rounds. As for the special prize, it differed from year to year, but it was always a pleasant surprise. The prizes generally ranged from goodies such as production licenses, lots of calls, or even some highly prized shares for one of the Carnegie Group's primary enterprises. Our contestants have 10 hours to design their mech. This is more than enough time for them to unleash their strengths. Those who have made it this far have already proven their skills among the riffraff. Now we shall see whether they have what it takes to reach the top. Vez looked at the tournament bracket but failed to recognize his first opponent. The mech designer was a graduate from Lemur called Lachlan Kurbanov, and his paired pilot was a woman named Lisa Kwong. Due to his high ranking in the second round, his first opponent should be someone weaker on paper. Who am I kidding? Vez shook his head, well aware of the circumstances that allowed him to earn such a high ranking. I only scraped by the previous round due to luck. He did not underestimate his opponents. Lachlan and Lisa painstakingly fought their way to the final round, beating many highly skilled rivals in their way. Lachlan must be a great mech designer on the same level as Barakovsky. There were no tricks this time. Vez approached his assigned quick forge systems and picked the middle one to work with. He looked around, only to see his view blocked by privacy screens. He could not spy on his opponents and adjust his design according to circumstance. He shook away irrelevant thoughts and focused on the issue at hand. Now what kind of mech shall I design? Should he reprise the sword dancer design and improve on it? The idea had merit. He already spent quite a few hours refining the design in the previous round, and though he made it in haste, the design had proven itself on the battlefield. His head already swirled with a few adjustments to address the sword dancer's shortcomings. Still, will I be able to impress the masters if I recycle an existing design? The system gave him a mission. His ultimate objective was to become an apprentice to a master mech designer. He had already shown off the sword dancer. In order to provide the masters with a better idea of his work, he should create something more unique. The masters don't want to take on a lazy apprentice. I have to show some effort on my end if I wish to make myself attractive. Vez considered after a moment of thought. A mech designer who always cut corners had limited potential compared to one that always worked hard to improve himself. Though he could not read the minds of the 5 masters watching from afar, he believed they wanted to pick someone with promise. All right, then let's make a new mech. First, Vez considered the performance of the sword dancer in the previous round. It turned out that Cadet Lovejoy could not show off its strengths due to the nature of its opponents. The last duel against the pterodactyl showed that Vez had to come up with a means to diminish the advantage of range. Should I design an aerial mech or give my mech a better ranged weapon? He did not specialize in flight systems. Though he knew enough to implement the standard flight systems provided by the Quick Forge's catalog, he could not make any meaningful improvements to them. Gage's pterodactyl already showed how extreme a proficient designer could push a flight system. On the other hand, adding a ranged weapon did not conform to the requirements of a swordsman mech. Some people expressed very extreme opinions about how swordsman mech should never carry a firearm, not even a dinky backup pistol. In addition, it wasn't like he specialized in weapons tech either. Vez was torn between the two. He considered what his pilot preferred. Adding a flight system will add to the bulk of the mech, but it will also give it more options. Cadet Lovejoy only needs a tool to close the gap. The flight system is not the most important part of the mech. He decided to add a slim flight system to a medium mech frame. It would not increase the top speed of the mech nor turn it into an aerial acrobat. It should give his mech enough tools to respond to aerial threats even without a pistol. Now that he determined the basic features of his mech, Vez filled in the gaps by letting his imagination free rein. He sunk into his mind and sought to match a fitting purpose to his mech in order to unleash its X factor. Again, While his rivals already started to work on their designs, Vez still worked on generating a mental picture. The strange disparity caught the attention of the crowd. What in the galaxy was he doing? Vez ignored such considerations and started to think back on the sword dancer's final moments. Rage, humiliation and helplessness. Cadet Lovejoy lacked a means to fight back against his opponent's scorn. His mind also flickered to the final fate of the pilot who ruined Gage's mech. My next mech will be an executioner. It is not a demon or an angel. It cuts anything in its way no matter how unreachable the target. Its sword is both its tool and its badge of office. It executes only mech, not people. Its sword shall never cut what is not meant to be cut. With a strong intent in mind, Vez opened his eyes and engaged the quick forge system. He opened the extensive catalog and picked a slew of parts without caring too much about the details. He let his intent and intuition decide which parts to choose. He started with a heavy, two-handed sword ideal for chopping off heads as well as other limbs. To accommodate the sword, he selected a firmer torso, strengthened arms and somewhat solid legs to provide a powerful platform. To power his executioner, he picked a high-performance power reactor and a medium-intensity engine model. A more powerful engine added a little bit too much weight, so Vez skipped the most robust models. His choices so far meant that his mech enjoyed sufficient mobility despite having heavier limbs. While it lost much of the agility that defined the sword dancer, it made up for it in raw power. As for the flight system, it should first and foremost avoid hindering Lovejoy's sword play as best as possible. Due to his lack of proficiency in flight systems, Vez could only pick a default compact model from the catalog. It consisted of two thick tubes with an unfolding wingspan on each. While it like a pair of deformed trees, it nonetheless provided a decent amount of thrust for the amount of space it took. The only major downside to this system was that it wasted a lot of energy. Since my mech isn't using any energy weapons, I can spare the energy expenditure. Vez considered and went ahead with his choice. After confirming his selection of components, he started putting it all together. He started with integrating the flight system to the back of the torso. Fortunately, the torso model he chose possessed a standardized attachment system that allowed for easier attachment of flight systems. While he could complete the merging of the two components fairly quickly, Vez was not content with the basic layout. He modified the attachment point by strengthening the connection and adding a couple more redundant power lines to the flight system. He did not wish to encounter the same situation the pterodactyl suffered when it failed to find any means to transfer power to its flight systems. After spending 2 hours on integrating the flight systems properly, Vez turned to the rest. Installing the power reactor and engines provided no problems. He took a little more care with the limbs due to his mech reliance on momentum and mechanical power to deliver damage. He specifically selected thicker limbs in order to accommodate a more powerful artificial muscle layout. Vez spent an extravagant amount of time on making sure the internals were sound. That left him with 3 more hours. He painstakingly spent an entire hour on optimizing his executioner's armor scheme. He made it more robust and added in a lot of harder edges. It made his mech look more menacing. He filled the rest of his time with producing compressed armor. While he wished he had access to better methods and more sophisticated formulas, beggars couldn't be choosers. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys.